Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 195, Chapter. Megumi continued giving orders. Lee, Rinya's shadow clone and mine will go knock out Hinata first. Without Byakugan's white eye, vision and with our sense covered, Akamaru won't be able to track us, while I can use Pakin's ability to lock onto both their teams. If our clones fail, Lee, you continue fighting, just make sure to take down Hinata first. Rinya added. Megumi and I will set up an ambush ahead. Lee, you draw their attention. If necessary, we'll support you. Yash. Understood. Lee responded energetically. He was never good at making strategies, so he just followed orders. Anyway, once he knocked Hinata out, he could fight as he pleased. Each team had their own schemes, while Natsuki and the others watched with interest. Natsuki praised. Aoba team's coordination is always excellent. Honestly, they could just go grab the scroll directly, but to play it safe, they're choosing tactics. Tenten nodded. Lee is always reliable. He'll act according to plan. Tsunade and Shizun also nodded, fully approving of Aoba team's coordination. Only Shino wore a dark expression, already seeing Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata's inevitable defeat. Fooling around during an exam. Do they not want to pass? Soon, Naruto's team encountered Sakura's team. Akamaru's nose didn't help, Hinata didn't use Byakugan, white eye, and they ran straight into each other. A fight broke out immediately. Kiba and Akamaru used Kitsuga, Fong passing Fong, against Choji, believing him to be the strongest. But unexpectedly, Naruto, unwilling to hit girls, also attacked Choji using Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, to compete with Kiba for the takedown. Sakura and Ino weren't polite either, charging at Hinata. Though her hack, 8 trigrams, palm strikes were decent, Hinata hesitated against fellow villagers. Quickly, Sakura and Ino snatched her scroll. Oh, the 10 scroll was with Hinata. Clearly, Kiba and Naruto repeated their previous mission mistake, failing to protect the scroll while fighting for credit, leading to a backdoor steal. Natsuki and Tenten were speechless, while Tsunade and Shino's foreheads twitched in anger. With teamwork like this, how can they even think of taking the Chunin exams? At that moment, Megumi and Rinya's shadow clones suddenly struck, knocking out Hinata, though Sakura and Ino quickly teamed up to destroy the clones. But then Lee arrived. With a sweeping kick, he sent Sakura flying. Though Lee had confessed to Sakura before, this was an exam to determine victory, and he naturally fought with full power, he didn't hesitate when kicking her. To Lee, giving his all was the greatest form of respect. Ino froze in shock, and Lee snatched the 10 scroll from her. Everything happened so fast, no one could react in time. But Aoba team's reactions were sharp. Rinya and Megumi, no longer bothering to hide, appeared. Megumi quickly searched Sakura but found no scroll. Rinya had already subdued Ino, and Megumi grabbed the chi scroll from her. Let's go. Lee, Rinya, and Megumi disappeared immediately towards Training Ground 8. Meanwhile, Kiba and Naruto were still fighting Choji. Sakura and Ino shouted angrily. Naruto. Kiba. You idiots. Both scrolls were stolen by Aoba team. What are you fighting for? Kiba and Naruto froze. Choji then sent them flying with Nikuden Sensha, human bullet tank, but they couldn't care less about the pain, the scrolls were gone. Naruto cursed. This is your fault, Kiba. If you hadn't competed with me, we wouldn't have lost the scroll. Kiba snapped back. You were the one competing with me. You didn't protect Hinata or the scroll either. Enough. Stop arguing. Sakura roared, baring her teeth. Is now really the time to argue? Aoba team is about to reach Training Ground 8. That shut Naruto and Kiba up immediately. Both teams quickly chased after Aoba team, Kiba carrying Hinata who was still unconscious. However, catching up wasn't easy. Aoba team had already applied special scent masking agents, and Rinya maliciously threw out cans of fermented fish to disrupt Akamaru's nose. With Hinata unconscious, they had no clue where Aoba team had gone. Helplessly, they could only run in the direction of Training Ground 8. But along the way, they encountered multiple traps set up by Rinya and Megumi in advance. Less than an hour later, Aoba team reached Training Ground 8 with all 3 scrolls. The other 2 teams were still entangled in traps, far behind. Megumi, Rinya, Lee, well done. Tsunade praised without hesitation. Your coordination was excellent. I'm proud of you. The 3 beamed. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Shursho. Natsuki and Tenten also gave them thumbs up, fully acknowledging Aoba team's performance. Only Shino radiated dark energy, not towards Lee's team but at Naruto and Kiba's display. He felt an urge to punch someone. Half an hour later, the two battered teams finally arrived. Before Tsunade could scold them, Shino released his insects to engulf Naruto and Kiba. Moments later, their chakra was drained and they collapsed, convulsing. Hinata awoke, only to feel Shino's brewing fury. His voice was low but clearly angry. Kiba, Naruto, what were you doing in the mock exam? Why fight for credit? Why not coordinate? Why didn't you protect the scroll? Hinata, this is a mock exam, but in the Chunin exams, teammates are opponents. You must act decisively, or you'll fail. Sorry. The three apologized miserably. Meanwhile, Sakura, Ino, and Choji shivered. Tsunade didn't bother lecturing them further. She simply said, I'll have today's mock exam results posted on the announcement board. Naruto and the others paled. No way. What do you mean no way? Didn't I tell you before the exam? You knew losing would be embarrassing, yet still performed poorly. Who can you blame? Aoba team was stronger, but they barely fought and still won the scrolls. The problem lies with you. They had no retort. Their faces fell. They truly didn't want their failures posted publicly. Then Tsunade added, I think these mock exams are very meaningful. I've decided to hold another one next month, on a bigger scale, including other genin teams, using the Forest of Death as the venue. And of course, results will be announced. Train hard. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 196, Chapter. The mock exam results were soon posted, along with the announcement of a second mock exam next month. When Kiba got home, he was beaten up by his mother Tsum and sister Hana. Ino and Choji, upon returning home, were met with silent disappointment from their fathers. Clearly, the parents could not accept their children failing a mock exam. Failing even a mock exam, truly shameful. Naturally, the parents harshly warned their kids to work harder. The next day, when they met up, each looked utterly drained, not daring to lift their heads. In contrast, Lee, Rinya, and Megumi received approving looks from others whenever they went to take missions. Naruto felt it the most. He remembered how miserable he felt when he failed the graduation exam before. He couldn't stand the way others looked at him. With tears in his eyes, he shouted, Next month's mock exam. I'll definitely win it, Databeo. As for the mastermind behind these mock exams, Natsuki, he was currently out of the village on a B-rank mission. Though in reality, this B-rank mission wasn't difficult at all, he was mostly out having fun. Tenten was on the mission with him, something Natsuki specifically requested from Tsunade. Because their mission destination was the capital city of the Land of Fire. Saying it was a mission was a stretch, it was basically a date in the capital. Tenten also took the opportunity to introduce Natsuki to her family's shops there, so the managers would recognize their future son-in-law. It had to be said, her shop owner father had quite the business mind. He owned numerous businesses in the capital. Natsuki had glanced at them last time, but only briefly. This time, Tenten took him inside each one, letting him see just how prosperous they were. The capital was already bustling, and her father's businesses were in lucrative sectors. He was practically printing money. Though he couldn't compare with the great clan's wealth, Tenten's father was rich enough that Tenten could spend however she liked without worry. Even if she asked for 100 million explosive tags right now, her father could gather them in no time. There was no need for Tenten to stress about money. By the end of the day, Tenten had taken Natsuki through all their family's businesses in the capital. As for the mission, they'd completed it ages ago. There was no way they'd let a trivial mission interrupt their date. That evening, after a delicious meal, the two went to the hot springs together, a private mixed bath. Natsuki laughed. This feels like a honeymoon after marriage. Tenten blushed furiously, but her smile revealed her happiness. However, Natsuki clearly hadn't guessed her true thoughts. Because when they were changing clothes, he saw a box of little umbrellas fall from Tenten's pocket. Natsuki stared wide-eyed in disbelief as he picked it up. Tenten, are you serious? We're only 13 or 14. Tenten's face was crimson, but she lifted her chin stubbornly. It's not like we're having kids, so why not? Besides, there are girls who become mothers at 14. I see. You're still feeling insecure. Natsuki smiled wryly. He understood that Tenten was worried about him, her outstanding boyfriend, being snatched away by other girls, so she took this drastic measure. She really does overthink things. But she wasn't wrong. In this chaotic ninja world, getting married or having children at 13 or 14 wasn't uncommon. People here matured early. Some kids went to war at 4 years old. Compared to that, early marriage and childbirth were normal. Since they weren't having kids, Natsuki had no reason to refuse. In truth, he'd expected this outcome long ago, when they often shared a futon or bathed together. He just thought it would happen around 15. But now, it came a year or two earlier. Still, with Tenten taking the initiative, how could he back down as a man? Natsuki smiled. But Tenten, you have to say that line first. Tenten's face turned so red it seemed like blood would drip. That line. Natsuki, are you going to eat first? Or bathe first? Oh, or, watashi. That's what I'm talking about. Now witness my afro combo. This is Taizen Yatting, Mountain Top Crush. This is Black Tiger Takes the Heart. Tiger Claw Pudding Attack. Praying Mantis Fist, Snake Step, Lion Worships the Sky, Jackal Hunts Rabbit, Tornado Destroys Parking Lot, and Crow Flying a Plane. Finally, Afro Flattens Jackie Chan. Indeed, learning Afro's moves never failed. Read explosive novels on Follow. Mosaic Break. Time, like Anko's figure, expanded without notice, catching people off guard. After their honeymoon ended, Natsuki and Tenten's relationship grew even closer. But their friends saw no difference, they'd always been lovey-dovey. Natsuki didn't mind, continuing to live at his own pace. Soon, the first evening of the new month arrived. Natsuki entered his special laboratory state again to begin a new round of chakra nature fusion. Combining water and earth natures can create Mokutan, would release. But perhaps due to my preconceived notions, I didn't choose this as my first experiment. After all, Tobarama, Orochimaru, and Danzo all failed their would-release experiments, making me subconsciously believe it wouldn't succeed. But in reality, Mokutan is Mokutan, Hashirama's Mokutan is Hashirama's Mokutan. The two are fundamentally different. Senju Hashirama's fame built would-release as legend. But what was powerful was not would-release itself, it was Hashirama. Ordinary would-release Kekkai Genkai should be creatable. But Hashirama's would-release couldn't be replicated. Even Madara needed Black Zetsu's help to use it. Hashirama's bloodline carried Ajura's reincarnation chakra, his yang chakra was overwhelming, and his cellular vitality was inhuman. Thus, Hashirama was special, Mokutan itself wasn't. They always said Hashirama could create forests while Yamato could only make a 3-room apartment. That was the difference. Yamato's Mokutan was just an ordinary would-release Kekkai Genkai. So actually, synthesizing Mokutan shouldn't be difficult for me. Plus, with 80% Senju bloodline, and so many notes from Senju predecessors theorizing about it, I can just boldly try. Without further hesitation, Natsuki controlled his water and earth chakra natures to merge within his body. Then, something unexpected happened. As he released the mixed chakra, a small tree sprouted instantly from his hand, rapidly growing into a towering tree as he poured chakra into it. It worked. Natsuki's eyes widened in disbelief at how easily it succeeded. But thinking deeper, it wasn't that surprising. With his current 80% Senju bloodline, and using the predecessor's methods, his success rate was always high. Succeeding on the first try was within reason. Regardless, he could use Mokutan now. Now, he possessed 2 Kekkai Genkai. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 197, Chapter. Natsuki's face was full of excitement. Remembering Senju Hashirama's techniques, he clapped his hands together and released his chakra. Mokutan would release Unleash the Pants. Boom. 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 Trees instantly sprouted from the ground, forming a dense forest within seconds. It was a magnificent sight. With his enormous chakra reserves and being in the special laboratory, he didn't worry about consumption at all. Creating an entire forest was no challenge for him. However, Natsuki suppressed his excitement, deciding not to waste time creating new techniques himself. Next time he visited the Senju archives, he would directly learn Hashirama's would-release ninjutsu, saving time and mental effort. He'd rather use that time to fuse new Kekkai Genkai. Since there was still time left in the special laboratory, Natsuki continued his synthesis experiments. The only combination left was lightning nature and earth nature. Thankfully, he had already theorized that their fusion would produce Jiten, magnet release. Although magnet release's nature combination wasn't stated in the original work, anyone who studied electromagnetic induction would understand. Just think of the anime Dr. Stone, hitting an iron rod wrapped in copper wire with electricity turns it into a magnet. Iron and copper are minerals, which are essentially earth nature. Thus, combining lightning and earth would produce magnet release. Once you understood the logic, it was simple. With 2 successful fusion experiments behind him, Natsuki proceeded with ease. After 3 hours and a few failures, he finally fused lightning and earth chakra natures. As he released this chakra, the iron ninja tools he had prepared nearby were instantly attracted by his magnetic chakra, floating into the air like happy little birds. Success. Now I have Ranton, Storm Release, Mokuton, Wood Release, and Jiten, Magnet Release. Who can compete with me? Natsuki felt unstoppable, wanting to announce it to the entire ninja world. Of course, that was just arrogant speaking, he wouldn't actually do it. A ninja's abilities were secrets to be kept hidden unless absolutely necessary. For now, he only planned to share it with Tenten, and perhaps Shino as his closest friend. As for the others, they would find out naturally if he ever needed to use these bloodline abilities against powerful enemies. Seeing there was still time, Natsuki decided to further familiarize himself with his new Kekkai Genkai. He summoned a massive sword with Kuchios, summoning technique. Using magnet release, the sword floated steadily in the air, and he stepped onto it. Sword riding flight. A dream of countless boys, now realized in such a way. It felt amazing. Natsuki controlled the sword with magnetic force, flying through the air. Along the way, he used wood release to create vast forests, then destroyed them with storm release, testing various techniques and having the time of his life. By the time he snapped out of his fun, the rooster was already crowing outside. He quickly left the training room, planning to shower, but saw Tenten opening the door and entering. Tenten, why are you up so early? Natsuki glanced outside. It wasn't even dawn yet. At this hour, probably only Guy and Lee were up for morning training. Most people, especially girls their age, were still sleeping soundly. After all, not sleeping enough would affect growth. Tenten looked at his sweaty, exhausted state with a knowing expression. I knew you'd be like this again, so I came early to take care of you. Sit down, I'll run you some hot water. She walked into the bathroom. Watching her busy herself in the bath, Natsuki couldn't help but smile. In this world, having someone who constantly cares about you, worries about you, and does things for you, things they consider natural but you see as incredibly heartwarming. That was probably love. To Tenten, she already saw herself as his wife, so doing these things felt natural. But to Natsuki, who had come from another world as an orphan, he had now found a family, someone he loved, and he felt he could find true happiness here. After bathing, Natsuki wasn't in a hurry to go back to sleep. Using Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, he took Tenten out of Konoha, appearing in a deserted forest. This was a place where he had previously left his seal during a mission for convenient travel. Tenten blushed. Natsuki, why did you suddenly bring us here? Don't tell me, you think doing it in the wild is exciting. I don't mind, but there are too many mosquitoes out here. What are you thinking? Natsuki almost burst out laughing. I brought you here to show you my new Kekkai Genkai abilities. Tenten's blush deepened as she realized her misunderstanding, but curiosity quickly lit up her eyes. You mean, you successfully fused another Kekkai Genkai? Natsuki nodded. Yes. Last night's efforts paid off. Let me show you. He clapped his hands and used Mokuton, Jukai Koten, deep forest emergence, creating dense, towering trees throughout the forest. Then, using magnet release, he summoned massive amounts of iron sand from the ground, shaping it into a gigantic iron sand giant that smashed down the trees, flattening the area in moments. Tenten's eyes widened in awe and joy. Natsuki, you succeeded in fusing both wood release and magnet release. You now have 3 Kekkai Genkai. Natsuki smiled, clapped his hands again, and used Mokuton, 3-room 1-hall technique to build a wooden house. He led Tenten inside, asking her to take out breakfast so they could eat together. But Tenten wasn't thinking of food at all. Her gaze was fixed intensely on her boyfriend. Natsuki, you're amazing. You even succeeded in fusing wood release. Doesn't that make you as strong as the first Hokage? You're already like a god of shinobi. Natsuki shook his head. No. Hashirama was different. What was strong wasn't Mokuton, it was Senju Hashirama himself. Tenten didn't quite understand, but she said firmly. I think you're even stronger. You have 3 bloodline limits now, and your strength has long surpassed Tsunade-sama. If anyone called you the strongest in Konoha, I'd be the first to agree. Of course you'd agree. I'm your man after all. Natsuki pinched her cute nose. Whether I'm the strongest doesn't matter. I just want to protect you, protect Dad, and protect all our friends. Tenten's eyes filled with emotion. She glanced at the wooden bed in the room, bit her lip, and said. Natsuki. I think we should start discussing having children. Puffed. Cough cough cough. Natsuki almost choked to death. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 198, chapter. Time flew by, and once again, it was the season for the annual graduation of new students. Natsuki didn't know any of the new graduates personally, but judging from the time, he guessed that this year's Chunin exams were approaching. Recently, Tsunade had indeed held a mock exam, gathering all genin teams who weren't out on missions to participate. Whether they intended to take the upcoming Chunin exams or not, participation in the mock exam was mandatory. Unexpectedly, they managed to gather 10 teams, using the Forest of Death's Heaven and Earth Scroll capture mode. To motivate the genin, Tsunade promised that the top 3 teams would be rewarded with a ninjutsu technique. As a result, the genin were like chickens on stimulants, fighting with incredible zeal. Those normally unremarkable teams suddenly showed extraordinary performances, causing quite a bit of trouble for Asuma's and Kurenai's teams. Though those 2 teams eventually passed, their performance during the exam was quite embarrassing, leaving Tsunade dissatisfied. In comparison, Aoba team performed excellently as always, finishing the exam in record time. Natsuki didn't care much about it, but since he and Tenten hadn't taken any missions recently, Tsunade dragged them in as proctors, leaving them no choice. Still, this mock exam gave Tsunade some relief. At least Asuma's and Kurenai's teams showed better coordination now. By the time of the Chunin exams, they should perform more decently. Naturally, Konoha's mock exam strategy was noticed by other villages, prompting them to imitate it. After all, anyone with half a brain could see the benefits of mock exams. If one school only taught textbook knowledge while another frequently organized real mock tests, it was obvious which school would perform better in the final exams. Not only smaller villages learned from this, even the major villages followed suit. For example, Sunagakure, upon learning that Konoha was conducting mock exams for their genin teams, immediately panicked and began planning their own mock exams. After all, the joint Chunin exams were a stage to showcase each village's strength. If only Konoha's genin performed well while Sunagakure's teams flopped, they would become the laughingstock of the other villages. Therefore, mock exams were a must. Natsuki didn't know about these developments. Taking this opportunity, he recommended Tenten for promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin, Special Jonin, to Tsunade. Tsunade was surprised after hearing his recommendation. Honestly, with Tenten's skills, she could even become a Jonin. Why are you only recommending her as a Special Jonin? Did you two have a lover's quarrel? Where did that guess come from? Natsuki was speechless. Tenten's strength mainly comes from her summoning weapons. Her base ability isn't yet at full Jonin level, so she's more suitable as a Special Jonin. Besides, Tenten is a proud girl, she wants to become a Jonin by her own merit. But promotion from Chunin to Jonin requires a Jonin recommendation. So, I can only recommend her for Special Jonin for now. Once her strength gains your full recognition, Tsunade-sama, you'll promote her to Jonin, right? You're not wrong. Tsunade nodded in agreement. She also vaguely understood Natsuki's hidden intentions. After all, a Special Jonin wasn't quite the same as a full Jonin. Although they could take on Jonin-level missions, the most dangerous tasks were still off-limits. This way, Tenten wouldn't encounter overly dangerous enemies, and her current strength would ensure her safety. This little man, so meticulous in thinking about his girlfriend's well-being. Tsunade actually felt a hint of envy, but couldn't help teasing. Girlfriend. Are you sure she's just a girl at this point? Natsuki's face turned bright red. Cough, cough. Tsunade-sama, what are you saying? Tsunade didn't bother exposing him further. As a medical ninja for so many years, she wasn't blind. These two kids had clearly been getting intimate, though thankfully not stupid enough to have children right now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have minded giving Natsuki a good beating. Alright, I approve your recommendation. Go bring Tenten in. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Oh, Tenten's right outside. Natsuki grinned, opening the office door and bringing Tenten in from the hallway. You two already expected me to agree, didn't you? Tsunade was half amused, half exasperated, but let it slide. She spoke to Tenten. That's the situation. I've accepted Natsuki's recommendation. From today on, you are a Special Jonin. Tenten, you have great potential. I believe you will continue to grow. When the time comes, you won't need anyone's recommendation, I will promote you to Jonin myself. Tenten's eyes lit up with determination. Thank you for your trust, Tsunade-sama. I will not let you down. Tsunade waved her hand. Alright, go on. Get out of here with your little boyfriend and stop bothering me. Natsuki and Tenten didn't care whether Tsunade was truly angry. Hand in hand, they ran out happily, making Tsunade chuckle despite herself. These two youngsters, they're just too young. Tsunade muttered with a sigh. So young and already a couple, and so loving too. It's honestly enviable, Shizun added absent-mindedly. Oh. Shizun, are you envious? Tsunade suddenly turned to scrutinize her assistant. Now that you mention it, you've been with me all these years. You're not young anymore either. It's time to find someone. Even Megumi has a boyfriend now. So. Do you have anyone you like? Whether they're Jonin, Special Jonin, or Chunin, as your elder I can help you connect. Shizun's face turned crimson as she waved her hands frantically. Tsunade-sama, please stop teasing me. I don't have anyone. Really? Tsunade narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Don't be shy. I swear. There's no one. Please stop messing with me, Tsunade-sama. Meanwhile, Natsuki decided to celebrate Tenten's promotion by gathering the rest of the Konoha 12 at Yakiniku-Q, wanting his friends to share the good news. He originally planned to invite Kakashi, Aoba, and Guy too, but they were all out on missions. Inside Yakiniku-Q, Natsuki ordered several large meat sets. The sizzling meat released such a rich aroma that Choji, Hinata, and Naruto were practically drooling. Natsuki, you're being so generous today. Don't tell me, are you and Tenten getting married? Shikamaru guessed. That's a bold guess. Natsuki chuckled. Though I hope that day comes true, Tenten and I are still young. Marriage will be a few years away. Today is to celebrate Tenten's promotion to Special Jonin. Nani? Tenten was promoted to Special Jonin. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. But thinking about Tenten's strength, it wasn't exactly surprising. It just felt sudden, since there had been no signs beforehand. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 199, Chapter. Tenten smiled happily, taking the initiative to explain. It was Natsuki who recommended me to Tsunade-sama. She just approved it. Come to think of it, that is how the process works, Niji added. For a Chunin to be promoted to Jonin, they need the recommendation of another Jonin. Guy-sensei mentioned that after the Chunin exams, he planned to recommend me for Jonin promotion. Sasuke said as well. Kakashi-sensei told me he would recommend me too. Shino added. Kurenai-sensei will recommend me. At this, the friends who were still genin all froze, feeling the cruel reality of the village. They were still genin while these few had already become chunin, and now they were on the verge of becoming jonin. It felt absurd. If they didn't pass the upcoming chunin exams, the gap would become genin versus jonin. How could they remain friends like that? Naruto, not fully understanding, asked. So, to become a jonin, all you need is a recommendation from another jonin. Natsuki shook his head. It's not that simple. A recommendation is only part of it. First, your strength must be sufficient. Second, your achievements or contributions must be significant enough to gain the Hokage's approval. For example, the reason I was promoted directly to jonin wasn't just because of my strength. During the Chunin exams, I made significant contributions and earned widespread recognition. Tenten nodded in agreement. Exactly. During the Chunin exams, I also contributed, but it wasn't enough. So after becoming a Chunin, I worked hard on missions to build my experience. Combined with my strength, Tsunade-sama finally approved it. So that's how it worked. Everyone nodded in sudden realization. Naruto, still looking puzzled, turned to Shikamaru. Ah. Shouldn't you have a chance to be promoted to Jonin too, Shikamaru? Why haven't you said anything, Databeo? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. You think becoming a Jonin is a good thing? Being Jonin means taking on greater responsibilities, doing more dangerous and troublesome tasks. I don't want that. But Asuma and my dad will probably recommend me behind my back. Troublesome. Listen to him. Is that even human language? Everyone else was struggling just to become Chunin, and here he was disdaining a Jonin promotion. Throw him out and don't let him eat any barbecue. The group continued chatting and laughing, making it a successful celebration. However, the next day, Natsuki was called to the Hokage's office again because there was another S-rank mission for him. Tsunade-sama truly favored him. In less than a year as Jonin, he hadn't been given many B or A rank missions. Almost all were S rank. Counting them, this was already his 5th S rank mission. Natsuki accepted the scroll and opened it, speechless after reading. Of course, it was related to the Akatsuki again. No surprise. The Akatsuki had been classified as terrorists threatening national security after trying to capture the Jinchuriki in Konoha. They were a terrorist organization aiming for nuclear-level plans, so caution was paramount. Thus, any mission involving the Akatsuki was automatically classified as S rank. Tsunade explained. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand have reappeared. Intelligence says they've started taking bounty missions. Natsuki narrowed his eyes. Those two doing bounty missions. I guess with Kakuzu dead and Akatsuki's funds running low, they're having other members earn money now. Tsunade nodded. That's what I think as well. However, this duo isn't as dangerous as the Immortal Duo, so we won't engage them for now. You already gathered their intel before. This time, your task is to locate Akatsuki's main base. Akatsuki's main base. Isn't it in the Land of Rain? Oh right, Konoha didn't know that yet. None of the other major villages did either. So this was basically a freebie question. Natsuki nodded seriously. Understood. I will track them until I determine the exact location of their headquarters. With that, he disappeared, returning home to inform Tenten he'd be on a long-term mission. Then he prepared his gear and left the village. This time, Deidara and Sasori had been spotted near a bounty station in the Land of Earth. It was impressive that Konoha's ANBU discovered them there. But the Land of Earth was Iwagakiru's territory, and Iwanin were like Kimonin, not fond of diplomacy. Best not to be discovered by them to avoid unnecessary conflict. Natsuki rode on a giant eagle, spending 2 days crossing the Fire Country border, flying over the Land of Grass, and arriving in the Land of Earth. Upon arrival, he disguised himself according to local clothing customs, pretending to be an ordinary traveler. He paid to join a merchant caravan, getting close to the bounty station from the intel. Then, he stayed in the area, pretending to be sightseeing. In truth, Natsuki was curious. Deidara actually dared to come to the Land of Earth to take black market bounty missions. Was he eager for his teacher Inoki and his Kohai Kuratsuchi to find him? Deidara really was crazy. All for his so-called art, he let Uchiha Itachi rope him into Akatsuki. Why couldn't he just stay safely in Iwagakure? If Natsuki were Deidara, he'd obediently stay as Inoki's disciple, marry long-legged Kuratsuchi when he grew up, and then eventually become Tsuchikage. Life would be perfect. But Deidara wasn't like that. Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi as his wife. None of that mattered compared to art. Thinking of Deidara like this, Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. But just as he was lost in thought, he saw a pair of long legs enter his vision. Short black hair, long legs, it was Kuratsuchi walking into view. She was accompanied by a chubby boy who, judging by his outfit, was her senior, Akatsuchi. At this time, Kuratsuchi was only around 14, roughly the same age as Natsuki. Her looks had already matured beautifully. Paired with her short hair, she looked heroic and refreshing. Especially those beautiful long legs. Even at this age, they were already impressively shapely. In a few more years, they would become divine legs. However, Kuratsuchi didn't notice Natsuki. She and Akatsuchi were scanning the area, obviously searching for Deidara. It seemed Iwagakure had learned that Deidara was taking bounty missions in the Land of Earth. This little girl was brave indeed, daring to leave the village with only Akatsuchi. Wasn't she worried about being kidnapped? After all, she was Inoki's granddaughter. Worth quite a fortune. At that moment, Kuratsuchi walked up to Natsuki, politely asking. "Hello, uncle. Have you seen a blonde man with a single ponytail?" Disguised as an uncle, Natsuki shook his head decisively. "I haven't seen him." Akatsuchi stared at Natsuki suspiciously. "You look unfamiliar, uncle. Where are you from? When did you arrive here?" Natsuki remained perfectly calm, smiling as he replied. "I'm a tourist from the Land of Fire. I only arrived here a few days ago." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 200, chapter. Natsuki deliberately spoke with a Land of Fire accent. It was safer to say he was from Fire Country. After all, people from Fire Country traveling to Earth Country shouldn't raise suspicion. However, Akatsuchi still eyed him warily. "But you're wearing Earth Country civilian clothes, and this place isn't exactly a tourist spot. Yet you say you've stayed here for days. That doesn't add up." "Eh? You noticed that? Quite sharp indeed." Natsuki chuckled lightly. "Honored Shinobi-sama, I came to Earth Country to experience its customs, so I dressed like a local to blend in. Isn't that normal? Besides, traveling is about following your heart. Even if it isn't a tourist spot, if I want to stop, I'll stop, if I want to leave, I'll leave. As long as I'm happy, isn't that enough?" "Ah." Akatsuchi fell silent. He felt something off about this man, but his answer wasn't unreasonable. Moreover, he showed no nervousness under questioning, clearly no ordinary person. Still, they couldn't attack a civilian just because of suspicion. Iwagakure needed to maintain its image. If they attacked tourists at will, who would visit Earth Country in the future? "Akatsuchi, you're too suspicious," Kuratsuchi said. "He's just an ordinary man. Let's focus on finding Deidara Nii. Akatsuchi, you call me by name directly, but call Deidara Nii. He didn't argue further, following Kuratsuchi as they questioned others and soon moved on. Natsuki remained where he was, as if admiring the scenery. In reality, he was indeed sightseeing while doing his mission. After all, he already knew Akatsuki's main base was in the Land of Rain. Whether he found Deidara and Sasori or not didn't matter. Still, he needed to maintain appearances, lingering at the intel point for a while before returning, to avoid suspicion. Unfortunately, his peaceful time was about to end. A faint explosion suddenly echoed from afar. Faint only because of the distance, for normal people it was quieter than firecrackers. But Natsuki was extremely sensitive. The moment he heard it, he knew something was wrong. Instantly, he used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, rushing towards the source unnoticed. Thanks to his speed, he arrived while the explosion smoke still lingered. Within the smoke, he saw a blonde, single ponytailed madman throwing out dozens of small white spiders. Who else could it be but Deidara, the explosion-obsessed artist? Not far behind Deidara stood a hunched figure, silent and unmoving. It was Sasori of the Red Sand, or rather, his puppet shell. What are those two doing? Fighting an enemy. Natsuki quietly used telescope technique to see more clearly. Facing Deidara stood an elderly man with red hair and beard. Even though this man didn't appear much in the original story, Natsuki recognized him instantly. The Four Tails Jinchuriki of the Wagakure, Rashi. Apparently, Rashi had left the village after disagreements with Inoki, so seeing him wandering outside was normal. Still, Natsuki hadn't expected him to run into Deidara and Sasori. Or maybe this wasn't coincidence. Perhaps Deidara and Sasori were targeting the Four Tails Jinchuriki. With Inoki and Kuratsuchi looking for Deidara, he wouldn't return to Earth Country just for bounty missions, he could do that anywhere else. Most likely, they came specifically for the Jinchuriki. Normally, this would be a mission for Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Ignoring Deidara's personal grudge with the Wagakure, the Four Tails lava release would be better countered by Kisame's water release. In the original, it was Kisame who captured Rashi. So what's going on here? Natsuki couldn't understand it fully. But nothing followed the original story anymore. After he leaked so much intel about Akatsuki members and after Kakuzu was killed, Akatsuki had probably changed their plans. Look, Deidara and Sasori were even forced to take bounty missions now. So it wasn't that strange for them to come to Earth Country. Convincing himself, Natsuki continued watching. Deidara sent his white spiders crawling through the smoke towards Rashi while simultaneously creating clay birds to distract him. But Rashi wasn't just any shinobi. Deidara's petty tricks were laughable before him. Rashi formed hand seals and charged forward, spewing massive molten rock spheres. Yotan, lava release scorching river flow rock technique. Whoosh. 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 Huge lava balls flew forward, igniting everything in their path. Deidara's clay spiders and birds exploded instantly, but the lava continued onwards, enveloping both Deidara and Sasori. Deidara had no choice but to rapidly mold a giant clay bird to carry himself and Sasori into the air, barely evading the molten attacks. However, Rashi simply looked up and spat out smaller but faster lava balls, forcing Deidara to frantically maneuver the bird to dodge. Damn, this old man's dangerous. Yet Deidara was grinning, both palms in his ninja pouch. The mouths on his hands chewed clay furiously. This old man's no pushover. Big explosives might get neutralized by his lava. Better use small ones. See one clay spiders, as long as one reaches him, he's dead. His palms opened, revealing dozens of white spiders. While dodging Rashi's attacks, Deidara maneuvered above him and dropped a rain of spiders. Seeing them about to land on Rashi, Deidara shouted with joy. Art is an explosion. Katsu. Boom. 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 Small spiders, massive explosions. Rashi seemed to vanish within the blasts, making Deidara's grin widen. But just as he prepared to confirm the kill, firelight burst from below. Rashi stood within the flames, molten chakra coating his entire body, even forming a tail. He was tapping into his tailed beast's power. Deidara. You brat. Did Inoki teach you nothing? Fine, today I'll kill you. Lava release chakra mode. In the next instant, Rashi transformed into a lava-coated giant, launching himself into the air. A deafening explosion erupted across the sky. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 201, Chapter. TSK. This is why I said we should have let Kisame handle it. Natsuki was thoroughly enjoying the show, only regretting he didn't have sunflower seeds and a drink on hand. He made a mental note to prepare snacks next time. Deidara and Sasori had already landed after being blown out of the sky. But looking at the remains of his detonated clay bird, Deidara was in a foul mood. Getting his clay exploded by lava. That kind of art. He refused to acknowledge it. But for the sake of his own life, he quickly crafted another clay bird and flew off with Sasori. However, Rashi came flying after them, clearly using a Wagakure's Doton, Cho Kijigen no Jutsu, Earth-style, ultra-lightweight rock technique, to fly through the air on his own. Against someone like Deidara who had to rely on clay constructs, aerial combat was no problem for him. Damn it. This old man is totally countering my clay art. Deidara cursed. Regretting it now, Sasori said flatly. We shouldn't have gone after the Four Tails Jinchuriki in the first place. This wouldn't have happened. Oh, come on, Sasori Dano, you agreed too. Deidara snapped back, if Kakuzu hadn't died, we wouldn't have been forced by the boss to take on bounty missions. When we bumped into the Jinchuriki, I just suggested capturing him instead to save us the trouble of more work. You're the one who said making money was a waste of time. Sasori didn't argue. Instead, he said, that's why your clay art is inferior. Let me show you. As he spoke, a puppet's mouth opened to reveal a nozzle. In the next second, a high-pressure water jet shot out, blasting Rashi. The moment the water hit the lava, it turned to steam with an ear-piercing hiss. In no time, Rashi was engulfed in a thick cloud of vapor. Deidara was fuming when Sasori insulted his art, but seeing how effective the water was, he fell silent. He consoled himself, it wasn't that his bombs were useless, it's just that explosives and lava didn't pair well. Water naturally countered lava. After all, who tries to bomb lava, right? Cough cough. Not bad at all. Rashi's voice echoed from within the steam. But before the mist could clear, a massive ape-like figure burst forth. The full manifestation of the Four Tails, Son Goku. Deidara nearly collapsed. Oi oi oi. Sasori Dano. You sprayed him once and now he's gone full Biju form. Sasori immediately responded, we're not suited to deal with this. Yotan, lava style, is too troublesome. Kisame would be better. We don't have much of a chance now, let's retreat. Deidara had no complaints. He quickly directed the clay bird to flee. But Rashi wouldn't let them go so easily. None of you are leaving alive. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and began forming a Baijidama, tailed beast bomb. The massive, oppressive chakra condensed rapidly, and Deidara's face visibly stiffened. No matter how artistic his explosions were, there was no way they could outmatch a Baijidama. Boom. The Baijidama fired, instantly engulfing the clay bird. It kept flying for several seconds before exploding in a distant mountain range, instantly vaporizing an entire forest and sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror for dozens of miles. Damn. One wrong word and this old guy fires a Baijidama. He's got a serious temper. Natsuki continued watching, regretting even more that he didn't bring snacks. But as the smoke cleared, the two were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they'd been blown to pieces. Only, Natsuki clearly saw them using Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique, in advance. They hadn't been hit at all. With the show over, Natsuki was ready to leave. Just then, however, he heard some noise. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi had arrived, having recognized the Four Tails. Wait, that's Rashi. What's he doing here? And who was he fighting? Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi both gasped. Huh? You too. Anoki's granddaughter and student. Rashi hadn't seen them since leaving Iwagakure, back when they were still kids. The reminder of Anoki left him in a sour mood. He barked, little girl, is your geezer grandpa Anoki still alive? What kind of student did he raise? That brat Deidara dared to attack me. What nerve? Kuratsuchi was furious at first, but then startled. Wait, you saw Deidara and I. That made Rashi even more annoyed. What Deidara and I? That little punk's a missing nin now and dared mess with me. I hit him with a Baijidama just now, to know if he's dead or not. Kuratsuchi's eyes turned red. How could you? Deidara and I, he. But what could she say? That he was her childhood friend. Her beloved senior. That wasn't a reason to spare someone. Deidara was a missing nin and had attacked a Jinchuriki. Rashi was just defending himself. All she could do now was silently pray that her Deidara and I had survived. Natsuki didn't stick around to watch the drama. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to teleport away, landing in a quiet location where he quickly wrote a report and sent it to Tsunade via Hiraishin. Then he resumed tracking Deidara and Sasori. His current mission was to confirm the location of Akatsuki's main base, so he couldn't return yet. That said, the fact that Akatsuki members were attacking Iwagakure's Jinchuriki was no small matter, he had to report it. What Natsuki didn't know was that as soon as Tsunade received the intel, she called for an emergency high-level meeting, where the threat of Akatsuki was formally addressed. Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were quick to call for a proactive strike. They argued that since Akatsuki was targeting Jinchuriki, it made no sense to stay on defense. Better to gather the full might of Konoha and destroy them before something terrible happened. The problem was, they didn't even know the enemy's full strength. So far, the three Akatsuki teams encountered had all been incredibly powerful. They had no idea how many more were out there, nor how strong the leader was. In that kind of intelligence vacuum, launching an offensive would be reckless, no, downright stupid. But those two old geezers didn't have to go into battle themselves, so it was easy for them to talk tough. After much debate, no clear decision was made. Tsunade, being the Hokage, couldn't just act unilaterally either. The matter was too serious, and she didn't have a better plan yet. She could only hope that more minds would yield better ideas. After the meeting ended, she summoned Tenten and handed her a note to deliver to Natsuki. By now it was already night, and when the paper suddenly appeared, Natsuki was deadpan. Took them this long to reply. "What the hell is Tsunade doing?" he muttered. And the contents of the note made him even more speechless. Continue surveillance. Find Akatsuki's main base. Seriously. After all that, this was the result of their big strategy meeting. Might as well not have held it at all. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 202, Chapter. Natsuki couldn't be bothered and continued his leisurely journey of slacking off. What he didn't expect, though, was that Deidara and Sasori had no intention of returning to the Land of Rain. Instead, they wandered all over, taking bounty missions as if they had completely taken over Kakuzu's job. And just like that, Natsuki ended up tracking them for 2 whole months. Fortunately, he continued to enter the gravity training room daily, never once falling behind on his regular training routine. As for the special lab that opened on the first of each month, even though there were no new research projects for now, he didn't waste the opportunity. Instead, he focused on developing techniques based on the 3 Kekkai Genkai, Ranton, Storm Style, Mokuton, Wood Style, and Jiten, Magnet Style. After 2 months of solid effort, Natsuki could clearly feel himself growing stronger. But as for whether he'd reached the Superkage level, well, that was hard to say. He'd have to actually fight a Superkage to know for sure. Currently, the only known Superkage seemed to be Tendo Pain, and now wasn't the time to confront him. As for others, like Uchiha Obito, Natsuki figured he wasn't truly Superkage level either. He was just abusing Kamui like a cheat code. He couldn't even activate Susanoo, so in truth, he wasn't all that strong. That said, Natsuki didn't dare underestimate Obito either. Techniques like Kamui were ridiculously broken, and he needed to develop some specific counters or else risk a nightmare battle later. One day, Deidara and Sasori suddenly headed south and finally entered the Land of Rain. Natsuki gave it some thought and didn't follow directly. Instead, he created a shadow clone, disguised it as someone else, and had it tail them into the Land of Rain while his true body retreated to a safe distance to avoid being detected by Tendo Pain. As soon as the clone entered the Land of Rain, it was instantly drenched. It was hard to imagine how a place could have such never-ending rainfall. But this was the world of anime, no point in questioning it. The logic here was already twisted enough. While the clone was still trying to locate Deidara and Sasori, a figure suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky above. In the next instant, the clone was destroyed. Natsuki received the memory burst and immediately teleported away using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the Land of Rain was under full lockdown. Any suspicious individuals caught in the rain would be instantly sensed by Pain's Aim no Naka no Jiyu, Rain Tiger at Will technique, and then promptly eliminated. That's exactly why Natsuki had sent a shadow clone instead of going himself, to test the waters. As expected, Pain was seriously strong. In the sky above Amigakure, Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes in doubt. A shadow clone. Someone was tailing Deidara into the Land of Rain. Or was it a probe into Amigakure itself? No matter. No scheme, no matter how clever, has any meaning before a god. Meanwhile, Natsuki yawned in a safe place far away. Well, that should be enough reason to head back. He'd long suspected Akatsuki's base was in the Land of Rain, but suspicion alone wasn't enough, he needed proof. Also, he wasn't all that eager to return to the village. Sure, he missed snuggling up with Tenten, but returning would only mean getting dumped with more annoying work. And Tenten had her own missions too, so they wouldn't be spending much time together anyway. Might as well stay out here. Now that he'd been wandering for over 2 months, and Deidara and Sasori had entered the Land of Rain, and his clone had been vaporized trying to follow them in, that counted as some form of evidence, right? Next step, confirm Deidara and Sasori's movements again. Natsuki figured they weren't returning to Amigakure on purpose. They were likely just passing through on their way to another assignment. After all, Akatsuki members rarely gathered. Each duo had their own tasks. Even when something big happened, they just used their rings to group chat, no one went back to headquarters unless necessary. And sure enough, a few days later, Natsuki picked up Deidara and Sasori again, this time in the Land of Rivers. Turns out they were just cutting through the Land of Rain to capture a high bounty target elsewhere. Time to head home. Without delay, Natsuki used Hiraishin to teleport back. After a refreshing wash-up, he stepped out of his house, only to immediately sense that the village felt different. He noticed quite a few foreign shinobi roaming around. A quick mental calendar check cleared up the confusion. Oh, right. It's time for the Chunin exams. No wonder so many outsiders are here. Not my job. I'll go make my report and get some rest. Before long, Natsuki arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked politely. Come in, came Tsunade's voice. He stepped inside, only to see Shikamaru and Temari standing in front of the desk, apparently giving a report. The two turned to look and blinked in surprise. Shikamaru grinned. Natsuki. You're finally back. I thought you were having too much fun out there to come home. Everyone's been wondering about you. Natsuki raised a hand in greeting. Yo. Shikamaru. Reporting in, should I wait outside? Shikamaru waved him off. Nah, I'm just briefing Lady Tsunade on the Chunin exams stuff with Temari. Nothing classified, no need to step out. Tsunade added, welcome back, Natsuki. Shikamaru's right, you don't need to leave. Once they're finished, I'll hear your report. Have a seat. Shizun, bring him some tea. Natsuki didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Shizun quickly brought him a cup of tea. This kind of treatment wasn't for just anyone. Temari watched him curiously. She definitely remembered Natsuki. During the last Chunin exams, he'd not only beaten Orochimaru but had also pounded the One-Tail back into submission. He'd even floored Maki-sensei with a single punch. The nickname, Konoha's Demon Blade, had spread throughout the entire shinobi world. His real strength was terrifying. Now, seeing how even the Hokage treated him with such importance, it was clear he'd just returned from a highly classified mission. Someone like that was best not taken as an enemy. Fortunately, Suna and Konoha were allies now. Having a powerhouse like Natsuki as a comrade in arms was actually quite reassuring. Better him as an ally than an opponent. As the briefing continued, it was nothing but mundane exam prep details that still needed Tsunade's sign-off. Shikamaru scratched his head often, clearly annoyed at all the hassle, but he had no choice. Temari, however, seemed to have shifted her attention back to him, a subtle warmth in her eyes. Clearly, she preferred this kind of lazy but clever type over muscle-headed maniacs. Fortunately, the report didn't take long. Before leaving, Shikamaru turned to Natsuki. You've been gone for over 2 months. When you're free, let's get everyone together. Natsuki smiled. Sure, I'll set something up when I've got time. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 203, Chapter. Once Shikamaru and Temari left, Tsunade waved her hand. Immediately, a dark shadow flashed past the doorway. Clearly an Umbu member had sealed off the office, ensuring no one could approach casually. How is it? Tsunade's expression turned serious. Even Shizun and Tenten quieted their breathing. The Land of Rain. Natsuki handed over a scroll. I tracked those two for more than 2 months. They've been hunting bounty targets in black markets, almost completely replacing Kakuzu. But a few days ago, they headed to the Land of Rivers, passing directly south through the Land of Rain. I had a bad feeling, so I left a Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, to follow them. Not long after entering, the clone was destroyed. Tsunade's hand froze as she received the scroll. The clone dispelled, without warning. Natsuki nodded firmly. Yes. I think someone sensed my infiltration through the rain and struck from a distance. The clone didn't even have time to react. This made Tsunade and Shizun grow extremely cautious. They understood Natsuki's strength very well, in fact. Even his Kage Bunshin, in normal conditions, could handle a Jonin. But under stealth conditions, for it to be instantly wiped out with zero detection. That meant the enemy was terrifyingly powerful. Natsuki continued, I immediately escaped with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, not daring to linger. The enemy's strength made me uneasy. After that, I circled around the Land of Rain and continued investigating south. Sure enough, I found Deidara and Sasori acting like nothing had happened, still taking bounty missions. Tsunade and Shizun immediately understood Natsuki's conclusion. He sent a stealth clone and it was easily detected and obliterated. But those two casually passed through the Land of Rain unharmed. That could only mean one thing, the person who made a move was likely one of the Akatsuki themselves. That was Natsuki's basis for judgment. Before this, he had known that Akatsuki's base was in the Land of Rain, but explaining that would have been hard. When he saw Deidara and Sasori enter Rain territory, he knew this was his chance, and sure enough, he successfully wrapped up the mission with it. Tsunade was silent for a while before nodding. You've done very well. Thank you. But Natsuki uncharacteristically spoke with a grave expression. Tsunade-sama, the Land of Rain is incredibly dangerous. Don't send anyone else to investigate. Not even Jiraiya-sama, he could die. Honestly, even I might not get a chance to activate Hiraishin no Jutsu in time. We have to take this seriously. The warning was severe, but not alarmist. He needed to exaggerate the danger to make Tsunade cautious and prevent Jiraiya from rushing in again. In the original story, Jiraiya had spent most of his life fumbling around, only realizing his feelings for Tsunade late, only to never return from the Rain Village. Tsunade lost that gamble in the end, and it was tragic. With Natsuki's warning this time, perhaps things would be different. Naturally, Tsunade didn't take his words lightly. She solemnly nodded and told him to go rest. Natsuki turned and left. He was eager to find Tenten. Once the office door closed, silence filled the room. Tsunade-sama. Shizune hesitated to speak. No need. I understand. Tsunade rubbed her temples, clearly troubled. Seems the Akatsuki are even scarier than we thought. That leader is stronger than me, Jiraiya, or even Natsuki. His warning is justified. Even if we're curious, we can't just send people to poke around the land of rain. But then, what should we do? Shizune didn't have an answer either. After some thought, she offered, should we hold a council meeting? Tsunade didn't respond. Frankly, she thought the council would be useless. Hamura and Koharu, those two old fossils, always had something to say. They were self-righteous and annoying. If they learned the Akatsuki base was in the land of rain, they might insist on attacking it. They'd likely ignore Natsuki's warning and accuse him of cowardice. To them, the land of rain was just a small nation, how dangerous could it be? Tsunade really didn't want to deal with their faces right now. Rather than calling a full council, she'd prefer to speak with a few trusted jonin. After a moment of thought, she finally said, Shizune, go call Kakashi and Shikaku. I need to discuss something. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hokage's building, Natsuki headed straight for the ninja tools shop. To his surprise, business was booming. Plenty of foreign shinobi were shopping, and the owner was clearly overwhelmed. Natsuki, seeing this, jumped in to help immediately. Huh? Natsuki, you're back. The shop owner looked delighted. Yeah, just got back today. Reported to Tsunade-sama, and came to find Tenten. But I figured I'd help out my father-in-law first. Moving quickly, Natsuki helped customers check out. Once things calmed down, he let out a breath. He smiled. Father-in-law, business is good, huh? Of course. The shop owner laughed. The Chunin exams are coming again. Lots of outsiders visiting. At first, they came because they heard my daughter's husband is the Demon Blade of Konoha. But later, they just kept coming because our quality is great. So, his fame actually helped sales. Natsuki was amused. He didn't expect his nickname to drive traffic to the shop. He glanced at the sales ledger and was surprised. Looks like those ninja battle cards are the best sellers. That's unexpected. The shop owner scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, I commissioned some new cards featuring the Demon Blade of Konoha. A lot of folks seem to be buying them just for that. Natsuki was speechless. You're really something, using your son-in-law as a marketing tool. The owner frowned. Come on, I'm not selling my son-in-law, just the cards. Besides, this store will be part yours someday. Eventually, the whole business will belong to my grandkids. Isn't it good if I make more money now? Fair enough, whatever made him happy. Natsuki didn't argue. It was family money, after all. And the cards didn't contain any real intel, so he didn't care. Just then, the owner leaned closer and asked quietly, Hey, this year's Chunin exams won't be like the last one, right? Natsuki froze and looked at his father-in-law curiously, noticing the man's worried face. It seemed the last Chunin exams had left a deep scar on many, who now feared another incident. They won't. Natsuki answered firmly. Tsunade-sama is in charge this time, and will have extra precautions. That alone was enough reason. Because Tsunade was there, and her presence alone was more reassuring than the third Hokage ever was. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 204, Chapter. Sure enough, the shop owner laughed after hearing that. Yeah, with Tsunade-sama in charge, how could anything go wrong? The moment she came back, the village stabilized. Those petty crooks don't even dare to act up anymore. See. Tsunade really was more reassuring to the villagers. Whether it was her reputation or her strength, she could always put hearts at ease. Convincing the people didn't require complicated reasoning. Just telling them Tsunade was in charge was enough. Natsuki kept helping out in the shop while casually chatting. To his surprise, the shop owner knew quite a few things, apparently from idle gossip and chit-chat with customers. Turns out, quite a few incidents had happened in the village during the 2 months Natsuki had been on his mission. One time, a bunch of Kabakafuda, explosive tags, were discovered in the village, and the shinobi had scrambled to find and disarm them. Another time, in the middle of the night, there seemed to have been an attack. Some villagers thought the Kyubi, Nine-Tails, had gone wild again. Luckily, everything was resolved. Oh, and the Hokage building got struck by lightning. Natsuki was curious and asked around subtly. He quickly pieced things together. Many original plot events had occurred while he was away. For instance, the large cache of explosive tags was probably tied to the surviving members of the long-destroyed Hien village, seeking revenge. The midnight intruder seemed related to Asuma, one of the 12 guardian ninja. And the lightning strike on the Hokage building was likely part of Kurenai and Kurama Yukumo's story arc. Honestly, could someone install a lightning rod on the Hokage building? It gets struck way too often, and then there's smoke everywhere. The hospital too, why no lightning rods? As for Kurama Yukumo, apparently her genjutsu, illusion techniques, were quite powerful. Now that her issues were resolved and she'd reconciled with Kurenai, maybe she should officially become a shinobi. Natsuki yawned and let his mind wander. He was interested, but it didn't really involve him. No need to take it too seriously. Just then, Tenten walked into the shop with her trademark twin buns. Today, she wore a white robe over deep red pants, classic look from the original timeline. She looked radiant and confident, turning heads immediately. Dad, I won't be home for din, ah. Natsuki, you're back. Her sentence veered midway. The next moment, she Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, edged straight into Natsuki's arms. Not caring about her father or the other customers, she dragged Natsuki into the back room. 2 months apart, their longing overflowed, practically drowning Natsuki. He didn't even get to say a word, just responded in kind, affectionately and fully. It took quite a while before they came back out. Tenten nuzzled against him, her voice a soft purr. Husband, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me first? Natsuki chuckled warmly. I wanted to surprise you. So. 2 months apart and suddenly seeing your beloved, surprised to the point of explosion. Very surprised. But I'd rather you told me sooner. Alright, next time I will. But for now, let's make up for every moment we missed. Wait, I still have work, Much later, both emerged with swollen lips, ignoring the shop owner's glares and the customer's curious stares. Tenten shot Natsuki a glare and rushed out. Natsuki knew she'd been appointed one of the Chunin exam proctors and had work soon. Now she had to show up with swollen lips, no doubt she'd be teased by her co-workers. Not that Natsuki cared. Those who tease her were just bitter single mutts. Seriously, what couple doesn't kiss? Why hide it? When things quieted down in the shop, Natsuki arranged a gathering. Though Niji, Sasuke, and Shino were tied up with work, mainly patrolling the village. Clearly, Tsunade was taking this Chunin exam seriously, afraid of another disaster like last time. If that happened, Konoha's reputation would be in tatters. More patrols. Good idea. Thankfully, that didn't interfere with the evening dinner. The others, like the trio from Aoba's team, quickly agreed. Asuma's and Kurenai's teams seemed more tense. When Natsuki visited, they were deep in training, clearly trying to cram. Still, they accepted the dinner invitation. After all, the Chunin exam was a hurdle they had to cross on their own. There wasn't much Natsuki could do. A dinner invite was his way of cheering them on. That night, the 15 rookies gathered once more. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Naturally, they asked Natsuki about his mission, but he kept it vague and simply shared stories about the land of Earth's culture and customs. Gradually, the conversation turned to the upcoming Chunin exam. Kiba grumbled, we used to be in the same class. Now you're a proctor. That just doesn't sit right. Ino chimed in, yeah. And we're still not confident about this exam. Even though we passed the practice test, I still feel like we might fail the real thing. Natsuki couldn't help but smile. He understood all too well. It's like being a senior in high school, acing all your mock exams, yet still anxious about the real college entrance exam. Who knows what kind of questions will appear? Who knows if something unexpected will happen? Some top students even forget their ID card on exam day. Ino's lack of confidence stemmed from her team's lack of coordination. If it were still the Ino Shikacho with Shikamaru, things would be fine. But now it was Sakura Shikacho, a different story. Natsuki, that smile, are you enjoying our pain? Naruto narrowed his eyes, tailing off like a sulky fox. Must be nice, being a jonin. No exams to worry about. While we're here stressing over whether we'll pass or stay genin forever. If I don't even make Chunin, how the hell am I supposed to become Hokage? Everyone rolled their eyes. Dreams are fine, but come on, take it one step at a time. Hokage. Please. Try becoming a Chunin first. Though they didn't know it yet, this yellow-haired knucklehead would one day go from Genin to Hokage in one giant leap. But by then, his status as the child of prophecy and descendant of the Sage of Six Paths would be even more outrageous. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways with smiles and full stomachs. Tomorrow would be another busy day. Natsuki, hand in hand with Tenten, walked under the moonlight like it was their first love all over again. Tenten smiled, "Natsuki, I really like this feeling. Like the whole world has just the two of us, walking hand in hand forever." Natsuki smiled back. "Me too. Though. I like being at home even more. Wife, it's getting late. Time to rest." Tenten blushed but nodded. "Oh okay, but I still have work tomorrow. So don't go overboard." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 205, Chapter. On this day, the Chunin exams officially began. Candidates entered the exam site one after another. Some were full of confidence, some looked anxious, and others acted like they were just playing around. Natsuki had only just returned and was immediately assigned a mission, mainly free patrol. He was to keep an eye out for any foreign infiltrators and lend a hand wherever needed. At the moment, he was near the examination site, quietly observing the candidates entering. Among them, he spotted a green-haired, dark-skinned girl that had to be Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai, Seven Tails. Instead of staying safely in Takigakure, she came out to take part in the Chunin exams, saying she wanted to make 100 friends. In the original timeline, she was ambushed by Kakuzu and Haiden on her way home after the exam, and that was the end of her. Such a cheerful and optimistic Jinchuriki, gone just like that, it was truly a shame. Takigakure's village leader had always spoiled Fu. Who knows, maybe after receiving the news of her death, he regretted it so much he wanted to end himself. Though Kakuzu and Haiden were now dead, the possibility of Akatsuki sending others to capture her still couldn't be ruled out. It was best to stay vigilant. Originally, Natsuki intended to respect the flow of fate in this world, but if he could stop some things from happening, he would act. If Akatsuki failed to capture the Nanabai Jinchuriki, wouldn't things be a bit better? Then again, maybe they'd just go flatten Takigakure tomorrow. No way to know for sure. So before acting, Natsuki had to think this through, maybe even consult Tsunade. Acting on his own wasn't always the best move. He also spotted some people from Amigakure. Among them was a rather pretty girl, Agisai. Agisai, who later died and became the vessel for the animal path of pain. She was also skilled in space-time ninjutsu. In the anime, she even interacted with Tenten a bit. Who would have thought she'd die shortly after the exams? Another unfortunate loss. But Amigakure affairs weren't his problem. Natsuki decided to pretend he didn't see anything. Later, after making a full patrol, he found nothing. No enemies. Not even a single spy. By the time he returned to the exam site, the written test had already ended. Next was the second round of the exams. Any teams that passed would have to travel from Konoha to Sunagakure within 3 days. Only if the whole team arrived would they pass. Once the proctor announced the start, the examinees immediately set out toward the hidden sand. The proctors who stayed behind all stretched lazily, clearly worn out by these past few days. Now that the examinees had left the village, security in Konoha would ease up, and the workload would decrease. Still, some proctors needed to head to Sunagakure, since the third round was scheduled to be held there. After some thought, Natsuki went straight to the Hokage's office. "Oh. You want to go to Sunagakure?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That's rare. You're volunteering for work? Let me guess, you're worried about Tenten's safety. I did assign her as a proctor for the next stage, but there shouldn't be any danger. You're underestimating her strength." Natsuki shook his head and got straight to the point. "I found the Nanabai Jinchuriki." Bang. Tsunade shot to her feet. Clearly caught off guard, her face turned serious. "Explain." "The green-haired girl from Takigakure," Natsuki said grimly, "she's the Nanabai Jinchuriki. With the next stage being held in Sunagakure, that means the Ichibi, Nanabai, and Kyubi Jinchuriki will all be there. Akatsuki might already know and could make a move. Even if they don't attack during the exam, we should still monitor the Nanabai Jinchuriki and ensure she returns to Takigakure safely." Tsunade turned around, arms folded in her sleeves, silently gazing out the window for a long moment before replying. "Your concern isn't unfounded. But it's risky for you to go alone. Fine. You'll team up with Kakashi. Your main priority is ensuring the Jinchuriki's safety. If Akatsuki shows up, your first duty is to protect her." "Understood." Natsuki nodded and immediately turned to leave, heading straight to Kakashi's house. Kakashi was also on patrol duty today. But since the written exam had concluded, he was planning to finally get some rest, until Natsuki showed up and ruined that plan. After hearing the situation, Kakashi frowned. Didn't expect Takigakure to send their Nanabai Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams. Are they bored or what? He muttered. Kakashi-senpai, our own Kyubi Jinchuriki is also in the exams. Are we bored too? Natsuki countered. Yeah, I guess we're all bored. That was Kakashi's conclusion. But seriously, Takigakure is a small village. Their strength isn't high. They should have just kept the Jinchuriki hidden inside. Letting her out like this is reckless. If Akatsuki finds out, there's no coming back. Natsuki replied, don't underestimate Akatsuki's intel network. I think they already know. Plus, from my 2-month investigation, I'm pretty sure Akatsuki's base is in the Land of Rain. Now that Amigakure has sent candidates to the exam too, I suspect they're here to gather intelligence on the Jinchuriki. Kakashi let out a long breath and scratched his head. Clearly, this was becoming a headache. He thought he'd get some rest, but trouble just kept piling up. Especially with 3 Jinchuriki gathering in one place, and potential Akatsuki spies among the examinees from Amigakure. If Akatsuki really knew, they might send a strike team to eliminate all of them in one go. Right now, none of the Jinchuriki were truly strong. Even Gaara, despite becoming Kazekage, was at best elite Jonin level in full power. If Akatsuki sent Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, the 3 Jinchuriki wouldn't stand a chance. Alright, let's move now. Kakashi said, no longer willing to waste time. Natsuki first stopped by the ninja tools shop to inform his future father-in-law. He only said he was heading to Sunagakure. The shopkeeper immediately encouraged him to hurry up and go. From the shopkeeper's perspective, Natsuki was clearly worried about Tenten's safety and wanted to accompany her. Naturally, he was more than happy with that. If Natsuki was around, Tenten would definitely be safe. Soon after, Natsuki and Kakashi rendezvoused at the village gate and quickly set off to catch up with the examinees. With their speed, it didn't take long to reach the front of the pack. Leading the way were the 3 from Takigakure, with the Aoba squad close behind. Fortunately, Naruto's team wasn't far behind either. Natsuki and Kakashi didn't reveal themselves. They simply followed from a distance, focusing entirely on ensuring the safety of the 2 Jinchuriki. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 206, Chapter. That green-haired girl, are you sure she's the Nanabai, 7 Tails, Jinchuriki? Kakashi whispered. Absolutely. No doubt about it, Natsuki replied firmly. She doesn't look weak. And the 2 male shinobi accompanying her seem strong as well. They've kept their positions slightly behind and to her sides the whole time, clearly acting as her bodyguards. Looks like Takigakure isn't completely foolish, they know it's dangerous to let a Jinchuriki leave the village, Kakashi remarked. Ha! If they're not fools, they shouldn't have let her leave at all, Natsuki added. Well, fair point. Kakashi dropped the topic and turned his attention to the others. Trailing behind the first group were Lee, Rinya, and Megumi. After them, there was quite a gap before the third wave of candidates. Naruto was even farther back, though thankfully nothing dangerous had appeared yet. Then Kakashi locked his eyes on the 3 female genin from Amigakure. Upon closer inspection, they were really just little girls. Ajisai was the youngest, roughly the same age as Natsuki's generation. But Kakashi didn't let that fool him. In a world where 3-year-olds could kill, it was nothing unusual for 12 or 13-year-olds to be spies. Especially when they came from Amigakure, the suspected stronghold of the Akatsuki. He and Natsuki exchanged a glance, silently slowed their pace, and began tailing the trio closely from the shadows. Unexpectedly, the 3 girls began to talk. One of them said, the Land of Fire really is the strongest nation in the shinobi world. I didn't expect it to be this big. That entire forest we just passed through. All part of the Land of Fire. Our Land of Rain probably isn't even as big as that one forest. Another chimed in, it's not just the size. The past few days walking through Konoha's streets, I saw so many delicious foods. Big nations really are different. They never have to worry about starving. Unlike our Land of Rain, a lot of people there are still hungry. Then came Ajisai's young but severe voice, that's why, they're unforgivable. She said with chilling seriousness, the suffering of small nations, all of it is because of the big nations. The big countries will never understand our pain. The more they enjoy peace and happiness, the more unforgivable they become. We could have had happiness too, but war from the big nations tore our land apart. Our people. Our homes. If it weren't for Tenshi-sama, Angel-sama, we'd have starved to death long ago. So don't forget the pain. Don't befriend those from the big nations. They are unforgivable. The other 2 girls nodded with conviction. Ajisai's right. The big nations are unforgivable. Ajisai continued, and don't forget our mission. We must complete it. That is the only way we can live up to the trust and grace that Tenchi-sama has shown us. We haven't forgotten. We'll definitely find the Jinchuriki, the other two quickly responded. Ajisai nodded with satisfaction. Good. Kakashi and Natsuki, eavesdropping nearby, exchanged a stunned look. Did they just confess everything out loud? Natsuki extended a thin chakra thread from his head to Kakashi's and tapped out Morse code through it. Kakashi-sensei, that's confirmation, right? Kakashi, confirmed. These three were definitely sent by Akatsuki to gather intelligence on the Jinchuriki. Natsuki, so, do we make a move? Kakashi shook his head. We can't attack examinees. Just keep an eye on them. More importantly, make sure they don't get near the Jinchuriki. If they do, and they start anything, we take them down immediately. Natsuki nodded, though inwardly he felt these girls probably wouldn't gather any useful intel anyway. After all, with the way they were loudly scheming in the middle of the road, their intelligence capabilities couldn't be that high. They'd probably walk right up to the Jinchuriki and yell, "You're from a big country. Stay away from us." Like that, how would they ever find out who the Jinchuriki is? Then another chakra message came from Kakashi. Natsuki, who do you think this Tenchi-sama they mentioned is? That's Conan. Who else? Oh, wait. You've never met Conan. Never mind then. Natsuki added, she's probably a senior member of Akatsuki, the one who's taken charge of the people of Amigakure. Judging from how those girls speak of her, she's basically a religious figure to them. Kakashi nodded. That was clearly the case. Otherwise, why would they call her Tenchi-sama, Angel-sama? As for what Ajisai said, that the suffering of small nations was caused by the big ones, Kakashi couldn't refute it. He had fought in the Third Great Ninja War and knew all too well how smaller nations became battlegrounds. When two or more great nations clashed, the smaller ones suffered the most. The Land of Rain was a textbook example. Especially when Hanzo the salamander stirred the pot, first provoking Sunagakure, then Kanagakure. His strength and title as half-god indeed shook the shinobi world. But the Land of Rain, being a small country, couldn't bear the consequences. During and after the war, its economy and stability plummeted. Countless civilians were displaced. Many went hungry, some even starved to death. In a twisted world like this, the line between right and wrong had long been blurred. Human life meant less than nothing. Kakashi and Natsuki didn't consider Konoha to be the good guys. In war, there were no winners, only losers. Everyone in this twisted world was a loser. Fortunately, the journey remained mostly uneventful. After 3 days, some of the examinees successfully arrived at the gates of Sunagakure. Those were the ones who passed. Even those who exhausted themselves to reach it eventually, if they were over the time limit, they still failed. Harsh, but fair. Natsuki and Kakashi finally revealed themselves. After all, they had to enter the village. Hiding any longer would only make them look suspicious. Natsuki. What are you and Kakashi-sensei doing here? Tenten spotted her boyfriend first. You're not here because you were worried about Tenten's safety, are you? Shikamaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Humph. Tenten blushed a little, looking bashful. The others took in the scene, feeling like they'd just been slapped in the face with a sack of dog food. They were here to serve as proctors, so why did Natsuki come all this way just to publicly flirt? But Natsuki shook his head. Tenten doesn't need my protection. Kakashi-senpai and I are here on a mission. Shikamaru froze for a moment and instinctively glanced at Naruto. Something clicked in his mind. Must be a troublesome mission. And classified. I won't ask, then. Nearby, Sasuke noticed the look Shikamaru gave Naruto and couldn't help glancing toward the group of examinees as well. His eyes narrowed slightly. Just a Chunin exam, huh? It wasn't like the last one, where Orochimaru tried to wreck everything. Yet Tsunade still sent Natsuki and Kakashi over. There could only be one reason, the safety of the Jinchuriki. Now that Naruto had come to Sunagakure, the village housed not one, but 2 Jinchuriki. That meant there was a risk of Akatsuki making a move. Sasuke's hand moved instinctively to the hilt of his new sword, one he bought using his reward money after slaying Kakuzu. He'd been itching to test it out. If Akatsuki did show up, he wouldn't mind jumping in. Especially if that man, Uchiha Itachi, was among them. Then he could finally test just how far he had come. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 207, Chapter. This wasn't Natsuki's first time in the Land of Wind, but it was his first time visiting Sunagakure. Upon entering the village, he and Kakashi split up. Kakashi went with the other proctors, staying close to Naruto, Fu, and Ajisai in case anything happened, so he could intervene quickly. Natsuki, on the other hand, wandered all over the village. His real mission was to keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. If he found someone who looked like they might be from Akatsuki, he'd immediately send Kakashi a paper message. But mostly, he was shopping. Since this was his first time in Sunagakure, Natsuki figured it was the perfect chance to enjoy the local culture and do a bit of sightseeing. First up, food. He tried some roasted local specialties, including grilled lizard, grilled scorpion, and even grilled cactus. Surprisingly, they tasted pretty good, though Tenten probably wouldn't be able to stomach them. There were also local-style clothes, jewelry, and handicrafts. If Natsuki saw something nice, he'd buy it. Some were specifically for Tenten, and others were gifts for his soon-to-be father-in-law. Tenten, as a proctor, probably didn't have time to shop around. And after the exams, Natsuki would likely have to follow Fu to ensure her safety, so he wouldn't be able to accompany Tenten later. So he decided to be proactive and buy things now, especially clothes. He thought it wouldn't hurt to have Tenten try on some of the more revealing Wind Country-style outfits at home. That would certainly be stimulating. Cough cough. Off topic. Of course, Natsuki didn't forget about the mission. He continued observing the surroundings while shopping. Something about Sunagakure felt off. He listened carefully and realized the issue lay within the village itself. Not everyone accepted Gaara as the Kazekage. Some were from opposition factions, others were civilians who had suffered from Shikaku's rampages in the past. It was understandable. To many, a Jinchuriki was a monster. It was only natural for people to oppose a monster becoming their leader. But that wasn't Natsuki's business. He continued his patrol, he couldn't afford to let Akatsuki slip through unnoticed. Then again, Akatsuki didn't really hide their presence. They always strutted around in those black cloaks with red clouds and conical hats, making no effort to conceal themselves. It was hard to believe they'd already infiltrated the village. Trouble, however, did break out among the examinees. Although they were all competitors, during a shared dinner one night, tensions escalated and a brawl broke out. A chaotic mess. Fu, who had been locked up by her two teammates, somehow broke free and joined the fight, shouting about making 100 friends. Kakashi witnessed the whole scene and his usual dead fish eyes nearly rolled back into his skull. Thankfully, it wasn't a serious issue. The next day, the third round of the exam began, another scroll hunt just like the simulation round. This time, it took place in the desert. Naruto and Sakura were thrilled when they heard that it was a familiar format, after all. Scroll snatching was basically second nature by now. Kakashi originally thought this stage would go smoothly. Instead, the opposition faction in Sunagakure made a move. They directly targeted Gaara, and Fu got dragged into it as well, causing her to accidentally expose her identity as a Jinchuriki. This was a major deviation from the original timeline. There was no guy's team to help this time. Thankfully, Kakashi had been keeping watch. He stepped in just in time to rescue Gaara and Fu. Otherwise, they really might have been captured or killed by the rebels. Well, that's how it went, Kakashi reported afterward, his tone weary and dead-eyed. If I'd known this would happen, I'd have taken the outside investigation role and let you watch Naruto and Fu. Who knew the exam would turn into such a disaster? Luckily, things ended without real casualties. If the rebels had taken over, it would have sparked another conflict with Konoha. Natsuki shrugged. You picked your role, Kakashi-senpai. Sucks to be you. Besides, I have Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, so I'm better suited for external surveillance anyway. Kakashi had no rebuttal. At least the exam was over. Once the Jinchuriki were safely escorted home, the worst would be behind them. I've been wandering the village for days, Natsuki said, but never saw anyone from Akatsuki. Maybe I was overthinking. Still, now that Fu's identity is exposed, I think we'd better escort her. As for Naruto, he's got plenty of allies, he should be fine, right? I agree, Kakashi said. Naruto's with Sasuke, Neji, Shino, and Tenten. Not to mention Guy and Asuma are secretly guarding from the shadows. We can leave them and focus on Fu. Gaara should be safe within the village. That's what you think. Natsuki didn't say the next part aloud, after all, he couldn't exactly tell Kakashi he'd read the source material. In the original story, Gaara was captured inside his own village. Still, since they weren't sure if Akatsuki would strike early, he didn't argue further. Between the two, Fu, traveling outside the village, was clearly at greater risk. Kakuzu and Haiden may be dead, but Akatsuki still had other members. There was every possibility she'd be targeted. The day after the exams, the candidates began to head home. Who would actually be promoted to Chunin remained undecided. The Takigakure trio rushed to leave the Wind Country as fast as possible, and Natsuki and Kakashi followed in secret. Which goes to show, sometimes just thinking about something makes it happen. After half a day on the road, two figures appeared ahead of Fu's team, wearing the unmistakable black cloaks with red clouds. Looking closer, familiar faces. Uchiha. 1 vs 7. Sasuke's voice suddenly came from behind. Apparently, he'd followed them quietly all along. Natsuki and Kakashi weren't surprised. They'd known he was there but hadn't stopped him, because frankly, they couldn't. Letting him come had its advantages, he could help protect the Takigakure team if needed. What caught them off guard was who showed up, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kakashi immediately held Sasuke back. Don't be reckless. Let's observe first. Sasuke nodded. Don't worry. I've learned how to stay calm, that's something Natsuki taught me. But, when the time comes, can I fight Uchiha Itachi first? I need to gauge the difference between us. Natsuki and Kakashi exchanged glances and didn't object. All right. You go first. We'll cover you. Only then did Sasuke relax. His eyes locked onto Itachi's, his Sharingan turning scarlet. The two tomo in his pupils began to evolve, on the verge of forming the third. Knew it, following Natsuki and Kakashi was the right call. Akatsuki really showed up. And it's Uchiha Itachi himself. Sasuke praised his own intuition. At the same time, his excitement was building. Still, he didn't act recklessly. He remained in hiding alongside Natsuki and Kakashi, silently watching to see how the Takigakure trio would handle the situation. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 208, Chapter. Fu's eyes lit up when she saw the two strange figures ahead and excitedly waved, "Are you here to be my friends?" Her two companions immediately stepped in front of her, tense and alert. Anyone with eyes could tell, these two weren't here with friendly intentions. It was highly likely they already knew Fu's true identity. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi spoke first. Apologies. We're not here to make friends. Nanabai, Seven Tails, Jinchuriki, come with us quietly, and we can spare your two teammates. So you won't listen to reason. Fu's gaze instantly sharpened. She was clearly not just some naive airhead. I won't go with you. And I won't let you hurt my friends. So, how about you two take a nap instead? She quickly formed a hand seal and exhaled a shimmering powder. Secret art, Rinpunin no Jutsu. Scale powder concealment technique. A cloud of paralyzing scales burst from her mouth, engulfing both Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. It obscured vision and disrupted movement. But Itachi simply formed a quick seal and released a blazing ketan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, instantly incinerating the powder cloud. Fu's two companions charged in, but were immediately swatted away by Kisame's bandage-wrapped sword. They didn't stand a chance. Takigakure was just a small village after all. Their jonin were barely stronger than an average chunin from a major village. How could they hope to match someone like Hoshigaki Kisame? With just one blow, both of them were knocked unconscious. It was a miracle they weren't killed outright. Now then, your turn, Kisame said with a wide grin full of sharp teeth. Come quietly, and they won't get hurt. Fu frowned. I'm not stupid. Though she was naive and cheerful, she wasn't foolish. These two could say whatever they liked, but if she gave up, there was no guarantee her teammates would be spared. And she still had a mission. There was no way she was going with them. She deeply regretted coming out so recklessly now. She should have known how dangerous it would be. Itachi shook his head. In that case, we'll use force. Fu wasted no time. She activated her transformation, her body becoming covered in the violent cloak of tailed beast chakra. Her expression turned feral as she lunged straight at Itachi, hoping to end it in one blow. But Kisame unwrapped Samahata, which instantly devoured the cloak around her. Fu froze. What? That's impossible. Kisame sneered. Told you to surrender. Samahata can absorb chakra, even Biju chakra. You don't stand a chance. Fu felt despair swelling in her chest. She thought of her leader, Shibuki, and tears welled up. She really regretted being so stubborn. Just as Kisame's massive hand reached out to grab her, a stronger hand caught it midair. Kakashi had arrived. No one saw how. He gripped Kisame's wrist with his left hand, a kunai in his right pointed straight at Kisame's throat. Cool as hell. Everyone, including Fu, Itachi, and Kisame, was stunned. Natsuki rolled his eyes from the sidelines. He hated this kind of cool guy entrance the most. You had time to pose like that, he muttered to himself, but not enough to kick Kisame in the face while he was wide open. Such a prime opportunity wasted. Still, Natsuki quickly pulled Fu behind him. We're shinobi from Konoha. We're here to help. Are you okay? Fu blinked, then wiped her eyes. I'm fine. But my teammates. Natsuki checked them quickly, using Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, to stabilize their injuries. They're going to be all right. You stay here and look after them. Leave the rest to us. Fu nodded gratefully. Thank you. Natsuki waved it off and turned forward. Kakashi now stood face to face with Kisame, while Sasuke had already put on his tinted goggles and was slowly drawing his sword. Kisame chuckled. Itachi-san, is your brother okay in the head? Does he really think a pair of sunglasses will block your genjutsu? Itachi didn't answer. He had noticed that Sasuke wasn't making direct eye contact with him. By using the shadows of the sunglasses to obscure his gaze, he really was reducing his susceptibility to illusion. Not bad. Besides, the moment Natsuki had shown up, Itachi already knew this mission was doomed to fail. Still, he wanted to test how far his dear little brother had come. Silently, he drew a kunai and shifted into a defensive stance. Sasuke didn't hesitate. With Raiton, Shunshin, lightning release, body flicker, he closed the distance in a flash, blade aiming for Itachi's shoulder. But Itachi's speed was just as fast. He deflected with his kunai and counterattacked instantly. The two brothers clashed fiercely, blades and steel flashing too fast to follow. Impressive. He really is Itachi-san's little brother, Kisame grinned, baring his teeth again. Since they're fighting, we should join in too, don't you think? Copy Ninja Hatake Kakashi. With that, he pushed Kakashi back with a swing of Samahata, then quickly formed hand seals and spewed forth a massive wave of water. Suetun, Daibakusui Shoha. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. A giant torrent engulfed the battlefield, forming a massive dome of water. Thankfully, Natsuki had already retreated with Fu and the injured, avoiding the flood. Inside the water, Kakashi watched warily as Kisame sent 5 massive sharks swimming toward him. He had to maneuver quickly to evade. Fu looked worried. Aren't you going to help? Natsuki shook his head and pointed at Sasuke. Kakashi-senpai will be fine. I have to watch that side. Sasuke was giving it his all, his white fang swordsmanship and lightning shunshin combined into movements fast as lightning. Most jonin would have been overwhelmed by now. For someone who had only recently learned the white fang style, he'd already reached an impressive level. Itachi saw it too and couldn't help feeling proud. But he kept a stoic face, using only a kunai to defend. While he wasn't unscathed, he also hadn't taken any actual damage yet. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. He knew the problem wasn't with his blade technique. It was because he couldn't look Itachi in the eye. His reluctance to risk genjutsu meant his attacks weren't as precise as they could be. But this was the right choice. It was better than being taken down by one glance. Just getting to this level of battle was already an accomplishment. Still, Sasuke wasn't satisfied. He didn't expect to defeat Itachi right here, but at the very least, he wanted to land a hit. I need to do something. Suddenly, 6 afterimages split off from his body, surrounding Itachi. Itachi blinked in surprise, his expression softening slightly. I can't believe it. You've learned Shunshin Shunten, Shursue's instant body shift technique. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 209, Chapter. Sasuke sneered, his voice full of contempt. Humph, so you still remember Shursue and I, huh? I once went to him, asking if he thought he could beat you. He said no. But I was wrong. It's only after learning Shursue's Shunshin Shunten, instant body shift technique, that I understood, he was the real genius. You were just taught by him. There's no way you could be stronger than him. Itachi nodded, a rare sign of agreement. You're right. I could never surpass Shursue. But Sasuke's face twisted with growing emotion. And yet you used Shursue's trust to ambush and kill him, didn't you? When the clan confronted you, you still had the gall to deny it. Itachi remained silent. He didn't explain, because explanations were meaningless now. But Sasuke's emotions were boiling over. The memories triggered something deep inside. In that moment, his Sharingan evolved. The third Tomo formed. For the first time, he raised his head and met Itachi's gaze directly. Even through the tinted glasses, Itachi could feel the searing hatred behind his brother's eyes. Yes. That's right, Sasuke. Hate me. Despise me. Shunshin Geni I. Body flicker illusion kill. Sasuke and his afterimages lunged forward together. Itachi swiftly parried, but his kunai pierced only illusions. He quickly spun around to block an attack behind him, managing to deflect one strike. But the real Sasuke had already repositioned. His next slash came from a blind spot and, SHHK, cut across Itachi's shoulder. Blood splashed. Sasuke clicked his tongue in frustration. TCH, close. I almost severed his arm. His reaction speed is insane. Natsuki was right. I still can't unleash the full potential of Shirsuei-Ai's technique. I only landed a hit because my Sharingan just awakened to 3 Tomo. My speed still isn't enough. Otherwise, there's no way Itachi would be able to keep up with me. Determined, he pushed his speed even higher, but his guard remained tight. He knew Itachi wasn't done. The real threat would come now. Especially the Genjutsu. And sure enough, just as Sasuke managed another cut, Itachi suddenly looked up, his 3 Tomo spinning, a strange pressure radiating from them. I've been waiting for this. I won't fall for your illusions again. Sasuke shouted as he pressed his fingers to his temple. Teoken. Solar flare. A blinding flash burst out from Sasuke's body. Natsuki looked to the heavens, exasperated. Did this guy really learn my solar flare too? Did he even pay tuition for that? Guess Itachi won't be ready for this, especially with how he just used it one-handed. Sure enough, Itachi was caught off guard. He clutched his eyes and staggered back. He had been moments away from activating a genjutsu, eyes fixed on Sasuke's own, and that proximity made the sudden light unbearable. His vision blurred and burned. No bleeding, but his sight wouldn't recover for a while. Off to the side, Fu and the other 2 also covered their eyes. Wah! What was that? So blinding. No wonder you all wear sunglasses. Natsuki, well, when you put it like that, yeah. Even Kakashi and Kisame were affected. Fortunately, Kakashi still had one eye shielded under his forehead protector. He quickly lifted it, regaining vision and eliminating Kisame's summoned sharks with a single kunai. Without hesitation, he darted toward Kisame. Kisame cursed loudly, that damned solar flare again. Natsuki, you bastard. Natsuki, hey. I'm not even the one who used it. I just invented the thing. Why are you blaming me? Kakashi answered Kisame's complaints with a strike. Leaping from the water's surface, he thrust Chidori straight for Kisame's chest. But Chidori was too loud. Despite his impaired vision, Kisame sensed it coming and quickly blocked with Samahata, absorbing the brunt of the blow. Meanwhile, Sasuke saw his chance. With a flash, he unleashed Chidori Eiko, Chidori Sharp Spear, his blade suddenly extending with lightning chakra, aimed directly at Itachi's heart. ZZZTT. But just as it was about to hit, bang! The spear was stopped. A red skeletal arm blocked the attack. Itachi, now encased in crimson bones, stood firm. The lightning was completely ineffective. Sasuke froze. No way. What is that? That red skeleton armor. Itachi's eyes reopened. His 3 Tomo had transformed into a 3-bladed pinwheel. Calmly, he spoke. You still don't understand the true power of these eyes. This is Susanoo. It is the ultimate defense born from the Mangekyo Sharingan Stojitsu, a divine armor. No matter your clever tricks, your attacks cannot penetrate Susanoo. Susanoo. So this is the secret of the Sharingan. Sasuke stared at Itachi's Mangekyo, stunned. No matter how hard he tried, no matter what technique he used, even Shirsuei-Ai's, he couldn't defeat this man. Do I need Mangekyo Sharingan too? But no. He didn't want to walk the same blood-stained path as that man. He'd find his own way to avenge his family. That's enough, Sasuke. Natsuki finally stepped forward. I said I'd let you go first, to see for yourself the gap between you and your enemy. Now you've seen it. So, mind if I take over? Sasuke was silent. His lips moved slightly before he replied, voice hoarse. Yeah. Your turn. I can't do it yet. He stepped back, disappointed but resigned. Natsuki, however, grinned. Then you'd better watch closely. Godly power. Ha. I'll shatter it. With a thunderous clap, he activated his chakra. The earth trembled. A massive earth dragon surged upward, its body twisting and coiling as it latched onto Susanoo's skeletal frame. The grinding sound of stone against bone echoed ominously. Sasuke's eyes lit up, staring at Natsuki with renewed awe. He knew Natsuki was powerful. But if he could actually break Susanoo, then Sasuke had to memorize every move, every detail. Inside Susanoo, Itachi tried to tear the dragon away with a skeletal arm, but the creature's coils were incredibly tight and durable. It wouldn't budge. You never cease to surprise me, Natsuki. Itachi's voice was different now. Respectful, almost wary. But he wasn't done. With a surge of chakra, his Mangekyo flared, and Susanoo expanded. The skeletal giant exploded in size, reaching dozens of meters tall. Its shape remained bony, but now partial armor wrapped its limbs, and 2 massive legs formed beneath it. Itachi stood inside its ribcage, gazing down on Natsuki like a god. Now. How will you handle this? The question carried visible pride and confidence. Sasuke was frozen, mouth agape. Even Kisame, Kakashi, and Fu, now recovered, stood dumbstruck, gazing at the towering colossus. It was like witnessing the descent of a divine titan. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 210, Chapter. Natsuki raised his head, staring up at Susanoo. Although it wasn't a complete form yet, less than 100 meters tall, it was already awe-inspiring. It looked incredible when watching the anime, but seeing it in person, it was even more majestic. Still, it was just a giant mecha. So what? Who doesn't know how to pilot a Gundam these days? Hey, so it's just big. That's all. I've got one too. Doton, IWA Golem. Earth-style, stone giant. With a loud clap of his hands, the ground beneath Natsuki rumbled. In the blink of an eye, a massive humanoid stone figure surged up from the earth. It rapidly grew to match Susanoo in size, then rose one head taller. After all, big guys always bully smaller ones. Natsuki refused to let his giant be shorter. Standing atop the stone golem's head, Natsuki now looked down on Itachi. My giant's bigger. My giant's stronger. So, what'll you do about it? The others stood there dumbfounded. No one had expected Natsuki to summon a giant too. And anyone with a brain could tell, Itachi Susanoo was powered by Mangekyo Sharingan's visual prowess. But Natsuki's golem. Pure chakra. The amount of chakra required, and the degree of control, was absurd. Itachi frowned. He doubted the stone construct could match Susanoo in power. Still, he didn't bother responding, he just made his Susanoo strike forward. But Natsuki was faster. The stone golem's hand shot out, grabbed Susanoo's wrist, and with its other hand, BAM. A massive punch slammed into Susanoo's face, sending the giant staggering back. Cracks immediately appeared across its facial armor. Whoa! It actually cracked it. Sasuke shouted in amazement. He knew Natsuki could do it, but still, it was amazing to see. Even Itachi was stunned. He stared blankly at the fissures in Susanoo's faceplate. Could this so-called divine power really be broken? But Natsuki gave him no time to reflect. Bam. 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 3 punches shattered Susanoo's face. Bam. Bam. 2 more and its arm broke clean off. The stone golem moved with unexpected agility. Its blows were powerful, and its body, crafted from densely packed, chakra-infused stone, was tough. Even when Susanoo managed to land a punch, it only chipped off a small fragment. Turns out all of Natsuki's idle training with the stone golem in the past had made it very resilient. Boom. 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 And so began the battle every man secretly dreams of. Gundam versus Gundam. Natsuki's stone golem pummeled Susanoo like a delinquent shaking down a middle schooler. Even when Itachi tried to rebuild the damage using his visual prowess, the renewed defenses were immediately shattered again. Finally, Itachi had enough. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive flame dragon erupted from Susanoo's mouth, crashing into the stone golem. It singed its surface, sure, but didn't do much else. Then, a huge stone arm sprouted from the golem's stomach and began relentlessly hammering Susanoo's chest. 3 brutal punches later, Susanoo's chest caved in completely. If Itachi hadn't forcefully surged more chakra into the technique, he might have been crushed inside. This guy can use chakra to make giants that can break Susanoo. Bam. The stone golem grabbed Susanoo and threw it aside, slamming it into the flooded terrain nearby. Kisame and Kakashi, still mid-fight, quickly backed off to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Staring at the toppled Susanoo, they were momentarily at a loss. Then Natsuki clapped again. Suetun, Kuraken. Water style, Kraken. Whoosh. A titanic water octopus surged out of the water, its enormous tentacles rapidly snaking around Susanoo's limbs and torso, pinning it down tightly. Thanks, Kisame, your water jutsu created the perfect battlefield. Itachi tried to control Susanoo to break free, but the Kraken's grip was simply too tight. The stone golem raised its hand. A massive stone greatsword materialized. It stepped forward. Loomed over Susanoo. Raised the sword. No. I'll be pierced. Without hesitation, Itachi unleashed a surge of Mangekyo power. Susanoo grew again, shattering the Kraken's hold. Its skeletal structure solidified, developing skin, more armor, and finally wielding both a sword and a shield, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, 10-fist sword, and Yada no Kagami, Yada mirror. No wings yet, it wasn't the complete body. Natsuki raised his brows. Oh. You're past 100 meters now, huh? I can do that too. Clap. The stone golem swelled, once again becoming slightly taller than Susanoo. And not just that, Kraken grew too. Soon it reached 70 to 80 meters. It didn't need full height, with those massive tentacles, reach was all it needed. Whoosh! Another tentacle whipped out and latched onto Susanoo's leg. Itachi tried to lift it, but couldn't break free. He completely broke character. How much chakra do you have? Are you unlimited? Natsuki casually dug at his ear. Why are you yelling? I didn't yell when you used Susanoo. I didn't ask how much visual prowess you had. My chakra. Nothing special. Just a tiny bit more than you. Just a tiny bit. Everyone twitched. Kakashi, Sasuke, Itachi, Kisame, and Fu all stared blankly. This wasn't a pun or a joke, this was straight-up island country standard language. Tiny bit and 100 million didn't sound the same at all. So when Natsuki said, a tiny bit more, it hit like a brick to the face. But Natsuki wasn't done. His giant raised its titanic sword and began hammering away. Though Susanoo had its 10-fist sword and Yata mirror, the truth was, those powers weren't really effective here. The sword sealed those caught in genjutsu, but Natsuki didn't fear genjutsu at all. So to him, it was just a tough blade made of chakra. Clang. Boom. Crash. Stone golem rained blows down from above. Despite its size, it remained surprisingly agile. Itachi struggled to defend, parrying with his blade and blocking with his mirror, but he was being driven back step by step. Kakashi and Kisame exchanged a glance. Should we keep fighting? Kisame was livid. Fight your mom. If either of those giants accidentally sneezes in our direction, we're dead. Before he could finish. Swish. One of Kraken's tentacles swept through. Kisame raised Samahata just in time to absorb some chakra, but the impact still sent him flying. Kakashi shrugged. Yeah, we're done. Sasuke, meanwhile, watched with blazing eyes. Just as I thought. Natsuki really is on another level. How do I reach that level too? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 211, Chapter. The trio around Fu were at a loss for words to describe their shock. She asked excitedly, your friend is amazing. Can I be friends with him? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Natsuki is easygoing. He'll probably agree to be your friend. He became this strong in the first place just to protect his friends. Really? That's awesome. Fu was jumping up and down, like a happy little bird. Looking at her, Kakashi subconsciously thought of Naruto. Both Jinchuriki, both optimistic and cheerful, and neither of them held any resentment toward the world, something truly rare. The leader of Takigakure must be a good person. Meanwhile, the Susanoo giant was starting to fall apart from the relentless pounding by the stone giant and constant obstruction by the Kraken. Its entire body was covered in cracks, looking like it could shatter any second. It wasn't that Itachi couldn't continue supplying ocular power, but he knew it was pointless. His Susanoo was being brutally smashed by the stone giant and the giant octopus together. Maintaining it any longer would only waste chakra. So, gritting his teeth, he cancelled Susanoo. Then, his Manjikyu Sharingan widened as he locked his right eye onto Natsuki. Amaterasu, heavenly illumination. Fwoosh. 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 Black flames engulfed Natsuki, but he didn't panic in the slightest. Another Natsuki appeared from atop the stone giant's head, holding an open scroll which he placed on the ground. He slapped his hands together and performed a sealing jutsu, Fuja Houen, evil sealing method. Under the force of the sealing power, the black flames were sucked into the sealing formula. As for the Natsuki who had been burning all this time, that was just a stone clone. Itachi's face looked grim. He hadn't expected Natsuki to anticipate his move, wasting his ocular power for nothing. He considered using Amaterasu again, but seeing Natsuki's half-smiling face, he forced himself to stop. Who's to say this one wasn't another stone clone? Another attack would be pointless. He said, Kisame, looks like we can't complete the mission. Let's withdraw. Kisame nodded silently. Got it. Retreat. Without hesitation, the two of them vanished from sight. Natsuki and the others had no intention of giving chase. After a while, confirming they were truly gone, they finally relaxed. Natsuki dismissed both the stone giant and the Kraken. Just as he landed, Fu excitedly grabbed his hand, startling him so much that he quickly pulled it back and stopped her from getting any closer. Fu looked hurt. I just wanted to be friends, is that not okay? Natsuki quickly replied, we can be friends. Just please don't be so touchy. I have a girlfriend and I don't want any misunderstandings. Fu blinked in realization. Ah, I see. I was too rash. Sorry. She tapped her head and stuck out her tongue, looking mischievous and cute, it was hard to dislike her. If not for her being a Jinchuriki, she probably would have had many friends already. Fu smiled and said, "Thank you all for saving me. I should introduce myself. I'm Fu, and my goal is to make 100 friends. Natsuki is already my friend, what about you two? Want to be my friends too? What are your names?" Kakashi scratched his head. "I'm Hataki Kakashi. Friends? Sure, why not?" Sasuke, just now recovering from the intense battle, remembered Fu's identity as a Jinchuriki. He figured Itachi or other Akatsuki members would come after her again, so he nodded. "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Yay. I've made 3 more friends." Fu leaped into the air with joy. Seeing her like that lifted everyone's spirits. The 2 Takigakure ninja who had been protecting her also expressed their gratitude, though their injuries were too severe to continue the journey easily. Just then, Natsuki said, "Those 2 earlier were from a rogue ninja organization called Akatsuki. They're hunting Jinchuriki all over. Even the major villages are on high alert. Now that Fu's identity is exposed, they might come directly to Takigakure. You've seen their strength yourselves, if they attack, your village won't be safe. I suggest you start preparing early." This. The 2 Takigakure shinobi looked troubled. This was already far beyond what they could handle. After thinking for a moment, Fu volunteered, "I can fly using my tailed beast's power. I'll go back to Takigakure first and speak with Shibuki. He'll know what to do." Shibuki was the leader of Takigakure, and Fu trusted him like family. At this point, he was the only one she could turn to. She also worried her return might bring danger to the village, but if that was the case, she'd rather be captured herself than bring disaster upon them. Kakashi, kind-hearted as always, stepped up. "We'll escort you back. There's always a chance the Akatsuki might try something again on the way." Fu was moved. "Thank you so much. You're all lifesavers." Kakashi just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, a note appeared out of thin air. Natsuki quickly caught it and read it, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Sasuke peeked at the note and smirked. "Heh. The Akatsuki really don't let up. They've launched an attack on Naruto's group. Natsuki, take me with you, I've still got some fire I need to vent." Tenten sent a message. Kakashi leaned over to take a look and immediately frowned. Akatsuki attack. A golden single ponytail and puppets. That's Deidara and Sasori, isn't it? Natsuki didn't answer. Instead, he bit his thumb, quickly formed hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. Boom. A giant eagle appeared. Natsuki said, "Kakashi-senpai, you take Fu and the others back to Takigakure on the eagle. Sasuke and I will head to the battlefield." Kakashi nodded. "Go. With you there, I feel a little more at ease." Natsuki waved to Fu, then placed his palm on Sasuke's shoulder, and whoosh, they vanished. Fu was still waving goodbye when her eyes widened. Natsuki and Sasuke disappeared. Yeah. They just traveled thousands of miles in an instant. A little earlier. While Fu and the others were confronting Itachi and Kisame, the Konoha squad encountered Deidara and Sasori. The 2 stood in plain sight, making it impossible to miss them. Naruto recognized the Akatsuki cloaks immediately and halted the group. "Stop. Everyone stop. Those 2 are dangerous." The others were puzzled but obediently paused, curious about the threat. After all, they had dozens of people, including both examinees and proctors. Even if the examinees couldn't handle it, surely the proctors could. Tenten immediately summoned her Dragon Eye telescopic blade and infinite aperture armor. Dual-wielding the lightning blades, Fong, she shouted, "Shino. Niji. Shikamaru. These 2 are from Akatsuki. They're strong, don't take them lightly." Akatsuki. Many had never heard of them. But Shino, Niji, and Shikamaru knew plenty of hidden intel. They glanced at Naruto and became extremely cautious. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 212, Chapter. Deidara chuckled, "Sasori-sama, let me show them the art of explosion this time." A deep voice replied from behind the mask, "Do as you like. But don't make me wait, I hate waiting. Relax. My explosive art won't disappoint you." As he spoke, Deidara raised his hand and created a clay bird, then mounted it. The bird flapped up into the sky above the Konoha shinobi, and a flurry of tiny white clay spiders began falling like snow. Many of the younger genin were still inexperienced and, despite being wary, couldn't help but look up out of curiosity. Tenten shouted, "Those are clay bombs. Watch out. Clay bombs." Everyone tensed up and immediately began evasive maneuvers. Thankfully, their training showed, each squad moved in formation, quickly and efficiently, without chaos or collisions. Shino's sunglasses flashed as he raised a hand and sent out a large swarm of Kakashi bugs, intercepting the spiders while they were still far from the ground. Art is an explosion. Ha! With Deidara's trigger, the spiders exploded midair, shaking the skies with their power. The violent blasts distorted the air and rattled the morale of many genin below. Luckily, there were proctors present, and some of the genin were exceptionally well trained, so panic didn't spread far. From atop his flying clay bird, Deidara grinned smugly. Though no one was harmed, this was just his opening act, a flashy entrance meant to show these Konoha brats what they were up against. And he had succeeded. Damn it. Take this. Naruto angrily hurled a shuriken upward, but it didn't even come close to the flying clay bird. Shino's bugs continued chasing Deidara, making him the only one able to fight airborne targets effectively. Everyone else seemed helpless. Heh, from the Abirain clan, huh? But your bugs can't beat my clay bombs. As Deidara dodged the bugs, he released another swarm of clay spiders, certain that Shino couldn't block all of them. If even one slipped through, there'd be casualties. But this time, Shino didn't intercept the spiders, he just kept sending bugs after the bird. Deidara frowned. A glance below showed the spiders falling directly toward the Konoha shinobi. Were they giving up? I've got this. Tenten's voice rang out. She summoned her twin peacock swords. With a swift slash, she conjured a gust of wind, blowing the clay spiders straight toward Sasori. Sasori didn't even dodge. He let the spiders fall around him, and they didn't explode. Instead, they turned and began crawling back toward the Konoha shinobi. As expected, Deidara controlled when to detonate them. But before he could react, Tenten unfurled a scroll. Boom. A dozen fire-style, great fireballs shot out, completely engulfing Sasori and the spiders. Sasori glanced at Tenten in mild surprise and leapt back just in time. The fireballs ignited the spiders midair, causing a chain of thunderous explosions. Deidara, still dodging Shino's bugs, had to acknowledge it. Huh, not bad. She took care of those spiders fast. Sasori, however, sounded annoyed. Deidara, are you still playing around? We didn't come here to play. All right, Sasori-sama, I get it. Deidara stopped fooling around. He shoved both hands into his pouches and fed his palms with clay. Soon, his palms spit out a small clay dragon, which rapidly inflated into a massive clay dragon. Let's see how you like my C2, dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a smaller clay dragon like a cannonball. The massive dragon was the artillery, the smaller dragon was the bomb. If it landed and Deidara triggered it, the results would be catastrophic. Niji immediately activated the 8 gates to the third gate, Gate of Life, and launched a heavenly spin bullet. Spinning rapidly, he leapt into the air and deflected the falling clay dragon upward. If Deidara hadn't tilted his head just in time, he would have been hit by his own bomb. The Hyuga have a move like that. No matter. You blocked one, but can you block them all? Deidara continued loading the dragon for another shot. Below, Kiba shouted in shock, that's just like our clan's Fong over Fong. Since when did Niji copy our jutsu? Hinata opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain. The similarity was undeniable. Thankfully, Shino offered some fairness. Kiba, Fong over Fong is a taijutsu technique, physical strikes. Niji's move is different. He turned rotation, a defensive jutsu, into an offensive projectile. It's not the same. Kiba wanted to argue, but after imagining himself and Akamaru crashing into a clay bomb with Fong over Fong, he went silent. Compared to that, Niji's spin bullet was far superior. Just then, Tenten attached her peacock swords to her sides again and picked up the lightning blades, Fong in her hands. Crossing the blades, lightning surged in her grasp. Thunderclouds began to form in the sky above, and Deidara suddenly felt something was wrong. Lightning blade, thunderfall. Crack. A bolt of lightning slammed down, striking the clay dragon directly. Just as it was about to fire another bomb, the dragon sputtered and lost control, crashing to the ground. Deidara couldn't contain himself. Nanny. How did the Mist Village's lightning blades, Fong, end up in a girl like you? You dare desecrate my art? Tenten smirked. Your clay bombs are naturally countered by lightning-style ninjutsu, aren't they? Everyone immediately understood. Those with lightning release all looked eager. They had been terrified moments ago, but now that they knew clay bombs could be disabled with lightning. Time to settle the score. Stupid brat. My art won't stop just because of lightning chakra. Enraged, Deidara created multiple spherical clay bombs and dropped them all at once. Let's see that brat zap them all. But Tenten was unfazed. She held her crossed blades aloft, lightning arcing from them like a storm goddess. Zazip. Bolts of lightning danced across the sky, striking every falling bomb. One by one, they fizzled out and dropped harmlessly to the ground. All duds, someone whispered. Damn you, brat. I'm not a brat. And my hair's black. Tenten shouted back as she poured more lightning into the sky. Thunderclouds gathered even faster now. With a deafening crack, a bolt struck Deidara and his clay bird directly. Before they could cheer, the charred Deidara crumbled into clay. He'd already used a clay clone to escape. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 213, Chapter. Tenten-san is awesome. Rinya and Megumi shouted in admiration. The other Konoha ninja around them began murmuring among themselves. Tenten-san. Who's she dating to earn that title? You don't know. The Shinobi Slaughter card game you play every day was designed by her boyfriend. Only her family's ninja tool shop sells the latest edition. The creator of the Shinobi Slaughter card game. Wait, isn't that the genius Jonin, Natsuki-sama? Just figuring that out. And inventing a card game is nothing. Natsuki-sama also defeated one of the S-rank legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who's on par with Tsunade-sama. During last year's Konoha collapse, he turned the tide and saved the entire village. His title, Demon Blade of Konoha, is known across the ninja world. And that's not all. Natsuki-sama was promoted straight from Genin to Jonin by joint recommendation from multiple elite Jonin. Wow. Amazing. No wonder Tenten-san is so strong. She's worthy of being Natsuki-sama's girlfriend. Most of the ones talking were freshly graduated Genin, buzzing with excitement and looking at Tenten with admiration. Tenten basked in the praise. After all, becoming a legendary kunoichi was her dream. Though she was still known as Natsuki's girlfriend, now everyone acknowledged her strength too. Boom. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the ground near Sasori. Deidara crawled up from the dirt. No one had noticed exactly when he'd swapped himself with a clay clone. Sasori's tone was impatient. Deidara. This is what you call not disappointing me. I've waited half a day and you didn't take down a single one. Deidara scratched his head awkwardly. Sasori-sama, it's not that my clay art failed, it's just that Reito, Kiba, Lightning Blades, Fong, counters me completely. My clay bombs couldn't even detonate. Excuses. Sasori's voice grew sharp. True eternal art isn't thwarted by something as trivial as lightning. Since you're useless, I'll take over. These brats aren't worth the effort. As he spoke, Sasori took several steps forward. More accurately, his puppet Hirako stepped forward. From its back sprang a metal scorpion tail, menacing and ominous. Suddenly, the tail extended rapidly, lunging straight toward Tenten. Tenten didn't hesitate. She immediately summoned a massive reinforced shield and braced herself. Clang. A deafening metallic crash rang out. The force shoved the shield backward, dragging Tenten several meters across the ground, proof of the scorpion tail's terrifying strength. The tail curled again and swept toward the others. Naturally, no one dared to take it lightly. They all scattered to evade. Shikamaru, being a support type, quickly retreated to the back. Ino and Choji moved up to form the classic Ino-Shikacho formation, ready to assist. Shino leapt back and instinctively regrouped with Kiba and Hinata. Niji. Tenten. Lee rushed up and joined Niji and Tenten in the front lines. Only Naruto and Sakura seemed unsure of what to do. They froze, unsure of how to help. Megumi immediately shouted, Sakura, come to the rear. We're the medical ninja, you must protect yourself. If any of our allies are injured, it's on us to heal them. Naruto, stay by Rinya and help protect us. Guarding the medics is essential, got it? Right. We're coming. Sakura replied, dragging Naruto back. Naruto wanted to help, his hot-blooded nature wouldn't allow him to just sit back and watch. But this level of battle was way beyond what he could recklessly jump into. And considering he was a Jinchuriki, a primary target, Tenten, Shino, Niji, and Shikamaru would never let him charge in. As for the other genin, the proctors were already escorting them to safety, keeping them far from the battlefield. This wasn't abandonment, it was simply the reality of power levels. They couldn't help, they'd just be liabilities. The best they could do was retreat. Hirako's scorpion tail was fast and unpredictable. Its slashing and piercing attacks were hard enough to dodge, add in the threat of more hidden mechanisms, and the battlefield was a nightmare. I'll handle it. Shino unleashed a swarm of bugs, aiming to engulf Hirako. But Hirako's mouth opened to reveal a barrel, whoosh, it blasted a stream of flames, incinerating the bugs instantly. Niji responded with a hack kusho, 8 trigrams air palm, a surge of compressed chakra shooting forward. But the scorpion tail intercepted it, tanking the impact without damage. That tail is too damn tough, Shikamaru analyzed. It's not just regular metal, it's reinforced. This is bad. He and his team found themselves unable to approach easily. That tail was a major threat. At this moment, Shikamaru truly understood the danger of Akatsuki. First, Deidara's clay explosives, if not for Tenten's Rado, Kiba, they'd have suffered heavy casualties. Now this weirdo, Sasori, had paralyzed them with just one move. What if he had more? They'd be wiped out. TCH. Didn't Kakashi-sensei say Asuma and Gai-sensei would be with us? Where are they now? This isn't something a Chunin team can handle anymore. Even the strongest among us, Tenten, Niji, and Shino, are struggling. What do we do? Then it hit him, Natsuki. Contact Natsuki. Shikamaru shouted, Tenten. We'll cover you, call Natsuki now. Tenten looked back at him. Call Natsuki. I thought we could handle this. We can't always rely on him. Otherwise, what's the point of getting stronger? Shino and Niji both nodded in agreement. Yeah. We can't always count on Natsuki. Shikamaru snapped, this isn't about pride. If we want to survive, we need him. We're already struggling against their first moves, if they start getting serious, we'll be annihilated. Tenten bit her lip and said nothing. He was right. Their current strength wasn't enough. Even with her lightning blade suppressing Deidara, they hadn't turned the tide. She hadn't contacted Natsuki because she didn't want to trouble him again. She wanted to solve things herself, for him to see her strength and be proud. Only then would she deserve the title of Jonin. She didn't want to be a pretty accessory. She wanted to grow stronger, strong enough for Natsuki to trust her, strong enough to protect his back. But right now, she just wasn't there yet. Their enemies were too powerful. At minimum, both were elite Jonin level. Way beyond what she could handle alone. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 214, chapter. That's true. But I still want to try once more. Tenten gritted her teeth and took out a scroll, her tone serious. This still uses Natsuki's power, but it's better than calling him here in person. Be careful, everyone, I can't fully control it. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then started to suspect what she meant. If it was Natsuki's power. Could it be one of his techniques sealed in that scroll? Tenten gave them the answer soon enough. She opened the scroll slightly and summoned a water circular slash the size of a millstone, aiming directly at Hirako. Zzzzz. With a sharp slicing sound, Hirako's scorpion tail was cleanly severed by the water slash. Beautiful, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Geez, Tenten, if you had something like this, why didn't you use it earlier? Shikamaru couldn't help complaining. If he had known she had one of Natsuki's jutsu sealed, there would have been no need to call Natsuki at all. They might have been able to hold off these two Akatsuki members until Asuma and Gai arrived. Sasori was clearly surprised. He examined the cleanly cut edge of his scorpion tail and said, this Natsuki you speak of, he's the demon blade of Konoha who defeated Orochimaru and drove off Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. It seems his fame is well earned. Just one sealed technique managed to sever Hirako's steel tail. I must admit, it's impressive. His words made everyone even more cautious. With his tail gone, Sasori would surely unleash something new. Sure enough, in the next second, Hirako raised an arm and fired it like a cannon. It landed among the Konoha group and suddenly split open, dozens of poison Senbon shot out like a rainstorm. Hirako, arm Senbon barrage. Swish. 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 The Senbon were too fast. Many couldn't react in time, even those who did often couldn't fully dodge and were hit. Niji instinctively activated Kaiten, deflecting all the Senbon and shielding both Tenten and Lee. Shino used his iron block technique to tank the hits and remained unharmed. The others relied on their own skills, and fortunately, not many were seriously hit. Megumi and Sakura rushed in, carrying the injured Ino, Hinata, and Choji to the rear for treatment. The wounds weren't severe, the real threat was the poison. Is everyone okay? Tenten called out anxiously. It's just Senbon, probably fine, Shikamaru muttered uncertainly. But soon, Megumi gave a grim diagnosis. The poison is strong. Sakura and I can only draw out part of it. For full detox, we'll need our teacher's help. Now this was serious. Tenten, Niji, Shino, and Shikamaru all furrowed their brows. They had thought they could still manage the fight, but this sudden counterattack was far more lethal than expected. Sasori was definitely not to be underestimated. Tenten blamed herself deeply. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for trying to act tough. This poison can't be delayed. I'll call Natsuki right now and have him bring the poison back to Konoha for Tsunade. She quickly took out paper and pen to write a message. But before she could, Hirako suddenly removed his faceplate, and launched another barrage of poison Senbon from his mouth. Everyone was forced to dodge again. Luckily, the medics in the rear were far enough away to avoid the attack for now. But this couldn't go on. Tenten couldn't even find time to write the message safely. Even hiding behind her giant shield didn't guarantee protection. Yet even as they dodged, Shino spoke. Tenten, don't blame yourself. You're not the only one trying to be strong. I'm also. Niji added, he's right. This isn't just your burden. In the end, we're still too weak. We always end up needing Natsuki. Their words brought silence. Everyone's mood sank heavily. Shikamaru understood the feeling, but now wasn't the time for guilt. Talk about blame later. We need to find a way to create an opening for Tenten to send the message. Shino and Niji exchanged glances, ready to throw themselves forward. But Tenten suddenly unrolled another scroll. I'll do it. Since it was my pride that caused this, I'll make one last effort. Let me borrow one more of Natsuki's techniques. Take this, miniature vortex boil bomb. Boom. A fist-sized spiraling water orb shot from the scroll, hurtling toward Hirako. Sasori didn't take it seriously at first, just another water-style jutsu. No way it could damage Hirako's tough armor. But when the orb got close, and he saw the intense spiraling motion within it, he sensed danger. Troublesome. Without hesitation, Sasori activated his emergency eject mechanism to launch his true body away. Boom. Though it was only a miniature vortex boil bomb, the force was incredible. The orb exploded into a swirling mass of steaming water, ripping into Hirako like a whirlpool of death. The surrounding air steamed and hissed violently, as if it could cook a person instantly. Tenten quickly yelled for everyone to retreat before they were caught in the blast. Luckily, it was a small-scale version. Had it been a full-size vortex boil bomb, being this close would have been fatal for everyone. Back when Natsuki sealed the technique for her, he deliberately made only a few miniature versions, any larger and they'd be too dangerous for Tenten to safely use. Right now, she couldn't afford to hold back. Once they were at a safe distance, Tenten hastily wrote the message and sent it off. She finally exhaled in relief, but when she turned and saw her poisoned comrades, guilt still lingered in her eyes. When the swirling water finally faded, a large circular crater was left in its wake. Within it lay scattered chunks of Hirako's armor. Clearly, the puppet had been completely destroyed by the attack. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Even a miniature vortex boil bomb had destroyed the enemy they struggled to face. Natsuki's strength felt terrifying. Not far from the crater, Deidara and a red-haired boy sat slumped on the ground, looking dazed. They had been partially caught in the blast and had barely survived. Deidara muttered with lingering fear, "Sasori-sama, your artwork just turned into scrap." Sasori snapped, "Shut up. We're retreating." They had no choice. That twin bun kunoichi had casually unleashed such a terrifying jutsu, who knows how many more were sealed in that scroll. And from the chatter, it sounded like the demon blade of Konoha was already on his way. Trying to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki now was impossible. Better to retreat than risk being buried here. Deidara didn't argue. He immediately summoned a clay bird and took off with Sasori in tow. Everyone watched them flee, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, whoosh! Natsuki and Sasuke appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the devastation all around and the exhausted, battered state of the group, both of their faces darkened. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 215, Chapter. Natsuki. You're back. Tenten's eyes reddened, a wave of guilt surging within her, but she held back her tears. Tenten, are you okay? Natsuki immediately stepped forward to check on her, and upon confirming she wasn't injured, he let out a breath of relief. But then his eyes shifted to Ino, Hinata, and Choji, all struck by Sasori-sanban. This wasn't good. Considering the enemy was Sasori, the poison in those sanban wouldn't be mild. It would take Tsunade herself to heal this. I'm fine, Tenten replied quickly, but several people are poisoned. Megumi said the toxin's strong, we need to get them to Tsunade-sama fast. Natsuki nodded. We'll talk later. First I'm taking the poison back. Without delay, he reached out and touched the wounded with chakra. Whoosh, he vanished, reappearing the next moment inside Tsunade's office. Tsunade had been reviewing documents while Shizun held Tenten, clearly bored. When Natsuki appeared with several injured behind him, both women jumped in shock. Natsuki. What happened? Natsuki didn't reply. Instead, he vanished again. Moments later, he reappeared with Megumi and Sakura in tow. He left them to explain the situation to Tsunade. He wasn't well versed in poisons anyway. Then Natsuki flashed back to the battlefield. Now, only the uninjured remained. The other examinees and proctors had already fled far away. Good thing, too, otherwise the casualties would have been much worse. Alright, someone tell me what happened. Natsuki gently ruffled Tenten's twin buns. We ran into Deidara and Sasori. Tenten explained everything that had transpired, including her own mistake. It's all my fault. I should have listened to Shikamaru and contacted you sooner. If I had, nobody would have been poisoned. I thought we could handle it on our own. I didn't want to keep relying on you. But I wasn't strong enough. She lowered her head, devastated. After all, she had just been proud of countering Deidara's clay bombs, only to end up relying on her boyfriend again in the end. Natsuki said nothing. He simply stroked her hair gently. He knew Tenten was strong, emotionally and mentally. She didn't need comforting words. She would stand back up on her own. What she needed was someone quietly by her side. But suddenly, bang! Naruto punched the ground with a trembling voice. Tenten, what nonsense are you saying, Databeo? You protected everyone. You countered the clay guy, you repelled the puppet guy, it was mostly you. Getting hurt and poisoned is part of fighting strong enemies. I didn't do anything. I could only watch, completely useless, Databeo. Shino added calmly, this truly isn't Tenten's fault. Natsuki, you've always trusted my strength, said that you felt safe when I was around. But this time, I let you down. I didn't do enough. That regret gnawed at Shino. Natsuki had always shown faith in him, even said he'd entrust him with his back. But this time, it had been Tenten doing all the heavy lifting while the rest of them faltered. That shame weighed heavily on him. Niji also stepped forward. If we're pointing fingers, the fault lies with all of us Chunin exam proctors. Even the usually lazy Shikamaru spoke up. Come on, let's not all rush to take blame. The truth is, the enemies were just too strong. It's beyond our level. Tenten managing to force them to retreat. That's already incredible. Everyone fell silent again. Especially the newly minted Chunin. Just moments ago, they had been puffed up with pride after passing the exams. Now, they were crushed by the reality of power levels. Even if they weren't comparing themselves to Natsuki, they were still quietly measuring themselves against each other. And many were boys with strong pride, being protected by a girl their own age. That was a hard pill to swallow. Just then, Sasuke, who had remained quiet all this time, finally spoke. Tenten, you weren't the only one trying to prove yourself. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If someone wants to become strong, they shouldn't depend on others all the time. You could have relied on Natsuki, but you chose to stand your ground and face the enemy alone. That's called courage and resolve. That's the path to becoming stronger. So I don't think you did anything wrong. Everyone turned to Sasuke, surprised by his words. He continued, earlier, I secretly followed Natsuki and Kakashi-sensei and ran into Uchiha Itachi, my greatest enemy, and a powerful one. I insisted on fighting him myself, but I failed. I wasted time. Natsuki had to fight him in the end. Sasuke's voice dropped slightly. So if you didn't contact Natsuki immediately, you were right. Because even if your message had arrived earlier, Natsuki wouldn't have been available. He was in the middle of that fight. And besides, you were the one who pushed the enemy back. You should be proud, not ashamed. Fighting strong enemies always comes with wounds. And these guys were from Akatsuki. You did better than I did. So why are you blaming yourself? Tenten opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She knew Sasuke was probably right. But she still felt unsatisfied with her own strength. After all, the enemy hadn't retreated because of her, but because they realized Natsuki was on the way. That wasn't her victory. Still, there was one thing she agreed with Sasuke on. If you want to become strong, you can't always depend on others. She had become too used to relying on Natsuki. And that wasn't good for her growth. That's why she had chosen to fight, even when Natsuki had warned her about Akatsuki's danger. In the end, she hadn't succeeded. She still had a long way to go. Tenten wiped her eyes and smiled. You guys don't all have to lecture me. I'm not weak, I'll bounce back myself. Didn't you notice? Natsuki hasn't said a single word. He knows me best. He knows I don't need comforting. Everyone looked at her smile, and finally breathed easier. They had really been afraid she'd spiral into guilt. Then they all looked at Natsuki. True enough, he had stayed silent, calm, never once trying to comfort her aloud. Because he understood her better than anyone else. At that moment, the examinees and proctors who had previously run far away returned. Leading them were the long-absent Asuma and Might Guy. Both elite jonin looked worn and uneasy. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 216, Chapter. Shikamaru was the first to speak up. Asuma, weren't you and Guy-sensei supposed to be in charge of escorting Where the hell were you just now? Asuma lit a cigarette but remained silent. Instead, Guy answered, we were stopped by a strange enemy. Strange enemy? What kind of opponent could stall two elite jonin at once? A man wearing a swirling mask, Asuma said as he exhaled smoke. His body can become intangible. We couldn't land a single hit. It felt like he was playing with us, deliberately stalling. Eventually, he seemed to grow bored and let us go. Swirling mask. Intangibility. Natsuki narrowed his eyes. So, Uchiha Obito had made his move. It seemed that after Kakuzu and Heiden's deaths, Akatsuki was short on manpower, and more desperate than ever. They'd even pushed up their plans to capture the tailed beasts. Well, not exactly ahead of schedule. Fu, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, had also been captured during this period in the original timeline. As for Naruto, in canon he had already been taken away by Jiraiya and didn't participate in the Chunin exams at all. Clearly, Akatsuki saw the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaving the village as a rare opportunity and sent people to strike. Unfortunately for them, they had the wrong team. If Itachi and Kisame had come here instead, Tenten's group would have stood no chance. And Obito, maybe he'd hoped to kill Asuma and Guy during the distraction. But that wasn't going to happen. Even if he could phase through Guy's attacks, killing him was another matter entirely. Guy added, the strangest part is that Masked Man had a Sharingan. Shing. Everyone's eyes snapped to Sasuke. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Sasuke muttered, Sharingan. That's impossible. Uchiha Itachi was fighting Natsuki earlier, this guy isn't Itachi. Does that mean there's another Uchiha I don't know about? Asuma flicked away his cigarette and nodded. You're not wrong. There's another, mysterious, Uchiha. Back when the Nine-Tails attacked Konoha, it was said a man wearing a swirling mask used his Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails and unleash the beast on the village. That incident cost the fourth Hokage his life. Recalling the past, Asuma couldn't help but sigh. He'd been away at the time, serving as a guardian shinobi 12. He'd only heard the details later from his father. Guy, however, had been there. It's true. Many of us saw the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes. That's why suspicion fell on the Uchiha. The whole situation was complicated. But now it's clear, the one behind that disaster was this Masked Man. And now we know, he's a member of Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Everyone's face darkened. Naruto and Sasuke were both stunned, Naruto by the link to the Nine-Tails incident, and Sasuke by the revelation of yet another surviving Uchiha. Neither could find words. Thankfully, Natsuki brought them back to reality. That's enough. We need to report this to Tsunade-sama right away. Let's escort everyone back to the village first, only then will we be safe. No one objected. They began gathering the group for departure. If it weren't for the large number of people, Natsuki might have just flying thunder guided them all back. As for Kakashi, he'd have to remain a guest in Takigakure for now. Natsuki would speak with Tsunade about it later before going to retrieve him. Fortunately, the journey back to the village was uneventful. Upon returning, everyone rushed to the Konoha hospital, just in time to see Tsunade emerging from the building, with Megumi and Sakura following behind. Tsunade-sama, how are they? Tenten asked anxiously. Don't worry, they're fine now. You brought them back just in time, the poison hadn't spread too deeply. Detox was easy. Tsunade smiled gently to reassure them, though her eyes subtly glanced at Sakura. Sakura hadn't been studying medical ninjutsu for long, and didn't have an experienced mentor. But her fundamentals were solid, she was a promising student. Tsunade wouldn't mind taking another apprentice. But she'd never offer first, it was up to Sakura to show the resolve. Hearing her words, Tenten, Shino, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade then summoned them to her office. After listening to their full report, her brow furrowed, and never relaxed again. Even with Natsuki and Kakashi involved, they had only managed to protect Fu. Naruto had been left exposed. Who could have guessed Akatsuki had such hidden strength? And the man with the swirling mask, he wasn't just any enemy. He was the true culprit behind the Nine-Tails attack. Things had just become even more complicated. After thinking it through, Tsunade gave her orders. Natsuki, I want you to head back to Takigakure and check in on Kakashi. Tenten, you'll stay here and keep a direct communication link with Natsuki. As for the rest of you, go get some rest. Once the elders finish deliberating, the promotion list for the Chunin exam will be posted. Everyone nodded and dispersed. Natsuki gave Tenten a light pat on the head before quietly vanishing from the room. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in a familiar place. Kakashi was sitting nearby, reading his usual make-out paradise. Kakashi glanced up. Natsuki. Finally. How's the situation over there? Well, it's a little complicated. Natsuki quickly gave him a rundown. Kakashi put his book away and became serious. This wasn't something they could take lightly. If the true culprit behind the Ninetales attack was involved, and working with Akatsuki, then the threat level had jumped significantly. But this wasn't the place to discuss such things. And the masked man's identity was still unknown, even if it was clear he belonged to Akatsuki. Akatsuki was full of hidden monsters. They couldn't be underestimated. What about here? Natsuki asked. What's Takigakir's leader planning? Kakashi sighed. Leader Shibuki was grateful for our help, but they've decided to protect for themselves. They won't send her to a major village for shelter. Natsuki frowned slightly. Given the situation, Takigakir should have sent Fu to Sunagakir or Konoha. They simply didn't have the strength to protect her from Akatsuki. Even if Fu went full-tailed beast mode, it wouldn't guarantee victory. Still, Shibuki refused. He saw Fu as his little sister, perhaps he believed it was his duty to protect his own family. Kakashi couldn't force him. I see. Then there's no point staying here. Natsuki didn't argue. After all, no amount of persuasion could change the mind of someone who had already decided to risk everything. And he understood Shibuki's mindset. A Jinchuriki was the core of a village's power, like a nation's nuclear deterrent. You couldn't just hand it over. More importantly, Shibuki genuinely saw Fu as his sister. A brother protecting his sister, no one else had the right to interfere. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 217, chapter. Well, you're right. Let's get going then. Kakashi had no objections, he'd been wanting to leave for a while now. He was only waiting for Natsuki to pick him up, so it'd be faster. The two exited the house and quickly found Fu to say goodbye. Fu looked reluctant. You're leaving already? Natsuki just got here and hasn't even had a proper meal. Natsuki chuckled. My girlfriend is waiting for me to come home and eat, so I really can't stay away much longer. But Fu, how about you send me off with some local specialties? I'll take them back to make my girlfriend happy. Fu agreed right away. Of course. I'll go get them. She really went and brought back quite a lot, her enthusiasm was off the charts. Natsuki didn't just take them for free, though. He handed her a kunai marked with the Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, formula. Fu, you've probably seen me vanish out of nowhere before, this is how I do it. As long as you carry this kunai and manage to send me a message, I can appear at your side instantly. Fu clutched the kunai tightly like a precious treasure. Thank you. I won't be polite about this. Fu was cheerful, but not naive. She understood that her existence could bring calamity to her village. This kunai from Natsuki might be the key to saving it. She knew how strong Natsuki was. A man who could create terrifying giants, there was no doubt he could save the village from disaster. All she had to do was get a message to him in time. Of course, Fu hoped the Akatsuki wouldn't show up at all, but she wouldn't count on luck. She'd already planned with Shiki, if the Akatsuki came, she'd go with them willingly and ask them to spare the village, then let Shiki find a way to contact Natsuki. That was the best plan. All right, we're off. Natsuki waved, and together with Kakashi, vanished in a flash. Fu continued holding the kunai tightly, silently praying that disaster would never arrive. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Kakashi reappeared directly inside the Hokage's office. After reporting Fu's situation with the Seven Tails, they left and headed home. Natsuki went straight to the ninja tools shop. The moment he stepped in, he called out. Father-in-law, father-in-law. Look what I brought you. These are specialty goods from Sunagakir. And these here are from Takigakir. Bet you've never been there, huh? Their local goods are really nice. He pulled out one item after another as he spoke. The shopkeeper actually inspected each item carefully, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth. Still, he kept his tsundere act going. Ahem. You've got some thoughtfulness. Even though these look pretty average, it's the sentiment that counts. I suppose I'll accept them, just this once. He was clearly happy, but had to pretend otherwise. Natsuki didn't argue and chatted with his soon-to-be father-in-law for a while before heading straight to Tenten's room. Inside the bedroom, Tenten wasn't resting, she was tinkering with something. Natsuki walked over and saw she was working on something like a projectile device. What's this? Natsuki asked, examining it. It's a Senbon launcher. Tenten grinned. I modeled it after that move used by Sasori of the Red Sand. It's really effective, so I shamelessly copied it. As for poison, I'll just ask Tsunade-sama for some. Seeing Tenten had already shaken off her previous discouragement, Natsuki smiled. He gently pulled her into his arms, but his words weren't so serious. Tenten, I bought some Wind Country-style clothes. Wanna wear them for me? Tenten glared at him, cheeks flushed. You never have decent thoughts. Natsuki looked cheeky. But isn't that a decent thought? If not now, then wear it for me tonight. Tenten gave a half laugh, half sigh, fine, fine. I'll wear them and sleep next to you tonight, happy now. Geez. If you're so free, then come help me, this part's tough to work out. Natsuki saluted, looking serious, understood, wifey. That made Tenten laugh again. The two of them stayed in the room working on the Senbon launcher, copying Sasori's design, and even making some of their own variations. Sure, Senbon launchers might become weak later on, but since Tenten was so into it right now, Natsuki naturally kept her company. Tenten said, Natsuki, I want you to teach me your Fuinjutsu, sealing technique. Natsuki blinked. You want to learn that too? Tenten nodded earnestly. I still don't have access to the 6 paths tools, so I need to keep getting stronger. I'm not talented in ninjutsu or genjutsu, and I'm not good at medical ninjutsu either. I can learn taijutsu from Gai Sensei, and sealing techniques are the other option. As long as it can make me stronger, I'll learn anything. Good, that's the right mindset. Natsuki flicked her cute nose. Humans grow stronger through constant learning. Look at me, I'm still working hard to study in the Senju archives. If you want to learn, I'll get you the knowledge. Tenten's eyes sparkled with joy. You're the best husband ever. As a reward, come here, moi moi moi. What? A couple of cheek kisses. No way that was enough. Natsuki wasn't shy at all. He grabbed her and used the Hiraishin to take her home, time for a little crow flies the airplane action. The next day, Irika and Ebisu were summoned to the Hokage's office along with the genin. Tsunade waited until everyone was present before making an announcement. This time, your performance in the Chunin exams was excellent. After discussion with the upper ranks, it has been decided, you are all officially promoted to Chunin. Yeah. We're Chunin, Databeo. Naruto leapt up and danced with joy, and the others were just as excited. Finally, they were no longer genin. That was a big deal. But Tsunade's next words wiped the smiles off their faces. In addition, based on recommendations from Gai, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Sasuke will be promoted to Jonin. Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru will be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin, Special Jonin. Nani? Those guys got promoted to Jonin. The others were stunned. They just thought they were catching up to their peers, and now some of them were already leaping ahead again. Shikamaru scratched his head. Ugh, how troublesome. Asuma always does annoying things like this. He wasn't happy about the promotion. Even as a Tokubetsu Jonin, it meant more work, and that didn't align with his lazy lifestyle. Natsuki, though, was a little surprised. Shino, honestly, you should have been made a full Jonin. Shino shook his head. I'm still not strong enough. I need to become stronger. Even Tenten is a Tokubetsu Jonin, I can't surpass her yet. So that was the reason. Seems like his encounter with the Akatsuki had shaken his confidence. Truthfully, Shino didn't need to be so harsh on himself. The Aburame clan's fighting style was very unique, and some enemies were natural counters. Sasori, for instance, was a full-body puppet, bugs were useless against him. But Shino had a strong sense of pride. He didn't feel he was ready to be a full Jonin, so he had Kurenai only recommend him for Tokubetsu Jonin. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 218, Chapter. Sasuke and Niji exchanged a look and instantly understood one another. Truth be told, they'd also considered requesting to remain Tokubetsu Jonin, Special Jonin, temporarily. They didn't feel they were stronger than Tenten, and both had strong pride. However, they had no choice but to set aside their pride, because being promoted to Jonin made certain things more convenient. For example, Niji would have more freedom to leave the village and investigate the history of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke, on the other hand, wanted access to information about the Biju. He aimed to become a Jinchuriki. In Sasuke's eyes, evolving his Sharingan into Mangekyo was no easy task, which meant he couldn't activate his Gundam, Susanoo, just yet. But if he became a Jinchuriki and mastered Biju transformation, it would be no different from piloting a Gundam, and he'd gain immense chakra reserves, enough to truly face Itachi. It was his chance for revenge. Pride or not, he would do whatever it took. Moreover, official Jonin could accept A-rank and S-rank missions more easily, and they still needed to study the Senju clan's archives. Tsunade continued, starting today, the provisional genin teams are disbanded, and the original team structures will resume. From now on, you'll need to polish your skills. A major mission might be coming soon. A major mission. Everyone glanced around at each other, puzzled but filled with anticipation. However, those in the know, like Natsuki and Kakashi, could guess what it was. They were preparing to deal with Orochimaru. This had been discussed long ago. Back when Tsunade had sent Natsuki to investigate Orochimaru's lair, they hadn't taken action yet because they were waiting for the right time. Now, with a fresh batch of Chunin, and even newly graduated genin gaining combat experience, the village's strength had clearly improved. Not to mention, a considerable number of chakra batteries had been produced and could now be distributed among more jonin and chunin. The time had come, it was necessary to eliminate the threat of Orochimaru first. As for the Akatsuki, their goal was the Biju and Jinchuriki. As long as Naruto was properly protected, the rest could be handled. Tsunade didn't explain this further and dismissed everyone. But just as the group left through the front door, a figure appeared at the window. These kids sure have grown up. A certain white-haired old man spoke with emotion. Jiraiya, you know you can use the front door, Tsunade said, opening the window. Ahahaha. The great Jiraiya-sama enters from wherever he wants. Besides, secretly watching you work so seriously, it's kinda cute. He flipped into the room as he spoke. Tsunade's face twitched slightly. She didn't respond and changed the topic. Why did you suddenly return? Jiraiya quickly turned serious. I heard everything. I've been investigating the Akatsuki too, but haven't had much success. All I can confirm is, they're strong. Tsunade didn't speak. Instead, she pulled out several scrolls and tossed them to him. Jiraiya blinked in confusion, but still opened them, and his expression turned shocked. Where did all this intel come from? I sent Natsuki to investigate, Tsunade said, hands on hips. That brat. Jiraiya clicked his tongue in admiration. I tried all sorts of methods, but barely uncovered anything about the Akatsuki. And that kid already found their base in Amigakure. Impressive, impressive. Gotta admit, the world really does belong to the younger generation. Tsunade looked him straight in the eye. All sorts of methods. You mean drinking in brothels? Jiraiya opened his mouth, then looked away guiltily. Tsunade continued, Natsuki has truly grown. In terms of strength and reliability, he's earned our trust. But he also warned me, no one should go to Amigakure carelessly, not even you, Jiraiya. Don't you dare sneak off behind my back. She said this very intentionally. Jiraiya was known for doing things his own way, often going solo into deadly places for scraps of intel, believing he could escape with his skills. But that was then. Now, things were different. The Akatsuki gave off a deeply dangerous aura. Even Natsuki, as powerful as he was cautious about entering Amigakure. Of course Tsunade couldn't allow Jiraiya to risk it alone. Jiraiya's expression became more cautious. It's that serious? Even a toad sage like me isn't allowed to go. Tsunade glared. Not without my permission. Understood. Ahem. Alright. I definitely won't sneak off. Jiraiya handed the scrolls back to her and smoothly changed the subject. Actually, the main reason I came back is to take Naruto away for a few years. Tsunade paused. Take Naruto away? Jiraiya nodded. Exactly. Naruto still can't fully control the Kyuubi's power. That's a major instability. Plus, the Akatsuki's got their eyes on him. You can't keep giving him missions, but you also can't trap him in the village forever. If we want to keep him safe, he needs to master that power and become strong enough to resist them. Tsunade understood. You want to train him yourself? Ha ha ha. At this point, you wouldn't trust anyone else with him, right? Jiraiya had a point, and Tsunade agreed. The Kyuubi inside Naruto was still volatile. To control it, they had to draw it out, which came with serious risks. A powerful mentor had to be there in case things went wrong. And they couldn't do that training inside the village, Akatsuki would notice. The best way was for Jiraiya to take him away, somewhere secret, like Mount Myaboku, where Akatsuki couldn't find him. Tsunade thought for a moment and nodded. All right. I agree. Naruto will go with you to train. But I need a time frame so I can plan accordingly. Jiraiya stroked his chin. True. Let's say, 2 years. This was actually a bit later than in the original timeline. In the original, Naruto left with Jiraiya much earlier and didn't even participate in the Chunin exams. But that was because Naruto had gone through a traumatic falling out with Sasuke, which made the Kyuubi's power extremely unstable. Jiraiya had no choice but to take him for urgent training. Here, though, because of Natsuki's presence, Sasuke had never left, so Naruto wasn't emotionally triggered. The Kyuubi remained dormant, and Jiraiya hadn't felt the need to rush. Only now, with the Akatsuki making moves, did he finally decide to act. Naruto's reckless nature made it impossible to keep him sheltered forever. Better to train him, make him strong enough to handle danger on his own. With Tsunade's approval secured, Jiraiya immediately went to find Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was still immersed in the joy of Team 7's reunion, even dreaming of a date with Sakura. He never imagined that the Erosenin would suddenly drag him away. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 219, Chapter. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't make a fuss this time. He quietly packed his things and left with Jiraiya. He didn't even say goodbye to anyone. By the time the others realized he was gone, it was already 2 days later. Huh? Naruto just left with Jiraiya-sama like that. Natsuki, did you know? Tenten asked casually while enchanting some explosive tags. Yeah, I knew a little. Natsuki was helping her as he replied. Jiraiya-sama took Naruto to train so he could master the Kyuubi's power. Plus, now that Naruto is gone, the Akatsuki won't be keeping such a close eye on the village, so things will be more peaceful for a while. Tenten nodded in realization. So that's how it is. But still, why didn't he say anything? Not even to Sakura. Natsuki wasn't surprised. That guy has a lot of pride. Remember when you were blaming yourself after the fight? He was blaming himself even harder. He had to watch you all fight, powerless to help, watch people get injured and poisoned. That crushed him. So he agreed to go train with Jiraiya-sama without hesitation. To avoid any attachments, he didn't even say goodbye. Tenten softened. Yeah. Naruto really hates being alone. The moment Team 7 finally got back together, he had to leave. I bet he'll be really lonely. But, he had no choice. Natsuki just smiled faintly and said no more. Naruto growing stronger was a good thing. As the so-called savior of the world, if he didn't have real strength, he wouldn't even be able to resist the Akatsuki, let alone save the world. Natsuki wouldn't always be around to help in time, Naruto had to become powerful on his own. Since Naruto would be gone for at least 2 years, it was time to crank up the training intensity. After all, when Naruto returned, the Akatsuki's operations would only escalate. They'd even send the 6 paths of pain personally. Without overwhelming strength, all that awaited them was despair. Also, Natsuki had been mulling over when to reveal the truth about Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Maybe even hint at Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki too. Once the script was spoiled, and many people were in the know, let's see how Black Zetsu tried to manipulate things then. Looks like I need to make time to organize the history of the shinobi world. When the time is right, I'll release it, not to the whole world necessarily, but at least to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. That way we can all work together and I won't have to keep hiding things. As for how Natsuki knew. Simple, let's just say the Sage of 6 Paths visited him in a dream. Jiraiya had the Great Toad Sage, didn't he? So it was only fair the Sage of 6 Paths gave dreams to a genius like him too. And if anyone doubted him, just verify what he said. No fear of suspicion. Natsuki quietly plotted the timeline in his head. 2 days later, Tsunade summoned all available jonin in the village for a meeting. I'm sure many of you have already guessed the reason for this meeting, Tsunade said. Last year, Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage and plunging the village into chaos. We cannot forget that grudge. We've held back so far because the village wasn't stable enough and our forces were insufficient. But now the time has come. We must eliminate that poisonous snake hiding in our neighbor's land, only then can Konoha grow in peace. Tsunade's words ignited the Jonin's morale. Orochimaru's attack had been a brutal blow to Konoha's dignity and strength. This vengeance had to be exacted. And as Tsunade said, with Orochimaru lurking nearby, no one could sleep easy. He had to be taken out, fast. Natsuki, Tenten, Shino, Niji, and Sasuke exchanged glances, all understanding instantly. Tsunade's goal had never been hard to guess. She had already sent Natsuki to investigate Orochimaru's base long ago, they had just been waiting for the right moment. Now that everything was in place, it was time to strike. Now, I'll assign the mission. This time, Kakashi will lead the operation. Tsunade's orders were clear. The plan wasn't complicated, Team Kakashi and Team Aoba would attack Orochimaru's main base, while the other 3 teams would handle the surrounding labs. Once Orochimaru was dealt with, they'd move on to the remaining outposts. Though the mission sounded heavy, the strike force was deliberately small. That's because this was a decapitation strike, not a turf war. The focus was on elite combat. And they still needed enough forces left in Konoha to guard against sneak attacks from other enemies. Once the orders were given, the 5 teams immediately began preparations. There was just one problem, with Naruto gone, Team 7 was now missing a member. They needed a replacement, or it could compromise the mission. But they couldn't just throw anyone in. A bad fit could ruin the entire squad. Tsunade found herself momentarily stumped. Sakura, unaware of Naruto's departure, suddenly complained, "What's Naruto's problem? He leaves at a time like this." Team 7 finally got back together. What's more important than going on a mission with us? Apparently no one had told her about Naruto's training trip with Jiraiya. It wasn't a secret, but everyone had avoided bringing it up, so she never found out. Sasuke snapped at her. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the facts. Tsunade-sama made the arrangements. It's not your place to whine. Get ready, the enemy we're facing isn't someone you can take lightly. Sasuke held deep wariness toward Orochimaru. Not just because Orochimaru had toyed with him during the Chunin exams and cursed him with the seal, but because he'd sent the Sound Five after him, trying to steal his body. If Orochimaru's underlings were that strong, then Orochimaru himself had to be terrifying. Sasuke didn't dare be overconfident anymore. He was no longer that cocky, sunshine boy who thought a few cool jutsu made him invincible. Sakura, meanwhile, was left stunned by Sasuke's rebuke. All she'd done was vent about Naruto disappearing without warning. Why did Sasuke snap at her like that? Ugh. Those two really were the real couple, weren't they? Was she just the third wheel? On the other side, Natsuki was assigned to scout the land of fields again, specifically, to confirm whether Orochimaru's base had changed and whether he was still there. Which meant Team Aoba was also down a member. Tsunade-sama, I'm more suited to solo operations anyway. How about assigning someone new to Team Aoba instead? Natsuki suggested. Oh. Do you have someone in mind? Tsunade perked up. She'd been mulling over this too. I heard of a girl named Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, huh? Tsunade remembered. That's right, her condition's been resolved. If she's willing to become a ninja, it'd be great. That's always been her dream. And her genjutsu is incredible, honestly, she could probably be a jonin already. I'll have Kirin talk to her. I doubt she'll refuse. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 220, Chapter. Kurama Yakumo, a girl possessing a special Kekii Genkai that could manifest genjutsu into reality. Even Kirin herself might not stand a chance against her. Back when the demon inside Yakumo hadn't been dealt with, she was already formidable. Now that it was resolved, her strength had only grown. With her joining Aoba's team, Natsuki could rest easy. Well, Aoba was reliable too, but having one more powerful teammate was always better. Sakura, who overheard some of the conversation, quickly spoke up. Tsunade-sama, Team 7 is short one member too. How will that be handled? Or maybe Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei, and I could just go as a three-man team. No. Tsunade rejected the idea outright. You can't even form proper formations with just 3 people. I'll make arrangements for a replacement. You just wait. Sakura had no retort. In truth, she was hoping to team up with just Sasuke, to use the opportunity to get closer to him. Clearly, she hadn't grown up yet. Still caught up in her crush, she didn't realize how dangerous this mission truly was. A 3-person formation wasn't just inefficient, it was risky. More importantly, she was a medic-nin with limited combat ability. Without an additional teammate, there'd be no one to protect her if things went south. With everyone's roles assigned, the group dispersed to prepare for the coming operation. It was clearly imminent. Natsuki and Tenten returned to the ninja tool shop to inform the owner of their upcoming mission. Though they didn't give him the specifics, the moment he heard Natsuki would be going too, he relaxed completely. Having a laid-back father-in-law was, actually, a blessing. Otherwise, he'd worry himself into a depression. After sharing a bit of intimacy with Tenten back in their room, Natsuki packed up his gear and disappeared in a flash of Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. While everyone else was unaware, the long-absent Danzo suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. His face, already aged, looked even more sinister. Tsunade, I heard you're planning to assign someone new to Team 7, Danzo said bluntly. Danzo, what scheme are you up to this time? Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the old weasel. No need for hostility. Everything I do is for the village's sake. Sure, my methods are darker, but those dark methods helped Konoha get to where it is today. Just ask Hiraishin. Ask a dead man. Danzo, are you suffering from brain damage? Oh, you mean sending people to steal Kakuzu's corpse and digging up Haiden's mangled remains, all for your twisted immortality experiments? That, for the village's sake. Tsunade mocked him directly. Of course, Danzo said without shame. To him, as long as he didn't die, and could eventually become Hokage, Konoha would thrive. Everything he did was for the village, what could possibly be wrong with that? Trying to reason with Danzo was pointless. His selfishness ran deep, he simply couldn't see it. Tsunade's face darkened. What are you trying to pull this time? I have someone suitable. Let him join Team 7. Tsunade's glare sharpened. You used to collude with Orochimaru. Is this you trying to get something from him through this mission? I'm telling you now, it won't happen. But Danzo was confident. You'll agree to it. I'm the Hokage. Don't think you can order me around. Tsunade snapped. Danzo didn't get angry. He didn't raise his voice. He simply stood there, calm, collected, as though everything was going just as planned. And then the door opened. In walked Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu. Tsunade, Hamura said, just let Danzo have this one. It's just one person being added to Team 7, what's the big deal? Tsunade's temper flared. You two old fossils, again. At their age, they should be retired, not meddling in politics. No doubt Danzo had bribed them with promises of some kind. Otherwise, why would they so suddenly back him? Tsunade clenched her fists. She really wanted to smash all three of these old bastards, but she knew better. These three held deep roots in Konoha, starting a public fight would destabilize the village. Instead, she composed herself and responded, fine. Adding one person isn't impossible. But I want Shizun promoted to director of Konoha Hospital, and I want Shikamaru assigned as the Hokage's strategy advisor. You, Tsunade, you're extorting us. Koharu and Hamura blurted, caught off guard. Koharu had long controlled the medical department, and the hospital director was her loyalist. It was a pillar of her influence. As for Hamura, he handled much of Konoha's administration, with the advisory team stacked with his own people. Now Tsunade wanted to put her own people in and strip them of power. Tsunade sneered. Extorting. You're the ones extorting me. This mission is about eliminating Orochimaru, a threat to the very survival of Konoha. Danzo clearly wants something from Orochimaru's lair, and you two, having taken his offer, now want to force me into it. Dream on. Danzo's face contorted. This little girl dared to call him an old weasel to his face. So much for respecting elders. Was this how Hiruzen raised his students? Koharu and Hamura looked like they were having heart attacks. They never imagined Tsunade would push back so hard. They were clearly uncomfortable. Her message was simple, give up some power or shut up and stay out of it. In the past, for minor things, she let them meddle. But this was Orochimaru they were dealing with. There was no way she'd let them interfere. Arms crossed, Tsunade waited patiently as the three elders silently fumed. Eventually, they caved, mostly because Danzo kept signaling them with desperate eye twitches. Koharu and Hamura finally growled through clenched teeth, fine. Shizun will be appointed hospital director. Shikamaru will become a strategic advisor. Is that enough? Perfect, Tsunade smiled. Now then, Danzo, who are you trying to plant into Team 7? Tsunade had a pretty good idea. Danzo's research into immortality had likely hit a wall. He probably wanted something from Orochimaru, data, artifacts, or samples, and needed a spy embedded in the team. Most likely, he'd offered Hamura and Koharu something similar in return for their support. After all, the power-hungry F3 would do anything to escape death. The allure of immortality was simply too tempting. Danzo grinned. The candidate is Psi 4, a genius from the former route. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 221, Chapter. Psi. Who's that? When Sasuke and Sakura got the news, both tried hard to recall, but neither had the slightest impression. Kakashi said, well, I don't know him either. Anyway, Tsunade-sama arranged it, so no need to think too much, just get along well afterward. He's only temporarily replacing Naruto, maybe just for this mission to hunt down Orochimaru. Of course, Kakashi knew about Root. But since Root was officially disbanded, there was no need to mention it openly. Naturally, he also knew of Root's darkness, so when the time came, he would just be careful himself and make sure this side didn't end up harming the team. At that moment, a pale-skinned, black short-haired, narrow-eyed pretty boy walked over. He didn't look very old, yet preferred wearing a crop top, a short sword strapped to his back, and his strength couldn't be judged by appearance alone. Hello, I'm Psi. Psi greeted them with a narrow-eyed smile. The three turned to look, and their first thought was, this guy's smile looks so fake. Kakashi spoke first, you're here, so let's all get acquainted. I'm Hatake Kakashi, leader of Team 7. I hope you can get along with everyone. Sasuke, as always, acted cool, Uchiha Sasuke. When Psi heard that, his narrow eyes opened slightly to look at Sasuke. So you're Sasuke-kun. I've heard so much about you. That's what he said, but in his mind, he recalled his time en route. Danzo, I'll assign you to Team 7. You'll join the strike team to Orochimaru's base. If necessary, act alone, if you get what I want, your mission will be complete. Psi, yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo, be careful of Team 7's Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha are an evil clan, you must not take them lightly. Sai, Uchiha. Sasuke, huh? Danzo, oh, and you'll need a name. Since I'm sending you to keep an eye on Sasuke, I'll call you Sai. Remember, watch the Uchiha, get me what I want, understand? Sai, yes, Danzo-sama. Hey. What are you spacing out for? And staring at Sasuke-kun, too. Seeing this guy sizing up Sasuke and ignoring her, Sakura was instantly displeased. I'm Haruno Sakura. Even though we probably won't get along, I'll still say, please take care of me. Sai snapped back to the present and looked her over, then narrowed his eyes again. That's true, ugly woman. Yuji, ugly woman. Did he just call me ugly? Sakura froze in place, instantly breaking down. You little punk, looking for a fight. I'll beat you to a pulp. Kakashi hurried to stop her. Sakura, calm down. He's your teammate now, don't start fights. And Sai, don't speak so bluntly. You'll never make friends like that. Sai actually thought about it seriously. So you mean, if I notice Kakashi-sensei looks like he has kidney deficiency, I shouldn't say it? Because that would be lacking in social skills and would make Kakashi-sensei dislike me. But if Kakashi-sensei really has kidney deficiency, why can't I say it? Getting along with people is troublesome. A vein popped on Kakashi's forehead. He suspected this guy was doing it on purpose, but had no proof. Kidney deficiency, huh? Kakashi just liked reading Ika tactics, since when was he kidney deficient? Nonsense. Still, Kakashi's self-control was good. He narrowed his eyes in a smile. You've got a sharp tongue, kid. But with your pale face and lack of blood color, that's the real sign of kidney deficiency. In short, the first meeting with the new member was far from pleasant. Natsuki only found out from Tenten's paper note. He hadn't expected that old fox Danzo to send Sai so quickly, it seemed Orochimaru had something the old man wanted. Still, Natsuki didn't care. As long as it wasn't harmful to them, Sai could take whatever he wanted. Of course, if Natsuki found out it was something bad, he would never allow Sai to bring it back to the old fox. Danzo, that old fox was doomed to die sooner or later. 2 days later, the strike force officially set out. This mission was classified, unless someone deliberately leaked it, no one outside could possibly know. They even departed early in the morning without disturbing a single villager. On the road, the 5 squads moved like the wind, their pace extremely fast. These 5 squads were now Konoha's elite. Even Sakura, considered the weakest, was still quite outstanding compared to other Chunin. There was no chance of anyone falling behind. Moreover, with Niji and Hinata's Byakugan, plus Kiba and Shino's tracking abilities, there was no problem with forward scouting. They weren't worried about running into trouble en route. That night, the strike team reached the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields. Kakashi used an earth release to create a sealed stone hut, and only then did everyone light their lanterns and prepare food to rest. After the meal, Kakashi gathered everyone for a meeting. We have 20 people in 5 squads. The group's too big, it's easy to get spotted. Orochimaru is dangerous and very sharp. If he notices something is off, he could set traps or even flee immediately. Either way, it's something we don't want. So tomorrow, when we enter the land of rice fields, the 5 squads will split up and infiltrate from different directions. Avoid towns and especially Orochimaru's known bases. Do not get spotted, otherwise, our mission could be ruined. By nightfall tomorrow, we'll all meet here and rendezvous with Natsuki. Understood. Understood. Everyone answered quietly, but they were all excited. After all, hunting an S-rank missing nin was no small mission. Not only could they show off their skills and gain experience, but if successful, there would be rich rewards, and more importantly, bragging rights in the future. In short, the benefits were too many to count. Every one of them was itching for action, some even too hyped to sleep. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle and scold, "What are you so excited for? We've got a lot of ground to cover tomorrow, rest up now." No one replied, but it was true, sleep wasn't coming easy. Kurama Yakumo was the most excited of all. She had always been under the control of a demon, unable to live freely, let alone work as a shinobi. Now the demon was gone, her freedom restored, and she could immediately take part in a mission to hunt an S-rank missing nin. How could she be calm? Megumi took her hand with a smile. "Don't be nervous, Yakumo. You're strong, just perform like you normally do. My safety will be in your hands." Yakumo quickly promised, "Don't worry, Megumi. I'll protect you." Rinya chimed in, "Megumi, I'm strong too. I've learned a lot from Aoba and II, and even the boss praised me. Tomorrow I'll protect you, both of you." As a man, of course he had to protect the girls in the team. Megumi and Yakumo exchanged a smile. "Then we'll be counting on you, Rinya." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 222, Chapter. Hello everyone, 2 of the 3 new fanfics that are on the poll are up. The winner will get picked up. How will the winner be decided? The one with the most power stones equals 1 point. The one with the reviews equals 1 point. The one with the most votes on the poll equals 1 point. The poll will start on Sunday and it will last a week, so make sure to support your favorite ones. I may pick more than one depending on how good they did. Starting from Tokyo's The King of Fighters. Shokuchiki no Toriko. Marvel, I start by making the SCP Foundation. Unlike the harmony in Aoba's squad, the atmosphere in Kakashi's squad was a bit tense. Sai's narrow eyes and sharp tongue made it hard for him to blend into the group. Sakura, still fuming over being called an ugly woman, was irritable, and Sasuke's usual cold demeanor only made it harder for the team to connect. Kakashi found it troublesome and couldn't help silently cursing that old coot Danzo. Shoving someone into the team at this timing, could he be up to something shady? Ino, however, seemed a little interested in Sai. She was a face connoisseur, and ever since she had given up on Sasuke, she hadn't seen another handsome guy she found appealing. Now that one finally appeared, she naturally wanted to get to know him better. Then, following his How to Socialize guidebook, Sai called her Beautiful Lady, which instantly made Ino's heart flutter. What followed, of course, was a silent, best friend battle between Sakura and Ino. After all, Sakura had been called ugly while Ino was called beautiful. Sakura naturally couldn't accept that. The two traded insults, but neither dared to raise their voices, making the sealed stone hut's atmosphere even stranger. Meanwhile, Tenten was using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to send paper notes back and forth with Natsuki. Besides exchanging intel, they were also sending the kind of messages typical between a couple in love. Of course, the main focus was still information regarding the 6 Paths ninja tools. Natsuki had already guessed that Tsunade would make a move against Orochimaru, and suspected that Orochimaru might have intel on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Whether Tenten could get her hands on the 6 Paths ninja tools, and rise to become a legendary kunoichi, depended on this mission. Even if she had to turn Orochimaru's base upside down, she had to find that information. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone split up and began infiltrating the land of rice fields from different directions. Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 all used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as ordinary civilians to avoid being recognized as Konoha shinobi, preventing any unwanted attention. As for Guy's team, since Lee didn't know the transformation jutsu, they had no choice but to wear cloaks. Originally, Lee suggested having Tenten summon Badola to fly them in, but Badola's size would draw suspicion. Having Natsuki use Hiraishin to bring people in groups was also risky. After all, in their eyes, the jutsu consumed a lot of chakra, and since Natsuki was a main combat force, draining his chakra before the fight wasn't smart. Natsuki didn't explain much and let Kakashi arrange things. There would be plenty of missions like this in the future, better to use the chance to let everyone train themselves. They couldn't always rely on Hiraishin. Sure, it was convenient, but if they got too used to it and one day Natsuki wasn't with them, they'd be in trouble. It was best to save Hiraishin for critical moments. Luckily, all 5 squads were very capable, and even the new additions, Sai and Kurama Yakumo, performed well. By afternoon, all 5 squads had reached the rendezvous point. Natsuki had been waiting there, and had even used Earth Release to secretly dig out a cave. When everyone arrived, he led them inside and set up a soundproof barrier. "How's the situation?" Kakashi asked immediately. "From what I've observed over the past few days, Orochimaru seems to still be in his main base, with only Yakushi Kabuto moving around. Kabuto comes and goes on a fixed schedule, and every time he's inside, faint sounds, like Orochimaru screaming, can be heard. I think changing bodies has drawbacks for him, and the 3rd Hokage's Reaper death seal on his arms wouldn't be undone by switching bodies. He's probably in constant pain." Natsuki's analysis brought smiles to everyone's faces. If Orochimaru was seriously weakened, it would make things much easier. The Jonin discussed briefly, and Kakashi finally gave the orders. "Rest now. At midnight, we launch the attack. Team 7 and Team 9 will assault the main base. Teams 8, 10, and Guy's team will take out the smaller bases surrounding it. Make sure we wipe out Orochimaru's forces completely. Natsuki, you focus on finding Orochimaru's exact location. Once you do, send me a note, I'll coordinate with you to finish him off." "Understood." Everyone responded and began eating and resting. Natsuki first went over to Aoba's squad and smiled. "Hello, you must be Kurama Yakumo." "I'm Natsuki." Yakumo immediately straightened up. "Boss. I heard you suggested to Tsunade-sama that I join Aoba's squad. Thank you for trusting me." She really said "boss" very naturally. Looked like Ikumo had already integrated well into Aoba's squad. Her personality was naturally good, her previous extremism had been entirely due to the demon inside her. Now that she had fully recovered, she had become gentle, lively, and cheerful again, and quickly became good friends with Megumi. That was good. Natsuki knew that with his strength, he couldn't stay in Aoba's squad forever. Now that Ikumo had joined, the new Aoba squad was in good shape, and he could feel at ease. After greeting Ikumo, Natsuki went to Tenten, and the two whispered together, basically feeding dog food to the rest of the room. In fact, Natsuki had already connected to Tenten with chakra threads, quietly discussing the 6 Paths ninja tools. Regarding the mission plan, Natsuki also added his own input. Since Guy's team wasn't participating in the attack on the main base, Natsuki suggested they head for the eastern small base, the one Kabuto often visited. He had been watching closely and knew Kabuto frequented the eastern base. There was reason to suspect it was Kabuto's personal lab, where he'd been doing plenty behind Orochimaru's back. Considering that later Kabuto was the one to use Edo Tensei to revive Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Natsuki suspected the intel on them might be there, perfect for Tenten to investigate in the future. As for the main base, Natsuki would search for Orochimaru himself. Splitting up this way would be far more efficient. Time passed quickly, and soon Kakashi called for everyone to gather. They hadn't slept much, and were still yawning, but quickly washed up and regained their focus. Kakashi scanned the group and gave the command, Operation Start. Whoosh! 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 The squads shot out of the cave, heading in different directions. Guy's team, being the best at taijutsu, was naturally the fastest. In no time, they reached the eastern small base. Guy and Lee didn't hold back, using Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, to blast the doors open. The four of them rushed inside and soon reached the deepest part. But to their surprise, there was no one there. Aside from experimental equipment, there were also numerous body parts floating in nutrient tanks, enough to make one's skin crawl. Even more striking was the pile of experimental notes. It was clear this was Kabuto's secret laboratory, which explained the lack of personnel. The only question was, where had Kabuto gone in the middle of the night? Had he caught wind of their plans and fled? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 223, Chapter Niji. Look carefully. Guy urged. Right. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, ready to scan the entire small base. Meanwhile, Tenten had already rushed to the pile of documents, her eyes scanning quickly, only to spot a set of scrolls that looked different from the rest. Looking closer, she read, Second Tsuchikage. Mu. Second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu. Third Reikage, A. Fourth Kazakage, Raza. These people are all dead. Could it be that Yakushi Kabuto has been investigating them in order to dig them up for Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu? If he really did that, it would be quite a powerful force. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. But she didn't have time to dwell on it, she continued rummaging, and before long she found exactly what she was looking for. Her hands trembled as she opened the scroll with Kinkaku and Ginkaku written on it, quickly reading the contents. She finally relaxed. The scroll showed that Kabuto had only managed to find where Kinkaku and Ginkaku might have died, but hadn't had time to investigate. That meant the 6 Paths ninja tools hadn't yet fallen into his hands, or into Orochimaru's hands. Which meant, this was her chance. Natsuki was right, the 6 Paths ninja tools really are within reach. Overjoyed, Tenten tucked the scroll away. As for the others, she left them alone. If Kabuto had investigated these dead shinobi, he surely already knew where they were buried. Taking the scrolls would be pointless. All she needed to do was tell Natsuki her theory and trust him to report to Tsunade. Of course, if they could kill Kabuto outright, that would be best. Tenten. What are you looking at? Guy asked curiously. Guy-sensei, I found some scrolls with information on dead shinobi, so I took a look out of curiosity. She casually handed him one. Information on dead shinobi. And all of these. Guy flipped through it and frowned. Why is Kabuto gathering all this? Is he really into grave robbing? Niji, however, realized something. Guy-sensei, Orochimaru knows the Edo Tensei. Lee's eyes went wide. So that means, he's planning to dig up their corpses and reanimate them as his fighting force. That's far too dangerous, and it desecrates the dead. Guy immediately understood and, after a moment's thought, said, since we haven't found Kabuto, let's just burn this base down. All these documents and experimental materials, destroy them. The other three had no objections. They left the base and set it ablaze. Afterward, they moved on to other nearby outposts. There were still quite a few around the main base, and they needed to wipe them out quickly to prevent reinforcements. Just after they left, Kabuto quietly appeared. Looking at the laboratory engulfed in flames, he sighed. Didn't expect Konoha Shinobi to suddenly show up here, and with the Hyuga Byakugan, no less. Good thing I hid quickly, or I'd be done for. I'm sure things are even worse at Orochimaru-sama's side. Konoha must have sent Natsuki. Orochimaru-sama might not make it. Orochimaru-sama, it's not that I won't help you, it's that I can't. But don't worry, I'll inherit your legacy, and spread your work far and wide. At the same time, the main base's gates were smashed open as Team 7 and Team 9 rushed inside. Natsuki took the lead, darting forward at high speed. He didn't know exactly where Orochimaru would be, so he headed for the laboratories first. Before long, he reached a small lab, but it was empty. Not surprising, Orochimaru usually worked alone. If he needed help, he'd use a shadow clone or call Kabuto. With Orochimaru likely bedridden from illness, it made sense there was no one here. Natsuki quickly glanced over the experimental data, no intel on Kinkaku or Ginkaku. He immediately moved on to the next location. Just then, a note appeared, it was from Tenten. Natsuki, my dear husband. I've found intel on Kinkaku and Ginkaku here. You don't need to search anymore. Natsuki grinned. Tenten really does have good luck. Some people find Six Paths ninja tools just lying on the roadside. She goes looking for them and the intel just falls into her lap. As expected, the Six Paths ninja tools were meant to belong to my wife. With the search over, Natsuki picked up speed, now focused solely on finding Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Kakashi's squad and Aoba's squad had split into two groups. Aoba's squad raced down a dim corridor, kicking doors open with Renkyaku and checking each room before moving on. Soon, they reached a prison-like area where tattered prisoners were locked behind iron bars, Orochimaru's experimental subjects. Naturally, the prison was guarded. Otherwise, just feeding these subjects daily would drive Orochimaru and Kabuto insane. A group of shinobi wearing sound headbands rushed forward aggressively. Who are you? You dare intrude here? Do you want to die, or become experiments yourselves? But then one of them spotted the Konoha forehead protectors. Damn. They're Konoha shinobi. Kill them. Sansen you know jutsu. Scattered thousand crows technique. Rinya acted first, sending a cloud of crows to disrupt the sound shinobi. Kurama Yakumo pulled out her drawing board and brush, sketching a storm cloud in a flash. As her brush touched down, lightning struck from above, frying several sound shinobi to a crisp, likely killing them instantly. Megumi gave a thumbs up. Yakumo, you're amazing. You took out the enemy in one move. Yakumo blushed, but was clearly happy, the recognition from her teammates put her in high spirits. Rinya leaned over. Megumi, my scattered thousand crows technique was pretty good too, right? Perfect timing to disrupt them before they could attack. Megumi patted his head like a dog. Yes, Rinya, you were great too. Why did that feel so half-hearted? So, once you have a best friend, you don't need a boyfriend anymore. Yakumo glanced at the prison, her face softening. Aoba-sensei, what should we do about these people? Yamashiro Aoba adjusted his sunglasses. Orochimaru should have records on them. After we take him down, we'll check who's innocent and let them go. Hearing that, Yakumo, Megumi, and Rinya all breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they weren't ordered to kill them. After all, shinobi life could be very dark. Sometimes even innocent people had to be killed. Yakumo wasn't naive, she knew the cruel side of being a ninja, but she had a line she wouldn't cross. She didn't want to kill without reason. And if she could help victims like these, it would make her genuinely happy. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 224, Chapter. Elsewhere, Kakashi's squad fought their way past several sound shinobi and reached a records room. There was still no sign of Orochimaru, and with no note from Natsuki, Kakashi couldn't help feeling anxious. If Orochimaru managed to escape, the consequences would be disastrous. Just then, Sai suddenly walked into the records room and began flipping through files, clearly looking for something. Sakura called out immediately, Sai, what are you doing? Hurry up. We need to find Orochimaru as soon as possible. Sai. Did you hear me? Sai ignored her, continuing to rummage through the documents. Kakashi instantly understood, this guy had been sent by Danzo to retrieve something, and now he was trying to break away from the squad. This was exactly the kind of headache Kakashi hated. He had arranged the foreman cell to keep their fighting strength stable, and now Sai pulled this. Might as well not have brought him at all. As expected, that old fox Danzo put his own agenda above eliminating Orochimaru. Sasuke glanced at Sai, but instead of getting angry, he seemed to think of something. Without a word, he entered the room as well, his Sharingan already active, scanning the shelves at high speed. Then his gaze froze on a scroll. On it, in bold writing, 3 tails. 3 tails. Don't tell me Orochimaru is also targeting the tailed beasts. Actually, it makes sense. Someone like him would have no qualms about using a tailed beast for experiments. So, does this mean the 3 tails has revived and is alone right now? Sasuke's pulse quickened. He snatched up the scroll and unrolled it, scanning the contents rapidly. Inside was a map, seemingly of a lake perpetually shrouded in mist. The note speculated that the 3 tails lived there, favoring solitary life in fresh water, excelling at water release, and often blanketing its territory in mist to keep people and other creatures away, preserving its peace. Tailed beast, found you. Sasuke slipped the scroll into his belongings, unable to keep the curve from his lips. Kakashi and Sakura stepped into the room, shooting Sai a disapproving look before noticing Sasuke's oddly good mood. They didn't know what to make of it. Sasuke-kun, what did you find that makes you so happy? Sakura asked, trying to start a conversation. Nothing, just some records related to the Uchiha. Sasuke had no intention of revealing his real thoughts. He knew Kakashi would almost certainly oppose him becoming a Jinchuriki. So he would hide the information, then find an opportunity to ask Natsuki for help. With Natsuki's power, subduing the 3 tails wouldn't be a problem. All Sasuke needed was to learn proper sealing techniques. Whether he could seal the 3 tails and draw on its power would depend entirely on himself. It's a shame the 3 tails specializes in water release, doesn't suit me. But for now, this is my only option. He could live with that. At this stage, gaining the 3 tails power at all would be a rare chance, he couldn't afford to be picky. Sai, meanwhile, after a short search, seemed not to have found what he wanted. Sorry, I had my own mission. Just took a bit of time, hope you're not mad. What do you think? Sakura's face darkened, she was one step away from punching this pale-faced guy. Kakashi intervened. Enough. If you're done, let's keep moving. Natsuki still hasn't sent word, he might be searching in the wrong place. We could run into him at any moment. We need to find Orochimaru and eliminate him. If he escapes, the consequences will be unacceptable. This snake had been lurking in a neighboring country long enough to keep Konoha on edge. Letting him slip away again would make it impossible to sleep at night. The 4 resumed their advance, and perhaps luck was with them, because they ran straight into Orochimaru in the corridor. Hands bound in bandages, his pale face twisted into a cold smile. Hehehe. So that's why my base has suddenly gotten noisy, it's Konoha's friends. Sasuke-kun, have you come to offer me your body willingly? I know it's still 2 years before my next reincarnation, but I wouldn't mind taking you early. His answer came in the form of Sasuke's drawn blade. If you want my body, Sasuke said coldly, you can try. But today will be your death day. He lunged, the 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, his lightning body flicker faster than before, bringing his blade to Orochimaru's head in the blink of an eye. Clang. Steel met steel, sparks flying. Orochimaru had already performed his snake sword technique, biting down on a blade to parry. Even without the use of his hands, he kept pace with Sasuke's attacks, not yielding an inch, proof of why he was one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi drew a kunai, reluctantly pushing up his headband to reveal his Sharingan. I can't tell if we're lucky or cursed to run into Orochimaru like this. Why couldn't Natsuki be the one to find him? And with Tenten not here, how am I supposed to signal for backup? Even as he spoke, he shifted into position, ready to strike at any moment. But the narrow corridor made coordinated attacks difficult. He slipped into the earth with earth release, reappearing behind Orochimaru to block his retreat. Sakura, on the other hand, quickly backed away, too close and she'd only be an easy target. With her current strength, she knew she'd just be a liability. Once again, I can't do anything. I can only stand by until someone's injured, and even my medical ninjutsu is barely average, I can't heal serious wounds. I'm useless. I want to help Sasuke-kun, I want to get stronger, but what should I do? Should I ask Tsunade-sama to take me as a student? But with my talent, would she even accept me? It wasn't self-pity, Sakura genuinely had nothing going for her. In the academy, she had good written test scores, but as a shinobi, her only strength was chakra control. Even among girls her age, she lagged in every other way. And most damning, she still clung to her squad romance daydreams. She said she wanted to grow stronger, but had never truly committed to it. With that kind of wavering resolve, someone like Tsunade would never take her on as a disciple. At the front, Sasuke's white-fang swordsmanship seemed to be gaining the upper hand, but he still couldn't finish Orochimaru. He knew perfectly well, if Orochimaru had the use of his hands, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to push him this far. Still, this was a rare chance. With Natsuki not yet here, defeating Orochimaru himself would be no small achievement. He moved to press the advantage. Shunshin Jenny I. Flicker Phantom. Swish. 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 3 afterimages split from his body, sealing off both ends of the corridor along with his true self. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 225, Chapter. Orochimaru recognized the technique, his gaze greedy as it fixed on Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan. Subarashii. Subarashii, Sasuke-kun. Those eyes are beautiful. And you've even mastered Shirsue's body flicker technique, you're truly a genius. I want your body more than ever. His stare was sickening, but Sasuke showed no reaction. He and his afterimages lunged forward in turn, forcing Orochimaru to parry with the Kusanagi sword. But with no use of his hands, Orochimaru was far less agile. Even when he saw Sasuke's attacks coming, his movements lagged, often striking an afterimage only to be wounded by Sasuke's real blade. Dozens of exchanges later, Orochimaru's body was already covered in wounds. Yet the snake still laughed. Hehehe. Subarashii. This body, I'll make it mine. With a sudden surge, he darted toward the Sasuke in front of him, only for it to dissolve into an afterimage. Without slowing, he rushed straight at Sakura. As for Sai, who should have been near her, he had vanished who knew where. Sakura, look out. Kakashi shouted in warning. But Sakura was frozen in fear. As Orochimaru closed in, her instinct screamed danger, her legs refusing to move. She could only watch as he reached for her. Most likely, Orochimaru didn't care about appearances, he meant to take her hostage. That was nothing to him, taking 10 girls hostage wouldn't faze him. Sakura. Sasuke's low shout came from behind. In a flash, he was at Orochimaru's back, ready to strike. But Orochimaru suddenly whirled, his body transforming into a massive white-scaled serpent, coiling tightly around Sasuke in an instant. It was a feint, pure-sounding east to strike west. Kakashi rushed in, but the serpent's tail lashed out, sending him flying. It was the first time Orochimaru had revealed his white-scaled serpent form, and right now it was his only viable option. With his hands crippled, he couldn't rely on ninjutsu or taijutsu, defeating Sasuke was difficult enough, especially with Kakashi in the mix. Now, with his feint, he had successfully ensnared Sasuke. Perhaps there was still a chance to win, maybe even to take Sasuke away, since the boy still bore the cursed seal. Orochimaru wasted no time, directly stimulating the cursed seal's power. Even with the evil sealing method suppressing it, the seal flared violently, sending waves of pain through Sasuke, forcing a scream from his lips. Sasuke tried to work the sealing technique himself, but wrapped tightly as he was, his hands couldn't move. Sakura could only watch helplessly, listening to his cries. Right now, she couldn't even protect the person she liked, she had even drawn Orochimaru's attention, endangering Sasuke. Her uselessness weighed heavily on her. At that moment, the white-scaled serpent suddenly stiffened, releasing Sasuke. From the far end of the corridor, 4 figures emerged. At their head was a young woman holding a sketchboard and brush, Kurama Yukumo, the girl who could turn illusions into reality. Her face was set in focus as she sketched a large spike on her board, driving it into the serpent's 7-inch vital point. The moment her jutsu activated, a massive real spike appeared, slamming into Orochimaru's weak spot and wrenching a scream from him. Ah. What is this power? Genjutsu. No, this is real. Orochimaru's mind reeled. His incomplete soul had no defense against such high-level illusions given tangible form. Yamashiro Aoba stood protectively by Yukumo, while Rinya escorted Megumi forward to drag both Sakura and Sasuke to safety. Kakashi hurried over to regroup. That was close, Kakashi admitted, sweat on his brow. Kakashi, what happened? Aoba asked in confusion. Bad luck. I had Natsuki searching for Orochimaru first, but somehow I ran into him before Natsuki did. Sasuke was holding his own at first, since Orochimaru couldn't use his hands, but then Orochimaru provoked his cursed seal and turned into that serpent. Kakashi could only sigh at his own misjudgment. He shouldn't have strayed so far from Sakura, and with Sai gone, Orochimaru had seized the chance. If Aoba's squad hadn't arrived, Sasuke might have been in real danger. Sasuke, now free, activated the evil sealing method to calm the raging curse. The pain ebbed, leaving him pale. Thank you, he said, looking at Yukumo. You're Kurama Yukumo, right? You're amazing. Yukumo flushed shyly but smiled. I'm just glad you're all right, Sasuke-kun. My tricks are nothing compared to your skill. Sasuke met her eyes seriously. No need to be modest, you really are impressive. Among kunoichi, aside from Tenten, only you are this strong. Girls should be strong. Yukumo's blush deepened, this was the first time a handsome boy had praised her like that. Sakura's eyes widened, her guard rising. Girls should be strong. Did that mean Sasuke had never looked her way because she was too weak? Thinking about it, it made sense. Her top written scores at the academy meant little now. As a shinobi, she was average at best, even Naruto outshone her. Sasuke and Naruto might bicker constantly, but Sasuke clearly respected Naruto's strength. As for her, she was just the decorative flower of Team 7, noticed only by Naruto. Sasuke had never respected her, because she was too weak to contribute, and might even drag them down. Just like moments ago, all she had done was freeze. Even when Sasuke was entangled, she hadn't drawn a kunai to stab the serpent. Compared to Yakumo, who had arrived and instantly pinned Orochimaru down, she was utterly useless. Yakumo was gentle and beautiful, her figure graceful, superior to Sakura in every way. Sakura's thoughts darkened. Suddenly, the white-scaled serpent's body trembled violently. With a sudden motion, it shed its skin and broke free from the spike, surging down the corridor at high speed. Yakumo tried to strike again, but Orochimaru had already fled. Only for a scream to erupt from up ahead. Moments later, a massive serpent head came flying back, crashing to the ground, eyes lifeless. The serpent's body was dragged forward by a lone figure. It was Natsuki. Yo. Everyone okay, he called casually. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 226, Chapter. Natsuki raised his hand in greeting, seeing that only Sasuke looked a bit disheveled while everyone else seemed uninjured. He immediately felt relieved. He turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi-senpai, I searched all over and couldn't find Orochimaru. I only came here after hearing the commotion in this area. In the hallway, I saw this big white-scaled snake suddenly rush past, so I cut it down in one strike. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Orochimaru, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes, that was indeed Orochimaru. I didn't expect he would transform himself into such a state. He couldn't help but sigh. To think one of the legendary Sannin, for the sake of achieving immortality, would commit countless atrocities, even going so far as to transform himself into something neither man nor snake, only to end up dead like this. Pitiful, lamentable, and hateful. Natsuki then looked at Sasuke. You didn't happen to fight Orochimaru again, did you? How did it go? Did you win? Sasuke shook his head. I used Shunshin Genii, Body Flicker Mirage, to gain the upper hand, but Orochimaru used a trick, transforming into a giant snake to coil around me and trigger the Juin, cursed seal, on my body. If Yakumo hadn't rescued me, I might have been in danger. Oh. Calling her by name already. Well, that's not necessarily strange. Sasuke also calls Sakura and Megumi by name. Natsuki smiled and praised, as expected from someone I recommended to the team, totally reliable in critical moments. Kurama Yakumo blushed again, while Megumi proudly added, Boss, you didn't see it. When the snake had Sasuke wrapped up, Yakumo hit it with a genjutsu, forcing it to let go, then nailed it with a spike, nearly killing it. If Orochimaru hadn't shed his skin to escape, you wouldn't have even gotten the chance to finish him off. Oh. That's impressive. Natsuki followed along with the praise, making Yakumo blush so hard her face turned crimson. The girl still had thin skin, she just couldn't handle praise, which only made her seem cuter. Not teasing her further, Natsuki turned with Kakashi and Aoba Yamashiro to inspect the corpse of the white-scaled snake, confirming it wasn't a Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique, but the real thing, and truly dead. Can we confirm Orochimaru's death? Aoba asked. Most likely. We saw Orochimaru transform into the white-scaled snake ourselves. Now that the snake's dead, and the wounds match the spikes Yakumo left, I'm pretty sure he's gone for good. Kakashi, however, wasn't entirely certain. Orochimaru was far too cunning, he might have slipped away. Both of them then looked toward Natsuki. After a moment's thought, Natsuki said, I'm confident he's dead. When I struck, I confirmed it was really Orochimaru and saw no signs of him using a substitution or escape technique. Of course, he didn't mention that Orochimaru's soul might still exist in the Juin marks on Madarashi Anko and Sasuke. He'd just warned Sasuke about that later. If Orochimaru wanted to revive himself, he could simply crawl out from a cursed seal. But with his hands ruined, he wouldn't dare to show himself until he found a solution. So there was no immediate danger. Kakashi and Aoba both breathed a sigh of relief. With Orochimaru gone, this mission could be considered a success. The village would be safer without that poisonous snake lurking around. Kakashi said, Natsuki, relay the news to the others, we'll continue clearing out this base. Natsuki nodded, quickly sending several paper notes to each squad via teleportation. Aoba's team headed toward the records room to check prisoner files. If there were any innocents inside, they'd free them right away. Kakashi went to find Sai to see what he was up to. Sakura, unsure what to do, turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, what about us? Sasuke ignored her, instead stepping up to the snake's corpse. He drew his blade and sliced open its belly, spilling out 10 Kusanagi no Tsurugi, grass-cutter swords, and 10 scrolls. Natsuki, come here. Sasuke beckoned him. These are Kusanagi swords, and the Ryukido, Dragon Ground Cave, summoning contract. Which one do you want? Natsuki didn't hesitate, taking a Kusanagi sword. I'll take this. Tenten's an expert with ninja tools, she'll love it. As for the contract, if I dared to sign a snake contract, Tenten would kick me out of bed. Sakura's face flushed at his bold words. Sasuke, however, didn't understand. Why? The Dragon Ground Cave is one of the 3 great sacred grounds, signing with it would be powerful. Natsuki patted his shoulder. You don't get it. Most girls hate snakes. Is that so? Sasuke looked up at Sakura. Her expression stiffened, but she forced herself to say, I don't hate snakes. She couldn't admit she liked them, saying she didn't hate them was already her best effort. She guessed Sasuke would sign the contract for strength and wanted him to know she didn't mind. In truth, Sasuke only looked her way because she was the only girl there. Unrolling the scroll, he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto's names at the end, and without hesitation, bit his finger and signed his own name. Curious, Natsuki glanced over and noticed someone named Kishimoto on the list. He rolled his eyes. With Orochimaru dead, the rest was just cleanup. Instead of worrying over minor details, Natsuki casually searched a lab. Orochimaru had some wild ideas, but his human experiments were too twisted for Natsuki to stomach. Meanwhile, Sasuke's luck held, he found another Kusanagi sword, this one in katana style, just like the one from the original story. It seemed he and Orochimaru really were fated, even without defecting, Sasuke still managed to loot plenty from his legacy. Just the Kusanagi swords and Dragon Ground Cave contract alone were a big haul. And unbeknownst to Natsuki, Sasuke also found intel on the 3 Tails, a true windfall. Other squads soon finished clearing nearby outposts, eliminating many sound ninja. The mission was a clear success, and everyone gathered at the base entrance. The moment Tenten arrived, she ran to Natsuki, grabbing his hand and playfully scratching his palm, excitement practically radiating from her. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 227, Chapter. Everyone was showered with this wave of public affection, but all they could do was silently act as if they hadn't seen it. This couple, they were killing single people everywhere they went. Only Yamashiro Rinya and Kato Megumi seemed immune, this was getting ridiculous. Of course, some were envious, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura among them. Sakura, in particular, couldn't help but recall what Natsuki had just said earlier, she'd kick me out of bed, and her face flushed. She hadn't expected their relationship to already be that bold. Not far away, Kakashi had finally tracked down Sai. He spoke in a serious tone. Sai, why did you leave without permission? What did Danzo tell you to find? Sai simply smiled. Kakashi-sensei, you've misunderstood. I just happened to spot Yakushi Kabuto's trail and went after him. Is that wrong? Kakashi stared at him, very tempted to rip that fake smile right off his face. But he knew it wouldn't work, root operatives almost never betrayed Danzo, so questioning him was pointless. Still, he gave a warning. We have more missions coming up. You'd better not wander off again. If I find out you're doing anything dangerous, I won't be polite. Sai's smile didn't change. Understood, I get it. Kakashi gave him a long, hard look. It seemed Sai had already found what he was looking for, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting this obedient. But he didn't bother pressing further, better to just finish the mission first. After a short rest, Kakashi began giving out orders. Several teams were sent out to destroy Orochimaru's remaining outposts and labs, especially those with highly dangerous research, which had to be completely wiped out. They were also to keep an eye out for Kabuto's movements, he was no simple opponent. As for Natsuki, he wasn't officially part of Aoba's squad and was technically operating alone, so he had freedom of action. He requested permission to check out the daimyo's castle, who knew, maybe the slippery Kabuto was hiding there. Kakashi agreed without issue. After all, with Orochimaru dead, letting Natsuki roam around was fine. These remaining cleanup jobs didn't require a big gun like him. And so, Natsuki really did go sightseeing. In the land of Rice Field's capital, he toured the city, buying plenty of gifts for Tenten and his future father-in-law. By the time he received the paper note recalling him, 5 days had passed. Impressively, in just 5 days, the Konoha elite squads had taken down every known Orochimaru outpost. This spoke volumes about the quality of the 5 squads involved. Although Kabuto had slipped away, with Orochimaru dead, no one saw him as a serious threat, just an annoying pest left buzzing around. Natsuki had to admit, the man was too fast to catch. Otherwise, he would have happily killed him on the spot. That would have saved trouble later, when Kabuto might join forces with Uchiha Obito and perform Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, on numerous long-dead powerhouses, bringing chaos to the world. Still, Natsuki wasn't going to waste time hunting him. Kabuto was crafty, he'd probably already inherited Orochimaru's research and might even head to the Dragon Ground Cave to learn Sage Mode. He'd just have to wait for Kabuto to show himself again. When the task force returned to Konoha, there was no secrecy, in fact, the operation was publicized loudly. Tsunade herself came to greet them at the village gates, with many other shinobi in tow, and the villagers flocked over to watch. Upon learning that this elite force had secretly gone to hunt down Orochimaru, the village's shinobi and citizens were instantly thrilled, eagerly awaiting the return of their heroes. After all, just last year Orochimaru had orchestrated the Konoha crush, leaving many with lasting trauma. Now, to see Tsunade-sama, with her iron-blooded decisiveness, send out a squad to exact revenge, and succeed, only reinforced her prestige. She truly lived up to being the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, and the most beautiful Kage. Before long, the 5 squads plus Natsuki, 21 people in all, arrived at Konoha's gates and were met with a hero's welcome. Kiba, Ino, and Rinya were especially pleased, waving to the villagers with big grins, clearly enjoying their fame. The others remained more reserved. As for Tenten, she stood quietly beside Natsuki, unusually composed. Natsuki smiled, leaning down to whisper, "Tenten, didn't you always want to become a legendary kunoichi? Now you're being welcomed as a hero. Shouldn't you be showing a little more excitement?" Tenten pouted. "This is the victory of the whole task force. I'm still far from being a legend. Besides, I need to maintain my image, I can't act too childish. Otherwise, if I really do become a legendary kunoichi one day, all the childish things I did will just become blackmail material." Oh. So self-aware, huh? Still, she was right, this was the squad's victory, not hers alone. It wasn't something to boast about personally. In truth, Tenten wasn't interested in the welcome ceremony at all. She wanted it over with so she could tell Natsuki about the intel she'd found on the Gold and Silver brothers, and then plan how to obtain the 6 Paths treasures. She could hardly wait to get her hands on those legendary ninja tools. Fortunately, Tsunade could see the group was tired. After a few words of praise, she dismissed them, leaving Kakashi to handle the formal reports. Tenten wasted no time dragging Natsuki home with her, she didn't even stop by her father's shop to let him know she was safe. Once home, she locked all the doors and windows, as if they were thieves. Only after securing the house did she push Natsuki onto the sofa and sit in his lap, slowly unrolling a scroll. "Natsuki, look. This records the area where the Gold and Silver brothers might have died. Kabuto hasn't pinpointed it yet, but it should be in this region. If we go there, we'll definitely find the 6 Paths treasures. Once I have them, I can truly fight alongside you." Her eyes shone with determination as she looked into his. She had always wanted to be strong, to stand beside her boyfriend in battle, not just as a pretty face, not as someone who relied on him for protection. She wanted to be able to guard his back in a fight. That was how she expressed her love, not just by chasing her own dream, but by making sure they could always be together. "You silly girl." Natsuki gently pinched her cheeks and rubbed his face against hers. They didn't kiss this time, but the closeness said it all. In that moment, they were happy. Then, bang bang bang. A knock on the door shattered the moment. "Tenten, Natsuki, you're back and didn't even stop by the ninja tool shop to see your old man. Did becoming heroes make you forget your dad?" It was the shopkeeper. Tenten fumed. "Dad. You big idiot for ruining the mood." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 228, Chapter. Danzo-sama, here are all of Orochimaru's research data. Sai dropped to one knee as he presented the mission report. MHM. Well done. Danzo took one of the files and flipped through it, confirming it was exactly what he wanted before nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, he had already assembled a research team to study Haiden's immortality, and had learned all about the Jashin cult. But the cult's sacrificial method had an extremely low success rate, and he had no intention of worshipping some evil god. That left only one option, studying the strange immortal substance in Haiden's body. The problem was that his team was far inferior to a genius like Orochimaru. If he wanted progress, he needed Orochimaru's years of accumulated research. That was why he'd sent operatives to infiltrate the task force, to steal Orochimaru's data in the chaos. After all, no one knew more about immortality than Orochimaru. His research was priceless. Danzo-sama, what should I do next? Continue staying in Team 7. Danzo's tone was firm. Keep your eyes on Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan is an evil clan, we cannot afford to be complacent. One day, I will give you a new mission. Until then, you don't need to report back here. Yes, understood. Sai bowed and left. Once he was gone, Danzo resealed the research data into the scroll and hurried off to check on the progress of the experiments. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was giving Tsunade a detailed report of the mission, along with a written record, including Orochimaru's death, Sasuke's loot, and Sai's suspicious behavior. Tsunade frowned. So, what exactly is Danzo after? Kakashi shook his head. Not sure. But I noticed Sai spending a lot of time in the records room. I think he was after some kind of research data. Most likely, Tsunade said, beginning to piece it together. After all, Danzo and Orochimaru had once worked together in secret, Orochimaru researching Mokuton while Danzo provided funding and materials. They were accomplices. If he was now after Orochimaru's research on immortality, that probably meant his own experiments had hit a wall. Tsunade scoffed inwardly. Those guys aren't worth worrying about right now. The next day, Tsunade summoned everyone who had taken part in the operation to hunt Orochimaru. She praised them again and awarded each of them credit for an S-rank mission. After all, eliminating Orochimaru was a matter of national security. Giving S-rank credit was only fair. Once the rewards were handed out, she dismissed them, reminding them to pick up their mission pay from logistics. However, Sasuke, Neji, Natsuki, and Tenten did not leave. Sasuke and Neji looked at the couple. Why don't you two go first? Natsuki shook his head. No, you go ahead. You both look like you can't wait to speak up, so I'd feel bad making you wait. Alright, then we won't hold back, Sasuke and Neji said. Tsunade-sama, with 2 S-rank and 6 A-rank missions under our belts, we've fulfilled the requirement. We'd like to visit the Senju archives. Tsunade smiled knowingly. I figured that's what you'd ask. Fine. Wait outside, I'll take you to the clan compound once I'm finished here. They left without further comment. Tsunade then turned to Natsuki and Tenten. Natsuki, you haven't completed enough S-rank missions for the Senju archives, so I'm guessing this isn't about that. And since Tenten is here too, don't tell me you're here to announce you're getting married. Tenten blushed but quickly waved her hands. No, no. We just want permission to leave the village for some personal business. Tsunade's curiosity grew. What kind of personal business? Can you tell me? If it's not convenient, I won't press. Tenten trusted Tsunade, so she didn't hide much. We found intel in Orochimaru's base about some special ninja tools. I want Natsuki to help me track them down. You know my fighting style, I get stronger with better tools, so I want to collect the best ones I can. I see, Tsunade nodded in understanding. It's good to see you taking the initiative to grow stronger. I'll approve your request. How long will you need? Natsuki already had an estimate. With Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, travel time won't be an issue. But finding the items could take time. Please grant us a month. A month. Tsunade thought it over and decided it was reasonable. Very well. You have a month, and if necessary, I'll extend it by half a month as a special favor. Tenten's eyes lit up. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Natsuki immediately took her hand, and with a flash of Flying Thunder God, they were gone. Watching them go, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Natsuki, with his mastery of Flying Thunder God, was free to travel with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, she was stuck in the office drowning in paperwork. She remembered him once saying he had no interest in becoming Hokage, because he didn't want a job that left him with no time for his wife and children. Maybe he had a point. Shaking off the thought, Tsunade left to take Sasuke and Neji to the Senju compound. They had come prepared to stay 3 days without distraction. Soon, they were locked inside a sealed chamber. Both immediately set to work searching for what they came for. Neji stopped in front of the historical scrolls section, pulling out one that detailed the Hyuga clan's history. His eyes lit up, at last, he had found a valuable lead. Sasuke, meanwhile, found a scroll titled, On the Uchiha and the Sharingan, signed by Senju Tobarama. Opening it, he felt a spark of excitement. Uchiha, as I thought. The Senju archives truly were a treasure trove. They were both glad they had come. Elsewhere, Natsuki and Tenten appeared in the land of rice fields. The intel on the Gold and Silver brothers included a map. Kabuto's best guess was that they had fled to an island chain west of the Land of Lightning after being badly wounded by the Third Raikage. To get there, the Land of Rice Fields was the closest starting point. The furthest Natsuki had marked with Flying Thunder God was here. From here, they would have to travel the rest of the way. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 229, Chapter. The two of them changed into different outfits and even put on makeup to completely hide their identities. Although Henshin no Jutsu, transformation technique, was more convenient, it was hard to maintain for long periods. Makeup was simpler for a trip like this. In truth, Natsuki was more concerned about being recognized. He didn't think of himself as particularly famous, but someone might have seen his face in a wanted poster or sketch. It was better to be cautious. Once they entered the land of Ryosho, the difference in the local atmosphere was obvious. This country revered physical strength. Men and women alike were fierce, and there was a subtle tension between the sexes. With his lean build, Natsuki looked like a weakling to many of them. Of course, those who judged him by appearance would be in for a surprise. Under his clothes, Natsuki's physique was nothing but muscle, something only he and Tenten knew well. After several days of travel, they finally reached the coast of the Land of Snow. From there, they chartered a boat to a remote stretch of islands, then used Badora the hawk to reach the main area they'd targeted. It had taken nearly half a day, and the hawk was exhausted. Natsuki promised to feed it quality venison later. Tenten, though a little disappointed at not finding anything yet, dragged Natsuki along to keep searching. They focused on caves, reasoning that if the Gold and Silver brothers had died, they would have chosen a place to hide their bodies, perhaps even entomb themselves. They combed through several caves with no luck. Not a single sign of the brothers, not even a useful clue. But Tenten, stubborn and determined, refused to give up. She gave Natsuki a quick kiss as self-motivation, then went right back to searching. Natsuki, there's a cave up ahead. Let's spend the night there. Hee, alone in a cave with your future wife, Tenten was actually trying to keep things lively so Natsuki wouldn't get bored. In truth, she didn't mind teasing him, their relationship was already that close. She pulled him into the cave. The moment she lit her lantern, her eyes widened. There were 2 skeletons inside, and these skeletons had something unusual with them. 1 thick rope. 1 giant gourd. 1 feather fan. 1 sword shaped like a flat paddle. Tenten's breathing quickened. She gripped Natsuki's hand, voice trembling. And Natsuki, are these the 6 Paths ninja tools? Could these skeletons be the Gold and Silver brothers? Did we find them? Natsuki's smile widened. No doubt about it. These are the Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, Shikisaiken, 7-star Sword, Bashozen, Banana Palm Fan, and Kokinjo, Golden Canopy Rope, 4 of the treasures left by the Rakudo Sennin, Sage of 6 Paths. And now, they're yours. Tenten could hardly believe it. After all that fruitless searching, they had been about to settle in for the night, only to stumble upon the jackpot. Natsuki was certain it wasn't luck. Tenten was fated to possess the 6 Paths treasures. Why else had she once picked up the Banana Palm Fan in battle? Why else could she use it when others couldn't? No need to guess, destiny had prepared these for her. Tenten crouched down and picked up the fan first. Ever since her encounter with the treasure during the war, she had felt a strange connection to it. Just as before, when she held it now, she felt that she could wield it naturally. Natsuki patted her twin buns with a grin. Don't just stand there in awe. Either seal them away or start testing them. Let's test them. She quickly sealed away the Crimson Gourd, 7-star Sword, and Golden Canopy Rope, keeping the Banana Palm Fan in her hands. Then she stepped outside the cave and swung it. A gust of wind roared out, powerful enough to blast apart the cliffside. Natsuki explained, the Banana Palm Fan lets you use all 5 chakra natures without having an affinity for them. Its attack power is terrifying, but it drains chakra quickly. It's the same reason I told you once you had the 6 Paths tools, you could stand beside me in battle. With your chakra batteries, you could easily use it multiple times in a fight. Tenten's eyes sparkled. No wonder you said that. It's incredible. Natsuki chuckled. Exactly. Most people would collapse after 1 or 2 uses, but with your chakra reserves and batteries, you can treat this as your ace in the hole, something you pull out to end fights decisively. She nodded firmly. I'll just keep increasing my chakra and charging the batteries whenever I can. What about the other 3? She asked, unsealing the 7-star Sword, Crimson Gourd, and Golden Canopy Rope again. The moment she held them, she instinctively knew how to use them, a natural talent for ninja tool mastery. I've heard a bit, Natsuki said. The Golden Canopy Rope draws out a victim's kodadama, their most used word or phrase. The 7-star Sword records it, and if they say that word again, the Crimson Gourd will suck them inside and seal them away. It sounds complicated, but against someone who doesn't know the tool's abilities, it's deadly. Even if they do know, it's still very hard to avoid. Tenten's smile widened as she imagined the possibilities. Then I'll keep their abilities secret for now. That way, the enemy will never see it coming. Natsuki nodded. Even if the secret leaks, they can still fall for it. The only real counter is to know exactly what the Kodadama is, and in a fight, that's nearly impossible to track perfectly. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 230, Chapter. Tenten carefully put away all 4 of the Rakuto Ningu, 6 Paths ninja tools, then quietly nestled into Natsuki's arms, locking eyes with him in silence. The sky had completely darkened, but the clouds soon dispersed, allowing the moonlight to spill over them. The cool sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore surrounded them, quiet and romantic. Natsuki, the luckiest thing in my life, is being able to be with you. Tenten spoke with deep emotion, offering him her most tender kiss. From now on, no matter how strong their enemies might be, she could continue to stand by his side and become his strength. That was her love. The next morning, the two of them sat close together on the beach, quietly watching the sunrise over the sea, their hearts filled with unprecedented peace and joy. If it weren't for their stomachs growling, they could have sat there until noon. After breakfast, they returned to the cave, gazing at the skeletons of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. For a moment, they exchanged glances, unsure what to do with them. Tenten frowned. Yakushi Kabuto knows where their bodies are. He might come one day and use Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, on them. Kinkaku and Ginkaku are really strong. If he uses them against us, it would be a huge problem. Natsuki nodded in agreement. In that case, let's feed them to the fish. Eh? Feed them to fish? Isn't that a bit much? What else? If you bury them here, someone could dig them up. Better to sink them into the sea. Kabuto will never find them. Oh. I'll listen to you, Otosan. That husband rolled off her tongue as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Afterward, Tenten summoned some cloth with her summoning technique, and together they tied Kinkaku and Ginkaku's remains to several large stones, sinking them deep into the ocean. If Kabuto could still find them after that. Well, that would be something. Tenten asked, we've only been out for less than half a month, right? Are we going back now? Or, keep traveling? Natsuki smiled. Of course we're keeping on. Tsunade-sama approved a full month for us outside the village, how could we waste it? If we go back now, we'll just get missions again and be busy all over. Alright then, let's go to the Land of Lightning and bring back some local specialties. Dad will be happy. At that moment, all of Tenten's worries seemed gone. She smiled like an angel, so much so that Natsuki couldn't help but lose himself in her gaze. For the next half-month, the two disguised themselves as ordinary civilians, wandering all around the Land of Lightning. They weren't short on money, so they bought whatever caught their fancy, soaked in hot springs whenever they found one, always choosing mixed baths, making the trip feel just like a honeymoon. When the time was almost up, they found themselves reluctant to part with the journey. Natsuki said, when we get married and have kids someday, we'll have to take them traveling. If Dad doesn't mind, he can come too. Tenten pouted. That sounds nice, but I'd rather just be with you alone. Natsuki grinned. We'll do that too. And when we have free time, we'll travel the world. The kids can stay with Dad. To his surprise, Tenten agreed immediately. Sure. It's a deal. This girl, if her shopkeeper father, so doting on his daughter, heard that, it might just break his heart. When the time came, Natsuki used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to take Tenten straight home. The familiar sight of their house brought instant smiles, followed by the natural act of taking a bath together, and then a good, deep sleep. The next day, they went together to Tsunade's office. Seeing the two of them glowing with health, Tsunade's eyes were filled with jealousy. Well, you two brats actually remembered to come back. Natsuki blinked. Should we keep traveling then? You. You're going to make me lose it. Tsunade could hardly contain herself. Why is it that you two can play around outside for a whole month while I'm stuck in this office working hard, can't even sneak a drink without being caught? Tenten spoke weakly, but... Tsunade-sama, you approved our leave. One glare from Tsunade was enough to make her shrink back. Fortunately, Natsuki had remembered to bring back souvenirs, summoning out several large bottles of the Land of Lightning's finest liquor. Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly. After all, the Land of Lightning's people were known for their boldness, and their liquor was top quality. When buying some for Tenten's father, the two had made sure to bring some back for Tsunade as well. She quickly gathered them up, hiding them away so Shizun wouldn't find out. She cleared her throat. Ahem. As long as you came back safe. I assume you found the special ninja tools. Tenten nodded. Yes, Natsuki and I went through a lot to find them. It wasn't easy. The Land of Lightning is far, and we even had to go out to sea, it was a real hassle. Tsunade felt a twinge of envy. She wasn't afraid of hassle, she was afraid of paperwork. Oh. What ninja tools did you find? She asked casually. Ah, this. Tenten began hesitantly. You can't even tell me. Then they must be something special. Now I'm even more curious. Tell me, or I'll tell your dad about certain things you and Natsuki have already done. Tsunade smirked. Humph. My dad already knows. Tenten wasn't fazed, her father wasn't stupid. He had already guessed some things between her and Natsuki. Not only was he not angry, he even reminded her to be careful and that she was too young to have children just yet. Tsunade could only sigh, she hadn't expected the shopkeeper to be so open-minded. Still, she was genuinely curious. Come on, tell me. I promise I'll keep it secret. Tenten narrowed her eyes. Really? Of course. And if I think your new ninja tools truly make you stronger, I'll arrange missions more suited to you and push to promote you to Jonin soon. Staying as a Tokubetsu Jonin is beneath you, and your boyfriend won't be happy about that either. Tenten was overjoyed. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. But you have to keep it secret, don't spill it after drinking. Relax, I'm not a kid. And now that you and Natsuki are both Konoha's trump cards, whether my job as Hokage is easy or not depends on you too. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 231, Chapter. It didn't take long before Natsuki and Tenten left the Hokage building. Tsunade watched them go, her face full of mixed feelings. She hadn't expected the legendary Rikudo Ningu, 6 Paths ninja tools, to end up in Tenten's hands, and judging from her expression, she was definitely going to use them. With such a huge trump card, Tsunade felt pretty lucky. Even if a tailed beast went berserk one day, it could be dealt with easily. Hey, at least those 2 brats still have some conscience, they didn't actually hide it from me. And they even remembered to bring me some liquor. While Shizen's not here, I'll sneak a few sips. Tsunade-sama. Shizen pushed the door open, startling Tsunade so much that she quickly hid the bottles behind her back. But Shizen's sharp eyes caught them instantly. Tsunade-sama. Where did you buy more liquor? You know you can't drink during work. I'm confiscating these. Tsunade cried out in despair, no, Shizen. This is my life. Outside the Hokage building, Natsuki and Tenten walked hand in hand toward the ninja tool shop, ready to deliver some gifts from the land of lightning to her father. The reason they had told Tsunade about the Rikudo Ningu wasn't to show off, but out of trust. Since she asked, they told her, especially since she had promised to keep it secret. As Tsunade said, she would find out sooner or later. Letting her know early would give her more confidence. Tenten had actually discussed with Natsuki whether to keep the matter absolutely secret, but Natsuki let her decide for herself. She thought about it and realized that with enemies like the Akatsuki, the Rikudo Ningu might be needed soon. Even if they were going to hide it, Tsunade wasn't the one to hide it from. That way, when a strong enemy appeared, she could help in a big way. And Tsunade-sama wouldn't be tempted to split Natsuki in half just to use him in 2 places at once. Tenten was that kind of person, she cared for her comrades, she loved the village, and she wanted to contribute her strength. In the original timeline, when she picked up the Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, and Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, she immediately ran toward the main battlefield without regard for her own safety, because she believed those treasures could help everyone and had to be delivered quickly. Even when trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, she kept trying to find a way out to save everyone. Because Natsuki knew this about Tenten, he didn't interfere with her choice. She was a smart girl who could figure things out herself. Since she was willing to tell Tsunade, Natsuki naturally supported her. And in return, Tsunade would value and rely on her more, helping her achieve her ideals in the future. Dad, we're back. As soon as they reached the shop, Tenten called out cheerfully, dragging Natsuki along to her father, then summoning a pile of gifts and setting them in front of him. Natsuki smiled. Father-in-law, Tenten, and I went to the land of lightning. These are gifts we picked out especially for you. Here's the land of lightning's most popular liquor, and here's the most expensive one they sell. We bought both for you. Even Tsunade-sama likes these. The shopkeeper grinned from ear to ear, glancing smugly at the neighbors gathered by the door to watch. He really wanted to show off. Even though his daughter and son-in-law weren't officially married yet, it already felt like they had been for years. This visit felt like her returning to her family home, and it brought tears to his eyes. His daughter was filial, his son-in-law thoughtful, both remembering to bring him gifts after traveling. So, neighbors, feel the envy. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Since even Tsunade-sama likes this liquor, I'll keep it in storage. Maybe during the holidays, I'll gift her some to keep her looking after our business. He was clearly delighted but still pretended to be serious, which made one want to laugh and cry. Natsuki quickly said, "No need, father-in-law. Keep these for yourself. Tsunade-sama has me to handle her. She values me a lot now, and she really likes Tenten too. Our family business will be fine. You just relax and enjoy life." The shopkeeper's grin and pride were impossible to hide. He patted Natsuki on the shoulder, clearly very satisfied with his son-in-law. In his heart, he thought it was all thanks to his daughter's beauty and excellence, otherwise, how could a genius like Natsuki have willingly fallen for her since childhood? Yes, it was definitely because his daughter was amazing. Tenten didn't bother to expose her father's smug face. She and Natsuki went to the kitchen to prepare a meal, and the family enjoyed a happy dinner together. After that, Tenten left with Natsuki. She had long been used to living with him, apart from not having officially moved in or married, their life was practically the same as being married. Her father didn't mind, he'd gotten used to it over the years. He chatted with the neighbors and occasionally brought out the gifts to show off, making them green with envy. Back at home, Natsuki and Tenten had barely arrived when someone knocked on the door. Opening it, Natsuki saw Sasuke. "Come in." Tenten greeted him too. "Sasuke, you're here. Come sit, red tea or green tea?" "Red tea it is." She went to make the tea. Natsuki gestured for Sasuke to sit. "Just say whatever's on your mind. Tenten's one of us, and she'll keep your secret, so no need to hold back." Sasuke nodded and handed over a scroll. "Take a look at this." Natsuki accepted it curiously, unrolling it, and froze. "The Three Tails." "Yeah. I found this at Orochimaru's place," Sasuke explained. "I saw Sai rummaging through some things in Orochimaru's base. I figured he must have a lot of valuable stuff there, and definitely some important intel. So I decided to look too. I got lucky and found this." Natsuki wasn't surprised. Looks like the Three Tails Jinchuriki is already dead, and the beast revived and went into hiding. At that moment, Tenten came back with the tea, even bringing sugar. She sat down and leaned over curiously to look at the scroll. So Orochimaru had already discovered the Three Tails location, probably planning to use it for experiments. "So, Sasuke, you came to Natsuki for, what? Don't tell me you want to be a Jinchuriki." Sasuke answered firmly, "Yes. I want Natsuki to help me subdue the Three Tails. I want to become a Jinchuriki." Ah. Tenten hadn't expected her joke to turn out true. This guy actually did want to become a Jinchuriki. But she wasn't stupid, she knew Sasuke carried the hatred of his clan's destruction. Wanting power was normal, and becoming a Jinchuriki was a good option. Just look at Naruto, though not very skilled most of the time, he could still burst out with the Nine-Tails chakra in tough situations, and that was extremely powerful. Once he fully controlled it, his strength might even surpass Tsunade's. If Sasuke became a Jinchuriki, he might handle it even better than Naruto. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 232, Chapter. Natsuki wasn't surprised at all. "You've really decided?" Sasuke stood and, to Natsuki's surprise, bowed deeply. "I have decided. Please help me." Natsuki nodded. "All right. I'll help you." Sasuke exhaled in relief, even showing a rare smile. "Thank you, Natsuki. Really, thank you." Natsuki just waved it off. He had always wanted to respect the destiny of the so-called savior, but since one of them had come to him for help, and was also a friend, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, without using Orochimaru's cursed seal power, Sasuke might only be able to gain real strength through a tailed beast. This was the conclusion Sasuke had come to himself. He hadn't gone down an extreme path or turned fully dark, that alone was already rare. If Natsuki refused, Sasuke would still go after it himself, but given his current strength, it was unlikely he would succeed. Worse, the Akatsuki might notice, and that would give them an opening. So, it was better to help him directly and ensure he succeeded. That way, Konoha would have 2 Jinchuriki, making it easier to face the Akatsuki. And maybe, Uchiha Itachi would even turn against them. After all, the Akatsuki would try to capture his younger brother, tear the beast out of him, and let him die. No matter his circumstances, Itachi wouldn't just stand by and watch that happen. "By the way, do you plan to keep this from Tsunade-sama and Kakashi-senpai?" Natsuki asked. "Yes. They probably wouldn't agree." "I want to act first and explain later," Sasuke admitted, clearly conflicted. He was grateful to Kakashi, truly seeing him as a teacher who had helped and taught him a lot, but this was something he wanted to be stubborn about. Becoming a Jinchuriki would give him the power he needed, and Itachi would come to him on his own. There was no better plan. So no one was going to stop him. And he knew Natsuki was more rational and would support him, that's why he'd come here. And as he expected, Natsuki agreed without hesitation. Having such a friend, Sasuke considered himself lucky. Natsuki thought for a moment. All right then. I'm planning to investigate that spiral mask guy, and I'll take you along as my helper. Tsunade-sama will approve. Then we can take down the Three Tails first, it shouldn't take long. Since the masked man had the Sharingan, bringing Sasuke might reveal something. Sasuke nodded. That's a good plan. I'll follow your lead. Natsuki asked, how's your Fuinjutsu? Sure, I can help you seal it, but if your own sealing skills are solid, you'll be able to control the beast's power better. Sasuke smiled with confidence. Shisho Fuin, 4-symbol seal, and Hack Fuin, 8 trigrams seal, I wouldn't say I've mastered them completely, but I've trained them well. Good. With those conditions, this should succeed. Go prepare yourself, I'll ask Tsunade-sama for the mission tomorrow. All right. Still, thank you, Natsuki. Sasuke didn't linger. He finished his cup of red tea, manners were manners, and then left. As Natsuki watched him go, his peripheral vision caught a figure hiding nearby. He instantly recognized Sai, and his gaze turned cold. Not at Sai, but at Danzo. That old vulture still hadn't learned to stop. He'd sent Sai to spy on Sasuke, when the Uchiha clan had only one surviving heir left, and after stealing the dead clan member's Sharingan for himself. Just how far was he planning to go? And now he had spies outside Natsuki's own home. Did he really think young people were easy to push around? Natsuki considered whether he should give Danzo some trouble, like leaking the fact that he and Hanzo the Salamander had conspired to kill Yahiko to Uzumaki Nagato and Konan. Wouldn't they drop everything to kill Danzo? Even if they didn't, they'd surely come after him specifically during any attack on Konoha. One way or another, the old man deserved death. Without him, the shinobi world would be much more peaceful. Closing the door, Natsuki met Tenten's worried gaze. About Sasuke, are you sure this is all right? I understand he wants power, but becoming a Jinchuriki sounds too risky and extreme. You know Naruto has always had trouble controlling the Nine Tails, and Gaara's one tail goes berserk too. Tenten genuinely cared for her comrade. She understood Sasuke's reasoning, but she didn't really agree with it. Natsuki patted her head. Everyone has their own choices. I think the fact that Sasuke didn't go to Orochimaru for power is already admirable. Now he just wants to become a Jinchuriki, why not? It gives him strength not only for revenge but to protect his comrades. As for Naruto and Gaara, first, they were too young to control their beasts. Second, neither of them knew Fuinjutsu. At that, Natsuki decided to explain the power of sealing techniques to Tenten. He pulled her into his lap, resting his chin on her small shoulder. Fuinjutsu is an amazing thing. The very first Jinchuriki in shinobi history was the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. She came from the Uzumaki clan, not only with enormous chakra reserves, but also incredible sealing skills. She sealed the Nine Tails so completely that it had no temper at all. She became a perfect Jinchuriki, able to wield the Nine Tails' full power. Tenten's eyes lit up. The Nine Tails' full power? That must be terrifying. Of course, Natsuki confirmed. Uzumaki Mito became Konoha's unshakable pillar. Even after the first Hokage died, even after the second Hokage died, even during the Great Shinobi Wars, the flames of battle never reached the village, because every other village feared her strength. Tenten nodded. She loved hearing about legendary kunoichi like that. But Uzumaki. The first Hokage's wife had the surname Uzumaki. Could she be related to Naruto? Natsuki didn't answer, instead continuing, that's why Fuinjutsu is so important, it's the right way to deal with tailed beasts. Sasuke knows the Shisho Fuin and Hack Fuin, so becoming a Jinchuriki won't be dangerous for him, certainly safer than Naruto or Gaara. Alright then. If you say so, let's help Sasuke, Tenten said, trusting Natsuki completely. She also understood this needed to be kept secret. She didn't want Sasuke to go through what Naruto had. Even if villagers' gossip couldn't physically harm someone, it could wound their heart. Hatake Tsukumo had been driven to death by public opinion. Naruto had suffered both cold violence and outright bullying as a child, his childhood was tragic. If Sasuke were met with the same cold stares and scorn, given his mental state, he might truly turn dark. And if that happened, no one could save those ignorant villagers. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 233, Chapter. The next day, Natsuki went straight to the Hokage's office to request a mission. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You just got back from a vacation, and now you're eager to take a mission. Don't tell me you're looking for another excuse to browse the Senju archives. And you're taking Sasuke along. Looks like his last visit to the archives really benefited him. Oh. She misunderstood. Well, it wasn't exactly wrong, so he decided to just go along with it. Natsuki nodded. Sasuke said the Senju and Uchiha were once rivals. The Senju understand the Uchiha very well, and the archives record plenty of information about their abilities, techniques, and weaknesses. It's very helpful for him. Tsunade chuckled. Alright then, work hard for me. With helpers like you two, my job really does get easier. Natsuki grinned. Then, Tsunade-sama, when Tenten and I get married, you'd better not be stingy. How about giving me a lifetime free access pass to the Senju archives as your wedding gift? In your dreams. She laughed, but added, still, not a bad idea. Lifetime access is impossible, but a 3 to 5 day reading pass is doable. Fine, when you and Tenten get married, I won't have to worry about a gift, you've already picked it yourself. Perfect, topic successfully diverted. No need to have her suspect anything. After getting the mission, Natsuki was ready to leave, but before going he said in a low voice, Tsunade-sama, I've noticed that Sai has been secretly watching Sasuke. Her face hardened immediately. I understand. I'll handle it. You and Sasuke just focus on the mission. When Natsuki left, Tsunade's expression turned downright ugly. That old bastard Danzo. The Uchiha only have one heir left, and he still won't let him be. If he's so idle, I'll give him something to do. Shizun, get Kakashi here, there's a troublesome mission I want him to take Sai on. Kakashi, somewhere else, why am I getting dragged into this too? Outside the Hokage building, Natsuki met Sasuke and even glanced at the hidden Sai in the shadows, but didn't bother with him. Mission approved, let's go. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and in an instant they vanished. No matter how good Sai was, he wasn't following them through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the village. After confirming the location of the lake, they quickly and quietly set out, making sure no one else discovered their objective. 2 days later, they reached the lake area. Mist hung thick over the surface, hiding the water itself. Clearly, the Three Tails was well hidden and living quite comfortably. Compared to the other 8 beasts trapped by humans, this one was truly free. The Three Tails. It's at the bottom of the lake. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Yes, it's definitely down there, Natsuki confirmed, then suddenly added, Sasuke, there are 2 things I need to warn you about. First, Orochimaru may not actually be dead. His soul could be hidden in the cursed seals on you and Anko-senpai, so you must stay cautious. Second, tailed beasts are dangerous, they've been sealed many times over the years and have absorbed a lot of negative emotions. They might influence you, so you must keep your cool. Sasuke was surprised. He hadn't expected Natsuki to suddenly bring this up, let alone claim Orochimaru was still alive. He touched the cursed seal on his shoulder but didn't doubt Natsuki's words. Orochimaru always gave off an immortal, snake-like vibe. If the man really was hiding in the seal, Sasuke would have to be careful. If that snake found an opening, it would be a disaster. As for the beast's influence, he had already prepared himself mentally. He understood Natsuki's concern and was grateful. He nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll be careful. Without further words, they dashed across the water to the center of the lake and then dove in, searching slowly beneath the surface. Before long, they found it, a massive, spike-covered turtle with 3 tails, the Three Tails Aisabu. Sasuke could feel the immense chakra radiating from it, and excitement surged through him. Natsuki signaled with his hand, and Sasuke immediately surfaced, activating the chakra battery device on his arm. Sealing a beast this large would require massive chakra reserves, and he needed to be fully prepared. Meanwhile, in the water, Natsuki silently apologized to the carefree creature before pressing his hands together. Suetun, Kraken. In the next moment, a colossal water-formed octopus, nearly as large as the Three Tails itself, unleashed its tentacles, wrapping them around the spiked turtle. The Three Tails thrashed and shrieked, but the Kraken dragged it toward the surface, its tentacles binding it so tightly that it couldn't move. The Kraken could restrain even Susanoo, let alone the Three Tails. Natsuki also had the tentacles clamp over the beast's mouth, preventing it from using a Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, or water release. It was completely helpless. Sasuke wasted no time. He rushed to the restrained beast without fear, immediately weaving signs for a sealing jutsu. He trusted Natsuki to hold the creature completely still, there was no need to worry about his own safety. Fuin Jutsu, Shisho Fuin. 4-symbol seal. Slamming his palm against the Three Tails, sealing chains shot from his body, wrapping around the beast and forcefully pulling it toward him. Realizing what was happening, Aisabu's struggles grew even more desperate. It had been living peacefully and hadn't even sought revenge on humans, why wouldn't they just leave it alone? Damn humans. Sasuke felt the intensified resistance and immediately poured in more chakra, strengthening the seal's power and dragging the beast into himself. Thanks to Natsuki's restraint and Sasuke's well-trained Fuinjutsu, plus his massive chakra supply from the battery, the Three Tails didn't resist for long. Soon, it was wrenched fully into Sasuke's body. A sealing mark appeared on his stomach, and he immediately pressed his hand over it, casting another Shisho Fuin. 2 layers of 4 symbol seal formed the Hack Fuin, 8 trigrams seal, perfectly binding the beast inside. The dual-layer seal also compressed the beast's power, turning it into an enormous living chakra battery, no more worrying about running out of energy. It's done. Sasuke could feel the Three Tails tightly sealed inside, and that he could draw on its chakra at will. Testing it immediately, he cloaked himself in a layer of tailed beast chakra. The overwhelming power made him almost giddy. He wanted to challenge Uchiha Itachi right then and there. Of course, he also felt the beast's negative emotions, but thanks to Natsuki's warning, he pushed them down without difficulty. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 234, Chapter Suiton, Swipuden no Jutsu. Water Style, Water Bullet, Boom. Katan, Takaku. Fire Style, Head Carving Pain, Fwoosh. Raitun, Ikazuchi no Kiba. Lightning Style, False Darkness, ZZZ Boom. Channeling the tailed beast's chakra into these techniques, Sasuke unleashed tremendous destructive power, even in a style like Water Release, which he was never proficient at. As for Kakuzu's signature fire and lightning releases, their output was now at an unmatched level. The results left Sasuke extremely satisfied. Still, he couldn't ignore the unpleasant feeling. So, Naruto's been carrying around the Nine Tails' negative emotions all this time, and yet he's still so optimistic. I don't know if he's just thick-skinned, or really that strong-willed. Natsuki replied, probably both. Naruto's a natural-born optimist, but he's also got a resilient heart. That's the only way he's been able to endure the Nine Tails' malice. But the coldness and scorn of the village still hurt him deeply. Between the two of you, I think you should be more worried about yourself. Your emotions have always been unstable, don't let the beast find an opening. And if your Jinchuriki status is exposed, you'll face what Naruto went through. A bunch of ignorant commoners. Sasuke was indifferent. I fight for revenge, and to protect my comrades. As for those useless villagers, they're nothing to me. Oh, now that was the right mindset. Frankly, those villagers, ignorant, idle, and petty, weren't worth protecting. Sasuke's perspective was far more rational than Naruto's. I'll protect the people who hated me just to earn their acceptance way of thinking. That kind of groveling was pathetic. The more Natsuki thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Part of him wanted to convince his father-in-law to sell his business in Konoha and move to the capital. That way, if Pain ever leveled the village with Shinra Tensei, it wouldn't be his problem. Unfortunately, his father-in-law wouldn't agree, and Tenten certainly wouldn't. At the very least, the shop's neighbors were familiar faces after all these years, they couldn't just watch them die. And that was the problem. Natsuki said, from now on, I'll focus on investigating the masked men. You just spend your days outside mastering the beast's power. You've got at least 2 or 3 months, use them well. Sasuke nodded. Thanks. I won't stand on ceremony, if you ever need my help, just say so. Natsuki waved it off, glancing around at the scenery. This place is nice, but Kabuto knows about it, so we'll move elsewhere. Over the years, Natsuki had found several hidden spots perfect for training. He'd even taken Tenten to one before, so she could practice with the 6 Paths ninja tools. After all, those weren't exactly suited for use inside the village. Sasuke's case was similar. Training with a tailed beast's power in the village was out of the question, not just because of the damage or panic it might cause, but because it would draw Danzo's attention. And that was trouble he didn't need. Shup. Natsuki whisked Sasuke away. A day later, Kabuto arrived at the lake with Kirin and Yukimaru. But no matter how much they fed Yukimaru medicine to stir the beast, the Three Tails never appeared. And as time passed, the mist over the lake quickly dissipated. Kabuto had a bad feeling. The Three Tails was probably gone. Over the next month, Natsuki and Sasuke roamed the nation's neighboring Amigakure, but never found the masked men. Instead, they kept hearing about Deidara and Sasori taking bounty hunting jobs. It seemed the two had completely taken over Kakuzu's role, working hard to earn money for the Akatsuki. Natsuki had no intention of going after them now. His allies in the village needed time to grow. If he killed Deidara and Sasori too soon, it might provoke the Akatsuki into sending Pain early. And fighting all 6 paths in a premature invasion would be much harder. Shinra Tensei can repel anything. Bansho Tenin can attract anything. Push and pull, troublesome abilities. I need a way to counter them. Ideally something that can push back his push, then I won't have to worry about him blasting the village apart. No way am I letting my wife's family business take a loss. Still, to be safe, he thought he'd try again to convince his father-in-law to sell off some assets, just in case Shinra Tensei couldn't be stopped, the damage wouldn't be too great. Sasuke, meanwhile, was reviewing his current arsenal. The White Fang sword style, Raitun, Chidori, Raitun, Ikazuchi no Kiba, Katan, Takaku, Shunshin, Genjutsu, all well-honed techniques, more than enough to handle Jonin-level opponents. From the Senju archives, he'd also learned plenty about the Uchiha, fire release mastery, Sharingan usage, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, as well as their weaknesses. His control over fire techniques was now more precise, his Sharingan use smoother, and he'd corrected several bad habits. The Senju archives really were a treasure trove. He wanted to visit them again. He'd also mastered several sealing jutsu, notably Shishofuin, 4-symbol seal, Hakfuin, 8-trigram seal, and Fujihoin, evil sealing method. Most importantly, he'd grown comfortable with the Three Tails power. While not yet at full Jinchuriki mastery, he could skillfully draw on the beast's chakra and enter tailed beast form smoothly. He felt frighteningly strong now. Fortunately, he hadn't gotten arrogant, because he and Natsuki had sparred, and he'd been crushed by Natsuki's water giant technique. Natsuki was like an unscalable wall. But that was fine, Uchiha Itachi couldn't beat him either. Losing to Natsuki didn't affect Sasuke's revenge plans. Natsuki, still no leads. Sasuke asked during a break. That masked man is too secretive, we might never find him. Natsuki sighed. I think he's just afraid of me, deliberately avoiding me. If he ever shows up in front of me, I'll beat the crap out of him. Sasuke almost laughed out loud. Vulgar as it sounded, he believed Natsuki could really do it. But with no leads, they couldn't keep wandering forever. Natsuki wrote a note to Tsunade, reporting the mission failure. Her reply came quickly, return to the village and pause the mission. Perfect, Natsuki was missing Tenten's embrace anyway. Without hesitation, he took Sasuke back to Tsunade's office. Tenten had just finished delivering a message and hadn't left yet. When she saw Natsuki return, she didn't care who was watching, she jumped straight into his arms. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 235, Chapter. Ahem. You two, tone it down, everyone's watching. Tsunade reminded them. Still holding Tenten in his arms, Natsuki glanced around and noticed Tsunade, Shizun, Tenten, Megumi, Sakura, and Kurama Yakumo all present, every one of them looking over. Sakura and Yakumo couldn't help blushing, it really did feel like Natsuki and Tenten were being far too bold. Natsuki, on the other hand, wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Only after letting Tenten go did he speak. Tsunade-sama, I spent over a month circling the country and never found that guy's trail. I did, however, hear plenty of news about Deidara and Sasori. Since this mission wasn't completed, how's it going to be counted? Mem, since it was an official mission, even if it failed, you still get paid, Tsunade said with a wave of her hand. And in this case, it's not really a failure. If the target doesn't show up, it's normal not to find him. Also, for now, it's best not to provoke the Akatsuki, so your investigation mission ends here. Natsuki nodded and didn't press further, though he was curious what all these people were doing here. A girls' meeting? No. Tsunade was an older woman, not exactly the type for girlish tea parties. Apparently seeing through his thoughts, Tsunade said irritably, stop letting your imagination run wild. Yakumo hasn't been feeling well, so Megumi brought her to me for a checkup. As for Sakura, she came to ask me to take her as a disciple, and I agreed. Oh. So Sakura was finally apprenticing herself to Tsunade. Natsuki wasn't surprised in the least. Sasuke, however, glanced at Sakura with some surprise, making her a little self-conscious. The truth was, after the last joint operation, Sakura felt more useless than ever, and sensed danger from Yakumo. Not that Yakumo would necessarily get involved with Sasuke, but it was clear he respected strong girls. If he were to choose a partner, a weakling like her would be out of the question. So, determined not to drag the team down and to earn Sasuke's respect, she'd resolved to train under Tsunade. Luckily, Tsunade had been waiting for her to make up her mind, so she accepted quickly. That's good, Sasuke said bluntly. You had no real strength before and were always holding us back. Now that Tsunade-sama is your teacher, train seriously. If you put the time you spend on your looks into training, you wouldn't be this weak. Everyone collectively face-bombed, Sasuke really didn't pull his punches. Sure, it was true, but saying it out loud in front of everyone. He was bound to make Sakura want to curl up into the floor. Surprisingly, Sakura said seriously, Sasuke-kun is right. I should have realized sooner. Maybe it's not too late now. I'll learn everything I can and never hold you back again. Sasuke nodded. Perhaps it was the first time he'd actually acknowledged her. Despite the sting of his blunt criticism, Sakura was overjoyed. This was the first time he'd spoken to her like this, the first time he'd recognized her determination. She felt like she could fly. After enjoying the show, Natsuki found it was missing a bag of sunflower seeds. He waved a hand. All right, Tenten and I will get going. Don't let us disturb you. Sasuke followed him out, then said, Natsuki, how about I treat you two to a meal? You've helped me so much, and I've never repaid you. I'm not sure what else to do, so at least let me buy you dinner. Tenten's eyes lit up. So, Sasuke succeeded. Natsuki nodded. Yes. Perfectly. No problems at all. Tenten sighed in relief, smiling. Well, if you're treating us, we won't hold back. How about barbecue Q? Better be ready, Sasuke, Natsuki and I can really eat. Sasuke gave an okay sign. Eat all you like, I can handle it. It was just barbecue, how much could they really eat? He'd completed 3 S-rank and 6 A-rank missions recently, he had plenty of money. He could even afford to treat Choji and Hinata if he wanted. The 3 of them soon arrived at Barbecue Q, but just as Natsuki and Tenten were getting ready to order big, they spotted Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Yo. Shino, Ino, Shika, Cho, you're here too. Natsuki was the first to notice Shino. Natsuki, Tenten, and Sasuke, Shino said, his voice carrying a subtle note of happiness. After all, for so many years people had often overlooked him, but Natsuki always noticed him immediately. A true friend and longtime desk mate. That was what touched Shino most. In the beginning, Natsuki hadn't always managed to find him right away. But over time, he developed the habit of instinctively sensing and locating Shino, never once failing. Tenten, influenced by this, could now easily spot Shino too. Hey. Don't shorten our names like that. Shikamaru protested, though he explained anyway. Your good desk mate here helped out our team with a big mission, so we're treating him to dinner to say thanks. Ino quickly added, yeah, Shino was amazing. That A-rank mission would have been really tough, but with his help, scouting, recon, sneak attacks, offense, defense, it all became a breeze. The only hard part was getting used to the bugs. Shino was quick to correct her. The bugs are excellent helpers. Ino conceded, yes, they're excellent helpers. I wasn't criticizing. Choji just kept eating without a care, only remembering to lift his head to greet them, otherwise, Natsuki might have gone over to knock on his skull. What a coincidence, Sasuke said, joining in the conversation. I'm here because Natsuki helped me with something important. I didn't know how else to thank him, so I'm treating these two to dinner. Choji actually paused, chewing to agree. Treating someone to a meal is the best way to say thanks. Nothing's more important than food. Odd as it sounded, there was some truth in it. Too many words could make gratitude sound hollow, and giving money could feel like a transaction. Sometimes, the simplest way to show genuine thanks was just to treat someone to a hearty meal. Natsuki and Tenten certainly weren't shy, they immediately ordered several deluxe sets, without a thought for Sasuke's wallet. Sasuke, far from worried, even insisted on adding extra drinks and fruit. Now that was generosity. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 236, Chapter. By the way, have you guys heard? Sakura has become Tsunade-sama's disciple. Tenten casually started the topic while picking up some meat for Natsuki. No way. That wide forehead. Ino was surprised. Didn't expect she finally made up her mind. I thought she'd keep dragging it out for a while. As Sakura's best friend, Ino naturally knew her situation better than most. Even though Sakura rarely said much about it, Ino could see through her. She wanted to help, but there was nothing she could do. Sasuke carried the burden of his clan's massacre, leaving no room in his heart for love. Sakura would probably only come to realize this slowly. Ino just hoped that, one day, Sasuke wouldn't hurt Sakura too deeply, or, ideally, would let her fulfill her dream. But, she couldn't interfere. Shikamaru calmly analyzed, Sakura's always been the good student type. Back in the academy, she only stood out because of her grades. But being a real shinobi isn't the same as school life, her thinking never fully transitioned, so she fell behind a lot. Good thing she's figured it out. Becoming Tsunade-sama's apprentice is the only path for her now. Sakura's talent for medical ninjutsu was indeed promising, and she also had the tendency to use brute force, a path perfectly suited to following Tsunade. This wasn't just Shikamaru's observation, everyone could see it. It's just that some matters are either too sensitive to meddle in or simply irrelevant to oneself, so no one went out of their way to offer Sakura advice. Sasuke stayed silent. He had already said what needed saying earlier in the Hokage's office. The conversation shifted to other topics, like missions. While Natsuki and Sasuke had been away for over a month, the other teams had taken on quite a few assignments, mostly C rank and B rank, well suited for Chunin. Luckily, Aoba's team had gained Yakumo as a member, so even without Natsuki, their missions and training didn't stall. As for Kakashi's team, it seemed Kakashi had been sent on some matter with Sai and hadn't had any free time. Sakura, meanwhile, was actively helping at the hospital. What about Guy's team? Tenten, you guys didn't have missions either. Natsuki noticed Tenten seemed pretty free. During his missions, he occasionally sent notes to Tsunade, and her replies always came quickly, clearly via Tenten's hands. Meaning, Tenten probably hadn't been out on missions much. Tenten put a piece of freshly grilled meat in Natsuki's bowl. Not really. Tsunade-sama told me to temporarily handle office communications. Lee's been training intensively with Guy-sensei. The main reason, though, is that Niji requested a solo mission, said he wanted to challenge himself. A solo mission? Niji. Natsuki's eyes flickered. He didn't think Niji was simply testing himself, more likely, he'd found something. He had probably come across something in the Senju archives, perhaps about the Hyuga clan's ancient history, and had taken the mission as a cover for his own investigation. If Niji discovered a way for the Byakugan to evolve, and Konoha gained a pair of Tensigen, now that would be interesting. Tensigen versus Rinnegan, both eyes of the sage. Who would win? Hard to say. Natsuki found himself looking forward to it. The meal was enjoyable, and afterward, they all went their separate ways. However, Shino caught up to Natsuki and Tenten. Natsuki, Tenten, mind if I drop by your place? It's been a while since we've had a proper talk. Tenten smiled. True, ever since becoming full-fledged shinobi, we've been so busy. How about you stay for dinner? Natsuki can make your favorite, winter melon pork rib soup. Natsuki gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me, it'll taste just like before. Ack. That thumbs up, you picked that up from Guy-sensei and Lee, didn't you? You better quit before you turn into a kappa, because if you do, I'm not marrying you. Laughing and chatting, the three headed to Natsuki's home. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined place, Niji walked forward step by step. His Byakugan silently swept over the collapsed buildings. No trace of human activity remained, no one had been here in ages. Konoha had stood for over 60 years, and the Hyuga had left their ancestral lands just as long ago. For a clan that valued tradition and etiquette so highly, the fact that no one guarded their ancestral grounds was puzzling to Niji. After a moment's thought, he began to suspect the reason. Perhaps the main house didn't think it appropriate for the branch family to guard the ancestral land, and wouldn't allow them to perform the ancestral rites either. Yet the main house feared their pure Byakugan would be targeted if they came themselves, so they avoided returning entirely, let alone stationing guards there. Then came the repeated shinobi wars, throwing the world into chaos. The main house became even more reluctant to leave the village, and wouldn't let the branch family return either. Over time, the ancestral land simply fell into neglect. Whether the Hyuga had taken everything of value with them when they joined Konoha, Niji couldn't be sure. But he intended to search regardless. After all, it had taken him great effort to find records in the Senju archives mentioning the Hyuga's ancestral land, and Hyuga Tennin. According to the Senju records, Tennin was the only known Hyuga to have possibly evolved the Byakugan. But after Tennin's death, no such figure ever appeared again, and the record keepers had no idea why. Niji wanted to find out for himself. If the speculation was correct, he wanted to see exactly how Tennin had achieved the Byakugan's evolution. Byakugan. Niji activated his dojutsu, scanning the area without haste. He had already completed his mission, still had time before returning, and no one knew he was here, plenty of time to investigate. Bit by bit, his gaze swept the land until he found the location of the ancestral shrine. All ancient clans had a shrine, the Uchiha did, and so did the Hyuga. Niji eyed the ruined building, searching more carefully. He sensed some force blocking his sight, coming from underground. Something hidden below. His pulse quickened, but he forced himself to remain calm as he searched. At last, he found an intact platform bearing a Bagua diagram. Standing at its center gave him a distinct feeling, the surrounding walls even displayed the hand forms of the gentle fist. Inspiration struck him. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The sound of his strikes echoed. 8 trigrams palms, rotation. As Niji's feet moved along the Bagua pattern, something below seemed to respond. When he finished with rotation, the faint sound of a mechanism echoed. Clack. A hidden entrance in the floor appeared. Niji's face lit up. So it's true. The gentle fist illustrations on the walls were hints to use the 8 trigrams palms. The Taiji diagram underfoot marked the mechanism's location. Even if someone knew, without the 8 trigrams palms, and especially rotation, they couldn't open it. Not even the branch family could, since our version of the 8 trigrams palms is incomplete, and we're never taught rotation. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 237, Chapter. Thinking of this, Niji smirked with mockery. The main house, the branch house, so utterly laughable. Laughable that the main house forbids the branch house from doing this or that, and yet their ancestral land was left abandoned. Perhaps no one could have imagined that Niji's genius would reach such a level, not only mastering the complete Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, but even independently comprehending Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Even more unexpected. Niji had found the clan's ancestral land. Let me see for myself, the secret of the Hyuga clan. Suppressing his excitement, Niji carefully stepped into the underground entrance and lit a lantern. The mysterious underground chamber was mostly empty, containing only a massive stone tablet that radiated an ancient, mysterious power. It seemed that when the Hyuga clan had relocated, they couldn't take such a huge monument with them. So they sealed it here, and in time, it was simply forgotten. After all, anything left and used for long is easily lost to memory. The so-called ancestral teachings were privileges only the clan head could know, and if a clan head died before passing them on, then what lay here would vanish from collective memory entirely. Byakugan. Niji decisively poured more dojutsu power into his eyes. Fortunately, his ocular strength was not weak. Soon, lines of text appeared carved into the tablet. The gist was this: the Hyuga clan carried the bloodline of the sage, and the Byakugan had the potential to evolve into the eyes of the sage. Tennin were those who had evolved the Byakugan into the Tensigan. Only pure Byakugan had the highest chance to evolve. Therefore, to preserve the clan's future and glory, the caged bird curse seal was created, leading to the division between main house and branch house. The branch house would protect the main house, while the main house, with its pure Byakugan, would strive toward evolution. Niji let out a laugh, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. He pulled off his forehead protector, exposing the caged bird mark. For the future and glory of the Hyuga, huh? And yet the main house threw away the ancestral teachings. They hid themselves in the cage of Konoha for the sake of so-called peace. If a person cannot fly freely, what good is a pure Byakugan? How could it possibly evolve into the Tensigan? And the branch house, once meant to protect the main house, has been reduced to nothing but slaves to be used and discarded. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The truth has a way of driving people mad. Because reality is always more absurd than you think. Calming himself, Niji continued reading the tablet, and came across the method to release the caged bird. So it can be removed. Of course the main house knows, but they'd never let the branch house learn it. The moment we knew, we'd revolt. Hey, even more ridiculous. Niji memorized the method, then sat still for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Was there truly any need to save the rotting Hyuga clan in Konoha? He wasn't certain. But he was certain of one thing: he wanted his freedom. Sitting cross-legged, Niji formed the necessary hand seals as described on the tablet, then pressed his palm to his forehead. A sharp crack rang out, something in his mind had shattered. His Byakugan had no more blind spots. At last, freedom. But it's not enough. Only when my Byakugan truly evolves will I have real freedom. If I can become a Tennin, changing the Hyuga clan will be nothing. Perhaps I can even fulfill father's wish. Niji looked into the reflection on his forehead protector. The curse mark was gone. Yet, something felt off. The underground chamber seemed to hold a unique energy, emanating from the massive stone tablet. Byakugan. He activated his eyes again, now with a perfect 360-degree field of vision. Studying the tablet in detail, he finally noticed something strange: shallow palm prints across its surface, oddly familiar. He took a stance and unleashed Hakurokuji on show, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang. 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 With each strike, cracks spread across the stone until it finally exploded with a loud boom. From within flew out a transparent glass container, landing in Niji's hands. Inside was a pair of pale blue eyes. The eyes of the Tennin who left this tablet. After his death, they sealed his Tensigan here. Niji could feel the terrifying ocular power radiating from them. His composure crumbled. In his mind's eye, he saw himself soaring freely through the skies. Yes, if he could absorb the power of this Tensigan, he too would awaken it. He would become a Tennin of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, in the Natsuki household of Konoha, Shino, having been warmly hosted by Natsuki and Tenten, was full to bursting, his stomach rounded from winter melon pork rib soup. Only then did he reveal his purpose. Actually, I didn't just come to visit. I also wanted to ask you too about something, how I can become stronger. Become stronger? Tenten tilted her head. But Shino, don't you have your clan's teachings? Just learn from Uncle Shibi, isn't that enough? Shino shook his head. Not enough. Ever since facing Deidara and Sasori, I realized I was completely useless in that battle. I've thought hard on it, and even asked my father. But I've only become more aware of the Aburame clan's limits. Our insects are strong, but growing stronger is hard. Against a Kage-level opponent, our chances of victory are slim. Tenten fell silent, unsure how to respond. Shino continued, I know Natsuki always has good ideas. You've given Tenten, Niji, and Sasuke plenty of advice, and they've all grown. So I thought, maybe you could give me a suggestion too. Natsuki rubbed his chin, thinking. I don't know much about insects, but I've heard the Aburame clan's bugs can evolve. Maybe that's a path you can pursue. How do I start? Shino asked quickly. Well, let's take Sasori as an example. Your swarm can't get close to him because of his fire, so, pick the insects most resistant to fire and cultivate them until they're immune. If your bugs can't break his puppet's armor, pick the ones with the strongest bite force and train them until they can bite through steel. Keep building on that logic, get it? I get it. Shino's eyes lit up. You're right, I should focus on evolving my insects. If my swarm can ignore fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, even resist some special Kekii Genkai attacks, and withstand physical strikes while biting through any defense, my swarm will be invincible. As expected of you, Natsuki, excellent advice. Natsuki chuckled. Glad I could help. But raising legendary insects like that won't be easy. Shino's voice brimmed with confidence. Once I know the goal, no matter how hard, I'll raise them. Natsuki, you said before that I'm someone you can trust, so I'll earn the strength to be worthy of that trust. Yes. Shino was still Shino. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 238, Chapter. Time, like the belly of a wallet, thinned away at frightening speed. Unknowingly, almost 2 years had passed. Tenten was now 17, Natsuki 16, and their relationship had only grown deeper. After all, there are some things that become increasingly pleasant as the body matures, things that can make one completely intoxicated. By now, Tenten had long since moved into Natsuki's home, openly living together. Marriage was the only step left, and if one day they suddenly had a child, no one would be surprised. Now that the most important matter is said, we can move on to less important ones. For example, the grandson of that old man, the third Hokage Sarutobi, had graduated. Konohamaru was now a fresh genin, leading his Konohamaru team under Ebisu's guidance, doing D-rank missions. It was then that a certain blonde returned to the village. Standing atop an electric pole, the blonde shouted at the top of his lungs. Konoha. Or wa Uzumaki Naruto, I'm back, Databeo. Ah. Naruto and II. Naruto and II's back. The Konohamaru trio, clutching the cat they'd just caught, beamed with delight. Naruto hopped down to greet them. Yo. It's you three. Didn't expect you'd already graduated, and you've all grown taller. Konohamaru grinned. Naruto and II, you're the one who's grown too much, I almost didn't recognize you. Naruto chatted with them for a bit, even discussing Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, shamelessly transforming into unclothed beauties in the middle of the street. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Sakura's fist came down hard, flattening him on the spot. Not long after, all 15 of the Konoha 12 had gathered, except there were 17 now, because Sai and Yakumo had also been called over. Sai, perhaps after special guidance from Tsunade, was much more well-behaved these days, at least no longer tailing Sasuke. Yakumo had integrated well into Aoba's team, becoming close friends with Megumi and proving herself a strong combatant, so strong, in fact, that even Rinya had to stand behind her in fights, leaving their sensei feeling immense pressure. Naruto looked around at all the familiar faces and broke into a wide smile. Everyone. I'm back, Databeo. That verbal tick was still so familiar. But Naruto himself had changed a lot, not just taller, but more mature, without the noisy, restless energy he used to have. Kiba was first to laugh. Naruto, you do remember how to come back. You've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you. Naruto scratched his head. Kiba, you've barely changed, That's Akamaru next to you, right? Damn, he's grown. You used to carry him on your head, now he could carry you twice over. Looking around, Naruto noticed other changes. Hinata and Ino, for example, both had grown their hair longer, and their figures had matured to the point of drawing envy from many. Ino now wore a midriff-bearing top, looking quite sexy, almost like a couple's outfit with Sai. Hinata's personality hadn't changed much, she still blushed when looking at Naruto and spoke in that tiny voice, like she'd never eaten her fill. Well, maybe she really hadn't. Still, his return clearly made her happy. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto finally fixed his gaze on the two faded people. I'm back, did you miss me? Sakura denied it instantly. No. Any later and I'd have started wondering if you even existed. Naruto slumped. Sakura, that's too cruel, no matter what, you can't just forget me. I've been thinking about you this whole time. Of course, she was probably joking to liven the mood. Sasuke, however, said flatly, Naruto, you probably don't know, Tsunade-sama had Sai take your place. He's been doing fine in Team 7, better than you, Dobe. Nani? Someone took my spot. Naruto's eyes swept the group, locking onto the midriff-bearing Sai. So you're Sai. Listen, I'm the man who's going to be Hokage, I'm not giving you my position in Team 7. Sai's squint turned into a puzzled look, what did being Hokage have to do with team positions? Although this was Naruto's grand return, it somehow felt more like a comedy act. Natsuki, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the show, cracking sunflower seeds he'd remembered to bring this time. One hand eating, one hand spectating, perfect. Tenten, at first, hadn't been used to it, but over time, she'd grown a little addicted too. Shino quietly took a small handful from Natsuki, to feed his bugs. Niji muttered, Natsuki, Tenten, why are you two eating sunflower seeds again? Aren't those for hamsters and squirrels? Natsuki chuckled. You don't get it, Niji. Hamsters and squirrels are picky, the nuts they like are usually delicious. These sunflower seeds are tasty even plain, but you can also roast them with salt or 5-spice. Eating them while watching a show makes it way more enjoyable. Is that so? Niji took a few, cracked them open experimentally. At first, the taste felt strange, but just as Natsuki said, eating them while watching a scene play out really did have a certain charm. And then, when Naruto turned back after the commotion, he was greeted by the sight of 3 hamsters munching away. After 2 years apart, there was no awkwardness, even Sai and Yakumo had met Naruto smoothly. As for Team 7's arrangements, that was Tsunade's business, not Naruto's concern right now. But he hadn't returned just to see everyone, he wanted to show them how far he'd come. He locked eyes on Sasuke, brimming with confidence. Sasuke, I've been training hard under Erosen in these past 2 years. I'm not weak anymore. Today, I'll challenge you, and beat you. Oh. Sasuke smirked. Bold words. Let me see your growth, then. Everyone quickly cleared space for them. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other, the tension thickening, until Natsuki suddenly called out, start. Naruto, startled, lunged forward instinctively. Everyone nearly fell over. Why are you meddling in their fight? Natsuki shrugged innocently. They'd been staring at each other for ages without moving. I was just helping them get on with it. Staring passionately, he said. How did a fight turn into that in your mind? Still, since Naruto had charged in, the fight was on. Sasuke moved as well, the two clashing in a taijutsu exchange. Naruto had clearly improved, his movements were far cleaner than the chaotic style of before. Still, while his taijutsu was now watchable, he was no match for Sasuke, quickly falling into a disadvantage. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 239, Chapter. Multi-Shadow Clone no Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto created 10 shadow clones, charging at Sasuke all at once. Sasuke didn't panic in the slightest, with almost 1 kick per clone, he burst them all in just a few seconds. But Naruto had only used the clones to stall for time. He had already made them prepare a sphere for him, and now he rushed forward holding that sphere, his speed nothing to scoff at. Sasuke smirked and met him head-on. When Naruto pushed the sphere toward him, Sasuke suddenly used a lightning shunshin, lightning instant body flicker, to appear behind Naruto and kicked him flying. Naruto slammed into the ground, and the Rasengan exploded into a large crater beside him, leaving him looking rather battered. But in the next instant, poof. This Naruto vanished. It was just a clone. He really had grown a bit. Otherwise, he never would have dodged Sasuke's lightning shunshin. Still, it was only that much growth. Naruto's fighting style was still the same old combo, multi-shadow clone no jutsu plus Rasengan, at most upgraded to Otama Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan. And that was it. He had too few combat methods, and in these past 2 years, his main training focus had been learning to control the Ninetales power. But inside the village, he couldn't just recklessly use a tailed beast's power. So for now, Naruto was still no match for Sasuke. Even if his taijutsu was better and his speed was faster, Sasuke still had far more hidden trump cards, not to mention his Jinchuriki-level power lying in reserve. Naruto beating him. As if. That's enough. Kakashi's voice suddenly cut in, appearing between Naruto and Sasuke. You've both grown a lot. I've seen it. But for now, Tsunade-sama has called Team 7 to assemble. There's a personnel adjustment to be made. The abrupt interruption left Naruto quite dissatisfied. After all, everyone was just getting into it. But since it was about Team 7's member arrangement, Naruto couldn't ignore it. He was genuinely afraid Sasuke would replace him with Sai. After all, Team 7 was his only steady way to stay close to Sakura. With no more fight to watch, Natsuki didn't stay either. Waving to his friends, he took Tenten home. Over the past 2 years, since Naruto hadn't been in the village, the Akatsuki had shown no intent to act directly against Konoha. Only Deidara and Sasori were actively making money, the rest were lying low. So Natsuki and Tenten had basically no missions. That was fine too, living together meant they could spend more quiet, happy days at home. But Natsuki knew, now that Naruto had returned, the world's gears would start turning again. The Akatsuki would move, and one major battle after another was about to begin. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at the now-grown Naruto with relief. She had overcome her hemophobia and returned to become Hokage because of Naruto. He was like a younger brother to her. Naturally, she hoped Naruto would grow stronger, to protect himself, so she could worry less. Tsunade-bachan, Shizen Nichan, Tenten, long time no see Databeo. Naruto still had that same bright, innocent smile. Welcome back. Tsunade smiled. Since you're back, Team 7 needs to be rearranged. Naruto swallowed hard, eyes full of hope that Tsunade wouldn't remove him, and ideally, wouldn't separate him from Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke were also curious about the arrangement, watching in silence. Unexpectedly, Tsunade fulfilled Naruto's wish. All right then. Naruto returns to Team 7, and Sakura and Sasuke remain in Team 7. Yes. Tsunade-bachan, you're the best. And Sai will also remain in Team 7. From now on, the team leader will be Sasuke. Kakashi has other assignments. Huh. Tsunade-bachan, why replace Kakashi-sensei? Shouldn't you replace Sai? Team 7 is incomplete without any of us. We're Kakashi's team, without him, how can it be called Kakashi's team? Naruto had only prayed the 3 original members would remain, and Tsunade had indeed kept them together, but she'd replaced Kakashi. Worse, she'd made Sasuke the team leader. How could he accept that? Kakashi simply pressed down on Naruto's head. Now, no need to get worked up. Sasuke's a jonin now, strong enough to lead. And Sai's been performing well since joining. It'd be too cruel to suddenly kick him out. Besides, as Tsunade-sama said, I have a more important mission to handle. Naruto still protested, but. Tsunade cut him off. No buts. I know how you feel, Naruto. Kakashi is a great teacher. But this mission is urgent, I need him elsewhere. Sasuke is an excellent jonin who's completed plenty of high-level missions. Leading the team won't be a problem. Naruto could only slump. Fine. I'll accept it. Not that he had a choice, his protests were useless. In truth, Tsunade had wanted to replace Sai, since he was one of Danzo's people and she didn't know if he'd cause trouble. But Danzo was cunning, and removing Sai wasn't so easy. At least Sai hadn't stirred up any trouble in the past 2 years, which was somewhat reassuring. With Team 7's lineup settled, Tsunade thought of Jiraiya, who had also returned, but he was nowhere to be seen. Most likely off peeping at the women's bathhouse again. She could only sigh at the old lecher. Just then, a messenger from the intelligence division rushed in with an urgent report. Tsunade opened it and her face instantly hardened. Go summon Jonin Natsuki immediately. Hurry. Natsuki had just sat down to eat with Tenten when an ANBU arrived, saying Tsunade urgently needed him. Shoveling food into his mouth, he grabbed the bowl and shined to the Hokage's office. Seeing him arrive with his meal, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh and scold, What are you, a starving ghost reincarnated? Couldn't you put the bowl down first? Still, his interruption eased her tension a little. She tossed him the intelligence scroll, and, snatching the chicken leg from his bowl, took a bite herself. An old lady stealing her junior's chicken leg, who was the real starving ghost here? Natsuki ignored it, unrolling the scroll. His expression froze. The spiral masked man attacked Takigakure, who left with him willingly to protect the village. The Akatsuki had made their move at last. They were short on manpower, even Uchiha Obito himself had acted. Heh. Good. After 2 years of lying low, it was time to make a splash. Tsunade-sama, I'm heading out to rescue her right now. Natsuki flickered home, shoving the rest of his food down with a swig of water, and began changing clothes. Tenten hurried over to wipe his mouth. What happened? Is it urgent? Natsuki nodded. Yeah. The Akatsuki have moved. Fu from Takigakure is in danger, I'm going to save her. Tenten, while I'm gone, they might make another move. Be careful. I understand. You be careful too. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 240, Chapter. Tenten nodded in agreement, watching Natsuki leave. 2 years of peaceful life had made her treasure and love these days. Now that the Akatsuki was moving again, it left her feeling quite unhappy. Fortunately, she wasn't worried about Natsuki's safety. After all, Natsuki was truly strong. His Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, had become ever more refined. In her eyes, Natsuki was already the fastest shinobi in the world, and coupled with his overwhelming strength, he was definitely among the top in the entire ninja world. Anyone who wanted to harm him would have to go get their funeral arrangements ready first. What she worried about was that the Akatsuki's actions would shatter the peace in the world. At that point, even something as simple as having a quiet meal together might become impossible. How annoying. Tenten finished her meal with a heavy heart. Just as she finished washing the dishes, another ANBU came to summon her. Tsunade wanted her to come immediately. Natsuki just left, and there's already another urgent summons. Looks like the Akatsuki's movements aren't ordinary this time. She didn't dare delay. After changing into her gear, she used Hiraishin no Jutsu to flash directly to the Hokage's office. Her Flying Thunder God could already transport herself, though she wasn't confident yet in bringing another person along, and the range was still limited. But for personal combat, it was more than enough. Given a few more years, she might even reach Natsuki's level. Tsunade-sama, what's going on? Tenten quickly asked. You got here fast, as expected. Flying Thunder God is reassuring, Tsunade said with a rare look of relief. After all, this girl wielded the Rakudo tools, making her one of the village's top combat forces, only second to Natsuki. Tsunade believed that with Tenten in the mission, things would be fine. She handed over a scroll. Tenten opened it and immediately frowned. Gaara's been captured. The ones who did it were Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand. Tsunade nodded. Don't rush yet. I'll wait for the others to arrive before giving orders. Tenten could only sit patiently. Before long, Kakashi, Team 7, and Guy's team all arrived. It seemed Tsunade was planning to send 2 full squads for support. That was quite the reinforcement. Just in terms of Jonin, they had Kakashi, Guy, Tenten, Niji, and Sasuke, 5 in total. Of course, Tsunade had her reasons. If it was just Deidara and Sasori, there was no need for so many, but what if other Akatsuki members showed up? Better safe than sorry. When everyone was present, Tsunade said directly, we just received word, the Kazekage, Gaara of Sunagakure, has been captured by Deidara and Sasori. We need to send reinforcements. Naruto immediately became anxious. What happened? The Akatsuki captured Gaara. The others weren't surprised, but Sasuke quietly glanced at Naruto. He, Naruto, and Gaara were all now Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki, it seemed they had truly begun their hunt. He looked forward to Uchiha Itachi coming for him. Tsunade quickly reassured, don't panic, panic won't help. Naruto, you've trained for 2 years, you need to learn to stay calm first. Naruto took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but the change in his pupils revealed his unrest. After all, Gaara was a friend who shared the same fate as him. Gaara was only just taken. Sunagakure immediately sent a messenger hawk. I'm sending both your squads to bring the Kazekage back. If possible, eliminate Deidara and Sasori, cut down the Akatsuki's fighting power. You're all the village's elite, I trust your strength. Now, Kakashi will lead you out immediately. Yes. Kakashi led everyone out. Walking at the rear, Tenten caught Tsunade's meaningful glance, if necessary, don't hold back. Use the Rakudo tools. Against the Akatsuki, those legendary weapons wouldn't stay hidden for long anyway, so they might as well be used where they mattered most. And even if word got out, it wasn't as if the enemy could easily counter them. Tenten understood. Tsunade's calmness came entirely from her and the Rakudo tools. After all, Kakashi couldn't beat Uchiha Itachi. If they really encountered him, Tenten might be the only one who could turn the tide. Earlier. Takigakure. The spiral masked man suddenly appeared in the village, slaughtering any Takinin who approached without discrimination, throwing the entire settlement into chaos. Leader Shibuki, upon seeing the black cloak with red clouds, immediately knew the intruder was here for Fu. Without hesitation, he charged in, stabbing his kunai at the masked man, only for it to pass through as if he wasn't there. In the next moment, his neck was caught in a crushing grip. The leader of a tiny village? Pathetic, the masked man mocked, about to kill Shibuki. Stop. I'll go with you. Just don't hurt anyone else. Fu suddenly appeared, blocking him. The masked man raised an eyebrow. Oh. How selfless. Seems this man is important to you. I don't like wasting time, so if you're willing to come, fine. He tossed Shibuki aside. Fu let out a breath of relief. She had always known this day would come. Looking at the villagers lying in pools of blood, her heart was heavy with guilt. But now, the only thing she could do was go with this Akatsuki member, otherwise, the entire village would be wiped out. That would be even more painful. Thankfully, she had prepared in advance. Her hand brushed against the pouch at her waist. Inside was the kunai Natsuki had given her. Shibuki struggled to his feet, reaching out with a hoarse cry, Fu. Don't go. You'll die. Fu shook her head. Shibuki, we agreed on this. Goodbye. Shibuki froze, watching her walk away as tears streamed down his face. But there was no time to grieve. He quickly wrote an urgent scroll and sent it off with the fastest messenger hawk to Konoha, hoping it wouldn't be too late. This was the plan they had made beforehand. Fu's words just now had been a signal. She would follow the enemy, and Shibuki would send word to Natsuki, who could then arrive in time to save her. Shibuki had objected to this plan at first, but after experiencing the enemy's overwhelming power just now, he realized how foolish his earlier defiance was. Now, his only hope was that Natsuki would receive the message quickly and arrive even faster. Natsuki had already locked onto the Flying Thunder God marker on Fu's kunai. In the next moment, he flashed in. Yo. Die. With a casual greeting, a laser beam shot from his fingertip, piercing through the masked man's body. But the man reacted quickly, twisting away so only his shoulder was hit, and then immediately becoming intangible. Since he was intangible, he could no longer hold Fu hostage. Natsuki instantly pulled her behind him. Without a hostage, things just got a lot easier. Natsuki. You're here. Fu said in delight. See. This was exactly why she had made the plan. She had known, her amazing friend Natsuki would arrive at the fastest speed to save her. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 241, Chapter. Fu, are you alright? Natsuki shielded Fu behind him. I'm fine. But be careful, this masked man's ability is strange. Fu hurriedly warned. Natsuki nodded, his gaze locking on the figure. The man wore the Akatsuki uniform and the swirling mask that revealed only a single eye, one bearing the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, just wait, I'll find a chance to expose you. You're the so-called Demon Blade of Konoha, Natsuki. Obito scrutinized him. Obito had long heard of Natsuki's reputation. Ever since he defeated Orochimaru and Shikaku, his fame had spread rapidly. Later, he even repelled the Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame duo, twice. Eventually, he and Konoha Shinobi managed to kill both Kakuzu and Haiden. Within Akatsuki, Natsuki's name carried weight. Even Pain, who prided himself as a god, did not underestimate him. After all, Akatsuki's ranks were filled with powerful missing nin, and yet Natsuki had already defeated or even killed several. He was not to be taken lightly. Even Obito himself had to be cautious. Natsuki sneered at him, yes, I'm Natsuki. But what exactly are you supposed to be? Obito bristled with anger. Such insolence from a brat. Ha! Why bother with courtesy toward someone hiding behind a mask? I'll tell you this, you've met me today, and your luck's run out. Oh. Let's see just how much weight you carry. Speed is power. Ever been kicked by light? Natsuki's words cut him off. By the time the last syllable fell, he was already at Obito's side, launching a blazing laser kick toward his waist. But Obito reacted swiftly, immediately shifting into intangibility. The beam pierced through his body and blasted into the distant mountains, detonating them in a thunderous explosion. Obito broke out in a cold sweat. The boy's speed, faster than lightning body flicker, nearly instantaneous, had brought him within a hair's breadth of death. Only his quick reaction had saved him from being skewered alive. When did this brat grow so terrifying? I never heard of this. Storm release, is it? Seems I underestimated you. Obito forced his voice to stay calm. Hey, stop pretending. Your voice is trembling. Natsuki ruthlessly exposed him, conjuring a blade of light in his hand. He pressed the glowing edge against Obito's intangible form. Even though Obito was in his ghostly state, his scalp prickled with dread. I don't know how long your intangibility lasts, but I bet there's a limit. Otherwise, you'd be invincible, and the world doesn't allow such absurdity. So I'll just keep this blade right here. The moment your time runs out, you're done. What do you think? Obito's thoughts immediately soured. He tried to retreat, but the light sword shifted with Natsuki's control, stretching, curving, tracking him no matter where he went, always pinned to his abdomen. There was no escape. TCH. I can't believe I'm being pinned down by such a cheap trick. Frustrated, Obito finally activated his eye technique and slipped into Kamui's space. Natsuki simply waited, expecting him to reappear. But the man never returned. Perhaps he had fled. Or perhaps he lacked the guts to face him again. In truth, Obito's mindset had crumbled. Even with Kamui, he hadn't expected to be toyed with like this. It shook him. His intangibility lasted only 5 minutes, but Natsuki's blade remained fixed against him. The moment Kamui ended, he'd be skewered instantly, no time to react. Pulling Natsuki into Kamui? Impossible. Natsuki could teleport with Flying Thunder God, Kamui couldn't hold him. That left 2 options. Hide indefinitely inside Kamui. Cancel Kamui, take the hit, and use his Izanagi to survive. But his Izanagi would consume a Sharingan, not worth it. For now, hiding in Kamui seemed safer. Damn it. Where did this brat come from, so absurdly strong I can't deal with him? Past records already showed White Fang's Kenjutsu, the 8 Gates, Flying Thunder God, and his own inventions. Now he's mastered Storm Release on top of it all, and fights cunningly too. How am I supposed to capture a Jinchuriki like this? Obito fumed inside Kamui, helpless. Outside, Natsuki chuckled after waiting long enough. A turtle hiding in its shell. I haven't even gone all out and you've already run. And you dare strut around outside looking for trouble. Fu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Natsuki, you're amazing. Haha, of course. Natsuki grinned. Alright, I'll take you back to Takigakure. But you probably can't stay there anymore. Talk to your leader seriously. I can't guarantee I'll always arrive in time, and if those guys get angry, they might massacre the whole village next time. Fu nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll talk with Shibuki. She wasn't naive, she knew how cruel the shinobi world was. This time, the masked man had spared the village. But what about next time? She couldn't gamble, and neither could Shibuki. She would have to leave. Meanwhile, in Konoha, 2 squads, 9 shinobi total, were gathered at the village gates, ready with their equipment. Let's hurry, Kakashi-sensei. If we're late, it could be too late. Naruto urged impatiently. Now, Kakashi calmed him, raising a hand. In times like these, we need cool heads. To travel fast, we'll need Tenten's help. He gestured toward her. Tenten immediately formed hand seals, summoning 2 colossal mountain eagles, Batora and his mate. With 2 eagles, 9 people could ride without issue. Naruto's face lit up. Oh, right. I forgot Tenten had those giant eagles. With them, we'll reach Sunagakure in no time. Tenten called out, everyone get on, and hold tight. The flight will be fast. They leapt onto the eagles' backs. With a sharp cry, the giant birds spread their wings, shooting into the sky. Wind howled past, blowing everyone's hair into disarray, but none complained. Time was precious. Less than a day later, the giant eagles descended at Sunagakure's gates. The Sand Shinobi stationed there were overjoyed, Konoha reinforcements had arrived, and so quickly. They hurried to welcome them in. Temari, upon hearing the news, rushed to the entrance. Relief washed over her as she saw Konoha's supporting forces. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 242, Chapter. You arrived so quickly, it's really reassuring to have allies like you. Temari forced a smile. Where's Gaara? Where is he? Naruto pressed urgently. Well. Temari's expression darkened. He was taken almost a day ago. Kankuro went after them alone, but there's been no word since. Naruto clenched his fists. How could this happen? Kakashi-sensei, think of something, quick. Kakashi wasted no time. He summoned Pakken. Pakken looked displeased. Kakashi, what do you want now? I was waiting for Megumi to summon me. Can't you leave me alone? Kakashi's mouth twitched. No fooling around. This is serious. Do you remember Kankuro's scent? Track him down immediately. Once you fix the direction, we'll follow on the giant eagles. Packen dropped the act and switched to work mode. His tracking skills were exceptional, as long as it was a familiar scent and there were traces left behind, he could follow it. Since Kankuro hadn't left long ago, the trail was still fresh. Packen quickly locked onto the direction. Tenten once again summoned Batora and his mate. The group leapt onto their backs, and the eagle soared skyward, following Packen's guidance. Only then did the group notice that not just Temari had joined them, an elderly woman had as well. Temari blinked. "Granny Chio, why are you here?" The old woman, toothless, spoke with a whistle. "I heard my useless grandson is the one who captured Gaara. I must confirm it myself. And if it's true, then I'll punish him with my own hands." The intel about Deidara and Sasori had already been shared with Konoha, which was why the Sand siblings were on edge. Chio was a decisive woman. Waiting idly was not in her nature. But when she caught sight of Kakashi, she froze for a moment as though seeing an enemy. Instinctively, she lunged to strangle him. "Damn White Fang. Give me back my son and daughter-in-law." Kakashi nearly jumped out of his skin and quickly dodged aside. Fortunately, Temari grabbed her. "Granny Chio, look carefully. That's not the White Fang. That's Hatake Kakashi." Chio blinked, scrutinized him again, and then suddenly broke into a silly grin. "Oops, my mistake. Hey. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does hey even mean? This old woman. Still, thanks to Natsuki and Sasuke both learning White Fang's kenjutsu, everyone was familiar with who Konoha's White Fang was. From Chio's words, it was clear, White Fang had killed her son and daughter-in-law. That kind of hatred ran deep. But it was a grudge of the previous generation. The young ones had no say in it. Naruto, however, was curious. "Granny Chio, you said your grandson took Gaara. Is your grandson that clay-using guy?" Temari quickly shook her head. "Not Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand." "Eh? That puppet guy." Naruto looked her up and down, struggling to see the resemblance. Ho, puppet guy. Fitting name. Chio chuckled toothlessly. Sasori was always a genius puppeteer. From a young age, his talent was extraordinary. By now, his puppet arts must have reached their peak. You've seen Kankuro's Karasa puppet, right? That was just Sasori's childhood toy. Everyone was stunned. Kankuro was no weakling, and his puppet was formidable. Yet that puppet had merely been Sasori's plaything as a child. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying Sasori had become now. Oh, but they had already experienced a taste. With just his scorpion tail, he had bound them in knots. Later, his barrage of poisoned needles nearly killed several of them. The memory still stung. But this time, they had a chance for payback. They hadn't been wasting the past 2 years. Guided by Packen, the eagles flew swiftly. Soon, they spotted Kankuro collapsed in the desert. "Kankuro. Are you all right?" Temari leapt down in panic but didn't dare touch him, helpless in her worry. Chio moved forward, but Sakura beat her to it. She knelt to examine him and quickly reported, "He's been poisoned. We need to extract it immediately and prepare an antidote. Luckily, we found him early. The poison hasn't sunk too deep yet, he can still be saved. But this environment." Chio was surprised and checked for herself, then nodded. The girl was right. "And you are?" Chio asked curiously. "I'm Lady Tsunade's student," Sakura declared. "Ah, Tsunade Heim's disciple. No wonder you're so capable. In that case, I'll leave Kankuro's treatment to you." Chio had little confidence in undoing her grandson's poison herself. But here was Tsunade's apprentice, brimming with confidence, it was better this way. She still had her own debts to settle. Kakashi turned to Tenten. "Tenten, can you carry others with Flying Thunder God?" Tenten shook her head. "Not yet." Kakashi sighed. "Then we'll have to send Sakura and Kankuro back to Sunagakure on the Eagles." Before he could finish, Kankuro coughed violently and struggled upright. Wait. Here's something that can track Sasori." He worked his broken puppet's hand, revealing a scrap of cloth. He must have ripped it from Sasori with his last strength. With this, tracking Sasori would be easy. All right then. Sakura and Kankuro, you two return to Sunagakure with Temari and Sai escorting you. The rest of us will continue with Packen and pursue Sasori. We must rescue Gaara at all costs. Kakashi gave his orders. Tenten quickly spoke with Batora, and together they lifted Kankuro onto the eagle's back. Sakura, Sai, and Temari joined, and the bird carried them away. Packen locked onto the new scent, and the others remounted the second eagle, resuming pursuit. To their surprise, the trail led them beyond the desert, into the land of rivers. Forest stretched below them, making the trail much harder to follow. Without Pakin, they might have lost it. Kakashi used water release, telescope technique as they flew. Soon, he spotted 3 figures. Sasori, Deidara, and a clay bird flying low, clutching Gaara's body. They had caught up. Sasori and Deidara, sharp as ever, already noticed their pursuers. Damn it. They're too fast. We haven't even reached the hideout. Deidara cursed. Within the puppet armor of Hirako, Sasori's gaze fixed on the old woman leaping down from the eagle's back. He froze for a moment, not expecting to see his grandmother here. For the two of them to meet again at this moment, the timing couldn't be worse. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 243, Chapter. In Takigakure, Natsuki returned safely with Fu. When Shibuki saw Fu unharmed, tears welled in his eyes as he rushed forward and hugged her tightly. It was the first time Fu had ever seen this side of Shibuki. She didn't know what to do and could only stiffly offer a few words of comfort. But she could feel the difference in the gazes of everyone else around her. As a Jinchuriki, she had never been treated well in the village. The villagers and shinobi considered her a monster, treating her with coldness and exclusion. Not once had she felt warmth from them. Now, the way they looked at her was even colder. Fu understood immediately. The masked men had come for her. The people who died because of that would be blamed on her. They would think if only she wasn't here, those lives wouldn't have been lost. And now that she was back, they feared the masked men would return and kill even more. They wouldn't welcome her like Shibuki. Some wanted her gone. Others probably wished she were dead. That was how people were. When harmed, they often didn't blame the true culprit, but turned on fellow victims instead. Both infuriating and laughable. Fu lowered her gaze, a quiet sadness filling her heart. She knew she could no longer stay in this village. Shibuki eventually composed himself and bowed deeply to Natsuki. Lord Natsuki, thank you for saving Fu. I've always treated her like my own sister, but I was powerless to protect her. My stubbornness has only brought suffering to our people, and I couldn't even shield Fu. I'm useless. Natsuki gave a small nod. This leader isn't bad at all. Shibuki had taken responsibility upon himself, sharing Fu's burden. He truly treated her as family. Fu tried to protest, but Shibuki stopped her, his eyes red. Seeing this, Natsuki chose to shift the subject. Lord Shibuki, I'm sure you've realized by now, Akatsuki is frighteningly powerful, not easy to oppose. They've begun hunting down all the Jinchuriki, not just here but in every village. So, what do you intend to do? Shibuki hesitated. He looked at Fu, then at the villagers. He stayed silent for a long time. But their eyes said everything. They didn't want Fu to remain. To them, she had never been one of their own, just a danger. So the answer was clear, she had to leave. At that moment, Fu spoke up. I can't stay here anymore. I'll go with Natsuki. Shibuki opened his mouth but only sighed in the end. Lord Natsuki, may I speak with the Hokage about this? Fu is like a sister to me. As her brother, I can't just abandon her. Of course. I can take you both to the Hokage right now. Do you need guards to accompany you? Natsuki didn't want to waste time arguing. Since Shibuki wished to talk with Tsunade, then let him. Shibuki shook his head. I trust you, Lord Natsuki, and I trust the Hokage. Guards won't be necessary. Natsuki nodded, leaving a flying thunder god seal on a nearby table. He told the others, I'll be taking your leader for a while. He'll be safe, so don't worry. I'll bring him back to this very spot. Don't move this table. The villagers exchanged confused looks. But when Natsuki, Fu, and Shibuki vanished before their eyes, they finally understood. So this leaf ninja can teleport instantly, no wonder he could snatch Fu back from the terrifying masked men. Swish. They appeared in the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, I brought Fu back. And this is Shibuki, the leader of Takigakure. He wishes to speak with you. Tsunade had been busy with paperwork. Seeing them, she smiled warmly. Welcome. Lord Shibuki, Fu, I am Tsunade, the Hokage of Konoha. Shibuki was still reeling from the speed of Natsuki's teleportation. He quickly pulled Fu forward to bow. Greetings, Lady Hokage. Thank you for sending Lord Natsuki to rescue her. I came today mainly to discuss Fu's situation. Natsuki casually found a chair, sat down, and pulled out some snacks to eat. With Shizun now serving as director of the Konoha hospital, she was always busy and rarely around to help in the office. So there wasn't even anyone to pour tea these days. Natsuki helped himself, even pouring cups for Tsunade, Fu, and Shibuki. He passed Fu some treats, and the girl began nibbling happily. Shibuki could only give a helpless but affectionate look before turning back to Tsunade. Their talk centered on Fu's protection. Takigakure could not hope to protect a Jinchuriki. Insisting would only risk the village's destruction. But Shibuki couldn't just hand her off without care, he wanted to know how Konoha would protect her. If needed, Takigakure could even pay for it. He wasn't naive. He knew no village would protect a Jinchuriki for nothing. Tsunade answered sincerely, Lord Shibuki, rest assured. Konoha bears you no ill will. Akatsuki has begun capturing Jinchuriki everywhere. Even ours are targeted. They are extremely dangerous, composed of S-class missing nin from many villages. Defeating them will not be easy. As for their true goal, we don't know yet. But one thing is certain, we can't allow them to succeed. Protecting Fu also means frustrating their plans. Only then did Shibuki relax slightly. If Tsunade had spoken of lofty ideals like peace or love, he would not have believed her. But her reasoning, thwarting Akatsuki's plot, made sense. Even if protecting Fu was a side benefit, for him it was a great relief. At that moment, Shikamaru knocked and entered. Now serving as a strategist in the Hokage's office, he didn't excuse himself upon seeing guests. He noticed Natsuki munching snacks in the corner and sidled over, whispering, Natsuki, what's going on? Natsuki gestured with his chin toward the two guests. That's Shibuki of Takigakure, and Fu, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's masked men attacked their village to capture her. They called for help, and I just rescued her. Shikamaru's eyes widened. He remembered Fu from the Chunin exams, where he'd served as an examiner. A bright, lively girl. He never imagined she was a Jinchuriki. Her personality reminded him a little of Naruto. Akatsuki targeted Takigakure too, he muttered. 2. Natsuki paused. You didn't know. Sunagakure sent word earlier. Deidara and Sasori attacked them, and Gaara was taken after a fierce battle. Lady Tsunade already dispatched Team Guy and Team 7 to rescue him. Oh. I see. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 244, Chapter. Natsuki sensed the flying thunder god markers he'd placed on Tenten and Kakashi. They were definitely not in the village. But he wasn't worried. Tenten was no ordinary kunoichi anymore. And with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Niji alongside her, there would be no problem. So he chose to stay at home and wait in peace. The land of rivers, within the forest. The group leapt down from the giant eagle's back, facing off against Deidara and Sasori. Chiyo looked at the Hiriko puppet, knowing her grandson was inside. Her toothless mouth opened and closed for a long moment before she finally whispered, Sasori, long time no see. Sasori's voice was quiet, heavy with emotion. Grandmother. You came. The reunion between grandmother and grandson carried a strange atmosphere, tinged with sorrow. Naruto's gaze locked on Gaara, bound within the tail of a clay bird, his life or death uncertain. Rage welled up inside him. Hey! What did you do to Gaara? Give him back now, he shouted. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and shook his head inwardly. So he still hasn't learned composure. I thought he'd grown up, but he's still just a little better than before. At times like this, calm was more important than ever. Especially for Naruto, his eyes were already turning red. He was on the verge of losing control to the Nine Tails. Sasuke would not waste time yelling. He simply drew his blade and vanished in a flash of lightning body flicker, moving at shocking speed. Deidara flinched, instantly scattering countless clay spiders like falling snow. Chidori current. Electricity crackled violently from Sasuke, frying all the tiny spiders in an instant. And he was still fast, pressing straight for Deidara's head. Deidara grit his teeth, leaping back as his clay bird rose into the sky. But Sasuke suddenly hurled a handful of shuriken, each imbued with lightning chakra. They struck the clay bird dead on. The bird shuddered, lost control, and plummeted. Swoosh. The clay tail binding Gaara was severed by Kakashi's strike. From the start, Kakashi had followed Sasuke's lead. He knew Sasuke's strength well, this wasn't recklessness, but coordinated offense. And sure enough, Sasuke forced Deidara back, grounding the bird. The opening was there, time to rescue Gaara. Nice work. Tenten praised, even as her wires lashed out, snagging Gaara and yanking him free. Naruto's face lit with joy. He rushed to catch Gaara in his arms. He'd barely shouted a demand, and in the blink of an eye Sasuke, Kakashi, and Tenten had saved him. It all happened so fast it made his head spin. Gaara. Are you all right? Naruto shook him desperately. Let me see. Chiyo quickly examined him, and a faint smile appeared on her aged face. The wounds aren't severe. A little treatment, and he'll wake soon enough. She administered medicine, then placed her palms against him, weaving the mystical palm technique. Naruto exhaled in relief, eyes moist. Thank you, Granny. Across from them, Sasori's voice darkened. Deidara, you lost the Jinchuriki. All that effort wasted. Don't pin this on me. Deidara shot back, frustrated. These leaf ninja are insane. I was watching that twin bun-haired girl, but who knew this Uchiha brat could use lightning release too? I was caught off guard. Why don't you move, Sasori? Stop just watching. Sasori said no more. He drove Hirako forward, its scorpion tail lashing out at the group. Tenten sneered. Last time we smashed your puppets to pieces. You've already rebuilt 10 more. She was already ready. Equipping her Dragon Eye extendable sword, she sent 3 chakra blades clashing against the tail. Sparks flew as they matched evenly. Might Guy and Lee, both close-range fighters, held back for now. They had to guard Gaara and Chiyo while she worked. Niji, meanwhile, gathered chakra. With focused precision, he unleashed a barrage of 8 trigrams vacuum palms. Blasts of compressed air hammered Hirako, forcing Sasori back and tearing parts of its cloak to shreds. Well done, Niji. Guy and Lee flashed him thumbs up. Still not enough, Niji muttered, unsatisfied. Ever since absorbing Tenin's ocular power, his Byakugan had begun to evolve. After several surges, 2 years of refinement had nearly stabilized it. If he released more chakra, his eyes would turn light blue, becoming Tensigan, with terrifying power. But he wouldn't reveal that yet. It wasn't the time. Still, the evolution strengthened his body, making his gentle fist faster and sharper. Vacuum palms came effortlessly. Even so, Hirako was no ordinary puppet. Destroying it from range wouldn't be easy. In close combat, he could smash it for sure, but not yet. At that moment, Tenten suddenly unrolled a scroll and summoned several shuriken, hurling them with casual ease. They seemed harmless. Sasori scoffed. You think shuriken can harm my puppet? Naive girl. But he should have known better than to speak too soon. In that instant, Tenten surged chakra through her Dragon Eye sword. The 3 blades morphed into dragon heads, binding Hirako's scorpion tail tightly. At the same time, the shuriken struck Hirako. To Sasori's surprise, they weren't metal at all. They were sticky, gooey contraptions that clung stubbornly to Hirako's body. Strange symbols pulsed faintly on their surfaces. You're caught. Witness my money release, explosive tag technique. Tenten grinned. She summoned a storm of explosive tags, then teleported them directly onto the sticky shuriken with Flying Thunder God. Boom. 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 The chain of explosions engulfed Hirako completely. The sticky shuriken were Tenten's own invention. Unlike Natsuki, she couldn't simply teleport herself into close range for a decisive strike. But she could teleport explosives. Throwing marked kunai was too easy to evade. So she designed these sticky shuriken, indistinguishable from the real thing until they latched onto the enemy. From there, Flying Thunder God ensured the detonation would hit. And it worked perfectly. When the smoke cleared, Hirako was left in tatters. Sasori himself had no choice but to emerge. Chiyo, having finished treating Gaara, turned. She froze when she saw her grandson step out. His face, his form, still that of a boy. Her voice trembled. Impossible, why? Why haven't you aged a day? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 245, Chapter. Not bad at all, little girl. Sasori of the Red Sand gave a rare note of praise, then turned his gaze toward Chiyo. Grandmother, don't you know? We are masters of the puppet arts. Chiyo's pupils contracted. So, you've turned yourself into a puppet. The others all froze, faces darkening. Their understanding of Sasori's madness deepened. Orochimaru had transformed himself into something neither man nor snake. Sasori had made himself into a puppet. Perhaps, for the sake of immortality. Sasori confirmed it. That's right. Just a small step in the pursuit of eternal art. Chiyo no longer wasted words. She knew she couldn't persuade her grandson with talk. If so, she would have to beat some sense into him. With that, she charged forward. Guy told Lee to stay behind and guard Naruto and Gaara. He himself, together with Niji, rushed in to assist. Tenten, better suited for ranged support, remained at the rear, ready to strike when needed. Sasuke versus Deidara. Elsewhere, Sasuke's lightning body flicker pursued Deidara relentlessly, his vibrating lightning blade tearing the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Deidara backed off quickly, his hand-mouth swallowing clay from his pouch and spitting out explosive clay bombs by the handful. They rained down toward Sasuke. But Sasuke calmly unleashed Chidori Current, short-circuiting every single bomb into a dud. Deidara snarled. Damn it. Every lightning user deserves to die. The one who's going to die is you. Kakashi's voice came from behind. His hand crackled with Chidori as he stabbed toward Deidara's back. Deidara's eyes widened. He twisted aside, but Kakashi had predicted his dodge. The thrust shifted mid-strike, piercing his shoulder clean through. His entire arm was severed. Deidara cried out, stumbling backward, retreating with gritted teeth, too focused on survival to even register the pain. And now Sasuke closed in from the front, sealing his escape. The two lightning users had him pinned. Deidara cursed inwardly. This is common knowledge, my clay is weak to lightning. And I just had to run into the wielder of that cursed lightning fang sword technique, and now this Uchiha brat too. Their speed is insane. I can't keep dodging forever. What now? Should I risk self-destruction? Or wait for Sasori's support? No, looks like Sasori is in trouble too. I'll have to think of my own way out. Sasori's trump card. Meanwhile, Chiyo, Guy, and Niji charged from three sides. Sasori's arm split open into a mechanism, firing thousands of Senbon in a storm like a deadly rain. Chiyo nimbly avoided them. Guy spun his nunchaku, deflecting the needles. Niji activated rotation, scattering them harmlessly. All three knew Sasori's poison was too deadly to risk a single scratch. Sasori's eyes narrowed. Their strength was no trifling matter. He couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled out a scroll and summoned a human puppet. Chiyo's face turned pale. That's the third Kazekage. Sasori, you killed the third Kazekage. Gasps broke out among the group. Years ago, the third Kazekage's sudden disappearance had thrown Tsunagakure into turmoil. Only when Raza took the mantle was the village stabilized, blaming Konoha for the Kazekage's fate and launching war. But no one ever suspected Sasori. He was too young then. No one believed he could kill their strongest Kazekage. Yet the truth was right before their eyes. What? That's the third Kazekage, turned into a puppet. Guy and Niji were shaken, struggling to find words. Given Sasori had even remade himself, human puppets weren't beyond belief. But the third Kazekage? That was another matter entirely. Sasori smirked. Surprised. He's my finest work. Let me show you his strength. Poison blades. Blades sprouted from the puppet's arms, venom glistening along the edges. Guy leapt in, clashing with his nunchaku. He didn't gain the upper hand, but his taijutsu prowess forced the Kazekage puppet back step by step. Then, with a clack, the puppet's arms transformed again, sprouting a swarm of segmented mechanical limbs. They unfurled like a grotesque sea urchin, lunging at Guy. The sheer density would drive any trypophobic mad. What the hell is this? Guy shuddered, springing back to evade. Niji seized the chance, hammering the limbs apart with a barrage of 8 trigrams vacuum palms. Chiyo pressed forward, summoning 2 puppets of her own, one male, one female. Sasori's tone wavered faintly. Grandmother, even now, you brought them. It's pointless. They're dead. But they are still your parents. Chiyo's hands trembled slightly as she controlled the puppets. Her words shocked everyone anew. So much hidden history lay between them. Sasori responded coldly, driving the third Kazekage forward. Chakra surged in the puppet's core, while Sasori scattered a pile of black iron sand. The sand trembled, drawn up under the puppet's control. The Kazekage's magnet release still functioned. No one knew how Sasori had preserved it, but here it was. Iron sand fell like rain, hurling toward them. Chiyo hid behind her 2 puppets, who intercepted with weapons, batting the sand aside. But curiously, the iron sand seemed to avoid striking those 2. As if Sasori did not wish to harm them. Niji spun his rotation, pulling Guy within the barrier, deflecting the storm. But Sasori continued. The sand gathered again, forming colossal shapes, a massive cylinder of solid iron sand, crashing down with crushing weight. Guy and Niji were forced to dodge. The sand shifted again, into triangles, spinning tops, jagged spikes, falling relentlessly, impossible to block head-on. Only evasion kept them safe. Chiyo's advance was stalled, forced to hide behind her puppets. From the back, Tenten watched in curiosity. She'd read the stories of the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage, master of magnet release. But watching now, she was unimpressed. Compared to Natsuki's magnet release, this is nothing. The third Kazekage's a corpse, he should stop making trouble already. End of chapter. Get +20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 246, Chapter. At this moment, Deidara was already running farther and farther away. Facing 2 powerful Raiton, lightning release, users, his clay art could be said to have met its natural enemies, almost completely useless. Well, maybe it still had some use, like throwing out explosions nearby to create smoke. That's exactly what Deidara did. Clay spiders were tossed around and detonated instantly, leaving Sasuke no chance to neutralize them with Raiton, turning them into duds. The explosions created a thick smoke cloud, and Deidara began to maneuver in secret. But the next second, a lightning-charged blade pierced through his body. Chidori Iso, Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword elongated, wrapped in lightning, striking true. Yet Deidara wasn't so simple. The pierced figure slowly turned into clay, a substitution. The speed was shocking. Even Sasuke and Kakashi hadn't noticed when he used the Kawarimi, substitution technique. And now, he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be he really ran? Just then, a whistling sound came from above. They looked up to see Deidara riding a clay bird in the sky. "You 2 Raiton bastards. How dare you defile my explosive art?" Deidara cursed viciously. "Now that I'm in the sky, I don't fear you anymore. Taste my super explosion." Before he could finish, his words choked off. He saw Kakashi and Sasuke step into the air using Jeppo, Moon Step, rushing toward him and his clay bird. He was instantly dumbfounded. What? You can run in the sky too? That's not scientific. At this moment Kakashi was extremely grateful he had copied Natsuki's Jeppo long ago. Facing flying enemies now, he wasn't helpless anymore. Sasuke, too, had secretly learned it, seeing how convenient it was. Truth be told, he had secretly learned a lot, for example, Teoken, Solar Flare. He never paid Natsuki a single patent fee for that. Shunshin Mabaroshi, Body Flicker Illusion. Sasuke unleashed Shursue's Body Flicker technique. Several illusions surrounded Deidara and the clay bird, all charging at once, leaving him no time to react. Deidara hurriedly pulled out kunai and slashed wildly, only to hit nothing. Illusions. Wait, he said, Mabaroshi, then where's the real one? He became guarded. But Sasuke's speed was overwhelming. His true body and illusions intertwined, striking from all sides. Deidara couldn't resist. After only a few exchanges, his whole body was covered in wounds, miserable beyond belief. Kakashi arrived as well, lunging forward with a Chidori straight at Deidara's chest. "This is your fault. If you want me dead, then I'll take you with me." Deidara suddenly stuffed a large amount of clay into his mouth. His body began to swell grotesquely. Seeing this, Sasuke and Kakashi immediately knew something was wrong and retreated at once. Deidara's body kept expanding bigger and bigger, and then, with a deafening roar, he exploded. The violent blast in midair produced an immense shockwave, flinging Sasuke and Kakashi away. Luckily, they had reacted quickly. Though shaken, they weren't seriously injured. Still, they were stunned. Deidara had chosen to self-destruct. So, he really killed himself. Rather than be slain, he sacrificed himself for what he called art. Neither Sasuke nor Kakashi was so easily convinced. They immediately scanned the area, trying to spot any trace of Deidara. On the battlefield, Sasori, Chiyo, Gai, Niji, and the others also paused instinctively, glancing toward the aerial explosion, each showing different expressions. "Deidara, is he dead?" Sasori muttered. "Konoha's shinobi, truly formidable." Chiyo couldn't help but praise. She knew all too well how dangerous Deidara was. He had stormed into Sunagakure alone, gravely injured Gaara, and dragged him away. His strength was undeniable. And yet, now he had been forced into self-detonation by just 2 Konoha ninja. That alone spoke volumes. Hatake Kakashi's reputation was already great, nothing strange there. But that Uchiha boy, it seemed he was the one leading the assault the whole time. His strength was terrifying. Moreover, Deidara had earlier mentioned keeping his guard against the little girl with twin buns. She had just smashed through several of Sasori's puppets herself, proving she was even stronger. Then there were the green kappa and the white-eyed one. Their taijutsu was nothing short of superb. Behind them, another small kappa, clearly a disciple, wasn't weak either. Even that loudmouthed blonde brat, though annoying, was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Even if his skills weren't polished, he couldn't be underestimated. Truly, Konoha overflowed with talent. Compared to them, Sunagakure's young generation was pitifully thin. Aside from Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, there really wasn't anyone noteworthy. Good thing, Chiyo thought, that the sand and the leaf were allies now. She, as an old woman, could worry a little less. Meanwhile, Tenten had been watching closely the entire time. Not only monitoring Sasori's side of the battle, but also keeping her eyes on Deidara. She didn't believe he would simply blow himself up and die. Most likely, it was a fake-out with a substitution. Thus, when Deidara self-destructed, she carefully observed. And sure enough, she sensed faint chakra from underground some distance away. Without hesitation, she acted. There. Tenten hurled a specially prepared kunai into the ground at that spot, then summoned a massive number of explosive tags via Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and detonated them instantly. Kinten Oji, Gojuman Kabaku Fuda no Jutsu, Money Release Secret Art, 500,000 Explosive Tags Technique. Art is explosion, databane. The declaration made everyone freeze, faces turning strange. Was Tenten infected by Deidara? But sure enough, Deidara suddenly burst from the ground, roaring, "That's not art, damn it. Clay explosions are the only true art. Explosive tags are heresy." Boom. The answer was a cataclysmic explosion. Everyone then understood. Tenten had seen through Deidara's fake suicide, realized he had hidden underground with substitution, and deliberately mocked him with his own art line to bait him out. For someone like Deidara, letting others desecrate his art was unforgivable. And Tenten exploited that weakness perfectly. Naturally, he was forced to show himself, only to walk straight into death. 500,000 explosive tags, their power was immense, no weaker than Deidara's clay bombs, and unlike clay, they couldn't be short-circuited by Raitun. When the smoke finally cleared, the battlefield revealed a massive crater. At its bottom lay Deidara's mangled corpse, utterly lifeless. Sasuke and Kakashi landed beside it, confirming the body was real this time. Thus ended the life of the clay explosion artist, perishing ironically, in an explosion not of his own making. Pitiful, laughable, tragic. Sasuke cast a glance at Tenten, silently sheathing the kusanagi. He wasn't surprised by this outcome, he knew how formidable Tenten was. Still, the so-called money release always gave him a strange feeling. He remembered, the first time she had used it was in the Forest of Death, against Orochimaru. Later, against Kimimaro. Each time, the number of tags grew higher. Now she had reached 500,000. But Sasuke knew that wasn't her real limit. It was just her own restraint. With her wealth, she could probably unleash 50 million tags if she wished. The only reason she didn't was to avoid wiping out her own allies with the sheer blast. Kinten, money release, truly the most plain, yet the most terrifying of all styles. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 247, Chapter. Yar Yar. You actually killed Deidara. A familiar voice rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi walking slowly from the distance. Guy's team might not recognize them, but Kakashi's squad knew them all too well, especially Sasuke and Kakashi, who had already clashed with the two twice. Oh right, Guy had technically seen Kisame before too, but of course, he couldn't remember the man's face. Reinforcements, huh? Kakashi raised his kunai, assuming a defensive stance. Uchiha, open up. Sasuke's eyes lit with excitement. He drew the kusanagi sword once again, sliding on sunglasses as the long blade pointed straight at Itachi. This was the moment he had waited for. Before, he had been far too weak against Itachi, forcing himself to stay calm even as hatred boiled within. That hatred had only deepened with time. For 2 years, he had trained ceaselessly. Now, with the full power of the Three Tails under his control, he believed he finally had the capital to stand face to face against Itachi. He had been waiting for Akatsuki to act, waiting for Itachi to appear. Finally, the day had come. Now was the time for revenge. Sasuke, calm down. Kakashi warned. Don't worry. I've never been more calm. Because without calm, revenge is impossible. Sasuke's lips even curled in a smile. He had learned that in battle, no matter how fiercely the flames of hatred burned, he could not lose his composure. Without calm, he would fall to Itachi's genjutsu, and then revenge would never come. Itachi's gaze settled on Sasuke, his voice clear and quiet. It seems, we came too late. Kisame, however, eyed Tenten nervously. Itachi-san, things look bad. That girl is Natsuki's girlfriend. At any moment she could use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to summon him here. And we can't fight that monster. To Kisame, Natsuki was nothing short of terrifying, no less than Pain himself. Pain relied on the Rinnegan, but Natsuki's sheer strength was his own. Kisame had been beaten by him multiple times and still carried the psychological scars. If Natsuki might appear, then capturing a Jinchuriki here was impossible. Itachi gave a slight nod. Forget the Jinchuriki for now. At least, we can assist Sasori. Kisame didn't argue. Akatsuki didn't preach about comradeship, but in the end, they all worked for the same leader. At critical moments, backing each other up was expected. Naruto's eyes landed on Itachi. Memories from more than 2 years ago flashed through his mind. That was Sasuke's brother. The one who had slaughtered his clan. Worry filled Naruto's chest. So he said to Lee, bushy brows. Watch over Gaara. I'm going to help Sasuke. Naruto, don't be reckless. Lee tried to stop him, but Naruto was already charging forward. Tenten sighed helplessly. Lee, you keep Gaara safe. If things get dangerous, we'll jump in together. Those two are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Just like Deidara and Sasori, they're Akatsuki members, maybe even stronger. Lee nodded firmly, though his fists clenched tight. He wanted to fight too. But he couldn't act rashly. He knew his strength wasn't enough. Charging in blindly would only drag his comrades down. His mission was to guard Gaara and cover Tenten, because he knew how strong she was, capable of supporting everyone from afar. When Kakashi noticed Naruto rushing forward, he immediately barked, Naruto, what are you doing? Get back here. But Naruto shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, why do you think I trained these past 2 years? Now that I'm back, I'm no longer weak. I can't keep standing behind my friends waiting for protection. This time, it's my turn to fight, Databeo. You idiot. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. Still, he quickly handed Naruto a pair of sunglasses. Fine. Put these on. Whatever you do, don't look into Itachi's eyes, otherwise you'll be trapped in his genjutsu. Before Kakashi could even finish, Naruto was already swaying, eyes unfocused. He had accidentally looked at Itachi, and instantly fell into illusion. Kakashi was speechless. So he's grown, huh? Grown just a little bit, maybe. Still hopelessly unreliable. Sasuke, however, didn't so much as glance at Naruto. His focus was locked entirely on Itachi. He knew Naruto had rushed to help, but this was his brother. His vengeance. He would do it with his own hands. Naruto's interference was unnecessary. Besides, Naruto was clearly just getting in the way. Uchiha Itachi. The hatred of my clan ends today. Sasuke lunged forward without hesitation, unleashing Shunshin Maboroshi, body flicker illusion, surrounding Itachi with afterimages from every angle. Kisame moved to help, but Kakashi intercepted immediately. Kunai clashed with Samahata, locking them in stalemate. As for Naruto, he stood frozen, trapped in illusion. Inside, he was struggling to break free. He had indeed learned some genjutsu dispelling over the past 2 years, but his mastery was still crude. And against an Uchiha's illusion, it wasn't nearly enough. Then, thunk. Naruto suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and clarity rushed back. He spun around. Lee was holding a pair of rubber balls, clearly the one who had smacked him awake. Oi, Naruto. What are you doing? If you can't handle it, let me take your place. As if. I just got a little sleepy for a second. Naruto snapped, face stiff. He rummaged in his pouch, pulled out sunglasses, and shoved them on. He remembered Natsuki's advice, as long as he wore them, he wouldn't be afraid of genjutsu. Lee and Tenten exchanged looks, shrugging. Naruto really was unreliable. Still, they both put on sunglasses as well. Even if they didn't block genjutsu, at least they'd keep their vision safe if Sasuke unleashed Teoken, solar flare. Elsewhere, Chiyo resumed her clash with Sasori. When she noticed the leaf shinobi all wearing sunglasses, her expression turned odd. She had no idea why. But she didn't dwell on it, instead manipulating her male and female puppets forward, only to be blocked again by the swirling mass of iron sand. Guy and Niji weren't faring much better. Skilled as they were in close-range taijutsu, they couldn't even approach. Only Niji's Hakusho Kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, had some effect. Niji thought for a moment, then quietly activated a trace of the Tenseigans' power. When the massive iron sand drill came smashing down, he struck with a single palm, sending the construct flying back. Nice, Niji. Guy roared, bursting forward. In a flash, he closed the distance to the third Kazekage puppet, snaring it tight with a mighty Konoha Senpu, Leaf Hurricane. Chiyo seized the chance, charging straight at Sasori. But Sasori suddenly raised both arms. From the palms of his hands, barrels emerged, and in the next instant, torrents of blazing fire spewed forth. Chiyo ducked behind a massive boulder, chakra threads guiding her puppets to strike at Sasori directly. End of chapter. Get +20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 248, Chapter. Clang. Clang. Sasori's elbow blades spun like fans, clashing against the weapons of Chiyo's puppets. The fight was intense, neither side yielding an inch. Don't assume that because he was a puppeteer, his taijutsu would be weak. In truth, his modified body granted him strength and speed far beyond normal. Still, facing so many opponents at once, even Sasori was being pressed. Guy entangled the third Kazekage puppet, and Niji joined in. 2 against 1, the puppet wasn't as effective anymore. Meanwhile, Chiyo took advantage to keep Sasori himself occupied, not giving him room to unleash further tricks. The battle was fierce across the board. On the other side, Sasuke's Shunshin Maboroshi, body flicker illusion, clones circled Itachi, launching rapid strikes. At first, Itachi blocked with relative ease. But as time passed, Sasuke grew sharper, faster, small wounds began to accumulate on Itachi's body. Still, Itachi was formidable, finishing him outright was far from easy. Naruto, who had originally rushed in to help Sasuke, quickly realized he couldn't even keep up with their speed. So, he turned toward Kakashi's battle instead. Kakashi, armed only with a kunai, clashed against Kisame's massive blade Samehada. After dozens of exchanges, Kisame began to grow impatient. Naruto leapt in, unleashing Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Clones swarmed Kisame, harassing him. Annoyed, Kisame swung Samehada in a wide arc, all the clones burst apart instantly. But at that moment, Kakashi suddenly retreated, opening space. Naruto and his clones surged forward together, forming a massive Rasengan. Otama Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan. Boom. The grinding sphere slammed down with a thunderous roar. Naruto's face was lit with confidence. But when the chakra sphere dissipated, Kisame stood there, Samehada blocking, unharmed. Naruto's eyes widened. Impossible. Kisame grinned, baring shark-like teeth. Hehe, Atsui Masu Ne, what a pain. Not a bad move. But Samehada devours chakra, techniques like that won't work on me. He suddenly drove a kick into Naruto's gut. Naruto doubled over in agony, folded like a shrimp. Kakashi rushed in, dragging Naruto back, but Kisame was already weaving signs. He inhaled deeply, then spat out a tidal wave of water. Suetun, Daibakusui Shoha, water release, great exploding water shock wave. A massive surge crashed forward. Kakashi leapt high with Naruto to avoid being swallowed. Naruto stared at the flood, recalling a card game move. He had seen this jutsu once before. Its power was awe-inspiring. Suetun, Suikoden no Jutsu, water release, water shark bullet technique. Suetun, Suikoden no Jutsu. Kakashi immediately set Naruto down, countering Kisame with the very same jutsu, their shark-shaped torrents colliding in foaming sprays. Naruto tried to help again with more clones, but Kisame's water sharks devoured them instantly. Naruto's moves were too limited, his taijutsu useless against such a foe. Unless he drew on the kyubi, he couldn't contribute much. Then, crack. A sudden gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed toward Kisame. He tilted his head at the last second, but the bullet exploded as it passed his ear, detonating tags. The blast sent him tumbling across the water's surface. So it was, an explosive tag. His head buzzed. Having an explosion go off beside one's ear was no joke. He was lucky to still be alive. Tracing the bullet's path, Kisame spotted Tenten at the rear, long rifle raised. She had fired it while he was locked in combat with Kakashi, a well-placed ambush. Pressure indeed. Tenten, nice work. Kakashi shouted, joy flashing in his eyes. He lunged forward, kunai aimed straight for Kisame's heart. But Kisame, resilient as ever, twisted at the last moment. The kunai pierced his arm instead. Snarling, he swung Samehada, forcing Kakashi back. Bang. 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 More rifle shots cracked through the air. Bullets streaked toward Kisame. He didn't dare evade, explosive tag rounds were manually detonated. Even if dodged, if they exploded nearby, he'd still be caught. So he braced with Samehada, deflecting them one by one. It was enough to hold on, and the ringing in his head began to fade. Impressive, truly Natsuki's woman. So many tricks, and powerful too. Dealing with Kakashi alone was already tough. But with a sharpshooter backing him, TCH, troublesome. Kisame cast a quick glance at Itachi, but saw him fully occupied in a blazing duel with Sasuke. No help was coming. Meanwhile, Naruto looked back toward Tenten. Her rifle had actually struck Kisame, something Naruto himself hadn't managed. Frustration burned in his chest. He wanted to be useful too. If he couldn't, were his 2 years of training meaningless? Tenten wasn't aware of Naruto's feelings. Seeing Samehada block her explosive rounds, she quickly switched ammunition, summoning a different type. Bang. Another shot. Kisame instinctively raised Samahata to block. But this time, the bullet burst into thick smoke. Alarmed, Kisame held his breath, fearing poison. He leapt backward, just as another shot came streaking in. Boom. The bullet was laced with explosive tags, detonating point blank. Kisame was engulfed in the blast. When the smoke cleared, Kisame stood charred and battered, his appearance wretched. Before he could recover, Kakashi appeared behind him, Chidori. The lightning thrust pierced through his back, blood spraying from his mouth. Yet Kisame laughed, glancing at Itachi. Hey. Itachi-san, I'm done here. Itachi only nodded, unsurprised. The Leaf's strength was indeed formidable. Kisame's loss was expected, though the speed of his defeat was remarkable. Great. We took down another one. Lee cheered loudly. But his joy didn't last. Kisame's body suddenly warped and shifted, revealing not a sharkman, but a shinobi wearing Suna attire. Naruto rushed over. What's going on? Shark Face turned into someone else. Kakashi frowned. Most likely a jutsu. He fought using another's body. The one who died wasn't Kisame himself. He may still be alive, elsewhere. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 249, Chapter. New fanfic is up. Marvel, I come from Dragon Ball. For a moment, silence hung heavy. After fighting for so long, they suddenly realized, these weren't the true bodies of the Akatsuki at all, but merely borrowed vessels used for combat. It felt like they had been mocked. Sasuke, in the midst of battle, discovered this truth and instantly erupted in fury. Itachi. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me, you're not even the real one either. Itachi's tone was calm, indifferent. Shoten no jutsu, shape-shifting technique. Chakra transferred into a sacrifice body can create a clone-like form. Not full power, but not weak, either. My foolish little brother, you're still as blind as ever. Only now you realize I am not truly here. Your growth is, disappointingly small. Damn it. Bastard. Rage boiled in Sasuke's chest. Tailed beast chakra instinctively surged into his blade. Itachi's eyes widened slightly. How? He never imagined his beloved brother could wield Biju chakra. Even without confirmation, he guessed it, Sasuke had become a Jinchuriki. This was terrible. A Jinchuriki Sasuke would be hunted by Akatsuki, captured, the beast extracted, leading to his death. That was something the older brother in him could not bear to see. But at that moment of distraction, Sasuke struck. Chidori Iso, Chidori Sharp Spear. Lightning surged, piercing Itachi's heart clean through. Itachi stared deeply at Sasuke one last time. His eyes closed, body dissolving, transforming at last into the form of a Sunagekure shinobi. Damn it. Sasuke let the Biju chakra fade, his face dark with frustration. He had thought at last his vengeance had come, but once again, Itachi's true self had not appeared. Still, he forced himself calm. If Itachi knew he was a Jinchuriki, he would come again. There would be more chances for revenge. Kakashi's expression was grim. Sasuke hiding such a massive secret, he couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Naruto stammered in shock. Sasuke, why you can use that power too. Sasuke shot him a glance, offering no explanation. Instead, his eyes shifted toward the final battlefield. Sasori had begun his ultimate move. Controlling the third Kazekage puppet, he unleashed the full might of Jiten, magnet release. Iron sand blossomed outward, expanding rapidly in a deadly storm. Guy had no choice but to open the Hashiman, 8 gates, pushing straight to the 6th gate, came on, View Gate. Flames erupted from his fists as he punched, blasting a massive opening through the expanding iron sand. Niji seized the chance, darting through the gap. His twin palms slashed the chakra threads, severing control. The puppet collapsed instantly. With one more strike, Niji shattered its chest cavity, tearing out the puppet's core, its heart container. He had meant to destroy it, but an idea flashed through his mind. Instead, he gripped it tight. Meanwhile, Chiyo saw her comrades succeeding. She too burst forward, driving her male and female puppets into Sasori. Together, their twin blades pierced his chest, the very core that powered him. Yet Sasori smiled. He raised his hands, placing them gently upon his parent puppet's arms, his eyes softening as he looked at Chiyo one last time. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Like a child embraced by his parents, Sasori died with a peaceful smile. Sasori. Tears filled Chiyo's eyes. She sank to the ground, unable to move for a long while. Everyone watched quietly. Even without knowing the full history, they could see, for all his madness, Sasori had loved his parents deeply. And in death, embraced by their puppets, he looked once more like a child. Time passed before Chiyo finally stirred. She gathered the bodies of her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. After some hesitation, she also retrieved the corpse of the third Kazekage puppet. She would bring them back to Sunagakure for burial. Niji walked to Tenten, handing her the puppet's core. I've always received Natsuki's help, yet given nothing back. I know you're the one most important to him. Maybe this will be useful to you, so take it. Thank you. Tenten accepted without hesitation. Truthfully, she was very interested. Even though the third Kazekage was long dead, his puppet could still wield magnet release. If she could unravel that mystery, she too could wield such power, adding new tools to her arsenal. With the 6 paths weapons not always available to her, the more options she had, the stronger she'd become. She also recalled Sasori's flamethrower mechanism. She had glimpsed it earlier, a compressed system on his back. Gasoline and water stored in miniature tanks, then expelled as high-pressure flamethrowers or water cannons, rivaling Katon and Suiton in strength. Another technique learned. Truly, Sasori was a genius of puppetry. Naruto, meanwhile, walked over to Gaara. Though still unconscious, Gaara's breathing was steady. Relief filled Naruto's chest, but also disappointment. Gaara, once again, I feel like I couldn't help much. Even though I trained so hard, maybe my effort wasn't nearly enough. I still have to grow stronger. Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder silently. In truth, Naruto had done little this time. But compared to his past self, it was already a great improvement. And he couldn't recklessly rely on the Kyuubi's power, that was too dangerous. His performance was lacking, but he couldn't be blamed. Alright. The mission's a success. Let's return to Sunagakure. Kakashi's gaze flicked toward Tenten. She nodded, summoning 2 giant eagles, Batora. Everyone climbed aboard, and before they left, she wrote a note to send to Natsuki, letting him know they were safe. Back in Konoha, inside Yakiniku-Q, Fu was happily devouring barbecue, loudly praising every bite, looking cheerful and carefree. Natsuki, assigned to guard the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, could only follow along. Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to go home and sleep. After Shigeki's meeting with Tsunade, Natsuki had escorted him back to Takigakure. Before leaving, Shigeki had stuffed him with a pile of money, insisting it was for Fu's expenses while in Konoha. Now, Natsuki had been given guard duty. So he simply brought Fu to Yakiniku-Q for a meal. He understood Tsunade's worries. Whether or not Akatsuki came, the threats within the village itself were enough to concern her. If Danzo suddenly snapped and made a move on Fu, don't doubt it. That possibility was all too real. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 250, Chapter. At that moment, a tall figure sat down beside them, shamelessly grabbing a huge plate of meat and dumping it straight into his mouth. He called out loudly, "Boss. A bottle of sake. Put it on Natsuki's tab." Natsuki rolled his eyes. "You're a legendary shinobi, equal in rank to the Hokage, and you've got the nerve to make a youngster like me pay. And I never agreed in the first place, you pervy Jiraiya." Jiraiya chuckled, feigning innocence. Now, don't be so cold. After all, didn't I gift you a few sealing techniques?" Natsuki couldn't be bothered with him. When he had asked for sealing jutsu earlier, this old man had flat out refused. Only after seeing him use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and recalling his beloved student, Namikaze Minato, did he finally hand over a few scrolls. In truth, Jiraiya had only given them for Minato's sake. Natsuki didn't owe him a thing. Still, if Jiraiya had shown up like this, he surely had an ulterior motive. Fine, let him eat. Natsuki would pay now, and then when the old man asked for something, he could justifiably refuse. "I already treated you to dinner. You want me to do favors too? Dream on." Fu, however, eyed the newcomer with curiosity. This white-haired uncle, is he really the legendary Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sannin along with Lady Tsunade? Jiraiya immediately puffed himself up with pride. "That's right. I am none other than the gallant Jiraiya, the Toad Sage himself." But Fu's next words struck him like a kunai to the chest. "But Natsuki said you're pervy Jiraiya. So, does that mean you like women too much?" I wanted to be friends with one of the great Sannin, but now I don't think I want to anymore." Don't say that. Jiraiya panicked. "It's a misunderstanding. I only visit women's baths for research purposes. I'm a famous novelist, you know." Fu tilted her head innocently. "Isn't that just peeping?" Natsuki was right. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. She went back to her food, ignoring him. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. His reputation, always ruined like this. After they'd eaten plenty of meat and Jiraiya had downed several cups of sake, a slight flush colored his cheeks. He leaned forward, drunkenness masking a sharp seriousness. Natsuki. I heard from you that the place is in the land of rain, right? Natsuki narrowed his eyes. And what do you want to do? Through the haze of drink, Jiraiya's gaze was sharp. I want to investigate. But Tsunade would never let me go. In fact, I recall you warning her especially not to. Even I wasn't permitted. So, why not go together? What do you say? No way. Not now. Natsuki rejected him flatly. Jiraiya, you'd be throwing your life away. But Jiraiya shook his head. I don't claim to be invincible. But just to investigate. I won't die. I need to know more about their leader. I have a feeling, a premonition. If we don't uncover his true identity soon, this world will face disaster. He wasn't wrong. If not for Jiraiya's eventual sacrifice, no one would have known pain was truly Nagato. Naruto would not have confronted him, nor moved his heart. The 9 Biju would have been captured, the Jubi revived, and infinite Tsukimi cast by Madara. The world would have been doomed. But that was the future. Right now, there was no need for Jiraiya to gamble his life. Natsuki was silent for a while, then said, It's not that I oppose the idea of investigation. But the time isn't right. I already have leads. Give me a little time, I'll get the intel myself. Jiraiya blinked. So, you're planning to risk yourself? You won't let me go, but you'll go instead. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Don't flatter yourself. If someone really has to die, I'd let you go. You're old, I'm young, and I've got a rich, beautiful girlfriend. I'd be a fool to risk myself first. Ah, haha, when you put it that way, fair enough. Relief crossed Jiraiya's face. He knew Natsuki was the future of Konoha. Better he take the risks himself. But hearing Natsuki's blunt practicality somehow reassured him. This kid, he really might have his own way of dealing with Akatsuki. Perhaps. I really am getting old. Maybe the future should be entrusted to you young ones, Jiraiya sighed. Then why don't you retire already? Natsuki shot back. Settle down in Konoha instead of wandering around. You keep looking for some child of prophecy, but what if you already found them? What if you left, and because you left, that savior died? What if the savior is me? Or Naruto? Or Sasuke? Or all of us? If the shinobi world really needs saving, it will be by us, the younger generation. Your job is to protect us until we grow. Jiraiya froze. Mouth open, cup of sake halfway raised. He hadn't expected that. And it made sense. All these years, guided by the great Toad Sage's words, he had searched endlessly for the savior. Yet maybe he had already met them. Perhaps Yahiko, who dreamed of peace. Perhaps Minato, who shone like the sun. He had found them, trained them, and failed to protect them. Yes, maybe he wasn't supposed to search anymore. Maybe his true duty was to guard the ones he already had. The savior might not be one person. The savior could be the youth of this world. His mission was to protect them, nurture them, and let them grow. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, then laughed loudly, draining his cup in one gulp. This time, his smile was genuine. Boss. More meat and another bottle of sake. Tonight's on me. Natsuki glanced at the old man, bemused. What the hell got into him? He hadn't said anything special, just the obvious. The future belonged to the young. The world would be theirs to shape. Jiraiya was just an old man. Why carry the burden of saving the world alone? Let the next generation take it on. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 251, Chapter. Fu was still munching away, feeling that the things Natsuki and Jiraiya were talking about were way too deep. Something about saviors, something about saving the ninja world, way too complicated. Forget it, she decided, better to just eat her grilled meat. At this moment, Tsunade stormed in with Shizune and Tenten, making a huge racket. Her loud voice boomed. So you two are here enjoying yourselves, eating meat and drinking sake, while I'm slaving away in the office. And you didn't even call me, do you even have a conscience? Natsuki quietly raised his hand. Tsunade-sama, I'm protecting Fu. Besides, Jiraiya-sama said he'd pay. Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately. Jiraiya's treating. Perfect. Boss, 10 bottles of sake and 5 deluxe beef platters, now. Shizen chuckled awkwardly. Jiraiya-sama, you're being generous. Jiraiya, uncharacteristically cheerful, waved it off. No problem, I'm in a good mood today. Eat and drink as much as you like. Shizen-chan, sit down and order whatever you want. As Tsunade sat, she couldn't help but look at Jiraiya strangely. Was this pervy old man different somehow? But this wasn't the time to ask. Better to eat and drink first. Just then, a paper slip appeared. Natsuki took it, glanced at the message, and let out a breath of relief. Smiling, he said. Tsunade-sama, it's from Tenten. They succeeded in rescuing Gaara, and they even eliminated Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand. Oh. Let me see. Tsunade snatched the note, but as she read it, goosebumps rose on her arms. Ugh. You two talk so mushy, dear husband, kiss kiss, aren't you embarrassed? Activating his Byakugan, Natsuki groaned. I didn't tell you to read that. Didn't I already summarize the results? Tsunade tossed the slip back and laughed boldly. Still, this is great news. Gaara's safe, no casualties, a perfect success. That calls for a celebration. Jiraiya, dice game tonight, no leaving until we're drunk. Jiraiya grinned. Fine. No leaving until drunk, I'm in. The two old shameless ones really went at it, playing dice and drinking, though Tsunade kept losing and was forced to drink again and again. Jiraiya barely got to drink at all. Finally, the pervy sage grabbed Natsuki into it. Natsuki, help Tsunade win once. Otherwise, I'll never get a chance to drink. Natsuki looked exasperated. I heard that whenever Tsunade-sama wins, bad things happen. If she really wins, next thing you know, someone's head will end up shoved in a toilet. Bwahaha. Well said. Tsunade, already a little tipsy, slapped Natsuki's shoulder and roared with laughter. Let's try it then. I'd love to see Jiraiya's head dunked in a toilet. Since they insisted, Natsuki had no choice but to agree. Tsunade shook the dice cup, slammed it down, and waited for him to guess. But Natsuki broke all expectations. Tsunade-sama, I bet, there are no dice under your cup. Tsunade and Jiraiya froze. Fu and Shizen burst into uncontrollable laughter. Betting that there were no dice at all. That meant Tsunade would win by default. Yet, when Tsunade lifted the cup, there really were no dice beneath it. Everyone's eyes widened. She actually won like that. Tsunade gave a sheepish smile. Well, I wanted to surprise everyone, so I hit all the dice, but I didn't expect Natsuki to guess that. Why would you pull a stunt like that now? Natsuki smacked his forehead and sighed, turning to Jiraiya. I tried, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya burst into laughter. Ha! You really did. I almost thought Tsunade would win for real. Clever brat, but it still couldn't break Tsunade's losing curse. No wonder they call her the big fat sheep. The feast stretched late into the night. At last, Shizen carried Tsunade home, while Natsuki left Jiraiya behind at the restaurant. The old man hadn't paid yet, so he was stuck as collateral. Surely, one of the legendary Sannin wouldn't actually try to skip the bill. Natsuki escorted Fu back to her quarters but then found a spot outside to watch the stars. After all, he was still tasked with protecting the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, he couldn't just go home and sleep. Still, he happily traded paper notes with Tenten. Their squad had rescued Gaara, cured Kankuro's poisoning, and truly completed their mission. Sakura had grown rapidly, just 2 years of training, and her medical ninjutsu was already outstanding, though her combat strength still needed work. Sasuke and Neji performed well, while Naruto still had much growing to do. The chaos was near. Everyone needed to get stronger, fast. Akatsuki had failed to capture a Jinchuriki, and had lost 2 members. Already few in number, they would be stretched even thinner. It was only a matter of time before Rikudo Pain himself acted. And when that day came, it would be the true war. The next day, the rescue squad returned, and surprisingly, Gaara and Temari came along too. Natsuki and Fu were summoned over. And so, 3 Jinchuriki stood together in one place. Fu instantly leapt in front of Gaara, eyes shining. Gaara, you're here too. I heard you were captured, are you okay? Did it hurt? Gaara blinked. You too, Fu. You were captured as well. Fu nodded. Yeah. A guy with a spiral mask suddenly attacked our village and killed a lot of people. I had no choice but to go with him. Luckily, Natsuki came just in time to rescue me. Now I don't dare stay in my village, afraid Akatsuki will wipe it out, so I have to rely on Konoha's protection. You came for the same reason, right? Well. Gaara hesitated, a little embarrassed. To be honest, it's shameful. I wasn't Akatsuki's match, and my village isn't strong enough. I had no choice but to ask Konoha for help. Fu puffed her chest and laughed. Exactly. Konoha's amazing. Especially Natsuki. Whoosh, he appeared in a flash, and bam. He knocked that masked guy back. Not even a minute. With Konoha, we're safe. And besides, we can fight alongside everyone, we're not just asking for protection. Gaara stared at Fu in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so carefree, so bright and open-hearted. Unlike her, he felt awkward. After all, as Kazekage, supposedly Sunagekyu's strongest, he now needed another village's protection. It made his village seem weak. But what choice did he have? Sunagekure truly wasn't Akatsuki's match. He'd already been captured once. If he stayed, it would only happen again, and next time, Konoha's rescue might not make it in time. Better to come here from the start. In the end, his situation was the same as Fu's. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 252, Chapter. Nay, you're called Fu, right? You're also a Jinchuriki. Naruto leaned over curiously. Fu smiled brightly. That's right. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, 7 tails. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, 1 tail. And you're the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, 9 tails. We're all Jinchuriki. So, let's be friends. Naruto grinned, flashing his big smile. Yeah. Please take care of me, Databeo. Just like that, the 3 Jinchuriki became friends. Natsuki watched the scene, unsure how to put his feelings into words. Maybe it was because Jinchuriki all had such similar childhoods, each carrying loneliness and pain, that they naturally empathized with one another. Especially with Fu and Naruto being so cheerful, the 3 quickly found themselves chatting away. After hearing Kakashi's report, Tsunade nodded with approval. You all did very well this time. With talents like you in Konoha, the village's future will surely grow brighter. Naruto scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. Hee hee, Granny Tsunade, you're praising me too much. I wasn't praising you. Tsunade shot the blonde a sharp look. Though you've grown, Naruto, this mission also revealed a lot of your weaknesses. Your strength still has much room for improvement. From now on, continue your training under Jiraiya, and aim to raise your power even further. Naruto opened his mouth as if to protest, but finally just nodded. He knew all too well that his performance had been lacking, most of the time it had been everyone else carrying the fight. Even Sakura, whose strength had always been the lowest, had made a great contribution this time with her medical ninjutsu, proving she was ready to stand on her own. But him. Fu clapped him on the shoulder. I also want to get stronger. Let's train together. Gaara added quietly, me too. Being captured this time showed me my shortcomings. I also want to become stronger. That finally reignited Naruto's spirit. Alright. Then the 3 of us Jinchuriki will work together, and one day we'll be the ones protecting everyone. And then, because Naruto was too noisy, the 3 of them were kicked out. Of course, it was only on the surface. There was another plan in motion. Tsunade explained. Akatsuki won't stop here, so we must have people watching over the Jinchuriki at all times. Naruto will continue training under Jiraiya. Since Fu is a girl, she'll be looked after by Tenten. Gaara will be under Kakashi's watch. During the day they'll mostly be training together, so that should be easier, but the real focus will be keeping them safe at night. Both Tenten and Kakashi nodded in acceptance. As for Natsuki, Sasuke, and Niji, you 3 will form a special action squad. If Akatsuki makes a move, you'll be the first to respond. The others must remain ready to provide support at any moment. That was the temporary arrangement, though it could change depending on the situation. Once they left the Hokage's office, Tenten only had time to steal a quick kiss on Natsuki's lips before hurrying off to keep an eye on Fu. Natsuki immediately grumbled about the so-called mission. How unfair was it that he couldn't even spend proper time being intimate with his girlfriend inside the village? Outrageous. But beneath his annoyance, he was also deep in thought. Akatsuki had officially begun their hunt for the tailed beasts, though their first 2 attempts had ended in failure. Now with 4 Jinchuriki gathered in Konoha, it seemed inevitable that an invasion of the village wasn't far off. Yet, by logic, Konoha would be left for last. Akatsuki would probably target the more isolated Jinchuriki first. There was also the matter of Itachi. Now that he knew Sasuke had become a Jinchuriki, he would never stand by idly. The moment Akatsuki moved, Itachi would surely warn them. There was no way he would allow his younger brother to be harmed. And sooner or later, the brothers would face their destined battle. With Itachi afflicted by the deadly Kekii illness, his time was running short. Before death, he would undoubtedly seek a final confrontation with Sasuke. Man, it feels like everything is crashing down at once. total chaos. How am I supposed to plan for all this? It's a headache. Still, the most important thing is moving the main story forward. Maybe I should just drop some spoilers. At the very least, Tsunade and Jiraiya need to know the truth about Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and Obito. If everyone understands the reality, then a lot of problems will become much easier to deal with. Natsuki sighed as he returned home, continuing to sort through his thoughts. He had already gone over the entire history of the shinobi world. Even if the future wasn't entirely certain, the past was fixed. Since no one else knew it, why not share? Just then, the sound of knocking echoed at the gate. Natsuki opened the door, and found Naruto, Fu, and Gaara standing outside. Naruto raised a hand in greeting. Yo. Natsuki, I was hoping you could teach me how to get stronger. When Fu and Gaara heard, they came along too. Natsuki's face darkened with exasperation, but he still invited them in and poured tea before speaking. Didn't Tsunade-sama assign you to train under Jiraiya-sama? Why are you here instead? Well, the pervy sage went off to the women's bathhouse to collect research material. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, but then added seriously. The pervy sage is strong, sure, but you're even stronger, Natsuki. I've heard about it, Sasuke and Neji grew a lot thanks to your advice. Same with Tenten and Shino. Now they're all way stronger than me. So you must have some secret method, Databeo. Fu chimed in eagerly. Yeah. Natsuki really is amazing, he must have a secret. Gaara didn't speak, but his steady nod showed agreement. After all, Natsuki had once forced Shikaku into retreat years ago. And that was 3 years ago, he must have grown even more powerful since then. Naruto had also told them that Natsuki had repelled Akatsuki members multiple times, even killing 1 or 2. That level of strength was something worth learning from. Natsuki, however, was at a loss. This wasn't part of the plan at all. He was supposed to be on standby with Sasuke and Neji as the Special Action Squad, ready to deploy at any time. There was no way he could handle full-time teaching on top of that. What the hell was Jiraiya doing? Just then, the front door opened. Tenten returned carrying a basket of groceries, smiling warmly. I just came back from the market with some ingredients. Since we have guests, why don't we all have dinner here together? Originally, Tenten was meant to shadow Fu in secret. But since Fu had come to their home, there was no need for stealth. Instead, she decided to openly host them and prepare a meal for everyone. That would certainly be more comfortable than awkwardly trailing from the shadows. Oh, thank you, Tenten. Fu replied without hesitation, before suddenly realizing. Wait, home. This is Natsuki's house, right? Does that mean Tenten lives here too? Tenten nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. Natsuki and I are lovers. We've been living together for a while now. Didn't you know? You're already living together. Even Naruto was shocked. I knew you two were dating, but to already be living together, that's way too fast. Natsuki leaned back, perfectly calm. What's the big deal? The whole village knows. The 3 single Jinchuriki, this world doesn't seem like the one we know anymore. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 253, Chapter. In the end, the 3 agreed to stay for dinner. Natsuki considered Naruto's request, recalling the original story, then quickly locked onto Kakashi's location. With the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula engraved on Kakashi's chakra reserves, finding him wasn't difficult. Since Kakashi was assigned to guard Gaara, he had to be close by. Sure enough, Natsuki pinpointed him immediately. He suddenly opened the gate and shouted toward a nearby tree. Kakashi-senpai, stop peeking at your book. Come have dinner at my place. Kakashi promptly fell out of the tree, glaring at him with annoyance. This brat, to shout something like that so loudly. Sure, most people already knew that Hatake Kakashi liked reading those books, but once said out loud, it became unbearably awkward. Nearby residents even poked their heads out to see what was going on. Fu and Gaara also stared at him with strange eyes, like they were witnessing some rare species. Fu asked directly. Natsuki, are all the male shinobi in Konoha like this? One of the Sannin, Jiraiya, loves peeping, and this famous ninja loves dirty books. Ahem, Fu, don't listen to Natsuki's nonsense. Kakashi quickly tucked away his Ika paradise, coughing lightly. Since Natsuki invited me, I won't be shy. Let's see how good your cooking is. He then walked straight into the yard, sitting down as if the awkwardness just now had never happened. Expressionless, Natsuki poured him a cup of tea and immediately explained Naruto's request. According to Tsunade-sama's arrangements, I could be sent on a mission at any time. Even if I wanted to help, I can't supervise them constantly. So I'd like you, Kakashi-senpai, to help discuss a training plan for Naruto, Fu, and Gaara. They'll just need to follow the plan. Naruto quickly leaned forward. Please, Kakashi-sensei. I really want to get stronger, Databeo. Fu and Gaara also looked at Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi's half-lidded eye turned toward Natsuki. All right then. What's your suggestion? Natsuki shamelessly copied the original story's arrangement. I think since Naruto has already mastered the Rasengan, it's time he creates his own technique. He should attempt to combine Chakra's shape transformation with nature transformation. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Exactly that. I always wanted to create my own jutsu, but I couldn't before. Maybe now I can. Something like Natsuki's Vortex Boiling Bullet or Water Orb Slash, that kind of move. Gaara didn't remember much about the Vortex Boiling Bullet, but he did recall that it was the jutsu that forced Shikaku into retreat. If it was something on that level, it was worth trying to develop. Fu, however, was curious. Vortex Boiling Bullet. Water Orb Slash. Are those really powerful jutsu? Kakashi patiently explained. Extremely powerful. The Vortex Boiling Bullet is a spiraling sphere of water chakra. One shot could probably level a mountain. Water Orb Slash is a razor-sharp slicing technique of water nature, easily capable of cutting through a mountain. Hiss. Fu gasped, sucking in cold air. She never imagined those moves were so destructive. She had only known that Natsuki could teleport, fire lasers, and even summon a giant mecha. But this too? No wonder he was so formidable. Well, perhaps Naruto really is at that stage now. Kakashi clearly shared the same thought. Then let's have him try combining Chakra's shape and nature transformations. But the training will be harsh. There's a risk of the Kyuubi losing control. I'll need to consult Tsunade-sama, ideally Jiraiya-sama should supervise. Or, Natsuki, you could also keep watch. Wait, wasn't Yamato supposed to supervise? Right, where was Yamato? Natsuki recalled, at this point he wasn't Yamato yet, but still Tenzo in the ANBU. Technically, only someone like him, possessing Hashirama's cells, was best suited to suppress Naruto, since he could use the necklace's power to restrain the Kyuubi. But bringing that up now would be strange, it was confidential knowledge. Surely Tsunade would eventually arrange it. Even Jiraiya couldn't suppress the Kyuubi alone. So Natsuki stayed silent. Fu asked eagerly. So Naruto has his plan, what about me and Gaara? Natsuki thought about the Nanabai's true form, then suggested. The Seven Tails is like a giant insect, right? Since it's a bug, you should work with an expert in that field. I have a friend named Aburame Shino, you might have heard of him. The Aburame clan specializes in insect control. You might learn a lot from him. An insect tamer shinobi. Fu tilted her head with interest. That could work. The Seven Tails is indeed a bug, it might like your friend. Everyone else, however, glanced curiously at Natsuki. So the Nanabai was a giant insect. How did he know that? Natsuki then turned to Gaara. Your weakness is your frail body. You've relied on sand to protect you, so your taijutsu is non-existent. That needs work. Also, you're already skilled with sand techniques, but you should improve your wind release. Gaara raised his non-existent brow. Wind release. Yes, wind release. Natsuki confirmed firmly. When I fought the Ichibi 3 years ago, it actually performed a futon, Renkuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. Its destructive power was terrifying. In my opinion, though the Ichibi has the least chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, it's the smartest. It can even weave hand signs and perform ninjutsu. Renkuden is absolutely second only to the Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, in raw power, but with much lower chakra cost. Also, Kakashi-senpai said my water orb slash has incredible cutting power. But in truth, wind has even greater cutting potential. My idea was to create a disc-shaped wind chakra technique, an air disc slash, that could become the ultimate cutting attack. Unfortunately, I don't have wind nature, so I can't develop it. Gaara nodded repeatedly. Now he understood why Natsuki was so strong. That kind of imagination and analytical ability allowed him to clearly see the path forward, even without a teacher. Unlike himself, who relied only on sand, failing in all other areas. Naruto shot up his hand. Natsuki. Natsuki. I also have wind nature, Databeo. I can learn that too, right? Natsuki shrugged. I can't actually teach you, I can only give suggestions. You and Gaara should figure it out together. Follow this direction and you'll definitely develop something powerful. Kakashi nodded. That's a solid plan. Following Natsuki's advice would be very worthwhile. Then it's settled. Naruto beamed. The three of us will train according to these suggestions, and will get stronger together. The three Jinchuriki were brimming with energy. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 254, Chapter. After enjoying a hearty meal at Natsuki's house, the group dragged him off to the training field. Kakashi, meanwhile, hurried to report to Tsunade. As for Tenten, she didn't need to shadow Fu for now. With Natsuki around, if he had to leave, he would send a note. No need to be nervous. Inside the empty training ground, the three Jinchuriki stared at Natsuki with eager eyes. Natsuki sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll demonstrate a little. He raised his hand and formed a small vortex boiling bullet, then tossed it between several trees. It exploded instantly, shredding them into fragments and tearing up the ground. The three watched, dumbfounded. Natsuki explained. I can't make them any smaller than this. That's about the level of destruction. In battle, my vortex boiling bullet covers a few hundred meters. A few hundred meters. Gaara imagined it. His desert funeral at full power didn't even reach that scale. And this was just Natsuki's casual shot. If he went all out, the devastation would be unimaginable, an entire village wiped off the map, perhaps. Then Natsuki demonstrated the water orb slash, slicing trees as easily as tofu. If the cutting power of a future air disc slash was even greater, it would be terrifying. Naruto grew so excited he almost couldn't contain himself. He desperately wanted to develop that air disc slash, but the high-speed spinning disc shape gave him a headache. After all, he had struggled immensely just to learn the Rasengan. Its spherical shape was stable, easier to control, and even then he had nearly failed. A spinning disc would be far harder. Gaara, next is Futon, Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. I remember the Ichibi's hand signs were like this, follow me. Natsuki demonstrated while Gaara copied. In no time, Gaara formed the seals, then opened his mouth wide, spitting out a massive wind sphere the size of a millstone. Futon, Rankuden. Boom. The wind sphere ripped through the forest, obliterating a wide swath of trees. Naruto and Fu were stunned. Amazing. Natsuki shook his head. You're not stable yet. The power is still lacking. You'll need to practice more. Gaara nodded. I feel the same. My control isn't there yet. But this jutsu really is strong. If I can master it, its destructive power won't be far behind the Baijidama, tailed beast bomb. The Baijidama, equivalent to a nuclear bomb, unmatched in destructive might. The Rankuden, developed by Shikaku itself, was designed to compensate for its lack of chakra, allowing it to attack with terrifying force without using a Baijidama. No wonder it could be compared. Naruto and Fu, however, were both numb. That was already insanely destructive, and they thought it wasn't enough. Did they really want to level the entire forest with one shot? Natsuki clapped his hands. That's it. I've said what I could, shown what I could. The rest is up to you. Oh, and Naruto, since you're kind of slow, Kakashi-senpai will probably arrange some special training for you. Fu, Gaara, don't get jealous. Hey, I'm not that slow, am I? Naruto muttered without much conviction. Deep down, he knew it was true. With Kakashi's training regimen, at least things would be easier. Gaara spoke up. I've already thought it through. For body and taijutsu training, I actually have a teacher back in Suna, Zila. He created the 7-day breathing method. I learned a lot from him. As for the air disc slash, I'll attempt to create it. For Rankuden, well, the forests of Konoha may suffer. Natsuki waved it off. Konoha has plenty of trees. Just wreck them. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air. A giant insect descended from the sky, with Shino leaping off its back. Natsuki, I came as soon as I got your note. Shino greeted them, then turned to Fu, hello. I'm Aburame Shino. I heard you're the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. Natsuki's note said the Nanabi is a giant insect, so I came to help. Fu's eyes lit up. She waved enthusiastically. Hi. I'm Fu. Let's be friends. This girl was always so cheerful. Perhaps even Shino wished he could be like that. After all, in Boruto, he ended up becoming a much more outgoing academy teacher. At that moment, the giant insect circled around Fu. Shino recognized its behavior immediately. So it's true. The Nanabi really is a great insect, likely the strongest in existence. Even my summoning beast shows signs of wanting to submit. Interesting, very interesting. Shino actually smiled. Encountering the ultimate insect seemed to genuinely please him. He and Fu quickly moved aside to talk about bugs. As for how Fu could grow stronger, Natsuki himself had no real ideas. She didn't seem to have any talents beyond relying on the Nanabi's power. Hopefully Shino could help. Just then, Kakashi returned, not alone. Beside him was a man wearing a face guard forehead protector. It was Yamato. Clearly Tsunade had anticipated the danger of the Kyuubi going berserk, so she had assigned Yamato here. Kakashi beckoned Naruto over. Naruto, Tsunade-sama approved your training plan. But for safety, this man will be assisting you. His name is Yamato. He's a reliable senpai. Yamato quickly bowed modestly. Kakashi-senpai is the truly reliable one. But since he asked me, I'll do my best. Naruto hurriedly greeted him. Nice to meet you, Yamato-senpai. Kakashi added. And this is Natsuki. You should know of him. Of course. The famous magic blade of Konoha. I've long wanted to meet you. Please take care of me. Yamato offered his hand politely. Likewise, Yamato-senpai. Natsuki clasped it. No need to call me senpai. Just call me Yamato. Ah, alright then. Natsuki was used to calling older shinobi senpai, but given his current position, it wasn't strictly necessary anymore. Showing respect where due was enough. From there, training officially began. Naruto's first step was to imagine the cutting power of wind chakra, splitting a leaf in two. To maximize efficiency, he'd need to use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. With his ability to create hundreds, even thousands of clones, his training speed would be multiplied many times over. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 255, Chapter. Natsuki simply observed from the side. Not to mention Naruto, Gaara was already off practicing futon, Renkuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. The noise was enormous. Temari had even dragged Shikamaru along to watch. Seeing Gaara master such a jutsu filled her with joy. When she heard it was Natsuki who had taught him, she immediately dragged Shikamaru over to thank him too. Shikamaru muttered, why am I being dragged into this? Women are such a pain. Meanwhile, Fu was still chatting with Shino about ways to grow stronger. Since both of them loved insects, they were bound to come up with good ideas. With his role done, Natsuki slipped back home. He found Tenten just about to rest, so he leaned in immediately. But just as he picked her up, the courtyard gate was knocked on again. Natsuki's face darkened instantly. Seriously? Can't I catch a break? Lord Natsuki, Lady Tsunade summons you to the office. It was an ANBU. I got it, Natsuki replied. But instead of leaving right away, he lingered with Tenten a little longer, until she finally urged him to go. Arriving at the office, Natsuki didn't even bother with greetings. He just slouched into a seat. Tsunade blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Did you fight with Tenten? Of course not, Natsuki shot back irritably. I was just about to relax with her when someone had to drag me here in a rush. Tsunade laughed and scolded. Oh, so it's my fault, huh? Fine, blame me. But this is urgent intelligence. She tossed him a scroll. Natsuki unrolled it, eyes narrowing at once. The Nibi Jinchuriki, Yujito, was captured. The one responsible was Yakushi Kabuto. And he was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He joined Akatsuki. This twist was well beyond Natsuki's expectations. At this point, he couldn't judge Kabuto's intentions. He surely inherited Orochimaru's legacy, but joining Akatsuki. For what? And if Kabuto truly defeated Yujito, that was shocking. The intel was vague, unclear on details. If Kabuto had acted himself, perhaps he had already mastered Ryakudo's Sage Mode. But another possibility was Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. With all the corpse information Kabuto had collected, it was obvious he'd long been planning grave robbing. By now he may have resurrected many powerful shinobi. Against that, even a Jinchuriki like Yujito would have no chance. Poor Yujito. Even with Kakuzu and Haiden gone, she still couldn't escape fate. Even if Natsuki wanted to save her, he had no idea where she was. So, what does Lady Tsunade want me to do? Natsuki asked. I was hoping to hear your thoughts, Tsunade admitted. Truth was, she hadn't decided yet. After Orochimaru's defeat, she had dismissed Kabuto as a mere rat. Who could have guessed that this rat would grow so large, and even join the hunter's pack? Setting aside Kabuto's own strength, his inheritance of Edo Tensei alone was a grave threat. Akatsuki's numbers were already few, but with Edo Tensei, they could have endless undying reinforcements. That was more troublesome than ever. Tsunade had been troubled by this news. It was then she thought of Natsuki. After that drinking session, she had spoken with Jiraiya. From him, she learned that it was Natsuki who had reminded him, which made Jiraiya decide to remain in the village. That delighted her. With Jiraiya staying, Konoha's lack of high-end fighters was eased a little. And it made Tsunade all the more curious about Natsuki's insight. So in her frustration, she called him to hear his opinion. Natsuki read the report again, thoughts racing. After a long silence, he said. The capture of the Nibi Jinchuriki, added to the situations of Naruto, Gaara, and Fu, will surely alarm the other villages. This could be a chance to form an alliance with Kimogakure and Iwagakure. If so, the pressure Akatsuki puts on us will be reduced. Tsunade nodded. I thought of that too. The message has already been sent to them. We're waiting for their replies. Natsuki continued. In that case, further investigation into Akatsuki's members might not matter much. Kabuto could resurrect anyone, after all. The real key is countering Edo Tensei. The only way is through Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. Lady Tsunade, please grant me full access to the Senju clan sealing archives. I want to develop a new jutsu. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Oh. You already have an idea. Yes. I want to create a technique that can forcibly seal Edo Tensei bodies into containers from afar. I've even thought of the name, Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave. Natsuki's eyes shone with confidence. Mafuba, the technique Master Roshi used in Dragon Ball to seal away Piccolo Daimao. Using a spiraling vortex of energy to drag him into a rice cooker. As a model, Natsuki envisioned chakra forming into a spiraling current, combined with sealing formulas, to drag an Edo Tensei body into a prepared container with sealing tags. And what container fit best? A coffin. The advantage was obvious, it bypassed the step of subduing the target, instead sealing them outright, clean and efficient. Of course, if the Edo Tensei was someone overwhelmingly powerful, like Uchiha Madara, then they'd need backup options, such as the Crimson Gourd Tenten carried. Surely that could seal even Madara. Since Tsunade understood the urgency, she wasted no time. That very night she had all the sealing scrolls bundled up for Natsuki, including even the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques passed down by her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. Natsuki didn't hesitate. He shut himself into the gravity training room, madly studying sealing arts and refining the concept of Mafuba. His learning ability was incredible. Even the most advanced seals took him little time to grasp. The design of Mafuba quickly took shape. All that was left was testing. Meanwhile, Kimogakure and Iwagakure finally responded to Konoha's message. Their tone, however, was arrogant. From Kimogakure. Akatsuki is just a small band of rogue ninja. So they captured Yujito, what's the big deal? Hardly worth you and Konoha making such a fuss. The Ichibi and Nanabai were captured only because Suna and Taki are weak. We, the strongest village in the world, have nothing to fear. From Iwagakure. Konoha has really fallen low, fearing such a minor organization. We and Iwagakure won't ally with a declining weakling village. Konoha can fend for itself. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 256, Chapter. Similar reports came back, making Tsunade so furious that she smashed 3 desks in her office. But soon after, even worse news arrived, Four Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi, had been captured by Akatsuki. This time, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Anoki, didn't dare act arrogant anymore. Realizing the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations, he immediately placed Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, under tight protection, while also calling for an alliance between the villages to jointly strike down Akatsuki. Yet Kimogakure remained just as conceited, scoffing that Iwagakure was nothing impressive after all. Instead of joining forces, they chose to go at it alone, planning to rescue Yujito by themselves and annihilate Akatsuki. When Tsunade received the report, she sneered coldly. Since Kimogakure insisted on being stubborn, let them try then. If they could wipe out Akatsuki, that would be for the best, but the odds of them hitting a wall were far greater. Sure enough, only a few days later another message came, Kimogakure's assault and rescue squad had run into Yakushi Kabuto. They were then crushed by his Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, summons, second Tsuchikage, Mu, and second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu. The team suffered devastating casualties. As expected, that Kabuto really is exploiting Edo Tensei. What a damn nuisance. Tsunade didn't feel the least bit of schadenfreude over Kimogakure's losses. Instead, her expression was deeply grave. Her suspicions were confirmed, Kabuto had reanimated not only Mu and Genjutsu, but would surely raise even more formidable dead shinobi if he could unearth their corpses. All those legendary predecessors had been frightening enough in life, now as immortal Edo Tensei, impervious to destruction and wielding near-infinite chakra, they could only be dealt with using sealing techniques. Otherwise, nothing worked. After all, the third Hokage himself had been forced to sacrifice his life against Orochimaru when confronted by the first and second Hokage under Edo Tensei. That technique was disgusting and terrifying. I hope Natsuki succeeds, otherwise, this will be hell to counter. Tsunade rubbed at her temples, weary. Realizing it wasn't good to brood alone, she immediately ordered someone to summon Jiraiya. These days, Jiraiya had indeed been staying in the village, but his attitude seemed to have shifted. Every day he either lounged about, gathering material, at the women's baths, sat at home writing, or occasionally dropped by to watch Naruto's training. Living leisurely and carefree. Tsunade, of course, couldn't stand watching someone else relax, so she planned to use this bad news to knock him down a notch. She also wanted an update on Naruto's training progress. Time waits for no one. The Jinchuriki needed to grow stronger quickly, so that in the chaos to come they wouldn't be taken down so easily. At the training grounds, Fu was mimicking Gaara, carrying a massive gourd on her back. But unlike Gaara's, this one wasn't filled with sand. Inside was a full-blown insect colony chamber. This was something from the Aburame clan, gifted to her personally by Shino. Clapping her hands together, Fu opened the gourd mouth wide and shouted. Shuten, Mashikoro Kirin. Insect style, swarms descent. Bzzzzzzzt. A deafening droning filled the air as dense swarms of insects burst forth. Simultaneously, the chakra of the seven tails surged from her body, enveloping the swarm. One by one, the bugs began to swell monstrously. Tiny ant-sized insects ballooned to the size of fists in the blink of an eye. The sky blackened with the massive swarm, their humming so loud it stabbed at the ears. Just looking at the spectacle was enough to make one's scalp tingle and goosebumps rise. As the swarm tore through the forest, an entire stretch of woodland was devoured clean. Ha ha ha. This move is incredible. As expected of Shino, he really is the shinobi who understands insects best. Fu's face glowed with delight. This had been her result after long discussions with Shino. Since the Seven Tails was essentially the ultimate insect queen, its chakra was a supreme nourishment for bugs. By infusing them with that chakra while controlling them, their power could erupt at levels beyond imagination. Even though Fu wasn't of the Aburame clan, she could still command the swarm through the Seven Tails' might, rivaling or even surpassing a true Aburame. Thus, this became her ultimate jutsu. Of course, Shino benefited as well. Fu agreed to share a bit of the Seven Tails chakra with him to help strengthen his own bugs. Originally, Shino's dream of breeding super bugs, immune to all 5 chakra natures, resisted to Kekkei Genkai, impervious to physical strikes, and able to break through nearly any defense, had progressed at a crawl. 2 years of painstaking effort had yielded barely any results. But with the Seven Tails chakra, his research leapt forward dramatically. It was a true win-win. On the other side, Gaara faced the forest, rapidly weaving hand seals before spitting out an enormous wind sphere. Futon, Rankuden. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Boom boom boom. The colossal wind sphere rampaged forward, reducing the woods to ruin. After long training, Gaara's mastery of Rankuden had improved greatly. While still far from matching the destructive power of a Baijidama, tailed beast ball, his ideal benchmark, its sheer force was already formidable enough to serve as a reliable finishing move. But Gaara wasn't satisfied. He didn't want Rankuden to be just his big move. He wanted it to become his standard attack. Only those who could wield what should be a trump card as their basic strike were true powerhouses. If Gaara succeeded, his strength would rank not only among the Kage class, but even beyond, into the realm of Super Kage. Yet the chakra drain was staggering. Even with Konoha's chakra batteries, he couldn't unleash it more than a few times in succession. After finishing with Rankuden, Gaara turned to another attempt, developing Kienzan, Energy Disc Cutter. But it was far harder than expected. Condensing chakra into a spinning disc shape wasn't too difficult, but making it wide, thin, and stable at high rotation speed was nearly impossible. Adding the unstable wind nature on top made it even worse. By contrast, Natsuki had developed his water disc cutter so quickly precisely because water chakra was naturally more stable. For wind, it was a nightmare. After several failed attempts, Gaara shelved it for now and moved on to spar with Lee. He highly respected Lee's taijutsu. After all, during the Chunin exams, Lee had been the very first to break through his sand defense. Though Gaara had trained under Shira for a time, his physical conditioning still needed work. His combat experience in pure taijutsu also had much room for growth. But there was always the same problem: his sand instinctively shielded him. Even when he tried to punch a wooden stake, the sand would slide between his fist and the target, sparing his hand from any damage. It was frustrating. Meanwhile, Naruto was also training like a madman. Yamato had prepared a massive waterfall cascading down a cliff, then crafted a wooden platform with Mokutan for Naruto and his countless clones to stand on. Their task: slice the waterfall apart using wind chakra nature transformation. Only after succeeding could Naruto attempt fusing nature and form transformation. The scene was hectic, lively, and chaotic. But Yamato had no choice, he had to stay on full alert the entire time. The moment Naruto lost control of the Nine Tails power, Yamato had to suppress it. Kakashi, on the other hand, sat idly nearby reading his Ika novels, which only deepened Yamato's invisible stress. "Brother, could you maybe help instead of reading about Liu Bei at home? Don't you see how busy I am here?" End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 257, Chapter. New fanfic. Danmachi, my familia is all heroines. Please leave it a review and PS if you like it. Thanks for your support. At that moment, Sakura came by to check in. These days, Sakura was doing remarkably well, as if she had finally found her own path. She was shining in the field of medical ninjutsu and, under Tsunade's tutelage, had even mastered monstrous strength. Her power had leapt from weakling to jonin level. Granted, that jonin rank carried some water weight, but at least she was no longer a burden. She could protect herself, and her medical ninjutsu added huge value to any team. All of this made Sakura more confident than ever. She didn't interrupt the training. She simply greeted Kakashi, placed down some homemade ration pills, and quietly left. Everyone else was working so hard, she couldn't allow herself to slack off either. What surprised Kakashi more, though, was that Sasuke also came to watch. "This kid, he's really giving it his all," Sasuke commented. "Well, Naruto has always been the type to work hard. He's got a strong sense of pride, and more importantly, his purpose for growing stronger. He wants to protect his comrades and the village. To do that, he knows he has to get stronger," Kakashi said, closing his Ika paradise and turning to Sasuke. Sasuke silently watched Naruto's back without replying. But Kakashi wanted to speak with him seriously. The two ended up sitting atop the Hokage monument, gazing down at the village below. Perhaps their thoughts were more alike than they realized. Kakashi asked bluntly. "Sasuke, you're a Jinchuriki, aren't you?" Sasuke nodded. "You finally asked after holding it in for so long." Honestly, there was no need to tiptoe around it. "I didn't hide it on purpose, I just didn't want to flaunt it and make it a big deal." Kakashi drew in a deep breath and sighed. "Do you understand what being a Jinchuriki means?" "I do. But my perspective is different from yours." Sasuke's expression was calm and steady. "To you all, a tailed beast is something dangerous, and being a Jinchuriki is a curse that earns only fear and alienation. But to me, a tailed beast is power. Becoming a Jinchuriki lets me grow faster. And once I learned that Akatsuki's true goal was the tailed beasts, I made my decision: if I became one, then not only would I gain strength, but my enemies would also come straight to me." This was actually a solid line of reasoning. Kakashi nearly wanted to applaud. At least Sasuke hadn't fallen into darkness. If this was his method of turning the situation to his advantage, then it was already far better than what Kakashi had feared. Still, he asked, was this Natsuki's idea? Sasuke actually rolled his eyes. "Do you really think Natsuki is that kind of person?" "Eh? Did I guess wrong?" With his brains, it really sounded like the kind of suggestion he'd make. "Yeah. That does sound exactly like Natsuki." Kakashi shook his head helplessly. "Well, what's done is done. And since you've stayed calm and haven't lost control, I'll assume you've already mastered your tailed beast's power. I won't nag you further. But can you tell me the details? I am your teacher, after all." Sasuke didn't refuse. He recounted everything, from consulting Natsuki and receiving his advice, to discovering Orochimaru's records on the Three Tails, to how Natsuki had helped him seal the Nine Tails, and finally how he had trained to control the Three Tails' power. He remembered every word clearly, even taking out written notes, treasuring them like golden scriptures of his growth. Kakashi listened carefully, though his mouth twitched uncontrollably. So, the two of them had been hiding this from him all along, huh? Especially Natsuki. Kakashi had really misjudged him. To keep even a veteran like himself in the dark. When he first discovered Sasuke was a Jinchuriki, Kakashi had nearly had a heart attack. Thank goodness no disaster had broken out. For now, the biggest problem was that Sasuke would inevitably become a target of Akatsuki. But Sasuke actually welcomed that. Just as he had predicted, Itachi would eventually come seeking him. And that would be the perfect chance for Sasuke to take his revenge. When Sasuke finished his story, Kakashi sat in silence for a long while before finally sighing deeply, full of helplessness toward his student. For Jinchuriki gathered in Konoha, wasn't that a bit too much pressure? Hopefully Tsunade wouldn't smash any more desks when she found out. Kakashi probed carefully, "Sasuke, do you mind if I inform Lady Tsunade about this?" Konoha is under immense pressure right now, she deserves to know. Sasuke shook his head. I don't mind. Even if the whole world knew, it wouldn't matter. Once Akatsuki comes knocking, it won't be a secret anymore. Reasonable as that was, the matter still needed to be kept under wraps for now. This was about Sasuke's life, after all. Even if Sasuke spoke lightly of it, Kakashi knew his student wasn't as mentally resilient as Naruto. On the contrary, he was more fragile. With no hatred in his heart yet, if he were suddenly consumed by bitterness because of villagers' gossip, that would be truly tragic. Public opinion can kill. His own father had been destroyed by it. Kakashi knew this better than anyone. He absolutely would not allow Sasuke to endure what Naruto had suffered. Time trickled by like sand in an hourglass, and soon it was the first of the month again. After eating, drinking, and enjoying some intimacy with Tenten, Natsuki resolutely entered his special experimental chamber. Now that he lived with Tenten, he no longer bothered hiding anything. Even entering the gravity training room, he did so openly in front of her. She probably thought he was using Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to teleport somewhere secret to train. Since Tenten never asked, Natsuki never explained. As for his monthly trips into the dream world, he had long since told her about them, and she believed him without question. Inside the special laboratory, Natsuki began working on developing a new technique. First, he created a humanoid puppet identical to a real body. Then he produced a coffin. Standing dozens of meters away, he drew in a deep breath, raised both hands, and unleashed a torrent of chakra. He shaped it into a spiraling force, layering sealing power within, and sent it surging toward the puppet. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba. Sealing technique, evil containment wave. He shouted as the technique swept the puppet, attempting to drag it into the coffin. But controlling it was immensely difficult. The sealing matrix didn't align properly. The chakra drain was huge, and the mental strain even greater. The attempt failed, the puppet crashed against the coffin's side instead. Again. Mafuba. Bang. The puppet toppled the coffin completely. Mafuba. Crack. The coffin shattered the puppet into pieces. I'm not done yet. Mafuba. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 258, Chapter. All night long, Natsuki never stopped. He kept refining the Mafuba, evil containment wave, striving to bring the spiraling force under perfect control and fuse it flawlessly with his sealing formula, so the whole process could be completed in a single breath. Only then would an Edo Tensei, reanimation, body have no time to react, ensuring a successful suppression seal. Fortunately, hard work pays off. With 20 minutes left on the special lab timer, Natsuki finally succeeded in sweeping the puppet straight into the coffin in one go. Even though in the special lab state he didn't need to worry about chakra expenditure or injury, Natsuki still felt mentally drained. When he stepped out of the lab, he couldn't stop yawning. Tenten immediately scooped him up. She didn't mind the sweat at all and simply princess carried him toward the bath. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me, just sleep. Tenten was so gentle. Natsuki tilted his head up and kissed her. Tenten responded naturally, but halfway through, the guy started snoring. Tenten was speechless. This rascal. You get me all worked up and then fall asleep. Just wait till I settle accounts with you. When Natsuki woke again, it was already afternoon. That nap had been great, he even had a rare dream, something about a little pig nudging him, and it weirdly felt pretty comfy. He didn't overthink it. After washing up and eating the love-packed lunch Tenten left for him, he headed out refreshed. He'd barely begun a leisurely stroll when Anbu arrived. Tsunade was calling for him. With a Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, he popped into the office and rolled his eyes. Tsunade Dano, I just finished a closed-door session. Can I at least rest 2 days? Quit rolling your eyes, or you'll turn into a Hyuga. Tsunade couldn't help the jab, then tossed him a scroll. Judging from your face, you've finished developing the Mafuba. Good timing. There's news from the Land of Lightning. Kabuto is leading his Edo Tensei squad, snooping around for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Kumogakure is massing troops to wipe them out and has requested support from the other villages. Go test your Mafuba on them. A request. From Kumogakure? Natsuki unsealed the scroll. Sure enough, it was Kumogakure's formal request, personally signed by the fourth Raikage. Looked like even the cloud had realized how troublesome Edo Tensei bodies were, setting aside their pride to ask for help. But it wouldn't be that simple. Natsuki curled his lip. Don't they have the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot? Sealing a few Edo Tensei shouldn't be hard. If not, let the Raikage show up himself, one Rariato, Lariat, and he could wipe Kabuto's team. If only it were that easy. Tsunade sighed. It's not like they didn't try. Darui personally took the Kahaku no Johei. Kabuto knew the pot's trick, so he controlled the reanimated ones to keep their mouths shut. Darui couldn't trigger it. Worse, Kabuto's lineup is stacked. Second Tsuchikijmu, second Mizukij Hozuki Genjutsu, and even the third Reikijai. Darui wasn't their match, and the Kahaku no Johei nearly got snatched. Darui, huh? The clouds Ranton, storm release, user. Darui was indeed strong, likely the Reikij's strongest bodyguard, and his Ranton was masterful. He even later succeeded as the fifth Reikij. If he personally brought the Kahaku no Johei and still took an L, those Edo Tensei monsters were really tough. The amber pot was great, until the enemy knew its secret. If you just don't answer, it's useless. By contrast, the trio of treasures that looked harder to use, Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, Kokinjo, Golden Canopy Rope, and Shikasaiken, 7-star sword, were actually nastier to deal with. No wonder the cloud could swallow its pride. The enemy was that hard, and Akatsuki that terrifying. Only then did they wake up and seek alliance. Natsuki didn't dither, he did want to field test the Mafuba. But he couldn't head out immediately. Tsunade Dano, I need a batch of sturdy, high-grade coffins and powerful sealing tags. That's the best medium for the Mafuba. Smaller containers work, but they cost extra chakra. Coffins are optimal. That's easy. I'll have people prepare them at once. Given how important this was, Tsunade wouldn't drag her feet. She also wasn't going to make Natsuki run errands, or pay for any of it. A few coffins and sealing tags were nothing. Natsuki added, besides the Special Operations Unit, I want to bring Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai and Sasuke both have Sharingan, so they can copy my Mafuba. The more who can use it, the better. Tsunade gave a quick thumbs up. Good plan. Kakashi must go. What about the village's safety? You don't need to worry. I'll be here, and so will Jiraiya. Go rest. We'll notify you when everything's ready. Natsuki nodded and flickered back home. No sooner had he arrived than he heard activity in the storeroom. He peeked in and found Tenten tinkering with something. Right then, Tenten was incredibly focused. When she hit a snag, she'd frown and scratch her head, so cute that Natsuki couldn't help swallowing. He slipped inside, sat beside her, and lowered his voice. Dear, what are you working on? Without looking up, Tenten said, it's the hardcore energy from the third Kazekage's puppet. I'm studying Jiten, magnet release. This hardcore is similar in principle to the chakra battery. If I crack it, not only will the battery capacity expand, I can also gain magnet release and get stronger. Natsuki instantly gave a thumbs up. My wife is brilliant. How's progress? Tenten pulled a face. I might be a bit slow. I've run into a lot of problems. That's easy, let me brainstorm with you. They dove into the magnet release hardcore together. And wow, Sasori really was a genius. This hardcore outclassed Natsuki's chakra battery by a mile and could even harness a dead person's magnet release. Natsuki had to give the guy props. Luckily, Natsuki knew more in this area than Tenten. He quickly pinpointed the key bottlenecks and started working through them. Tenten's talent with ninja tools then shone through. She might not have understood at first, but after discussing with Natsuki she grasped it rapidly, and even began drawing inferences on her own, growing at a crazy pace. At this rate, Tenten soon wouldn't need Natsuki's coaching at all, she'd handle this kind of research with ease. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 259, Chapter. With Natsuki's help, research into the magnet release hardcore advanced smoothly. Tenten could already picture the future, herself and Natsuki unleashing magnet release together. Surely, the whole shinobi world would be green with envy. And it wasn't just the magnet release hardcore. Tenten also planned to copy Sasori's compression devices, storing fire and water under pressure, then releasing them as high-pressure flamethrowers and water cannons. Their force wouldn't lose to normal katan, fire style, or suetun, water style, jutsu, perfectly covering her weak point in ninjutsu. One could only say, Sasori truly was a genius. From now on, if she ever wanted to invent new ninja tools, she could probably just reference, or copy, Sasori's designs. One day, she would absolutely become a legendary ninja tool master. After a full day of research, Tenten was very satisfied. Naturally, she didn't forget to satisfy a certain boyfriend with expectant puppy dog eyes, though from now on, they might need to buy more umbrellas. Less than a day later, Tsunade had already prepared 5 coffins and a stack of powerful sealing talismans. 5 coffins would be enough for now, more could always be arranged later. The Special Operations Unit, Sasuke and Niji, had also gathered. With Kakashi joining, the full squad was assembled. Wasting no time, Natsuki used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to bring the three to the Land of Lightning. So this is the Land of Lightning. The environment's completely different from Konoha, Niji remarked, activating Byakugan to scan the area. What's the plan? Sasuke asked. We'll head straight to the Cloud Shinobi and explain our purpose. They're the ones who asked for help, Natsuki replied, locking onto Kimogakuru's location on his map. He and Tenten had spent plenty of time roaming the Land of Lightning after getting the sage's treasures, leaving Flying Thunder God marks everywhere. Now, he teleported them to the nearest marker to Kimogakure. Kakashi, though, was puzzled. Natsuki, with your power, why did you even bring me along? Apparently Tsunade hadn't explained. Kakashi had thought his mission was to protect Gaara and guide Naruto's training. Suddenly being thrown into the special ops team felt off. You'll understand soon enough. Let's move. Natsuki led the way. By chance, or maybe luck, they soon came across a battle. From afar, they could already see Kabuto pushing up his glasses with a smug grin, flanked by three cracked-faced, elderly shinobi. Natsuki instantly recognized them. The bandaged one is second Tsuchikage, Mu. The guy with the thin mustache and high-collar coat is second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu. And that golden-haired, bearded muscle mountain is third Raikage, A. All of them, reanimated by Kabuto. Kakashi's face darkened. As I feared, he inherited Orochimaru's legacy. We should have hunted him down back then, or we wouldn't be stuck with this mess now. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt excitement stir. Fighting the strong was what he lived for. Especially when it meant standing against Akatsuki. Niji remained silent. His Tensegan power was nearly complete. If this battle forced his hand, he might have to reveal it. After that, he'd finally confront the Hyuga main house. He almost looked forward to seeing those smug, arrogant faces crumple into humiliation. At the battlefield, Darui and his men were struggling against the three Edo Tensei Kage. One by one, his squad was wiped out, leaving only Darui still standing, barely holding on. Rantun, laser circus. Zap zap zap. 10 laser beams fired from his crossed fingers at lightning speed. Yet the third Raikage evaded with sheer speed, then flattened Darui with a single Rariato, lariat. Darui's face twisted with despair. His foes were far too strong, there was no hope of lasting until reinforcements. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a smirk. Tell me where the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is. Do that, and I'll spare you. Darui, exhausted, replied flatly, you think I'd tell you that? How about you ask me something else, like what I like? I like napping. Humph. Then go die. Kabuto's eyes hardened, and the three Edo Tensei lunged. But in that instant, three new figures appeared in front of Darui and struck at once. Juken, Hakusho Rinpusho. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams continuous palms. Raitun, Chidori Iso. Lightning Style, Chidori Sharp Spear. Katan, Tokaku. Fire Style, Head Carving. Niji, Sasuke, and Kakashi launched their attacks, forcing the three Edo Tensei Kage back. Kabuto's gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomers. You again. Damn Konoha shinobi, do you have to meddle in everything? His irritation was justified. Ever since Orochimaru's downfall, his own plans had been repeatedly disrupted. He'd tried to seal the Three Tails, only to discover it was gone. He'd sought the sage's treasures and the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers, also gone. Everything was Konoha's fault. Kabuto knew well that Konoha's shinobi were formidable. Alone, he wasn't enough. That was why he joined Akatsuki, knowing how strong their members were. Now, capturing Jinchuriki was both the organization's mission and his own way of researching tailed beasts' power, his path to ultimate evolution. But then... Kabuto, you're still hurting others, huh? Natsuki's voice cut through the air. You might have heard the saying, speed is power. So tell me, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Before the last syllable faded, he had already blurred past the three Edo Tensei, appearing at Kabuto's side. His foot, glowing with laser light, smashed into Kabuto's waist. Boom. Kabuto was sent flying, crashing into a boulder that exploded into rubble. The three Edo Tensei Kage only reacted after the fact, their eyes widening in shock as Natsuki had already returned to his spot. So fast. Youngsters these days are remarkable, Genjutsu marveled. Konoha, No wonder it produces geniuses, Mu muttered. Wait, hey, Darui. Isn't Storm Release your unique thing? How does some Konoha brat use it too? The third Raikage bellowed, incredulous. Darui was speechless. How the hell should I know? And who said Storm Release was my exclusive move? Kakashi, stunned, turned to Natsuki. Natsuki, you can use Rantun too. Natsuki answered as if it were obvious. It's just lightning and water chakra combined. Isn't it just common sense? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 260, Chapter. Everyone was speechless at Natsuki's words. This guy, wasn't he overdoing the cool act? Did he really think combining chakra natures into a Kekii Genkai like Ranton, storm release, was as easy as eating or drinking? He made it sound effortless. But none of them could refute it. After all, he had already succeeded. Some people were just geniuses, you had to accept it. Sasuke and Neji weren't surprised. The Natsuki they knew had always been absurd. No matter how outrageous a technique he displayed, they wouldn't be shocked anymore. Still, there was no denying it, Ranton was powerful. That light-speed kick earlier had been terrifying. The only question was, had Kabuto survived? From the rubble, Kabuto slowly crawled out. His skin had sprouted scales, his complexion had shifted, his tongue flickered out, and even horns had emerged on his head. He looked every bit like a serpent. Damn, he's... Kakashi and the others instantly sensed trouble. Ryukido's Sage Mode, huh? Natsuki muttered, impressed despite himself. Kabuto glanced down at his side. There, a gaping wound still lingered from Natsuki's light-speed kick, serious damage. If not for entering Sage Mode in time, he might have been killed outright. Hee, as expected of you, Natsuki. Always so unpredictable. Kabuto's smile was cold. Konoha shinobi really are pests. But you, Natsuki, you're the one I hate most. Back during Orochimaru-sama's Konoha crush, you ruined us again and again. In the end, you even killed him. You terrify me. But now, no matter how fast you are, you can't kill me. Not unless you've got a way to counter Edo Tensei, or you're ready to sacrifice yourself with Shiki Fujin, dead demon-consuming seal. Ha 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 ha. He was smug, convinced of his advantage. Genjutsu spoke up too. You're strong, kid, but not enough to beat us. Better call someone stronger. Hurry and take us down. He clearly hated being forced to act under Kabuto's control. Better to be defeated and sealed away, even if it meant never returning to the Pure Land. Mu and the third Raikage shared the same thought. The third Raikage barked, Darui. Tell the fourth to bring out the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, again, seal us up quickly. Darui groaned. Don't talk nonsense. We brought it last time and it failed, and nearly got stolen. We can't risk that again. Clearly, they weren't counting on reinforcements. Even though Darui recognized Kakashi, and knew the reputation of Konoha's rising demon blade, he wasn't optimistic. Natsuki chuckled. Kakashi-senpai, do you know why I brought you? Because you and Sasuke both have Sharingan, you can copy my new sealing technique. Next, I'll use it to seal an Edo Tensei. Watch carefully with your 3-tomo Sharingan and memorize it. Neji, if you can, learn it too, this will be very useful. He unfurled a scroll, summoning 3 coffins plastered with sealing tags. Locking onto Genjutsu, the nearest target, Natsuki thrust his hands forward, chakra surging in his palms. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and, with Sasuke, focused their Sharingan on Natsuki's every move. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, eager to see. He didn't believe Natsuki could seal an Edo Tensei from afar. If it were that easy, the third Hokage wouldn't have died. The Kahaku no Johei only worked if the target responded, and if you stayed silent, it was useless. He was sure nothing could threaten him. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba. Sealing technique, evil containment wave. Chakra burst from Natsuki's hands, spiraling outward in a vortex laced with sealing power. It struck Genjutsu in an instant. Genjutsu froze, his body locked by the sealing force. His form twisted under the spiraling chakra, then was yanked helplessly into a coffin. Slam. The lid closed. Slap slap slap. Dozens of sealing tags plastered themselves across the seams. Silence. Absolute silence. Everyone was stunned. An Edo Tensei, supposedly unkillable and infinitely regenerating, had just been sealed from a distance, without even being weakened first. Normally, sealing required exhausting or defeating the Edo Tensei host. Yet Natsuki had overturned that reality. The Mafuba, terrifying. Natsuki, terrifying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kabuto snapped, his composure breaking. What kind of twisted jutsu seals them so easily? But then he remembered, it was Natsuki. The same man who had crushed even Orochimaru. Of course he could do something impossible. Since the Chunin exams, Natsuki had been rewriting the shinobi world's limits, one miracle after another. A terrifying man. Not someone you wanted as an enemy. Darui's jaw dropped. Just like that. Sealed. This is Konoha's demon blade. Mu and the third Raikage were floored too, but quickly smiled. They had underestimated the new generation, truly extraordinary. Without looking back, Natsuki asked, well, did you copy it? Both Sasuke and Kakashi nodded. Copied. But we need to test it. Good. Niji and I will keep them busy. Darui, lend a hand, it's your village asking for help. Natsuki vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Kabuto. Another blindingly fast Ranton kick smashed Kabuto away before he could react. The reanimated Mu and third Raikage, under Kabuto's control, tried to intervene but Niji and Darui intercepted them. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi each targeted a coffin. Channeling chakra, they mimicked Natsuki's technique. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba. HAAA. Their spiraling chakra surged forward, striking Mu and the third Raikage. Both froze, then were dragged into coffins and sealed away. They'd succeeded, but Sasuke and Kakashi were drenched in sweat. The technique demanded immense chakra, and even more mental strain. Mastery would come with practice, but using it right after learning was exhausting. Still, Natsuki's gamble had paid off. The Mafuba had been passed on. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 261, Chapter. Darui had already retreated to the side when the Mafuba, demon sealing wave, was activated, afraid of being caught in it. But even now he found it hard to believe those troublesome Edo Tensei bodies had been sealed so easily. It was simply unbelievable. Konoha's magic blade, this guy really was heaven-defying. Even a ridiculous technique like this, he could develop it. And on top of that, this guy even seemed to use Ranton, storm release, like it was eating and drinking, casually combining bloodline limits as if it was nothing, utterly outrageous. On the other side, after kicking Yakushi Kabuto away, Natsuki didn't hold back, immediately beginning a barrage of laser blasts. Ranton, Yasakani no Magatama. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Countless laser orbs rained down like a storm, blasting the ground into a wasteland. But Kabuto's figure was nowhere to be seen. That made Natsuki raise a brow. This guy sure knows how to run. But there was no helping it. In Sage mode, Kabuto was indeed formidable. Even killing him wouldn't be easy, and if he wanted to run, it wasn't simple to stop him, unless Natsuki used even deeper trump cards. But right now, it was pointless to dwell on it. Kabuto had escaped too decisively, Natsuki didn't even get the chance to strike again. He'd just have to wait until next time. Returning, Natsuki glanced at the 3 coffins and smiled. Kakashi-senpai, Sasuke, you did it. Sasuke's face was full of pride. Of course. The Sharingan's copying ability is unrivaled. Why are you getting cocky again? Kakashi, however, was modest. Well, I managed to learn it, but it's far from proficient. The chakra and mental strain are enormous. It'll take a long time to reach Natsuki's level. Niji asked instead. What about Kabuto? Natsuki shrugged. He ran. That guy is a clever rat, no, now he's a sly venomous snake, and he's trained in Ryukido's Sage mode. His strength isn't to be underestimated. Add Edo Tensei on top of that, who knows whose corpses he's dug up. He'll definitely be a major problem in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kabuto was indeed a headache. Darui was just about to express his gratitude when suddenly someone came charging in from afar. It was a burly, muscular man, the 4th Raikage, A. He rushed in urgently, seeing his village's ninja lying on the ground, with only Darui standing battered, while 4 Konoha shinobi stood beside him. Immediately, without thinking, the Raikage erupted in fury. Darui. The enemy is Konoha ninja. Take this, Liger Bomb. Before Darui could even explain, A had already rushed at Kakashi. But in the next second, a figure stepped in front of Kakashi, lightning crackling over his body. It was the lightning release chakra mode. His arm clashed head-on with the Raikage's. Liger Bomb. Boom. The Raikage A was sent crashing into the ground, stunned. What the hell? He was huge, built like a mountain, muscles bulging, yet he couldn't overpower some brat in a Liger Bomb clash. Quickly he roared. Who are you? Why do you know the Liger Bomb? Natsuki chuckled. Is this move so hard to learn? I just saw the 3rd Raikage use it and then learned it. You must be the 4th Raikage, right? Pretty rude of you to attack us when we came as reinforcements. Is this how Kimogakure treats its guests? Reinforcements. I was momentarily confused. Luckily, Darui quickly explained everything. Realizing his mistake, I was a bit embarrassed. But he still muttered stubbornly. Humph. Wasn't Edo Tensei created by your Konoha's second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? In the end, this is Konoha's fault. Natsuki wasn't having it. Reikage, I respect you as a senior, so I've been polite. But don't twist things around. If someone gets killed by a kitchen knife, are you going to blame the inventor of the knife? Why not admit it's your lack of strength? You couldn't even deal with a little Edo Tensei. You brat. Don't get too arrogant. Don't think I fear you. If a young man isn't cocky, is he still young? Besides, didn't I already knock you down with one move? Want to go another round? Come on then. You little brat, still wet behind the ears, daring to challenge me. And you're just an old man about to lose all his teeth, yet you're still yelling at me. Fine, arm wrestling, here and now. Loser apologizes. If you don't, you're a turtle idiot. Fine. Let's do it. Then, BAM. The Reikage's eyes went wide in disbelief as his hand was slammed onto the stone table. His hand was nearly twice Natsuki's size. His body was covered in muscle. He was the strongest Reikage of Kimogakure. Even in arm wrestling, he never lost, not even against that monster woman Tsunade. And yet, against a teenager, he had lost cleanly, utterly. His strength couldn't match a kid. Impossible. Natsuki straightened his collar, then raised his fingers a centimeter apart. Looks like I'm just a tiny bit stronger than you. Weak. Train harder. That little punk. What he hated most was people showing off in front of him, but he had indeed lost. No matter how proud he was, he couldn't deny it. Still, his chest felt stifled, and he wasn't satisfied. So he pointed at Sasuke and Neji. I don't believe all of Konoha's younger generation are that strong. You two, test yourselves against me. Sasuke and Neji exchanged glances, but neither refused. Soon, however, both were defeated. The two weren't weak, but in raw strength, the Reikage still had the upper hand. Yet instead of joy, A only felt gloom. He looked at his large hand, wondering if he was getting old. Konoha's young generation really is extraordinary. Forget that freak Natsuki, just this Uchiha and Hyuga, with pure strength alone, could sweep Kimogakure's younger shinobi. If they used their Kekkei Genkai and clan techniques, they'd already be Jonin or even elite Jonin level. The thought alone made him sour. Why did Konoha have such endless talent? Must be because they occupied such prime land. He even fantasized about seizing the Land of Fire's territory. But he quickly cast that thought aside. For now, they were allies, and as Reikage, he couldn't be rude to reinforcements. Though, come to think of it, wasn't Konoha's support arriving a little too quickly? Then it struck him. Oh, I remember now. Word is you brat can use the Yellow Flash's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder I can't stand you. The Reikage recalled the days of the Shinobi World War. Back then, he and his brother B formed the invincible AB combo, sweeping the battlefield, yet the one opponent who humiliated them was none other than the Yellow Flash, Nameki's Minato, with his Flying Thunder God. The memory still made his teeth grind in anger. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 262, Chapter. Natsuki wasn't afraid of this big brute. In Kimogakure, strength was revered. There was no need for politeness. If you were tougher than the Reikage, then you acted tougher. He smirked arrogantly. I told you, if you're weak, then train more. Back then your AB combo lost to the 4th Hokage, and today you ran into me. Tell me, are you unlucky or what? You brat. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Just now I was holding back. Reikage fumed. Then let's keep going. I'll make you lose face right here in front of your shinobi and villagers, strip your Reikage prestige clean away. Natsuki rolled his shoulders, looking ready to do just that. TCH. I won't stoop to bickering with a kid. In truth, I was wary of Natsuki's strength, especially after Darui's earlier explanation. He knew this boy wasn't normal, couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Flying Thunder God, Storm Release, instantly copying the Liger Bomb, and even that bizarre Mafuba. He was a monster. Maybe even another Nameki's Minato, or worse, something even more outrageous. But Natsuki pressed him again. You lost in arm wrestling just now, and you haven't apologized. Are you planning to be a turtle idiot? You, damn it. Fine, sorry, alright. Seriously, kids these days don't respect their elders. I can't be bothered with you anymore. With that, A turned angrily and stomped away. Kakashi glanced at the awkward Darui. Is your Reikage always this hot-headed? Darui gave a dry chuckle. Well, that's just the way of our village. The Reikage doesn't mean any harm, he just can't stand losing to a kid. Watching A's broad back disappear, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. He really does act like a child. Niji, however, remarked. He's strong. Very strong. Sasuke nodded. Yeah. His raw power alone is incredible. But I'm more interested in that lightning release chakra mode. To be precise, Sasuke was interested in strength itself. Every ounce of power gained increased his chances of revenge. And now that he had learned to learn, whenever he saw something useful, he couldn't help but covet it. The lightning release chakra mode boosted both speed and strength. It was perfect for him. Even if it meant building a body of muscle like the Raikage, he wouldn't hesitate. And besides, Natsuki could use it too. Yet unlike the Raikage, Natsuki wasn't a musclehead, he was a sharp-minded, handsome genius. Darui then bowed politely. Anyway, thank you all for coming such a long way to support us. Please follow me into the village. The Raikage will host a banquet in your honor. As for matters of cooperation, those may need to be relayed to your Hokage afterward. He gestured for them to follow, leading the way. Natsuki had thought they'd be able to leave after the fight, but apparently not. A banquet was fine, but if cooperation talks were involved, that wasn't his thing. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, if it comes down to cooperation, that's for the adults to handle. Kakashi didn't refuse. All right, leave it to me. Though, some things may require Hokage approval. When the time comes, you'll need to contact Lady Tsunade. Well, why don't I just bring Tsunade-sama here directly? Natsuki suggested. Kakashi hesitated. Better to ask Lady Tsunade first. True, you could bring her instantly, but negotiations like this take time. And the village still needs its Hokage present. That was true enough. But Natsuki figured Tsunade would agree anyway. After all, she disliked office work more than anyone. If she could use this chance to travel, drink, and feast in Kimogakure, she'd be overjoyed. Negotiating with the Raikage would just be an excuse. And besides, Konoha wasn't short on leadership. Jiraiya could handle things while she was gone. Soon, under Darui's guidance, the four arrived at Kimogakure. The village sat among towering mountains, wreathed in mist, with thunder rumbling overhead from time to time. Compared to Konoha, the environment was entirely different, new and exciting to Natsuki, Sasuke, and Niji. Raikage truly had ordered a feast. He was already seated at the head table, calling for the guests to sit. Natsuki's eyes lit up as he saw the dishes. Kimogakure was generous indeed, serving even premium Wagyu beef, and in large portions. Luxurious, hearty, and stylish. If he were older, they'd probably have served him sake too. The sincerity of their hospitality was clear, and Natsuki was very satisfied. Filled a large bowl of sake for himself, raised it, and declared. Thank you, Konoha Ninja, for traveling so far to support us. I won't waste words, my gratitude is in this drink. Kakashi Jonin, drink with me. As for you kids, stick to juice. But do try our Kimogakure cuisine. You'll love it. He downed his bowl in one gulp. Kakashi swiftly pulled down his mask and followed suit. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Really? Calling him a kid? Yet wasn't this same Raikage the one who lost to that kid? He ignored the jab and enjoyed the food. Not long after, the Raikage, slightly drunk, turned to Natsuki. You're Natsuki, right? You're impressive. I like you. How about joining Kimogakure? I guarantee the treatment will be far better than in Konoha. We value talent here. Kakashi frowned. Raikage Dano, that sounds like blatant poaching. I chuckled. No need to make it sound so ugly. I'm just giving talent a better choice. In the end, it's up to the boy himself. Natsuki, what do you say? One word. Natsuki raised his drink. If you make me Raikage, I'll come. And once I'm Raikage, I'll merge Kimogakure into Konoha. Deal. Puffed. Kakashi and Darui both spat their drinks. Only Natsuki could come up with such a way of refusing. As if the Raikage would ever agree. As expected, A's face darkened. Get lost. Natsuki drained his cup in one gulp and smirked provocatively. What's wrong, not happy? Didn't you just say you value talent? Well, here's a talent that can beat the Raikage. Seems perfect for the job, no. But the moment I name my condition, you can't accept it. TCH. Don't make promises you can't keep. If you're not convinced, we can settle it in a duel. This little brat. I was torn between laughing and raging. He really couldn't handle this boy. Konoha was damn lucky to have such a genius. Why didn't Kimogakure ever produce one? Still, he didn't bring it up again. Instead, he enthusiastically urged everyone to eat and drink, and the atmosphere lightened. After the banquet, they were given time to rest. Only then were they invited to discuss cooperation matters. But naturally, the responsibility fell to Kakashi, he was the only adult. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 263, Chapter Land of Lightning, inside a certain mountain cave. Kabuto leaned against the cave wall, motionless for a long while. Suddenly, he couldn't help but chuckle, then burst into manic laughter, looking half deranged. Ha ha. Natsuki, huh? You really are something. Every time you show up, your strength refreshes my understanding of you. But don't get cocky. Me not being your opponent doesn't mean there's no one who can beat you. The Rinnegan, the leader who wields those eyes, you definitely can't defeat him. I do want to dig out those eyes and study them, but I'll wait until you two wear each other down. Then I'll see if there's a chance to make a move. Kabuto soon calmed himself and pondered his next step, when the ring on his finger gave a faint pulse. He straightened, sank his focus into the ring, and the next moment his consciousness appeared in a pitch-black cavern, standing atop a stone pillar. It was a special technique that allowed ring-bearers to enter a group chat-style meeting. Only the leader could initiate it. On the main dais, a pair of Rinnegan eyes looked down on them all, exuding oppressive might, like facing a god. Worthy indeed of the sage's eyes. Report the status of the tailed beast captures. Pain spoke. I'm with Kisame in the land of Earth, Itachi said. Iwagakure has hidden the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han. We're searching but haven't found him yet. Kisame grumbled, IWA is extremely cautious now, practically on lockdown. Just the two of us infiltrating is risky, and Sandame Tsuchika Jinoki's Gene Ton, dust release, shouldn't be underestimated. Clearly, after losing the 4 tails Jinchuriki Rashi, IWA realized how serious things were. They tightened defenses and hit Han deep. He wouldn't be found any time soon. Pain's gaze shifted to Kabuto. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. I failed this time. Konoha's response was fast, and Natsuki came. He suddenly used a special technique called Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, that can easily seal Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies, terrifying. He also pulled out Rantun, Storm Release, out of nowhere. If I hadn't run fast, I'd have been kicked to death. Oi oi oi, he got stronger again. Kisame's trauma flared. Leader-sama, I said it before, something's off about that kid. It's not that Itachi-san and I don't try, Natsuki is just too strong. Looks like the leader will have to move personally to beat him. Pain never underestimated Natsuki, but he remained supremely confident. In front of these eyes, strength is meaningless. I will show him that God cannot be defied. Kabuto nodded repeatedly. Yes, exactly. Leader, you should hurry and deal with him, so he stops scaring everyone. The others fell silent, their reports done, awaiting orders. This was the annoying part about Akatsuki, too few members. Or rather, it hadn't been too few at first, but Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori had been killed one after another. Now they were stretched thin, to the point the leader had to act. And the ones who largely caused this situation, Konoha Shinobi. Konoha was Akatsuki's #1 enemy. Pain looked to Kuro Zetsu. Zetsu, your intel. The pitcher plant silhouette of Kuro Zetsu spoke, the 6 tails Jinchuriki has been located, Utakata, a Kirigakure missing mean, position confirmed. The 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, is deep within Iwagakure, also locked in. The 8 tails Jinchuriki remains unknown for now. As for 1 tail, 3 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails, they're all in Konoha right now. All in Konoha. Everyone was shocked, so many Jinchuriki gathered in one village. 1 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails could be guessed, but how was the 3 tails there? Pain was also surprised. Explain. Kuro Zetsu said, 1 tails Jinchuriki Gara and 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu fled to Konoha after being rescued by Konoha Shinobi. As for the 3 tails Jinchuriki, it surprised me too, it's none other than little brother, Sasuke. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Itachi in astonishment. Kabuto clenched his fist in secret, seething. So the 3 tails had been taken by Sasuke. It seemed when Konoha moved against Orochimaru, Sasuke found the 3 tails intel and beat him to the seal. Damn brat, stealing a tailed beast. Itachi's fingers curled slightly, then relaxed, no one noticed. His voice stayed cool, I only discovered it recently. I will handle it. He's fixated on killing me, if I challenge him, he will come. I can capture him alone. Pain nodded, satisfied. Very well. The 3 tails Jinchuriki is yours. But first, you and Kisame will secure the 5 tails, Zetsu will provide the position. Kabuto, continue tracking the 8 tails. I'll send Tobi to team with you. As for the 6 tails, I will move personally. Oh. The leader would act himself. How I'd love to watch, but there was no way they'd let Kabuto tag along. He wasn't anxious though. One way or another, the leader and Natsuki would collide. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits, and he would be that fisherman. Konoha holds too many Jinchuriki. We'll address that later. That's the arrangement, dismissed. The group call ended. Kabuto stared at his ring and again broke into laughter, edging into madness. Kimogakure. Natsuki ended up bringing Tsunade after all. At first, it was Kakashi and Reikage negotiating, but A's forceful presence was overwhelming, and Kakashi was having trouble. After Natsuki reported to Tsunade, she insisted on coming herself. With Jiraiya arranged to oversee the village, Natsuki whisked her to Kumo with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Now the two village leaders were in a heated shouting match. Negotiations meant divvying up benefits, differences were inevitable. With both having fiery tempers and very self-centered styles, reaching terms was hard, so the result was loud, explosive arguments. Yet once the meeting time ended, they could still drink together and get merrily drunk. People were hard to read. Natsuki didn't bother meddling. He strolled through Kumo, buying local specialties. Last time he'd come to the Land of Lightning, he hadn't actually visited the village, so now that he was here, he wouldn't miss out. If he liked something, he bought it. Money wasn't an issue, and bringing gifts back would please his girlfriends. Of course, he didn't forget a present for his cheap future father-in-law, either. It was admittedly a bit odd for a guy to go on a shopping spree like this, so he drew plenty of onlookers along the way. Natsuki didn't care in the slightest. What, he couldn't spend money to buy things now. What was there to be embarrassed about? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 264, Chapter. When Natsuki returned to the residence arranged by Reikage, he found Niji sitting absent-mindedly on the rooftop, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. He immediately leapt up beside him. Niji, what are you thinking about? Natsuki. Niji came back to his senses, shaking his head. Nothing. But Natsuki could see the faint sadness lingering in Niji's eyes, and immediately recalled the grudge between the Hidden Cloud village and the Hyuga clan. Back then, the Hidden Cloud had recognized the Byakugan's strategic value and attempted to steal one. During peace treaty negotiations with Konoha, they tried to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, Hinata. But Hayashi Hyuga discovered them and killed the intruder on the spot. Afterward, the Hidden Cloud shamelessly accused the Hyuga of murdering their envoy, deliberately sabotaging peace, and demanded the perpetrator be handed over. The third Hokage didn't stand firm, instead, he caved, pressuring the Hyuga clan to yield. Hayashi, foolish as he was, even acted as though he would sacrifice himself in exchange for peace. Regardless of whether Hayashi was sincere or just posturing, the main family would never allow the clan head to die. Naturally, the burden fell onto his twin brother, Hisashi, who became the scapegoat. Thus, Hisashi left Niji behind and chose death, for the first and only time, making a decision for his own life. This was the root of Niji's hatred toward the main family. He had spoken of this matter with Natsuki before. Now, being in the Hidden Cloud once again inevitably dredged up those memories. Natsuki, never one to be reserved, asked directly. Niji, do you hate the Hidden Cloud? Niji froze, then after a long pause replied, perhaps I do hate them, since they were the trigger. But the true cause lies in the main and branch family system. Even without the cloud, something else would have sparked it. The clan is already rotten. To be precise, my father was killed by the main family system. My vengeance is directed at them. And the way I'll take revenge will be to bring the lofty main family crashing down from their throne. As he spoke, a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. Natsuki, of course, knew about Niji awakening the Tenseigan. When Niji returned from the Hyuga ancestral grounds, Natsuki had sought him out. He only wanted to congratulate him. After all, had it not been for Natsuki, Niji would likely still be shackled by fate, drowning in self-pity and despair, never reaching the heights he had today. As for how Niji chose to act, Natsuki felt no need to interfere. He knew clearly that Niji's heart was kind. Even if he pursued revenge against the main family, he would never harm the innocent, and that alone was enough. As for the cloud, Niji likely was just remembering his father, nothing more. Natsuki patted his shoulder. Do whatever you feel you must. I'll support you. I'll always be your friend. Niji smiled faintly. Thank you. Becoming your friend is my honor. Natsuki said nothing more, jumping down from the rooftop. Not long after he went inside to rest, Kakashi came calling, saying it was time to return. Return. Natsuki was still groggy. Has Lady Tsunade already finished negotiations with the Reikage? Kakashi shook his head. No agreement. Every time they talk, they just end up arguing, both refusing to budge. And with the Wagakure and Sunagakure not sending representatives, only 2 villages can't move discussions forward. For now, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki is hidden well, unlikely to be discovered. The real danger is Konoha. Lady Tsunade can't remain away too long, she has to return and oversee the village. The Cloud had sent requests for aid to Konoha, IWA, and Suna, but only Konoha responded. IWA still had their own 5 Tails Jinchuriki to protect and no spare strength to send. Suna simply lacked the manpower. Aside from Baki, there was hardly anyone of sufficient caliber. If Baki left, who would guard the village? Thus only Konoha could come, and thanks to the Flying Thunder God, their travel was unhindered. Even though Konoha had 4 Jinchuriki to protect, they managed with ease, something the other villages envied greatly. But as Kakashi said, the Hokage couldn't be away too long. This discussion would have to wait for another opportunity. Natsuki, Niji, and Sasuke followed Kakashi into the conference room, where they found both Tsunade and Reikage fuming, clearly fresh from another shouting match. Kakashi quickly said, "Lady Tsunade, I've brought everyone." Tsunade nodded. "Then let's leave. Talking with this muscle-brained fool is nothing but a waste of time." Reikage roared, "Tsunade. Say that again if you dare. You're the one wasting my time. I've had enough, let's settle this with a fight." "Fight. Then fight. Wait." Natsuki stepped in front of Tsunade. "Reikage, if you want a fight, I'll stand in for Lady Tsunade. After all, she's a noble Hokage, and a beautiful woman besides. Hardly fitting for her to brawl with a brute like you. I'll take her place. And if you think it's bullying for a young man to fight someone of your age, feel free to choose someone else to stand in. I promise I won't kill them. Come on. Reikage. Darui." The room fell silent. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. She knew Reikage was all bark. When faced with someone stronger, he wouldn't dare yap, let alone act. Sure enough, Natsuki was excellent. Not only was his power overwhelming, but he stood up for his comrades at just the right moments, protecting both the village's dignity and her own as Hokage. Seeing Reikage rendered speechless, Tsunade felt utterly satisfied. Finally, Reikage squeezed out a line. "I won't lower myself to quarrel with a brat like you. If you're leaving, then leave. You're not welcome here." Natsuki shrugged, not interested in staying. Using Flying Thunder God, he instantly warped everyone away. Reikage stood in silence for a long time before giving Darui a kick. "Why didn't you say anything back there? Didn't you see your Reikage getting bullied? Learn from Natsuki, you useless fool." "Darui, why blame me? You clearly knew you couldn't win, so you didn't dare fight." Konoha, Hokage's office. In a flash, everyone appeared back home, only to see Jiraiya sprawled over the desk, snoring loudly. Papers littered the surface, each page scrawled full. Natsuki instinctively picked one up, giving it a glance. He sneered. "Heh. Jiraiya-sama is truly dedicated, writing arrow novels in the Hokage's office." Niji and Sasuke both facepalmed. Then Tsunade's monstrous strength fist came crashing down on Jiraiya's head. "Jiraiya. I left you to guard the village, and this is how you guard it." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 265, Chapter. Kakashi quickly snatched up that stack of manuscripts, retreating to a corner and flipping through them at high speed, his face lit with an excited smile. As for Jiraiya being beaten up, he didn't care in the slightest. Not very qualified as a fan, was he? Natsuki couldn't be bothered with the office chaos. He vanished with Flying Thunder God and reappeared at home, only to find Tenten absent. Immediately, he locked onto the Flying Thunder God seal he'd placed on her and warped again. Swish. Natsuki appeared right behind Tenten. "You're back, Natsuki." Tenten looked up with a smile, then lowered her head again to fiddle with the item in her hands. It was the core energy from the Wind Shadow puppet, now heavily modified. Tenten had turned it into an external organ. In battle, it could channel magnet release, Jiten, chakra, granting her the ability to wield magnet release. Perhaps weaker than the actual bloodline limit, but undeniably magnet release nonetheless. If developed properly, it could be formidable. Natsuki's gaze drifted further away, spotting for playing with bugs. Though daytime posed little danger, Tenten still faithfully stayed close to protect her. To keep herself from boredom, she brought these components along to research. Natsuki didn't disturb her, simply sat quietly at her side, eyes fixed on her as though he could never look enough. Tenten felt uneasy under his gaze. "Natsuki, don't stare at me like that, it's embarrassing." Natsuki replied matter-of-factly, "What's wrong with looking at my wife? We've been together so long, we've done everything there is to do, so why are you still shy?" Ah. Just, don't stare like that. I can't concentrate. She reached out a hand to cover his eyes. Not now. Tonight, when I'm on watch outside Fu's place, then you can look as much as you want. We'll watch the stars together. Fine, fine. Ha, these days a man can't even look at his wife for a while without her refusing. Natsuki sighed dramatically, making Tenten chuckle despite herself. Thankfully, he stopped staring and instead kept an eye on Fu, letting Tenten focus fully on her project. Meanwhile, Natsuki used water release, telescope jutsu to check in on Naruto and Gaara's training. Naruto seemed to have completed his waterfall splitting exercise and was now attempting to merge shape transformation and nature transformation. It looked like his wind release, Raisin Shuriken was nearly complete. Gaara, on the other hand, was progressing even faster. He raised his hand, forming a wind disk about the size of a plate, and hurled it forward. Though small, its destructive power was considerable, cutting through countless trees before finally dissipating. It was still unstable, unable to form a larger, thinner, and faster spinning disk. The wind's cutting force wasn't sufficient yet, otherwise its power would be far greater. Still, for just a few days of training, his progress was impressive. Just then, Tenten exclaimed, "Done. My external magnet release heart is complete." She strapped the device onto her arm. At first glance, it resembled a chakra battery, but its essence was entirely different. Tenten pulled out a kunai, channeling magnet release chakra. To Natsuki's delight, the kunai floated into the air. She continued manipulating it, moving it smoothly through the air. Her testing wasn't finished. Soon, she brought out dozens more kunai, over 100 in total. All hovered in the air under her control, arranging into various formations at her command. Natsuki grinned. It worked. Tenten, congratulations, you've grown stronger again. Tenten puffed up proudly. Hee hee, impressive, right? Now you can use magnet release, and so can I. From here, we can explore and develop new techniques together. On that note, I have an idea. Natsuki leaned closer, his voice thoughtful. Electricity and magnetism, they're interconnected, two sides of the same coin. For example, there's something called a railgun. Under the combined force of electricity and magnetism, it generates thrust in a single direction. The stronger the current and magnetic field, the greater the thrust, capable of pushing small objects to speeds approaching light. Its destructive power is immense. Using this principle, we can create an electromagnetic cannon. Imagine it as a high-energy gun. Tenten's eyes gleamed, though she struggled to visualize it. An electromagnetic cannon. How powerful would it be? Natsuki gave her an example. Take Sasori's puppet, Hirako, that thing is sturdy, right? If struck by an electromagnetic cannon, it would be pierced instantly. And the energy would keep traveling, smashing through mountains and rock with ease. Tenten gasped. That's strong. But surely it's hard to develop. Hey, don't you know me by now? Natsuki ruffled her twin buns. If I said it, then I already have confidence in it. Of course, an electromagnetic cannon is dangerous. So we'll start small, create an electromagnetic gun first. Less power, but enough speed and range for instant kills at any distance. Once that design is perfected, double the output, and there's your cannon. Tenten nodded eagerly. My husband is brilliant, I believe in you. Natsuki's smile widened. Then you'll need to deepen your mastery of both lightning release and magnet release. The better your control over electricity and magnetism, the smoother the path to developing electromagnetic guns and cannons. Tenten agreed wholeheartedly. Even without the 6 paths tools, she had advanced again, and her heart soared with joy. Those tools were trump cards, never to be used lightly. Which was why, despite possessing them, Tenten still pursued her own growth. A true legendary kunoichi wasn't defined by tools alone, but by many powerful techniques of her own. That was her dream, and she would never slacken. Thankfully, she had Natsuki's unwavering support, helping her avoid countless detours and making her path to strength all the smoother. Hey, you two. Fu's voice rang out as she buzzed over on insect wings. Tenten was supposed to keep me company. How'd it turn into you two showing off your love? And Natsuki, you didn't even say anything when you got here. When did you arrive? Natsuki answered seriously, just a little while ago. I saw you training hard, so I didn't want to interrupt. Of course Fu knew that wasn't true, but she didn't call him out. Instead, she chirped excitedly. Anyway, Natsuki, did you see my move earlier? Wasn't I amazing? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 266, Chapter. Right now, Fu is really strong. Natsuki gave a thumbs up, not exaggerating at all. Because the technique Fu had just displayed was terrifying. The insects flying out of the gourd on her back, after being infused with the chakra of the seven tails, could now expand to the size of a millstone. With such massive bugs swarming in the thousands, even Sakura and Ino would probably faint on the spot if they saw them. And those giant bugs not only devoured chakra but also had terrifying biting force. Combined with their resistance to multiple chakra natures, they were already close to Shino's envisioned super insects. A swarm like that could probably suck the tentails dry in one breath and then gnaw it to pieces. Just imagining that scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Indeed, introducing Shino to Fu in the beginning had been the right choice. With the two of them studying bugs together, how could insects not take flight? That's right. Just now I saw Tenten controlling kunai from a distance. Was that Jitan magnet release? Fu asked curiously. It's magnet release, but not a Kekkei Genkai. It's actually a device, Tenten explained, channeling magnet-style chakra to demonstrate by manipulating ninja tools. So amazing. Tenten, come train with me. Sure, I happen to have some free time. Then, unbelievably, Tenten stood on a kunai and slowly floated down. In such a short time, her control over magnet release had already reached this level of finesse. Her mission was to protect Fu, and there was no need to always shadow her from the dark. Training alongside her like this was perfectly fine. Natsuki watched the contest between magnet release and bug release, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. Shino's here. Natsuki was the first to notice his friend. Natsuki, so you've returned already. Shino sat beside him, also watching the battle below. Thanks for introducing me to Fu. Borrowing her seven tails chakra, I've accelerated the cultivation of my insects. The day I create the ultimate super bug isn't far away. Natsuki grinned. Congratulations on getting stronger. In the future, Tenten and I will have to rely on you for protection. But Shino shook his head. You two are stronger than me, maybe it won't come to that. But if we're fighting side by side, you can entrust your backs to me without worry. Tenten and I have always trusted your strength. That's never changed. Saying so, Natsuki stretched out his fist. Shino did the same, their fists colliding, a symbol of friendship. Night soon fell. Tenten guarded not far from Fu's residence to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Natsuki brought snacks and drinks, and the two of them leaned against each other, eating as they gazed at the stars. The world felt quiet, as if only the two of them remained. Romantic and warm. In the following days, Natsuki couldn't stay idle. Tsunade gathered the jonin in the village for a meeting. Naturally, Natsuki, Tenten, and Shino all attended. Forgot to mention, Tenten and Shino had already been promoted to full jonin long ago. As for the safety of the Jinchuriki, during the meeting they were simply arranged to go eat at Barbecue Q, so there was nothing to worry about. Tsunade began to make arrangements. The Akatsuki will inevitably attack Konoha, so we cannot afford to be careless. For this period, I won't assign any external missions. All jonin and even special jonin must remain within the village as much as possible, ready to defend against enemy attacks. Additionally, the safety of the Jinchuriki must be guaranteed. She assigned patrol duties to every jonin and special jonin, ensuring the village would always be on high alert. But Natsuki was not given any specific assignment. As Tsunade said, he would be flexibly deployed, wherever he was needed, he would be sent. It looked relaxing, but in truth it was the busiest role. Sure enough, less than half a month later, new reports arrived. The Five Tails Jinchuriki had been located. Iwagakure had been infiltrated and breached from within by Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, and the Five Tails was captured. Natsuki could already imagine Inoki throwing a fit and accidentally wrenching his old back in rage. After all, losing two Jinchuriki was enough to make anyone blow a fuse. This time, Kimogakure did not gloat. Instead, they hastily reinforced their defenses. Rumors spread that in the Land of Lightning, Yakushi Kabuto and a masked man had been spotted as a pair, probing for information on the Eight Tails location. But Kimogakure had been traumatized by the Edo Tensei army before, so now they didn't dare act rashly. Don't be fooled by Reikiji's muscle-brained appearance, anyone in such a high position is no fool. To lead Kimogakure to prosperity, he couldn't possibly be stupid. So even if others called him cowardly, he would not casually send forces out. In fact, Reikiji even shamelessly sent another letter requesting support from Konoha. Tsunade, of course, flatly refused. Negotiations had failed earlier because A rejected all her terms. Now that he was in trouble, he wanted aid. How could things be that convenient? Besides, Konoha's own situation was precarious. With Akatsuki likely to launch a full-scale assault, strengthening defenses was the top priority. One day, Sasuke suddenly came to find Natsuki. After making sure no one was around, he quietly handed over a scroll. Natsuki, curious, unrolled it, and froze. It was an invitation from Uchiha Itachi, asking Sasuke to settle everything at the Naka shrine. Apparently, Itachi's bloodline illness had reached its final stage. His life was nearly at its end, and he was eager for a final battle with his brother. What surprised Natsuki was that Sasuke had chosen to inform him. Sasuke explained. You've always told me to stay calm. After calmly analyzing, I'm certain Itachi's motive isn't just to settle our feud. He must also be after the Three Tails. Perhaps he's secretly bringing allies. Our duel, you don't need to interfere. Just help me watch out for others who may appear. Don't let anyone interrupt my revenge. And afterward, make sure no one steals the Three Tails. Sasuke coming to him like this was a sign of trust. Naturally, Natsuki did not refuse. He nodded solemnly. Go and take your revenge with peace of mind. I'll handle the rest. Only then did Sasuke breathe easier. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he quietly led Natsuki toward the Naka shrine. After scouting the area to confirm it was clear, Sasuke finally brought Natsuki inside. And there, sitting grandly on the lone chair, was Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Natsuki arrive with Sasuke, Itachi's expression instinctively darkened. Sasuke, so to ensure your revenge, you've even brought along reinforcements. When it came to Natsuki, Itachi had no confidence. His left eye's Tsukimi was useless against him. His right eye's Amaterasu could be broken casually. His Susanoo had once been beaten into the ground by Natsuki's colossal avatar. They weren't even on the same level. If Natsuki actually interfered, there was no way Itachi could have a proper, heartfelt final battle with his beloved younger brother. And in his last moments, what he wanted most was uninterrupted time with Sasuke. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 267, Chapter. Sasuke sneered. Natsuki won't interfere in my fight with you. He's only here as a witness, and to guard against anyone you might have brought along. Only then did Uchiha Itachi exhale in relief. I didn't bring anyone. I came alone, just as agreed. Who knows? You, a butcher who murdered your father, mother, and the entire clan, are not to be trusted. I brought Natsuki as insurance. But today, you die. With that, Sasuke silently drew the Kusanagi blade. This time, he wasn't wearing his glasses, meeting Itachi's eyes directly. Over these 2 years, Sasuke had trained his resistance to genjutsu relentlessly. For this, the usually proud youth had even swallowed his pride to ask Kurenai and Kurama Yakumo for guidance, learning all he could about illusions while tempering his own Sharingan against them. The reason he had worn sunglasses in his earlier battle with Itachi was twofold: first, to carefully test if he was truly ready to withstand Itachi's genjutsu; second, to feign fear of illusions, hoping to seize an opportunity for a devastating strike. Unfortunately, that time the Itachi he fought was fake. This time, it should be the real one. Sasuke wasn't going to pretend anymore. He would defeat Itachi openly, with dignity, and avenge the Uchiha clan. Natsuki immediately retreated to a distance. He first scouted the area thoroughly, finding no sign of Black Zetsu either. Perhaps Zetsu was too afraid of being discovered, or maybe he had come but didn't dare show himself. Originally, Natsuki had hoped to capture Zetsu and seal him away to prevent future schemes. But since the coward hadn't appeared, that plan would have to wait. At this moment, the two brothers locked eyes, motionless, yet already clashing in a battle of Sharingan genjutsu. Inside the illusion, Itachi remained seated upon his chair. With those eyes of yours, what do you see? Sasuke's gaze was icy. I see your death. Itachi, I'm no longer the boy who could only cry and run. I've gained enough strength to never again be toyed with by you. Itachi arched a brow. Enough strength? You mean the Three Tails? Heh. The Three Tails is nothing, just a giant chakra battery. You know nothing of my power. As Sasuke spoke, a blade pierced Itachi from behind, running him through the chair. The attacker was Sasuke himself. The Sasuke before him had been nothing but an illusion. Tell me. The night of the massacre, did you have accomplices? Sasuke's voice was sharp as ice. Accomplices? What nonsense are you spouting? Itachi remained unmoved. You think me a fool? Even with your strength, you couldn't have killed the entire police force alone. Even if they weren't your match, they could have fled. Which means, you had help. Who was it? Heh. You want to know? That man's name is Uchiha Madara. Outside, Natsuki sat munching on sunflower seeds, watching the brothers stare at each other in silence. He had no idea how the genjutsu battle was unfolding. But Sasuke was no longer the same as in the original tale. He had not fallen into darkness. His emotions were steady, his thoughts clear, his genjutsu resistance formidable. His own illusions were nothing to scoff at either. Without using the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi would find it very hard to overcome him. And why wouldn't Itachi use the Mangekyo? Because he couldn't afford to. His illness had worsened, his eyesight deteriorated badly. He simply couldn't sustain multiple uses of the Mangekyo. He had to conserve it. Then, bang. Sasuke dropped to one knee, clutching his eye in pain. But Itachi wasn't looking well either, covering his chest as he coughed violently. Clearly, neither side had gained much of an edge. Sasuke grinned. You'll never defeat me with illusions again. From here on, it's a fair fight. With that, he rushed forward, Kusanagi in hand. Lightning sparked along the blade, forcing Itachi to dodge. Shoo! 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 Itachi countered with a flurry of shuriken. Sasuke responded in kind. Shuriken might not be overwhelmingly lethal, but this was the heritage of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke refused to be outdone. After the volley, the ground was littered with steel. But the battle didn't pause. Sasuke surged forward, activating his body flicker technique, instantly surrounding Itachi with phantom afterimages. Itachi raised his kunai, face grim. As expected of Shirsue's famed technique, troublesome indeed. Heh. Which means, you can obediently die now. Sasuke and his afterimages struck together. His blade skill and lightning speed had reached the point of fully replicating Shirsue's combat prowess. Unable to fend off the assault, Itachi had no choice but to unleash Susanoo, skeletal armor enveloping his body. But Sasuke showed no fear. Cloaked in tailed beast chakra, he struck with the Kusanagi, the power of the beast surging within the blade. One thrust pierced straight through Susanoo's defenses, driving into Itachi's shoulder. Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Current. BZZZZT. Lightning exploded. Itachi's body was scorched black. But Sasuke did not smile. Because the charred Itachi dissolved into a flock of crows. The real Itachi reappeared atop Susanoo's head, gazing down at Sasuke. His voice, though ragged, carried an almost gentle relief. You've grown strong, Sasuke. Strong enough to pierce even Susanoo's defense. But Sasuke heard no relief, only scorn. With a resolute snarl, he shifted into partial tailed beast mode. Three tails unfurled behind him, jagged armor of chakra spiking across his body. His frame grew larger, more ferocious. Then, he charged straight at Susanoo. Itachi had no choice but to pour in more ocular power, Susanoo's skeleton gaining armored plating. Boom. The two titans collided violently, shaking the shrine to rubble. The ceiling collapsed, revealing the open sky above. Yet Sasuke, in his half-beast state, continued to press Susanoo. Cracks split across Susanoo's chest. Had Itachi not poured in power at the last second, the whole construct might have shattered. This outcome left Sasuke satisfied. 2 years ago, seeing Itachi's colossal avatar had driven him to despair, making him think vengeance was impossible. But now, with the power of the tailed beast, he could break Susanoo's defense. His revenge was finally within reach. And he still had more to unleash. Die, Itachi. Suiton, Swippuden, water release, water cannon bullet. Without forming seals, Sasuke spat forth a massive sphere of compressed water. It tore straight through Susanoo's chest. Itachi dodged barely in time, but his left arm was obliterated. No denying it, Sasuke's strike was beautiful. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 268, Chapter. Zalem, there is a poll in P at TR3 on to decide the fandom of the next fanfics. It is free for everyone. Natsuki hadn't expected this outcome. Sasuke was truly strong now. With the power of a tailed beast, he had stepped into real Kage-class territory. By comparison, Itachi was ravaged by illness, his eyesight failing. His ocular power was already thin. To withstand Sasuke's onslaught, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. But the consequence of going all out was dying faster. Then again, did Itachi have a choice now? Itachi immediately poured in more ocular power. Susanoo surged to its fully armed form, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, 10-fist sword, in the right hand, Yada no Kagami, Yada mirror, in the left, majestic and imposing. Sasuke didn't celebrate over severing one of Itachi's arms, instead he amped up his tailed beast transformation. In no time, he was almost fully a three-tails in form, only his head remained human. He wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki, but the power he could wield was hardly inferior to one. Suiton, Choodai Swippuden, water release, super water cannon bullet. Sasuke unleashed a massive water release barrage without hesitation, but the Yada no Kagami, Yada mirror, blocked it. Like the Tatsuka blade, the mirror was formed of ocular power yet functioned as a divine artifact, its defense tremendous, far beyond what a water cannon could pierce. Sasuke wasn't surprised, he'd seen this Susanoo form before. If the Yata mirror's defense was too tough, then he'd just go melee. No way that mirror could block everything. He charged straight in, lightning and vapor crackling off his body, twin chakra natures of lightning and water detonating as he slammed into the Yata mirror. The mirror held, but Susanoo staggered a step. In that instant, Sasuke seized his chance. His three tails stretched long and swept the ground, hooking Susanoo's legs and knocking it off balance. He then heaved mightily, slamming Susanoo backward onto the floor. Boom. The colossal turtle crashed down atop Susanoo, pounding with thunderous claw blows, the rumbling never ending. An instant later, crack, Susanoo's shell of power split under the brute assault. Sasuke had learned this from Natsuki. He'd once seen Natsuki's stone giant pummel Susanoo, 3 punches to break the guard. He couldn't do it in 3. Then 6 punches. 7. There was no way Susanoo wouldn't break. Exactly as he'd anticipated, as long as he wasn't slamming blindly against the Yata mirror, Susanoo's body wasn't invincible. In truth, breaking Susanoo's guard wasn't that hard. There was a condition, of course, power. Think of the 5 Kage versus Madara. Tsunade cracked Susanoo with a single punch, and the other Kage were all adept at breaking its guard. Power was the key. Sasuke alone might not have had enough to crack Susanoo. But with the tailed beast's strength, no problem at all. Shine. 1 against 7. With a shout, the giant turtle reared both feet and stomped down. A deafening crash, Susanoo shattered beneath him, and Itachi seemed crushed underfoot. But Sasuke wasn't foolish, he knew Itachi had too many tricks to die that easily. Sure enough, the crushed Itachi dissolved into crows, and the real Itachi reappeared again, though his expression was far from good. Susanoo broken, his absolute defense was compromised. The power of a tailed beast is certainly troublesome. He muttered, right eye widening, and in the next second the giant turtle was engulfed in black flame. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. Sasuke screamed in agony as the tailed beast form receded, yet the black fire still clung to him, threatening to burn him to nothing. But even as he howled, he didn't lose his cool. The greatest thing he'd learned from Natsuki was calm. Only by staying calm could he find solutions, only by staying calm could he exact revenge. He could scream, even roll on the ground, but he couldn't lose control. That was when the enemy would seize an opening. A single misstep, and he'd lose, then revenge would be gone. He whipped out a scroll and unfurled it. Seals were already drawn across the parchment. Forming a sign, he activated Fukahoin, fire sealing method, and the black flames were sucked off his body and sealed into the scroll. Only then did he exhale. Itachi, who had been about to withdraw Amaterasu, paused, relief and pride flickering in his eyes. Sasuke said coldly, "You've used that move before. There's no way I wouldn't prepare for it. Even if I get hit, I can save myself. Itachi, you must be out of cards by now. Next, it's my turn." He quietly clipped a chakra battery onto his forearm and triggered its mechanism. He did have a tailed beast, so chakra was rarely an issue, but he'd just spent a lot on the transformation, and then poured chakra into resisting the black flames. He was panting. Better to be safe and top up, even the longest range e-bike runs out of charge with extended riding, right? Itachi, by contrast, had also consumed heavily, but had no way to replenish. That was Sasuke's advantage. Watching his brilliant little brother, Itachi felt pride, relief, and a deep reluctance to part. But his illness had reached its end. He was as good as dead. No matter his reluctance, he had to proceed with the plan. He had to die at Sasuke's hands, help Sasuke awaken the Mangekyo, and then leave his eyes to Sasuke. Only with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could Sasuke truly stand firm in this dangerous world. But before he died, there was one more thing he had to do: tear out the cursed seal on Sasuke's shoulder and free his brother from Orochimaru's threat. His Tomo whirled faster, squeezing out more ocular power. Susanoo, manifested again. Sasuke didn't flinch, he surged back into tailed beast form and charged. Boom. The two small titans smashed together again. This time, Susanoo clung desperately to the giant turtle, locking it in place, while Itachi's right eye fixed wide upon Sasuke's shoulder. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. Whoosh. Black fire burst upon Sasuke's shoulder. Cloves burned away first, then the pattern of the Juinjutsu, cursed seal, began to smolder. This time, Amaterasu was precisely controlled, locked almost entirely onto the cursed seal. It hurt, but not as much as before. Sasuke glanced over and saw the previously stable mark suddenly twist and swell, as if something were about to burst free. A bad feeling gripped him. Deliberately provoking the curse mark, trying to drive me out of control. No. Natsuki said Orochimaru still lurks within the seal. Itachi's planning to awaken him, let Orochimaru seize my body, then snatch my eyes in the chaos. Whatever it is, it's too dangerous. Before he could act, the curse mark burst, 8 pale giant snakes erupted, lunging to coil and bite around Itachi Susanoo. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 269, Chapter. At last, what needed to come out, has come out. Itachi exhaled deeply, even a faint smile tugging at his lips. Sasuke froze, stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, was Itachi helping him? But how could that be possible? Itachi was his enemy, the one who had slain the entire Uchiha clan, their parents, and had even tried to kill him, his younger brother. Before Sasuke could think further, the Totsuka no Tsurugi, 10-fist sword, swung down, slicing 2 serpent heads clean off. But the rest of the heads only attacked more fiercely. One snake head rose high, its gaping maw revealing a humanoid form. Long black hair, pale bloodless face, cold vertical pupils. Who else but the supposedly dead Orochimaru? So he really isn't dead. Sasuke wasn't shocked. Natsuki had told him this much already. Now it was simply confirmed. This snake really could hide, surviving within the cursed seal. Even if he was destroyed here, he might revive again from the cursed seal on Anko Madarashi. No one knew how many people he had marked. Perhaps he was truly immortal. At this moment, Orochimaru's face twisted with madness. His hoarse voice laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. This is the moment. The moment I've been waiting for. Sasuke-kun, give your body to me, let me take your revenge in your place. Sasuke said nothing. He had been freed from Susanoo's grip, and was already considering how to rid himself of Orochimaru. But Itachi moved faster. His Totsuka blade slashed into Orochimaru's body. At first, no real damage showed. Orochimaru thought Itachi's strength was exhausted, smirking in triumph. But his smile froze. A sealing force radiated from the blade. Masaka. That's the Totsuka blade. Orochimaru's face twisted in terror. The next moment, he and the mass of white serpents were all sucked into the sword, sealed away completely. Even the last small white snake that fell away was instantly consumed by Amaterasu's flames. With that, Sasuke's shoulder was clear and unmarked, free at last from the cursed seal. But then Itachi suddenly coughed violently, vomiting a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in agony, even though Sasuke hadn't struck him. Sasuke noticed something was wrong and didn't rush to attack. Itachi staggered onward, forcing Susanoo to advance closer. As Sasuke braced to resist again, Susanoo bound him tight one last time. Forgive me, Sasuke. This will be the last time. The sudden words stunned Sasuke. Itachi trembled as he raised his hand, finally pressing 2 fingers gently against Sasuke's forehead. That familiar phrase, that familiar gesture, as if the brother who once loved him was still alive. As if the massacre had never happened. This Sasuke wasn't the unhinged version from the original story. Calm, he sensed a power flowing into his eyes, carefully hidden, yet harmless. He looked at Itachi again. Itachi was still. Susanoo dissolved, and with a thud, Itachi collapsed lifeless to the ground. Sasuke was dumbstruck. Dead? He just died. Why does it feel wrong? I didn't even kill him, so how could he be dead? Mysteries clouded everything. Even Sasuke's calm mind couldn't grasp it. He stood in silence, staring at his brother's body. Natsuki exhaled a long sigh. Itachi's life was hard to define. Some called him a heartless murderer, others worshipped him as a god. Debate would always remain. To Natsuki, this god of the Uchiha was both mad and foolish. Mad, because he dared to kill his entire clan. Not just his parents, but ordinary, defenseless clansmen as well. To slaughter civilians, people with no power, no luxury, who only lived in pride of their name, that could never be forgiven. They were innocent, kind in daily life, never committing any evil. Yet Itachi butchered them without hesitation. Was that not madness? Foolish, because he let himself be deceived by the old Hokage. Hiruzen said he already thought like a Hokage, from a young age, and he believed it. But what could a child know? He hadn't learned the histories of the ninja world, nor different philosophies. Thinking like a Hokage was nothing but self-delusion born of trauma and bloodshed. He spoke often of capacity, but his capacity was hollow. Regardless, Itachi's short, tragic life was now at an end. Sasuke turned to Natsuki, his eyes empty. Natsuki, why is it that even though my enemy is dead, I don't feel vengeance fulfilled? Instead, I feel more questions than ever. Natsuki met his gaze. You're right. Because you can think, you sense something was off. Perhaps the truth isn't as you saw it, Itachi may have been hiding something. Sasuke nodded quickly. Yes. That's it. Something feels wrong, doesn't it? Just as Natsuki was about to answer further, the air twisted. The man with the spiral mask appeared. Toby's eye fell on Itachi's corpse. He paused, surprised. Things hadn't gone quite as he'd expected. He had lured Itachi into Akatsuki, filling his head with poison to use him as a tool. But now the tool was gone. To him, Itachi had been truly powerful. And yet now, dead at Sasuke's hand, unbelievable. But Toby quickly composed himself. He first cast a wary glance at Natsuki, then turned to Sasuke. If Itachi was dead, then he'd just deceive his younger brother instead. After all, one Uchiha after another, all unstable in the head. Not hard to manipulate. Don't feel the satisfaction of revenge, he asked solemnly. Good. Because the truth isn't what you saw. It was all a carefully crafted lie. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the masked man. He sensed the attempt to deceive. Natsuki had said something similar just moments ago, and he trusted Natsuki. But this masked man suddenly appeared, spouting the same lines. That could only mean one thing, he was trying to fool him. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 270, Chapter. Do I really look that easy to fool? Sasuke's cold eyes bore into the man. You think I'm here to trick you? Toby feigned depth, voice low and mysterious. I'm here to tell you the truth you don't know. Whether it's deception or not, you can decide after you've heard it all. He stepped closer, but the next instant black flames erupted on his body, forcing him into shrieks of pain. Sasuke instinctively touched his eye. At some point, his pupils had taken on the shape of a spinning scythe. So, this is the power he planted into my eyes. But why? Sasuke's confusion deepened. Why would this power suddenly strike the masked man? Toby endured the torment of Amaterasu, vanishing into space. When he reappeared, he was unscathed, as if the attack had never landed. In truth, he had invoked Izanagi, sacrificing one Sharingan eye. Seems Itachi went to great lengths to hide the truth from you. He even foresaw that I would appear before you, and left you the power of Amaterasu as a trap, Toby said. Sasuke's expression remained flat. What are you trying to say? Don't be tense. I only wish to tell you the truth. His gaze drifted to Itachi's corpse, tinged with mock pity. Your brother, everything he did was to protect you. Whether it was the massacre or this battle today, it was always for your sake. Sasuke barked a laugh. Don't spout such nonsense. You think me an idiot? He killed our clan, killed our parents, and tried again and again to kill me. Even just now, if I hadn't fought with everything I had, I'd already be dead by his hand. That's your idea of protection. Toby's tone remained solemn. If Itachi truly wanted to kill you, you would have died many times over already. The very fact you still live, that's proof. Sasuke fell silent. He sensed something wasn't right, but he wasn't about to trust the words of a stranger. And he knew this man. He was the culprit of the Nine-Tails rampage years ago, the very act that had driven the wedge deeper between the Uchiha and Konoha. The clan massacre itself, this man had surely been part of it. I know what you are, Sasuke said firmly. You were one of Itachi's accomplices that night, weren't you? Me. Heh. I am Uchiha Madara. Enough, a sharp voice cut through the air. Natsuki stepped forward, breaking the masked man's theatrics. Uchiha Madara never hid behind masks. As the Shura of the ninja world, his pride would never allow it. But you cower in shadows. You're no Madara. You're Uchiha Obito. What's wrong, so ashamed you can't show your face? Rin is watching from the Pure Land, crying for the boy she once cared for, now nothing but a cold-blooded butcher. You. Obito staggered back several steps, his composure shattered, panic flashing in his eyes. Natsuki's words had pierced his heart. Though well-trained under the real Madara, though skilled at pretense, at his core he was still the same boy Rin had once sheltered with kindness. One strike at that core, and his mask of control crumbled. This man, pretending to be Madara. Laughable. Obito cast one last, panicked look at Natsuki, then hastily warped away with Kamui. Sasuke stared, more bewildered than ever. There were too many secrets hidden from him. Not only about Itachi, but now about this so-called Obito. His curiosity burned. Natsuki, what's going on? You seem to know so much. Tell me. Sasuke's voice was sharp, urgent. All right, I'll tell you. Natsuki patted his shoulder. You didn't lose control. You didn't swallow a stranger's lies. That's good. Only with a calm, clear head can you avoid being used, and live your own life. But this isn't the place to talk. Let's take Itachi's body and leave. Fine. Sasuke nodded, sealing Itachi's corpse into a scroll. Then Natsuki used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, carrying them back to his home. Tenten was away protecting Fu, so the house was empty. No one dared to spy on Natsuki here. Perfect for a real conversation. Still, Natsuki cast a soundproof barrier, just in case. Seeing his caution, Sasuke understood things were serious. Natsuki poured them both tea, thought for a moment, then began. Where to start? Let's begin with the Sharingan. The Uchiha are a clan of love. The deeper they love, the greater the trauma when they lose it. That trauma awakens the Sharingan, even evolves it, into the legendary eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo. Sasuke remembered the scythe-shaped pattern in Itachi's eyes. So, Itachi slaughtered the clan just to awaken his Mangekyo. If true, that was madness. Don't jump ahead, Natsuki waved a hand. The thing is, because the triggers are so extreme, most Uchiha fall into mental instability. To cover up their grief, they obsess over their eyes, worship them, boast arrogantly, and twist themselves with madness. Some even harmed family for the sake of awakening. That corruption warped the clan's culture. That's why Tobirama Senju said the Uchiha were cursed with evil, and took measures against them. I don't know all the details, but it's clear the Uchiha were targeted. When Hiruzen became Hokage, Tobirama's disciples, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, held all power. They treated Tobirama's words as law. They suppressed the Uchiha, especially Danzo, who was extreme, always calling them evil, urging Hiruzen to destroy them. Hiruzen, playing the good man, preached coexistence. One white face, one red face. Together, they strung the Uchiha along. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists, rage boiling in his chest. He hadn't imagined such a history lay behind it all. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 271, Chapter. Sasuke knew things weren't simple, but he hadn't expected so many layers. For a moment his mind was a whirlwind. He already had zero goodwill toward the so-called Konoha F4, and right now he felt nothing but instinctive disgust. Thankfully, he still had the patience to sit and listen. He sipped his tea to steady himself while Natsuki continued. The clan's police force was notorious for heavy-handed enforcement and an arrogant, discourteous attitude, so relations with villagers and other ninja were always bad. After the Ninetales incident, things worsened. The clan was even forced to move its district to the village's outskirts. The rift with the village became irreconcilable. It was around then that someone like Shisui appeared. Shisui was gentle, devoted to the village, and exceptional. He was valued not only by the clan but by Sandaime, third Hokage, as well, becoming a bridge between the clan and the village. But as the 643 tensions kept escalating, Shisui suffered. One day he sensed the Warhawk faction in the clan was considering a coup, so he told Sandaime about the dojutsu tied to his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods. He said he could use Koto Amatsukami to change the minds of those people and stop the coup. Sasuke was shocked. Shisui and he awakened the Mangekyo too. Natsuki nodded. Yes. I said before, the deeper the love, the more likely one is to awaken the Mangekyo when faced with loss. Shisui was too kind, torn between clan and village. That pain birthed the legendary eyes, and the technique matched his will. Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, could alter another's thoughts and change everything. But he was too naive. He trusted the Konoha leadership, especially a power-hungry man like Danzo, who coveted Koto Amatsukami and feared it. Danzo struck when Shisui let his guard down and gouged out one of Shisui's eyes. Damn it. Damn you, Danzo. Sasuke's fury surged. He felt he was closing in on the truth. So that Danzo had, it was Shisui's. Natsuki pressed a hand to Sasuke's shoulder, forcing him to calm. Shisui didn't expect any of this. He fled for his life, managed to reach Itachi, entrusted his other eye to him, then, in utter despair, leapt from the waterfall cliff. He never reappeared, he should be dead. Sasuke's whole body trembled. He couldn't stop the tears. He hadn't imagined Shisui and died like that. That the situation back then was so complex. That even the clan had misunderstood Itachi. That the Konoha leadership could be that hateful. Shisui had a chance to change everything, and Danzo snuffed out that hope. How desperate must Shisui have felt in that moment? But why did he entrust his eye to Itachi? Shisui's death shook the clan. Many suspected the Konoha top brass. Many suspected Itachi. Some wanted to use the chaos to launch the coup. But without Shisui's power, the clan had no chance. Your father wavered, unable to decide, so the coup was shelved, for the moment. The rift, however, remained. Natsuki went on. As for your brother Itachi, he was a prodigy, already formidable at a young age. But your father took him to the battlefield when he was only 4, made him kill at that age, made him taste the pain of losing comrades, all to force his eyes open for the pride of the clan heir. Think about it, at that age, how could his mind stay normal? He later met Shisui and, guided by him, basically inherited Shisui's ideals. After that he entered the Umbu and gained the trust of the Konoha leadership. Perhaps, like Shisui, he was too naive, he bought into their narrative that the clan was arrogant and warped, that the rift was the clan's fault. So he became Sandame's informant planted inside the clan, passing their intel to the top. Sasuke was stunned. He never imagined the brother he thought so sharp and brilliant was that easy to mislead, that he'd been played like Shisui. And part of this was his father's fault. Did father value glory and pride so much that he pushed Itachi too far, warping him? It was all a mess. How had it come to this? Natsuki sighed. Shisui's death wounded Itachi the most. Shisui was his friend and mentor. Shisui died in despair, and the pain made Itachi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In that moment he probably saw the village's darkness and felt despair. He knew the clan was beyond saving, that a coup would fail. Like Shisui, he loved the village and ultimately chose the village's side. When he discovered another attempt at a coup brewing, he took orders from the leadership and personally raised the blade against his clan. He set one condition: he would do it, then flee as a missing nin and infiltrate the mysterious Akatsuki as a spy, but his beloved little brother Sasuke had to live. Nani? So, it was like that. Sasuke finally grasped the truth. He went rigid. Bloody tears welled up, the 3 tomo in his eyes spun, reshaping into a sickle-like pattern. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. For Sasuke, nothing mattered more than love, his towering love hurt the most upon loss. Back then, he was young. He didn't truly understand clan honor. What he cared about most was his brother Itachi. He thought Itachi didn't love him and wanted him dead. Now he understood, Itachi had never stopped loving his little brother. That had never changed. Yet Sasuke had personally killed Itachi, that was the pain that cut the deepest. The deeper the love, the deeper the pain on losing it, and the more likely the awakening. He also had hate. He hated the Konoha leadership, hated the village itself. Because all of that had driven Itachi to this end. Natsuki watched Sasuke in silence, saw the Mangekyo awaken, and felt Sasuke's emotions spiraling. His whole body shook, eyes drowning in endless sorrow and hatred. Truth wounds the most, especially for Sasuke. Through clenched teeth, voice trembling, he growled, Hiruzen. Denzo. Konoha leadership. Konoha village. The pain you forced onto Itachi, I will make you pay. See. As expected. Sasuke's love for his brother ran far deeper than others imagined. Natsuki wasn't worried about a rampage. He counseled, Sasuke, you've lost your cool. Sasuke met Natsuki's eyes. Natsuki, how do you expect me to be calm? Itachi, Nii-san suffered so much. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 272, Chapter. Faced with a Sasuke like this, Natsuki could only sigh. People say Itachi is the ultimate little brother obsessed Ani, but wasn't Sasuke just as much of a big brother obsessed Ototo? Still, at least Sasuke didn't direct his hatred at Natsuki. That made talking possible. Natsuki hadn't revealed the truth to recruit another Avenger. Sasuke, let me finish first, Natsuki said. There's more. Sasuke's rampaging emotions eased a notch, he actually wanted to keep listening. Good. Years of habit had trained him to be calm, he wouldn't lose control so easily. At the very least, he could still hear someone out. Natsuki continued, that masked man from before, he also took part in the clan massacre. Sasuke's attention shifted immediately. Who is he really? Natsuki gave a small, amused snort. A clown who turned love into hate and pretended to be Madara. His situation is even more tangled, it's hard to explain in a few words. But he did participate in the Uchiha massacre. He's also the one who drew Itachi into Akatsuki, and he's been trying to brainwash Itachi ever since, hoping to use him as a tool. Sasuke ground his teeth. That masked bastard. Using Itachi. So now that Itachi's dead, he wants to fool me next. Exactly. All you need to know is that he's a vile, damned man. Seeing Sasuke's focus pulled away, Natsuki judged he'd cooled down a little and steered back. So, if you're going to avenge Itachi, do not trust the masked men. And your targets are the Konoha leadership, not the village. Sasuke blinked, then caught on. You're trying to talk me out of attacking the village? There it was, once calm, his mind kicked back in fast. Natsuki nodded. Think about it. The ones who killed Shisui were the top brass. The ones who pushed Itachi to butcher the clan were the top brass. They are the ones who deserve to die. What do the rest of the villagers have to do with it? And Itachi loved the village. If you destroy it, won't that betray his wish? Sasuke raked a hand through his hair. He could almost feel his brain growing a size. On second thought, it made sense. It was the leadership's fault. No need to annihilate the village, and doing so would go against his brother's wish. He nodded. Natsuki, you're right. My revenge will be aimed at the leadership only. Natsuki exhaled and pressed on. There are 4 at the top. Hiruzen always played the nice old man, but he constantly indulged Danzo's persecution of the clan. Koharu and Hamura, those 2 fossils, may not have gotten their hands dirty, but they backed Danzo all the way while hogging Konoha's power and bleeding it dry. Disgusting all the same. The worst is Danzo. With Hiruzen's indulgence he created Naruto, the village's darkness. He colluded with Orochimaru, abducted people for human experiments. Whenever a genius appeared, yes, even from the noble clans, he'd go to Hiruzen and demand the child. Everyone loathes him for a reason. He always believed the clan was evil. He kept Root watching your people. He gouged out Shisui's eye and crushed his dream. He personally issued the order for Itachi to wipe out the clan. Your clan died in a single night, even civilians. I suspect he had Root block every escape route. Afterward, just like the masked man, he harvested a lot of Sharingan, copy wheel eye, from the corpses for his own experiments. Bang. Sasuke's fist shattered the table, the teacup smashed on the floor. He was nearly beyond rage. Danzo. That old thief deserves to die most. Hey, don't smash my furniture. Natsuki was helpless, but he kept fanning the flame in the right direction. You might not know this, but his right eye and right arm are always wrapped in bandages because he transplanted Hashirama's cells into his right arm. He couldn't control their activity, so he studded that arm with Sharingan to suppress it, and his right eye is Shisui's. He calls the clan evil, yet for power he has no bottom line, grafting Sharingan into himself, dreaming of wielding both Mokuton, would release, and Sharingan, then using that strength to become Hokage. Arg. I can't take it. I'm killing him now. Sasuke's shout went feral with fury. If not for a Kekai barrier to muffle sound, the entire neighborhood would have heard him. Any clansman hearing Danzo's sins, how could they not go mad? But Natsuki still pinned Sasuke down. Sasuke struggled and yelled, Natsuki. Let me go. I have to avenge him. Natsuki barked louder, I told you to calm down. I'm not stopping your revenge, but charging out like this is wrong. Do you even know where Danzo is? Where exactly are you going to take revenge? Sasuke's brain lagged for a second. 014704012 follow 0242822560. Right. Where is Danzo? Where do I find him? He blurted, Natsuki, where is that old thief? Tell me. You must know. Easy, we'll plan this properly. Natsuki soothed him, then cracked a joke, also, you smashed my table and cups. If Tenten comes back she's going to yell at me. The joke did its job, Sasuke cooled a little. He muttered, sorry. I'll pay for it, and apologized to Tenten. Please, tell me where Danzo is. Good. Calm is good. Now the conversation could move forward. Natsuki brushed the debris aside, then clapped his hands. Mokuton, Shokutaku no Jutsu, would release, dining table technique. From the floor, branches sprouted and shaped themselves into a fresh table. Sasuke's attention slid again. Natsuki, you can use Mokuton, would release. Natsuki nodded, brewed 2 new cups of tea, and finally said, next, hear my story. You know I'm a genius, always have been. In the academy I kept my head down. Only Tenten and Shino knew. I later said it was because I had a girlfriend and didn't want to be too popular with other girls, but that wasn't the real reason. I knew what Danzo was. I knew about Naruto, Konoha's darkness. Danzo was obsessed with Mokuton research, chasing the Shodai Hokage's, first Hokage's, power. That's why he sends people to abduct the village's prodigies, especially anyone with the Senju bloodline. Unlucky me, I ticked both boxes. Sasuke stared, Natsuki had Senju blood. Thinking it through, he understood. No wonder Natsuki was such a prodigy. No wonder his chakra was so vast. If he carried that bloodline, it all added up. So you hid your strength to avoid being noticed and snatched by Danzo. Sasuke unraveled another knot. He always thought Natsuki was odd, so strong yet always holding back. Turns out, he was guarding against Danzo all along. For the uncensored version, download the Follow app. Zalem. Support original works on follow.com, and enjoy the joy of reading. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 273, Chapter. Exactly. Danzo is dangerous, so you can't let your guard down. Shino knows this best. Danzo targeted him as a child, personally demanding the Abirame clan head's son. Shibi didn't even dare refuse, and in the end, Shino's friend Torian took his place and entered Root. Shino lost his friend and glimpsed Danzo's darkness, so he's done everything to keep my secret as his friend. And it wasn't just Shino. Prodigies from all the great families were, to varying degrees, eyed by Danzo and requisitioned. Only the Hyuga escaped because of their Juinjutsu, Caged Bird, Cursed Seal of the Caged Bird. Natsuki's voice grew heavy, tinged with disgust. Clearly, Danzo sickened him to the core. For a man like that to be village leadership, the so-called root of Konoha, how could Konoha not rot? Why didn't anyone resist? Sasuke couldn't understand. Because Hiruzen backed him. Hiruzen was powerful, and the 4 leaders monopolized authority. The clans couldn't unite, so they were suppressed. Politics isn't solved by hot blood alone. The Uchiha were the only ones hard enough to push back, and Danzo never forgot that. Danzo, that old thief. Sasuke clenched his fists, jaw tight, itching to tear the old man to pieces. But Natsuki still hadn't said where Danzo was, so he forced himself to keep listening. Natsuki actually chuckled. Here's something you might not know, the great clans loathed Danzo. But after the clan massacre, they turned into frightened birds, afraid the next wipeout would be theirs. In truth, many want Danzo dead, some would happily see all 4 leaders gone. When Hiruzen was trapped by Orochimaru's Shishiinjin, 4 Violet Flames formation, are you sure no one could save him? Or was it that no one wanted to? Did they want Hiruzen gone? Danzo used to strut about like he owned the place. Why did he hole up after Hiruzen died? Because he feared the clans would denounce him. Koharu and Hamura still dare to hog power in public, only because they aren't as hated as Danzo. But make no mistake, they're complicit. And Tsunade-sama's been trying to push those 2 fossils out for ages. They keep blocking her reforms and propping up Danzo, even while he colludes with Orochimaru. For profit, they'll trip Tsunade-sama at every step. Tumors, the lot of them. They all deserve to die. Sasuke's killing intent was thick. So, where is Danzo? You still haven't said. Natsuki didn't rush. I get wanting to kill him for revenge. But in my eyes, that's the dumbest way to avenge someone. If you want a man to die in pain, first make him lose what he treasures most. Danzo's dream is to be Hokage, he'd accept infamy and any means to get it. That's his obsession. So if we shatter that dream, he'll suffer more than death. Then killing him will actually be satisfying. Sasuke's interest sparked. What's your plan? Natsuki grinned. Simple. Expose everything. Make him infamous. He harmed clan prodigies, colluded with Orochimaru to kidnap villagers for experiments, even tried to assassinate Sandaime. That's treason. We ally with Tsunade-sama and brand Danzo a missing nin. Then forget Hokage, the village won't even accept him. Fight for a lifetime, end with nothing. Watch your greatest obsession crumble, that hurts more than death. Then you finish him. You'll avenge your brother and be hailed a hero. Sasuke shook his head. I don't care about being a hero. I just want revenge. We can try your method, I want Danzo to die in agony. If your plan fails, I'll find him and cut him down myself. But Itachi's wish was for you to become Konoha's hero, Natsuki said softly. Ah. Nissan, that's what he wanted. Sasuke couldn't believe it. Isn't it obvious? He was an S-rank missing nin, and now he's dead by your hand. That makes you the village's hero. That's why he fought you, to die to you, so his beloved little brother could live in his beloved village as a hero. Isn't that it? Nissan. Sasuke bowed his head, eyes drowning in grief. He thought it through, analyzed it, and realized Natsuki might be right. At last, he nodded. If that's what my brother wanted, I'll do it. Also, Koharu and Hamura, Danzo's accomplices, must be dragged off their seats. They spent a lifetime chasing power, let them lose everything in old age. Chances are they'll wither away before I even lift a hand. You finally used your head. That's the plan. 0147040120 follow 0242822560. Natsuki gave a big thumbs up. Sasuke only shook his head. In his mind, Natsuki was the clever one, not him. Left to himself, he'd have hunted Danzo and cut him down. He might even have lashed out at Konoha in madness. Thankfully, Natsuki had talked him down. He no longer hated Konoha as a whole, only the true culprits. And Natsuki's plan would make the enemy suffer and fulfill his brother's wish. That was probably the best outcome. They sipped tea in silence. After a long while, Sasuke's emotions settled completely. Only then did he speak again. Natsuki. I feel like you don't really love the village. Yet you've worked so hard to talk me out of attacking it. Why? Oh. You caught that. Natsuki smiled. You're right, I don't feel much for Konoha. Its leadership is rotten, weak outward, tyrannical inward. It's ugly. The villagers are foolish. They chase rumors and persecute people. Konoha no Shiroi Kiba, Konoha's White Fang, died to public opinion. Even Naruto, that kind kid, was bullied constantly. What's so great about such a village? Sasuke stared, then slowly nodded. So, you're doing this for, what? Natsuki's smile turned sincere. For Tenten, I guess. And for friends like Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Because they love Konoha. The shopkeeper, my father-in-law, loves Konoha. We're surrounded by neighbors. Some are awful, sure, but there are many warm, kind people too. With them here, maybe the village is worth protecting. Sasuke fell silent and looked up at the blue sky. Maybe Natsuki was right. There's plenty to hate in Konoha, but there are people worth protecting. For him, that meant Naruto, Kakashi, Natsuki, and all who'd helped him. They were worth guarding. Fulu reminds you, 3 things when reading, bookmark, recommend, share 179.60.75.200. Zalem. Support original works on Fulu, b.fallowo.com, and enjoy the joy of reading. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on, p at tr3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 274, Chapter. Warning to all readers. There are tons of bot accounts reviewing and posting fanfics, trying to get people to their p at tr3 ons to take their money and then disappear without keeping working. So be careful at subbing and always check their profiles and fanfics, as it is easy to check if they are bot farming or not. Check the PS fans ranking in that fanfic and you can see if they are bots or not. So basically we got a huge influx of scammers. XD, be careful. It feels like you know so much. Sasuke suddenly added, Natsuki, is there anything you don't know? Natsuki couldn't help laughing. I know more than you think. For example, why your brother stayed single. That's actually your fault. Sasuke blinked. My fault? Since when? Natsuki's smile turned a bit mischievous. You were still wrapped in swaddling clothes. During the Nine Tails incident, your brother was carrying you as he ran and saved a girl from your clan named Izumi on the way. Izumi was not only grateful, she really liked Itachi. Itachi was aloof and had few friends in the clan, so Izumi would make a point to chat with him. One time she even held you, but you suddenly used Ani Dokishin no Jutsu, Big Brother singlehood technique, to push her away. And from then on, your brother's been single. Big Brother singlehood technique. What kind of nonsense was that? Sasuke couldn't decide whether to cry or laugh, clearly Natsuki was teasing him. Still. Izumi, huh? That name rings a bell. So this Izumi Nizen liked my brother. What happened afterward? After that, their relationship was good. Izumi often treated him to his favorite dango. Because Itachi was the clan head's son, he was afraid of being called childish and didn't dare buy dango himself. Izumi saw right through him. So they even had stories like that. I never knew. And later. Then came the night of the massacre. Izumi was killed by Obito. Sasuke's mouth opened, but no sound came out. A perfectly pleasant topic had shattered in an instant, turning heavy and bitter. But Obito was already on Sasuke's list. Obito, huh? I'll kill that butcher and avenge the clan. Natsuki said quietly, Sasuke, you may not like this, but your brother was also a butcher. Even if he was following orders, he cut down many ordinary clanspeople, innocents. On that point, he can't wash it away. Sasuke choked on the words and couldn't refute it. He remembered the aunts and uncles he saw on his way to and from school. They were truly ordinary folk, no power, no special privileges, yet they became sacrifices. Natsuki was right. No matter how you try to justify him, on that point, Itachi can't be cleansed. To the innocent clanspeople, Itachi was a butcher too. Sasuke drew a deep breath. You're right. My brother did wrong as well. I'll avenge him, and I'll atone for him. I'll apologize to those who were wronged. The air turned subdued for a moment. Maybe they shouldn't keep digging there. Because everything had already been said, or did something feel missing? Sasuke sifted through what Natsuki had told him and then realized, Natsuki, there's one thing you forgot. Shisui and I's eyes, one was with Itachi, one with Danzo. But the one that was with Itachi, where is it now? Oh, right. Natsuki tapped his forehead. Take out the body and check. Sasuke quickly laid out Itachi's body and examined it up and down, when a crow suddenly crawled out of the corpse's mouth and, catching Sasuke off guard, darted straight into his mouth. What the? A crow. Sasuke patted his stomach but felt nothing inside. Natsuki understood. Shisui's eye was set into that crow's eye. It's a gift Itachi left for you, likely something that will trigger under special conditions to protect you. In the original plot, Itachi saw how much Naruto valued Sasuke and put the crow into Naruto. But because things changed here, Itachi carried the crow all along. Perhaps realizing he was about to die, he hid the crow in his body so that when you examined him, it would pass to you. And at this point, there was no one but you he could entrust it to. Nissan. Sasuke's tears welled up again. Once more, he felt the towering love. Natsuki seized the chance to warn him. Shisui's Mangekyo technique in both eyes is Koto Ematsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, it can alter another's will. Leaving aside the one you just received, the one in Danzo's right eye is especially dangerous. Be careful not to let him use it on you. Sasuke nodded, voice low. He won't succeed. Since we're here, let's cover what we skipped. Danzo knows your clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, reality rewrite, an ultimate dojutsu that can change events that already happened. Remember when we ran into Obito and Amaterasu, heavenly illumination, burned him to death. He activated Izanagi, reality rewrite, and came back as if nothing happened. The price is losing one Sharingan. Danzo's entire right arm is studded with Sharingan. Once he starts spamming Izanagi, reality rewrite, he's like an infinite revive. You must drain every Sharingan on that arm before you can truly kill him. Next, Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Overusing its ocular power leads to blindness. When Itachi fought you, he was basically blind, that's why he seemed so weak. You've awakened Mangekyo now, so be careful. The only way out is to fuse a blood relative's Mangekyo with your own and reach Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, only then will you avoid going blind. Natsuki rattled off the warnings in one breath and downed a big cup of tea. That should be all of it. If he'd missed something, well, that's all he could remember. Sasuke stood there for a long time, digesting everything. Then, sharp for once, he said, so, my brother's eyes, he actually left them for me. He provoked me into awakening Mangekyo and then intended to give me his eyes. Ah, yes. That's right. Why is he so foolish? Can't he think about himself for once? 0147040120 follow 0242822570. Well, he had a bloodline illness, he didn't have much time left. It acted up while he fought you, you saw it. So he planned everything for you long ago. He did crazy things, things people rightly condemn, but his love for you was real. Nissan. You. Sasuke broke down, weeping hard, pressing his face to Itachi's chest like a child. Natsuki could only sit there, helpless. Today had battered Sasuke's emotions back and forth. It was hard to manage, but at least he hadn't fallen into darkness. If he had, that would have been a big problem, especially now at a critical moment with Akatsuki liable to strike at any time. Not to mention, Naruto might rampage if Sasuke snapped. TCH, problem children, the lot of them. Natsuki sat quietly, sipping tea, letting Sasuke cry himself out. Grief takes time to settle, Sasuke had to walk out of it himself. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 275, Chapter. It took quite a while, dusk had already fallen, before Sasuke finally calmed down. He quietly stored Itachi's body away, then bowed deeply to Natsuki. Natsuki, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd never have learned the truth. Natsuki waved it off and asked, what are you going to do? Fuse your brother's Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy will I. Sasuke's expression twisted with conflict. I don't want to damage my brother's remains, but I also want to accept his gift. Natsuki nodded. Decide soon, otherwise Itachi's eyes will deteriorate quickly. If you choose fusion, take them out, store them in nutrient solution, and wait for a safe time to do the transplant. But as far as Akatsuki is concerned, Itachi's death means a failed Jinchuriki capture. They'll launch a large-scale assault soon, so this isn't a good time. Do it after the battle. I understand. I'll think it through. Sasuke felt a bit guilty for having taken up so much of Natsuki's time, so he hurried to take his leave. But when he reached the gate, he couldn't help asking, "So, how do you know so much?" Natsuki had his excuse ready. "If I said the Rakuto Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, told me in a dream, would you believe it?" "I would." Sasuke answered without hesitation and departed. Watching Sasuke's silhouette disappear, Natsuki finally let out a long, heavy breath. Too much had happened today, and he'd burned through a lot of words, but at least he'd steered Sasuke away from darkness. Thankfully, he'd taught Sasuke to stay calm in the past. Sasuke hadn't flown into a random rage and was still willing to listen. Even without Koto Amatsukami, if you lay out the facts and appeal to emotion and reason, Sasuke will listen. Now that Sasuke had promised not to strike at the hidden leaf, that outcome was already hard-won. What's more, Sasuke would honor Itachi's wish and continue living in the village, which meant he'd help protect it. He's a Jinchuriki with Mangekyo Sharingan, a true top-tier force. With him around, handling Akatsuki's invasion should be a lot easier. Add in Jiraiya, Niji's Tensigen, Reincarnation Eye, Tenten's Rakuto Dogu, Six Paths Ninja Tools, the strengthened Jinchuriki, and all the other tough fighters. If we still can't defend home base, there's nothing more to say. Right, I haven't delivered dinner yet. Natsuki quickly made several dishes, then headed to Fu's place and found Tenten nearby. Tenten was holding a lunchbox, about to eat. Seeing Natsuki, she waved. "Natsuki, you're here. I thought you were busy, so I sent a shadow clone to buy food." Natsuki immediately took the box from her hands and pushed his own bento over. "Eat mine. Store-bought doesn't beat my cooking." Tenten didn't stand on ceremony. She opened the bento and dug in. Natsuki ate with her, the two of them casually feeding each other from time to time. "Didn't see you at all today, busy with something?" Tenten asked offhandedly. "Yeah." Sasuke went to avenge himself on his brother. "I went to keep an eye on things," Natsuki said, dropping a bomb like it was nothing. "Huh? Is Sasuke okay?" "He's fine. Itachi is dead. As for the clan massacre, it's complicated. I'll find a time to tell you slowly." "Oh, okay." Tenten didn't press him. Whenever she wanted to know something, Natsuki always told her in the end. They finished eating, then leaned together to watch the stars, debating which ones shone brighter, peaceful and warm. Natsuki thought that maybe he really didn't care much for the village, but he truly liked Tenten. Being with her made him happy, like he'd found home. Just then, Fu shoved her window open, face full of annoyance. "I'm saying, you two lovebirds, could you not sprinkle dog food outside my window in the middle of the night? I've put up with it the past few nights, but not today. If you want to chat, come up here and talk to me." Natsuki and Tenten both felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Fu didn't care. She pulled out a deck for ninja kill. Come on. Play cards with me all night. Or I'll get mad." Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a look and had to agree. "All right, but we can't play too late." Meanwhile, Akatsuki began to mobilize. For explosive reads, head to Feilu novel. Pain spoke first. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki and the Six-Tails Jinchuriki have both been captured. That leaves the 1, 3, 7, 8, and 9. Too many still remain. Since we can't find the 8-Tails for now, we'll head to the Hidden Leaf and capture targets there. Kisame said, "Leader, Itachi-san went to capture the 3-Tails Jinchuriki and hasn't returned." "No. He won't be returning." Black Zetsu cut in. "He's already died at his brother's hands. Please send flowers, 0147040013 Feilu 0242825550. Kisame froze for a while before murmuring, "I see, even Itachi-san." Pain decided at once. "In that case, we invade the Hidden Leaf. I'll take the field personally." Kabuto's eyes flashed, he smiled. "Leader, while your strength is overwhelming, the Leaf has 4 Jinchuriki and many strong fighters. You might want some backup. How about, we all launch a unified offensive on Konoha? All of us." Pain hesitated. He was confident in his own power, but Kabuto had a point. 4 Jinchuriki are strong on their own, plus the Leaf has no shortage of elites, especially that unpredictable Natsuki. A full squad team fight might be the better call. He nodded. "Fine. Then together. Kisame, Kabuto, Tobi, head to the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire to rendezvous with me. We'll invade the Leaf as one and capture all 4 Jinchuriki." "Yes, leader." They answered in unison. Kabuto's smile took on a sinister curl. He knew the leader would definitely clash with Natsuki this time, so he had to be there to watch. If the two sides battered each other, all the better, he could reap the spoils. And if Natsuki got one-sidedly crushed, he wouldn't mind seeing that either. Either way, this trip was a guaranteed profit. Lose? That never crossed Kabuto's mind. If even the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, could lose, then this world really would be insane. Still, he was cautious by nature. To be safe, he'd bring more Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies. Even if Natsuki had weird Fuinjutsu, sealing arts, as long as those bodies didn't run into Natsuki, what's the problem? Right, should I bring Kirin, Karin, Suigetsu, and Yugo too? If anything goes wrong, teammates can bail me out. After weighing it again, Kabuto decided to play it safe. After all, that guy Natsuki constantly refreshes people's understanding of him. Just when you think you've got him figured out, he suddenly pulls something new that catches you off guard, and gets under your skin. Kabuto figured Orochimaru-sama and he had both underestimated Natsuki before, that's why their plans kept failing. So this time, absolute caution. Even with the Rinnegan, he would proceed with care. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 276, Chapter. 2 days later, word came from near the border. Kisame, Kabuto, and a masked man had been sighted, apparently heading toward the land of rain. The moment the news arrived, Tsunade immediately convened a Jonin meeting. Did they go to the land of rain to link up? Niji guessed. They're probably regrouping, and after they do, they'll go all out against Konoha. Shikamaru dropped a bomb. Everyone jolted, falling silent as they weighed the possibility. It was, obviously, very likely. Right now Konoha had the most Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts. Which meant Konoha was the biggest target. Maybe the enemy was wary of Konoha's strength, that's why they planned to rendezvous first. At that moment, Jiraiya glanced at Natsuki. He didn't say a word, but the meaning was clear: you promised intel. Hand it over. Natsuki also felt the timing was about right. But not everyone present should hear this, so he used chakra threads to link to Tsunade and tapped out a message in Morse code. Tsunade-sama, please have Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi-senpai, Niji, Sasuke, and Shikamaru stay. I have intel for them. Tsunade frowned, the others can't know. Natsuki, I've got a lot of intel, and some of it shouldn't be public. After I share it, Tsunade-sama can decide what parts to announce. I see, sounds like Natsuki's intel is anything but ordinary. Tsunade said at once, that's the situation. Everyone else, return to your posts. Keep a close eye on Akatsuki's movements. If you discover anything, or have a good plan, report immediately. Dismissed for now. Jiraiya, Natsuki, Kakashi, Niji, Sasuke, Shikamaru, stay. No one dared dawdle. They filed out fast, leaving the selected few exchanging looks. Natsuki said, Jiraiya-sama, please set up a soundproof kekai barrier. So cautious. Jiraiya looked to Tsunade. Seeing her nod, he began working at once and finished shortly. Only then did Natsuki say gravely, time's tight, so I'll just show you the intel. Please believe what I'm about to say. The Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, appeared in my dreams and told me many things. I've written them all down, take a look. With that, he summoned a giant scroll and unfurled it across the floor so everyone could see. Hearing Rikudo Sennin appeared in my dreams, everyone went a little blank. It wasn't that they distrusted Natsuki, it just sounded wild. Only Sasuke's eyes flashed. He believed Natsuki. They lowered their heads and began to read. In ancient times, Kaguya descended upon the world, planted the Shinju, divine tree, to drain the planet, and ate its fruit to gain overwhelming power. Later, Hagoromo and Himura were born. When Kaguya cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, and turned masses of humans into white Zetsu, Hagoromo and Himura joined forces and sealed her away. Before her sealing, Kaguya created Black Zetsu. Afterward, Hagoromo became the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, split the Shinju into 9 Biju, tailed beasts, and its husk, the Gedemazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was taken to the moon by Himura. Later still, Hagoromo's sons, Ashura and Indra, were manipulated into conflict by Black Zetsu. The stone tablet Indra left behind was altered by Black Zetsu. Much later, Hashirama and Madara fought. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara saw the tablet's forged truth, believed that gathering the 9 Biju to form the Jubi, 10 tails, and becoming its Jinchuriki, tailed beast host, to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, would save the shinobi world, but it was merely Black Zetsu's plot to free his mother. After that, Madara faked his death, actually awakened the Rinnegan, implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, and set up Obito as his successor to ensure his future resurrection. All along, Black Zetsu acted from the shadows, pushing Akatsuki's plan to capture the Biju. As for Obito controlling the 4th Mizukage in the Land of Water to create the Blood Mist Era, Danzo conspiring with Hanzo to kill Yahiko, Obito triggering the Nine Tails Rampage, Danzo causing Shirsue's death, the Uchiha Massacre, Danzo's arm full of Sharingan, every major and minor deed was listed. Everything Natsuki could recall, he wrote. There was also specific intel on Akatsuki, Nagato's Rakuda no Pain, 6 Paths of Pain, Puppet Bodies, Konan's Kami Ninjutsu, Paper Release, and so on. Nothing important should be missing. Seeing everyone's stunned faces, Natsuki fully tasted the rush of dropping spoilers. Now that they knew the plot, there'd be so much to do next. As for why Natsuki chose these particular people, Tsunade and Jiraiya, as Konoha's leaders, had to know. Sasuke and Neji bore the sage's eyes and were strong. Shikamaru, because he was smart. With these few knowing the truth, they could reason out better countermeasures. If Tenten or Shino wanted to know later, he'd fill them in. A long moment passed. Everyone looked dazed. The only question left was, who am I? Where am I? Why is reality like this? 014704013024282560. Jiraiya spoke first. Natsuki, you're saying all this came from the Rakuda Sennin appearing in your dreams? Natsuki nodded firmly. Yes. You don't believe me. Jiraiya pressed his lips together. I do. The Great Toad Sage often dreams the future too, it's just, this is also unbelievable. And to think, the leader of Akatsuki is Nagato. Hard to accept, right? Truth like this was hard to swallow. Jiraiya felt crushed. He'd thought Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had died in the chaos of war. He'd never imagined such a twist. Yahiko had been killed by Danzo and Hanzo. Nagato and Konan had been driven to extremes. The Akatsuki that once truly loved peace had become a terror organization, and worst of all, they'd all become tools for Obito and Madara. He hadn't protected them. Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face. Once, I believed Nagato was the savior because he had the Rinnegan. Maybe I also believed Yahiko was the savior because he truly loved peace and had the charisma for it. But I failed to protect them. I spent my life searching for a savior, maybe I met them long ago, but I missed it. Kakashi looked even more lost, tears soaking the mask. He lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan, now clearly a Mangekyo Sharingan. So that's how it was. No wonder I became a Mangekyo. It happened when I killed Rin with my own hands, and Obito saw it. For the sake of creating a world where Rin still lived, he went this far, he even caused Minato-sensei and Kushina to die. I. Sasuke and Neji exchanged a look, shock and sudden clarity in their eyes. So this was the real history of the shinobi world. So the Uchiha and the Hyuga both inherited the sage's eyes. No wonder they'd been asked to stay, Natsuki wanted them to know the truth. Sasuke, however, was thinking even further. He'd asked Natsuki about Obito before, and Natsuki said it was too tangled to explain. He hadn't expected it to be tangled this far. Shikamaru, for his part, shot Natsuki a disgruntled glance. Why did you have to dump all that on me? If you'd just given me Akatsuki's intel, that would have been enough. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 277, Chapter. Shikamaru really, truly hated hassle. He just hadn't expected that, by accident, he'd learn a truth this colossal, now wasn't that the ultimate hassle. After all, if Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, really happens, everyone will be turned into white Zetsu and swallowed by Kagaya. That's an apocalypse for the entire shinobi world. Knowing a truth like this, how could they possibly sit on their hands? Natsuki said as if it were only natural, because you're smart. We need your strategies. Shikamaru scratched his head. What a drag, fine, you got me. Let me think. Ideally, we just don't let them capture any Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts. That way the Jubi, Ten Tails, can't form, Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, won't activate, right? Natsuki nodded. Right. It really is that simple. Shikamaru's lips quirked. Then we protect the Jinchuriki at all costs. And best case, we find Black Zetsu and kill him. He basically has no combat power, right? Find him. Kill him. Neji said, not just him. We also have to stop Obito. Sasuke added, and prevent Madara's resurrection. Now that's more like it. Everyone pooling ideas and then moving together, if they do that, the shinobi world can definitely be saved. Tsunade stayed silent for a while, then finally spoke, this intel is too much to take in at once, my head's still spinning. Everyone, think carefully on how we stop this world-ending plan. For now, the priority is still responding to Akatsuki. We can make Akatsuki's intel public. Natsuki agreed and even produced a separate Akatsuki dossier so Tsunade wouldn't have to copy anything herself. Tsunade was satisfied with that, but her gaze at Natsuki grew complicated. She'd been wondering how Natsuki had obtained intel so fast. Because she trusted him, she hadn't pressed, but now she understood, it was basically answers straight from the Rakuta Sennin, Sage of Six Paths. So all that earlier investigation he'd been doing, wasn't that just a sightseeing tour? She had thought he was working so hard. Who would have guessed? Natsuki, you're that kind of guy. Natsuki, why didn't you say so earlier? Tsunade couldn't help complaining. We weren't that close before, right? The trust wasn't there yet. And the timing wasn't ripe. Now is a critical moment. With everyone knowing the truth, doesn't that work out nicely? Anyway, Natsuki felt the timing was perfect. He hadn't delayed the main plot, had he? At that moment, Jiraiya crouched down, rolled up the giant scroll, and held it tight. Natsuki, how about I take this? If Nagato appears, I'll find him and show him this. He has to know the truth. Natsuki didn't object. That's fine. Once he knows the truth, he should stop collecting bijou, tailed beasts. But watch out for Black Zetsu and Obito. They might try to seize the Rinnegan. I understand. I won't let my students be hurt again. Jiraiya's tone was firmer than ever. This time, he wouldn't miss his chance. Tsunade, looking tired, waved a hand. All right, that's it for now. I need to decompress, my brain's a mess. Shikamaru, please circulate Akatsuki's intel. Everyone else, stay alert. If Akatsuki attacks, respond immediately. Priority 1 is keeping the villagers safe. Shikamaru nodded. I'll notify everyone. Also, maybe we should evacuate the villagers first so we don't panic at the last minute. Tsunade thought it over and agreed. Good idea. Have the Chunin and Genin move villagers to the shelters at once. Prepare food and water, and keep everyone there until Akatsuki's raid is over. Faces grave, everyone prepared to disperse. Natsuki suddenly added, Tsunade-sama, Danzo, the old villain, must be handled. If possible, we should find time to work together and kill him. Blunt words, but no one was surprised. Danzo's crimes were too many, and by now he posed a direct threat to Konoha's safety. Sasuke gave a thumbs up. Yes. The old villain Danzo must die. Tsunade rubbed her brow. She understood well that Danzo couldn't remain in place. Even setting the rest aside, that I capable of rewriting others' wills was unimaginably dangerous. That's like a criminal holding a missile. If you don't stop the criminal early, everyone gets hurt. Tsunade nodded gravely. After we repel Akatsuki's invasion, we'll sit down and handle this properly. Sasuke met Natsuki's eyes, both exhaled in relief. As long as Tsunade was willing to move against Danzo, they could go all out. After that, everyone went their separate ways. Jiraiya put the giant scroll away and drifted, dazed, into a storefront, where he ordered a bottle and drank straight from it. Thinking about what he'd just learned, he felt lost again. He didn't know who the great Toad Sage's savior truly was, but he knew the calamity facing the shinobi world. Could he do this? No, he could. This time, he would protect his disciples. He could do his part for saving the shinobi world. 014704013024282560. Elsewhere, Natsuki had only taken a few steps when Kakashi called to him. Natsuki, will you come with me somewhere? Kakashi's expression was full of grief. Seeing that, Natsuki agreed without asking where or why. He already knew it had to do with Obito. Before long, Kakashi led Natsuki to a gravestone. By reflex, Natsuki probed the area, no sign of anyone lurking. No Black Zetsu. No Obito. Kakashi stood gazing at the stone for a long time before speaking. I always thought he was dead. He's the one who made me understand the importance of comrades, and I treated the Sharingan he gave me like a treasure. I never imagined he not only survived, but also witnessed me killing Rin with my own hands. Even if it was orchestrated by others, Rin's death was enough to drive him into utter pain. Natsuki said nothing. Obito's pain was real, but he wasn't the only one in pain. In short, his mindset boiled down to one line: though my belt grows thin, I do not regret it. For her, I'll destroy the whole world. Destroying the world for love is impossible to condone. Nagato had the Rinnegan, right? Why not just take it and use Shinra Tensei, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to revive No-Era Rin? Why insist on dragging everyone down, building a vast genjutsu, and making a world with Rin inside an illusion? Wouldn't truly bringing her back be better? Why revive her only in a dream? Isn't that dumb? Quietly, Natsuki said, Kakashi-senpai, don't tell me you plan to forgive him. For his so-called plan, he even caused Naruto's parents to die. Kakashi flinched, then slowly shook his head. I might not even have the right to blame him, so what forgiveness is there to speak of? But if what he's doing is wrong, then I'll stop him. And being used as Madara's puppet, that's the greatest tragedy of all. I won't let him go on like this. As for how to stop him, that would depend on what happened when they met. Maybe this time, Obito would show up as well. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 278, Chapter. So. Kakashi won't even blame Obito. Figures. With Kakashi's personality, he'll always blame himself first. He thinks it was his failure to protect Rin that pushed Obito into darkness. As for the deaths of his teacher and sensei's wife, Kakashi probably feels it isn't his place to judge. Whether to forgive, ultimately, that's up to Naruto. Naruto is the truly innocent victim. He should have grown up as the child of the Hokage, not necessarily with a silver spoon, but at least carefree, like Menma in that other world. Because of Obito's breakdown, he not only lost both parents from the start, he also lived a childhood shunned by the whole village. So Naruto has the most right to blame, and the most right to hate. It's just, with Naruto's saint-like heart, his parents' deaths will pass like clouds, and once he learns Obito's old dream he'll probably say, the Obito who wanted to be Hokage is the coolest, no one's allowed to mock him. Natsuki could only be speechless at how people in the shinobi world think. Still, whether they forgive or not isn't the point. First, solve the problem and keep the shinobi world from collapsing. Natsuki plans to marry a rich lady and have kids, then enjoy a life of daily bliss and zero worries. If the world ends, what a waste would that be? But, did Kakashi call him out here just to vent? No way, right? Kakashi-senpai, did you bring me along just to talk? Natsuki asked bluntly. Ma, that's part of it. Kakashi didn't forget the real business. You fought Obito before. I want the details. Ah, that's it. Sure, the basics were on the big scroll earlier, but Kakashi must have felt it wasn't specific enough. He wanted more granularity to find a way to crack it. After all, Kakashi doesn't think he can persuade Obito with words alone. First you beat him, then you persuade. And Obito's Kamui, divine authority, phasing is a pain. Kakashi doesn't have Natsuki's Ranton, storm release, so beating Obito on his own seems unlikely. Natsuki understood and recounted the earlier fight when he rescued Fu and crossed blades with Obito. Honestly, there wasn't much to tell. Natsuki got a sneak hit in, then forced Obito to hide in the Kamui, divine authority, dimension with Ranton, storm release. Not very reproducible for others. When Kakashi finished listening, the crease between his brows could crush a mosquito. Fortunately, Natsuki still had an actual suggestion. Kakashi-senpai, remember this, use Kamui, divine authority, to beat Kamui, divine authority. Use Kamui to beat Kamui? Kakashi's hand went to the protector over his right eye. He seemed to understand. He nodded firmly. All right. Thanks. I might know how to defeat Obito. Good. Then keep paying your respects here. I'm off to see my girlfriend. Man, I envy your single life's leisure, Kakashi-senpai. I'm so unlucky. Natsuki waved without looking back. Kakashi's dead fish eyes practically turned into Hyuga white eyes. Sometimes that brat goes too far. Is Kakashi single because he can't find anyone? He just finds romance a hassle. Why cuddle every day when there's such great literature to read? Young people, honestly, too young. Once they marry, they'll learn how annoying rice oil salt and family stuff can be. Oh right, that guy's marrying a rich lady. Never mind, then. Humph. Brat. I hope you and Tenten have 8 kids and drown in chores. Back in Konoha, the village was under full lockdown. Civilians had all been escorted to shelters guarded by squads of genin, but this battle would not allow genin to fight, because genin would only become casualties. Even mid-level ninja whose strength wasn't enough, like Irika, stayed to protect the genin. All Jinchuriki halted training, keeping themselves in peak condition to face Akatsuki's invasion. This concerned the village's survival. No one could afford carelessness. Natsuki went nowhere. He raised a tall stone pillar at the village's very center and stood on its peak, sweeping his gaze over everything. The moment there was the slightest disturbance, he could flash over instantly. Every other shinobi kept gear on, ready to deploy at any time. That day, even the air felt heavy, the palpable hush before a storm. Naruto, Gaara, and Fu, the 3 Jinchuriki, were in the Hokage building with Tsunade personally accompanying them. Tsunade wouldn't join the first clash, she was the final line. Hey, Tsunade back on, why won't you let the 3 of us fight? Naruto started up again. We've been training like crazy for this day. We finally developed our super moves, why won't you let us use them? Tsunade rubbed her temples, the noise was brutal. Akatsuki's target is you 3. If you jump in and get grabbed right away, what was the point of everyone else's work? Naruto, listen. No one thinks you're weak, we just can't allow any risk. Got it. But Naruto wasn't so easily convinced. Then why does Sasuke get to fight? Isn't he a Jinchuriki too? Tsunade honestly didn't know how to explain that one. Why couldn't this brat sit still and be sensible for once? 014704013024282560. Gaara spoke up instead. Naruto, Tsunade-sama has her reasons. Don't hassle her. And Sasuke is very strong, he even defeated Itachi. His strength against Akatsuki isn't a concern. But I'm strong too, Databeo. Naruto muttered, clearly lacking confidence. Fu, unusually, offered, Naruto, if you can't sit still, let's play cards. I'm a beast at ninja kill. Even Natsuki, the guy who invented the deck, lost to me. Naruto's attention snapped over. You're that good, Fu. I don't buy it. Come on, I'll take you on, Databeo. Seeing Naruto finally calm down, Tsunade let out a breath, but worry lingered in her eyes. The Rinnegan, wouldn't be easy to deal with. As for Jiraiya's grand, truth-spoiling operation, likely not so simple either. Nagato and Konan had resolved to use the Bijou as a threat to force peace. Even if they learned they were being used, they might not abandon the plan. For them it could be enough to kill Obito and Black Zetsu and prevent Madara's revival. This battle's outcome was anyone's guess. Meanwhile, atop the central pillar, Tenten climbed up and sat across from Natsuki. Worried, she asked, Natsuki, we're going to win, right? Natsuki sighed. Tenten, have you read any novels? In novels, you never ask that right before a war. That's how you set a flag. If I say, we'll definitely win, and after it ends we'll get married, then by flag logic I'm probably doomed. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Oh okay, I won't ask. Tenten clapped a hand over her mouth, genuinely afraid the flag would come true. For the uncensored version, please download the Follow app. Zalem. Support original works on fallowo.com and enjoy the joy of reading. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 279, Chapter. New fanfic poll start. These are the contestants. One Piece, since I can't be a celestial dragon, then a villain it is. Shokyuchi, starting with the Dark Cooking Society legacy. Yu-Gi-Oh, undefeated and ultrameta. How to make your favorite fanfic win. Most power stones equals 1 point. Most reviews equals 1 point. Most votes on poll equals 1 point. The poll is on P at TR3 on. For free to everybody. And it will only last a few days. Natsuki was about to say more when he suddenly froze. A heartbeat later, he vanished. Tenten hurriedly raised her binoculars toward the direction Natsuki had flashed to. At the horizon, something was streaking into the village at extreme speed. Is that Ajisai from the exams? She blinked, then snapped to it. No. It's Pain. Akatsuki is here. She yanked the signal flare. A crisp report echoed across the village. Shinobi all overreacted at once, leaping onto rooftops. A dark speck dropped from high above into the village. Too far to see clearly, but definitely a person. From the barrier squad came a relay. A single intruder had breached the perimeter. Per the plan, nearby squads converged immediately. But the enemy was faster. The orange-haired animal path, the body that looked like Ajisai, hit the ground, then instantly Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique Deva path, Naraka path, human path, Azura path, and Preta path, as well as Konan, fanned out in 4 directions. Natsuki had still been too far. By the time he flashed in, only the animal path remained. The animal path slammed her hands to the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. Boom. 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 A 3-headed splitting hound, a giant hell crab, and a massive bull appeared, colossal all 3, and immediately rampaged in different directions, smashing houses as they went. TCH. The animal path is the most annoying. Muttering, Natsuki Raishunshin, lightning flash body flicker, D forward, ready to punt the animal path into next week, when a force slammed in from far away, insanely fast. Kaboom. A building behind him exploded, yet Natsuki was nowhere in the blast. He had Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, D to a pre-placed formula, eyes tracking the attack source. The Deva path stood there in silence, oppressive even without a word. Natsuki didn't flinch. He hopped to meet him head-on. Deva path, huh? He quietly drew the demon blade, Thousand Edge. You are Natsuki. Deva's voice was flat but imperious. I've heard of you. You defeated strong foes like Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Itachi, and Kisame. You have some skill. But before a god, such tricks are nothing. Judge. Destroy. We'll see after I try. Natsuki didn't bother with chatter. Hiraishin, lightning flash body flicker, D-in, the blade's fractured edge hummed with lightning, stabbing for the head. Fast, very fast, but perhaps not fast enough before the Rinnegan. Deva didn't even move. A black receiver appeared in his hand to parry, yet Thousand Edge split mid-flight, veering around the guard to keep carving toward his skull. Clang, then a sudden, crushing force blasted the blade aside, Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Deva Paths hallmarks, repulsion, Shinra Tensei, almighty push, and attraction, Bancho Tenin, universal pull. No one hurts him, no one escapes him. Natsuki already knew this and wasn't surprised. He pulsed chakra into the hilt, the scattered blade shards zipped back together. He'd used Thousand Edge to test the waters, feel out Deva's real timing. Watching anime and facing him weren't the same. You couldn't lean on anime logic against a monster like this. Right now, Deva was the shinobi world's lone superkage. While Natsuki squared off with Deva, the animal path bolted. Her summoned beasts, the splitting hound, hell crab, and bull, were wreaking havoc in 3 directions, crushing buildings by the dozen. Thankfully, squads finally arrived. Tsum and Kiba, astride their partners, slammed into the splitting hound, 3 canines instantly tangled in a savage grapple. On another street, Choza and Choji ballooned into giants and charged the bull, the 2 sides met horn to fist in a thunderous clash. As for the hell crab, that one ran into Aoba's team. They were 1 short, Megumi had been pulled to the med core, ready to rush life-saving care the moment injuries hit. Sakura too. Aoba and Rinya unleashed Senin Karasu, 1,000 scattering crows, to harry the crab, but the thing barreled through, ignoring the swarm, giving both men a headache. Let me. Yakumo swept charcoal across her board, sketching a colossal weight, then smashed it down onto the crab's carapace. The shell cracked, the beast pinned, legs scrabbling. Nice one, Yakumo. Rinya, Gokaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Aoba barked the order. He and Rinya vaulted in and loosed great fireballs point blank. Under the blaze the crab shrieked and writhed, refusing to go down fast. The animal path summons were no joke. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. The animal path kept moving, dropping more contracts, a titan centipede, a chameleon, an 8-span crow, each huge, each spewing its own tricks, turning the district into a war zone. And nastier than the beasts were the other paths. The Azura path landed on a rooftop, scanning for Jinchuriki. In the next instant, a lightning-wreathed blade telescoped out to skewer him. Azura sprang back, the sky fell, a heel strike cratered the street, smashing him down. Sasuke retracted the extended Kusanagi and frowned. Kakashi, your axe kick had no weight. Why not use Chidori, 1,000 birds? Kakashi dropped to the tiles. Ma. Chidori, 1,000 birds, is loud. Bad for ambushes. Sasuke let it go, eyeing those eerie ripple eyes. So that's the Rinnegan. Creepy. And these are puppets, right? Does hitting a puppet even matter? Kakashi shrugged. We can't let him rampage in the village. Take it down first, ask questions later. Sasuke didn't argue, he charged with the Kusanagi, only for Azura to rip his forearm open, launching wrist rockets at both of them. They evaded, then realized the rockets tracked. They Raishin, lightning flash body flicker, D again. The rockets lost lock and roared off, detonating in a random block, half a building vanished in the blast. TCH. Natsuki didn't mention those. Sasuke grimaced. Don't rely on Natsuki for everything. He shared more than enough intel, he can't remember every last detail. Kakashi was helpless. And it was true. Getting the 6 paths are puppets note alone had been a gift. Expecting footnotes for every microweapon. No way. Besides, as Jonin, facing an enemy with gaps in the dossier, you still find a way to win. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 280, chapter. At the same time, Guy's squad ran into the Gakido, Preta path. Preta was a burly guy, nothing visually special, but Guy's team didn't dare underestimate him. Where are the Jinchuriki? Tell me, and you live, Preta intoned, menace dripping from every word. We'll never sell out our comrades. Konoha Senpu, leaf whirlwind. Lee lunged in, a whipping roundhouse arcing up, only for his leg to be caught with ease. A heartbeat later, his chakra drained away, his body went limp. Lee. Guy flashed in and snap-kicked Preta's wrist right on the joint. Preta had to let go, Guy snatched Lee back in the same motion. Niji and Tenten moved at once, Niji launched Hakusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, while Tenten sent a lance of Kotsuhano, high-pressure flames. Preta merely raised a hand, and both attacks were absorbed without leaving a scratch. Niji and Tenten's faces tightened in shock. Lee popped open his chakra battery, and strength finally bled back into his limbs. Everyone, watch it. He absorbs chakra. All of Guy's team frowned at that. Chakra absorption, annoying as ever. Not the first time they'd faced it, but it was always a pain. And this one didn't just drain chakra, he'd swallowed techniques wholesale. Let me. Tenten snapped a special shuriken straight at him. Preta plucked it out of the air, in hand speed well beyond an average jonin. What surprised him was the shuriken's tacky feel, and the tiny etched formulae on its surface. It was a Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, marker. Tenten instantly kuchiyosed a mountain of explosive tags, then Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, warped them onto his palm and triggered the blast. Kaintan Oji, Juman Kabaku Fuda no Jutsu, Money Release Secret, 10,000 Tag Annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of detonations thundered like it might blow Konoha off the map. When the smoke peeled away, Preta stood there nearly unharmed, only a sooty palm. You've gotta be kidding me. That's busted. Tenten couldn't help the outburst, but she understood, the enemy could eat attacks. Practically the ultimate defense, cracking it wouldn't be easy. Elsewhere in the village, Genma, Rado, and Iwashi collided with the Ninjendo, human path, while Ibiki's interrogation unit moved to block the rampaging summons of the Chikashoto, animal path. Fights erupted everywhere. Other Konoha shinobi threw themselves at the summons, but many simply weren't strong enough, their impact was limited. One notable skirmish broke out in a narrow lane, where Shino and his father, Shibi, confronted Konan. Konan showed no fear. Where are the Jinchuriki? Hand over the 1 tail, 3 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails, and we withdraw immediately. How condescending, Shibi smiled. You won't get an answer, and we'll defeat you instead. At his words, swarms of Kakachu surged toward Konan. Her will was iron, even as a woman faced with a living cloud of insects, her expression didn't twitch. The bugs latched on and bit, Konan dissolved into paper and scattered. Shibi's nose twitched, something off. Bad. Shino, scatter. He sprang up, only to see Shino still standing there. Konan's paper split into several clones that rushed Shino, point blank, they detonated, each one packing planted explosive tags, a human bomb made of paper. Shino. Shibi's heart clenched. Why did the kid freeze up? When the smoke cleared, Shino stood untouched, a sphere of insects shielding him, the explosions hadn't scratched him. My bugs don't fear explosive tags, Shino said, calm as ever. He raised 2 sword fingers to his temples, and his body flashed with blazing light. Teoken, solar flare. A white sun swallowed the alley, Konan's vision vanished. In the blindness, she felt insects coil tight and gnaw wildly, draining chakra and tearing at flesh. But with a pop she became paper again, scattering, reforming at a distance. Nice work, Shino. Shibi couldn't help a thumbs up. He hadn't realized his son had grown so strong, the Kakachu unfazed by tags, and that Teoken, solar flare, was perfect for the Aburame style. They wore sunglasses from childhood, they could still see under harsh glare, the ideal opening to strike. While battles raged across Konoha, a new force ripped in from above. 5 white clay birds swept over the village. Atop them, Deidara, eyes dark as coal, dumped a swarm of clay microspiders. The next heartbeat, explosions rolled across Konoha's rooftops. What's happening? Akatsuki has air support. Battle monitors spotted the aerial threat and sprinted to report to Tsunade. Naruto stiffened. Deidara. I thought he was dead. Gaara put it together. Kuchiyos, Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. Kabuto's brought reanimated ones. Tsunade grimaced. Troublesome. Fighting the 6 paths of pain alone is hard enough, and Kabuto shows up with Edo Tensei on top of that. And it's probably not just Deidara. Worst of all, the 3 who can use Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, are tied up with pain. No one's free. Tsunade-sama, let us go, Fu said, eyes steady. I came here to be protected, yes, but I'll fight alongside everyone, too. Yeah, Tsunade-bachan, we can fight. Naruto pressed. You're short on hands, right? We won't hold anyone back. Tsunade still hesitated. She couldn't just throw the 3 into the fray. If they ran into pain, the chance of capture was high. Gaara spoke quietly. You're worried we'll lose to pain and get taken. But this isn't pain, it's Kabuto and Edo Tensei units. We might not beat them, but we can tie them down, and we won't be captured easily. It's acceptable risk. Edo Tensei aren't easy to handle, Tsunade shook her head. Tsunade-bachan, seriously. I'm going myself. Naruto suddenly shouldered the window open and leapt out. It was so abrupt even Tsunade froze. Then her temper blew. You big idiot. Get back here. But Naruto was already gone. In a moment like this, it was impossible to cage a hyperactive monkey, especially one worried the front couldn't spare a thought for his safety. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 281, Chapter. New fanfic poll has started. These are the contestants. One Piece, since I can't be a celestial dragon, then a villain it is. Shokyuchi, starting with the Dark Cooking Society legacy. Yu-Gi-Oh, undefeated and ultra meta. How to make your favorite fanfic win. Most power stones equals 1 point. Most votes on poll equals 1 point. The poll is on Zalem P at TR3 on. For free to everybody. And it will only last a few days. Also more than one can win, so support all the fanfics you like. Tsunade had no choice and said, Gaara, Fu, you two go as well. Stick with Naruto, the three of you together aren't weak. You shouldn't go down that easily. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Gaara and Fu immediately flew toward Naruto's direction. They hadn't expected Naruto to be absurdly fast, obviously pent up, by now he had already rushed beneath the clay bird. Kabuto stood atop the bird and spotted Naruto at once. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is there. You lot, go down and grab him. Then two people leapt straight down, landing in front of Naruto. The moment Naruto saw them, his face changed drastically. Why you two? Zabuza. Haku. Why is it you? Standing before Naruto were none other than Momochi Zabuza and Haku, who had died during the Wave Country mission. Clearly, Naruto wasn't ready for this reunion. Haku lifted a senbon. Sorry, Naruto. We don't want to fight you, but we're not in control. Zabuza hefted his greatsword and urged, Brat, get lost already. Or we'll bag you. Damn it. Damn you, Kabuto, how dare you toy with the dead like this? A feral gleam flashed in Naruto's eyes, his pupils like a beast's. His emotions were clearly slipping. In the next second he charged in with Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu. But his taijutsu still wasn't great, his clones were quickly cleaved to smoke by Zabuza's blade. Even so, Naruto's strength had grown a lot. He'd already formed a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, and was about to drive it into Zabuza, only for Haku to flash in and kick him aside. 2 versus 1, Naruto fell into a disadvantage. Gaara and Fu were just about to arrive when several figures dropped from above to cut them off. One look, and Gaara's expression turned grave. Kisame, Kakuzu, Sasori, all heavy hitters. But Fu fixed on Kakuzu. So this is Senpai Kakuzu. I'm Fu of Takigakure. Didn't expect to meet the legendary Senpai here. So, Senpai, you're not here to capture me, right? It was a pretty silly question. But Kakuzu still answered, sorry, little girl. We're here to capture you Jinchuriki. Fu wasn't disappointed, she was just asking for the sake of it. Sigh, even Senpai Kakuzu has died, and still has to come back to catch me. I'm truly flattered. Then, a gift for Senpai, hope you like it. Shouldn't, Mashigun Shiryaku, insect release, rampaging swarm. Bzzz. A swarm of insects flew out from the gourd on Fu's back. The insects were immediately cloaked in the Seven Tails chakra, and in the next instant they rapidly enlarged, each one as big as a human head, surging by the thousands to blanket the sky. Even the fearless Kisame felt his scalp prickle. Seriously? You open with that? Unlike Kakuzu and Sasori, I'm still alive, you know. I can actually be bitten to death. Saying that, he leapt back in a hurry to evade. Black threads writhed out of Kakuzu's body, but even he was a bit overwhelmed before that overwhelming tide of giant insects. As for Sasori, he didn't have Hiriko now. He raised both hands and spewed high-pressure flames, attempting to incinerate the swarm. However, these bugs weren't just big. Having absorbed a tailed beast's chakra, they'd become violently empowered, with broad resistances to various chakra natures. Not total immunity, perhaps, but reduced damage, enough to punch through the fiery barrier. A heartbeat later, the swarm completely drowned Sasori, the gnawing sounds relentless. It made one scalp crawl. Sasori, however, didn't react much. Edo Tensei bodies automatically regenerate after being damaged, and apparently don't even feel pain. Even if a huge amount of chakra is devoured, it quickly recovers. You could say Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, is downright busted, only Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, really work on it. Over here, after Kisame dodged the swarm, he dutifully flew through hand signs, then spat a great wave of water, Sway-tun, Swishoha, water colliding wave. Gaara hurriedly formed signs too and spat a massive sphere of wind, Futon, Rankuden, vacuum bullet. Boom. The wind sphere slammed into the incoming water. The wave was forced back by brute force, and the wind sphere kept pressing toward Kisame, forcing him to slip aside. Pressure disune. Kisame praised him, genuinely impressed. He knew the power of his own water release, not many youngsters could stand up to it. But Gaara's wind release not only stopped it, it even gained the upper hand. Clearly, this wasn't your average strength. Though, Deidara had said this one-tailed Jinchuriki supposedly only used sand techniques. Who would have thought he'd already reached this level, growing this fast, huh? Gaara himself felt a bit helpless. He specialized in sand manipulation, but that's countered by water release. Fortunately he'd learned wind release beforehand, specifically Renkuden, a powerful move, otherwise he'd have suffered just now. And this Kisame was said to be very strong, no weaker than Deidara. Could he win right now? Luckily, several mask-wearing ANBU arrived just then. One of them called out at once, Gaara, Fu, Naruto, fall back at once. Leave these strong enemies to us. But Naruto wouldn't listen. No. I have to pound that bastard Kabuto. Before that, I've got to take down Haku and Zabuza, Databeo. This idiot. Why won't he just listen? The ANBU instantly understood Tsunade-sama's headaches. This brat was really hard to manage. They were about to rush in to help, but more figures dropped from the sky, none other than the Edo Tensei revived Sound 5. Kimimaro led them, raising a bone sword to block the ANBU. No one's getting through. Back off if you don't want to die. TCH. This got real troublesome. The ANBU had known it wouldn't go smoothly, but they hadn't expected Kabuto to bring so many Edo Tensei bodies. What a pain. Kidamaru, Tayuya, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo remembered losing to Konoha Shinobi before. Now that they'd been revived, they were itching to stretch their legs and go all out. Kabuto stood on the clay bird, watching Deidara keep carpet bombing below, and couldn't help bursting into mad laughter. Ha 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 ha. Konoha, enjoy the second act of the collapse plan. Oi, you laugh like garbage. Deidara couldn't help snarking, but quickly got hyped again. Ha ha. Since I'm alive again, actually not, I'll let my explosive art bloom in splendor. Art is an explosion. Drink. Rumble rumble rumble. As Deidara dropped bombs everywhere, Konoha was wreathed in smoke and fire. Team Guy, fighting the hungry ghost path at the time, heard that all too familiar voice and all rolled their eyes in unison. Oh, Niji doesn't need to roll them, he's already got Byakugan. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 282, Chapter. That Kabuto guy actually Ito'd that clay art blockhead. Tenten grumbled. He's definitely a troublesome one. Guy stole a glance upward amid the fight, then made a decision. Yo, sure. Tenten, he's in the air, maybe only you can deal with him. You've killed him once before, too. I'm assigning him to you again. Eh? Guy-sensei, that guy is super annoying. Tenten clearly didn't want to go, but thinking about how all the flyers were tied up, and that maybe only she could handle him, she couldn't just let that guy keep dropping bombs everywhere. Her husband had said it, Konoha had lots of their family's businesses. She'd tried to persuade her dad to sell, he wouldn't. Tried to get him to move to the fire capital, still wouldn't. It had stressed her husband out. If Deidara kept bombing and one of their shops got hit, that'd be a huge loss. So that bastard had to be stopped. Fine. I'll handle him. You guys take care of things here. As she spoke, Tenten pulled out a scroll and Kuchios, summoning, at a huge mass of iron sand. Then she popped open the magnet release external heart mounted on her right arm and, wielding Jiten, magnet release, chakra, lifted herself on the iron sand and shot into the sky. Lee couldn't help sighing, Tenten just keeps getting stronger, she's even mastered magnet release now. Guy beamed with pride. She's my student. Your teammate. Our pride. Ah. Tenten getting stronger doesn't really have much to do with us, though. Niji cut in quickly, don't get distracted. We need to finish this enemy fast. Everyone else won't have it easy, we must go help right away. Lee and Guy sobered at once. Knowing the Gakido, Preta path, would absorb chakra, close combat wasn't ideal. The two of them stomped the ground hard and launched into attack from below. Meanwhile, Tenten was already riding the iron sand up. In both hands she wielded Kiba, twin swords of the thunder god. The moment she neared the clay birds, streaks of lightning crashed down, instantly frying the flock and sending them tumbling out of control. By the time Deidara reacted, only the bird under his feet remained. But he didn't care about that, he was furious. It's you, the exploding tag heretic artist brat. Tenten looked smug. Heretic. My exploding tags beat you, that makes my way the righteous way. You're the loser, you're the heretic. And quit playing with that crappy clay, babies play with that. The neighbor's little brat quit at 1 year old. You. Fine. I'll show you my ultimate art again. Deidara immediately formed a clay dragon, sending the giant beast charging at Tenten. But Tenten loosed a flash of lightning and turned every explosive into a dud. Clay bombs are countered by lightning nature. How many times does she have to say it before you get it? Even Kabuto couldn't watch anymore. Deidara, are you even trying? Deidara got angrier. You doubt my art too? Then get off. I won't let anyone who doubts my art ride my clay bird. This guy forgot he's an Edo Tensei puppet who can be controlled. But Kabuto didn't argue, nor did he seize control. He actually decided to head down, because he knew Natsuki's girlfriend was trouble, and if he could dodge, he should dodge fast. Looking closely, wasn't that iron sand clearly being controlled with magnet release? Since when could she use magnet release too? As expected, anyone tied to Natsuki was a pain to deal with. Kabuto, hold it. If I kill you first, that solves the other Edo bodies, right? Then, die. Tenten ramped up her magnet release output. The iron sand compressed into a storm of giant spikes that hammered down like rain, instantly engulfing Deidara and Kabuto. Deidara was an Edo body, damage didn't matter. Kabuto immediately entered Ryuchido Sennin Modo, Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, serpent-like scales warded off the iron sand barrage. He was feeling smug when a bolt of lightning speared him, leaving him charred outside and tender inside, crispy juicy, and howling. Good thing Sage Mode is tough, he barely held onto his life, then scrambled to hide after hitting the ground. This guy's a mantis or what? Still not dead. Tenten was dissatisfied. Seeing the shredded Deidara still not dead, she understood Edo Tensei was a pain, and unfortunately, she wasn't exactly a sealing expert. Pointless to keep trading blows with this guy. Better finish this fast and help the others. So, no need to hide it anymore. Time to reveal my trump card and show this guy what the power of the Sage of Six Paths looks like. A chill. A deathly stillness. Tenten's eyes gleamed, even her smile turned terrifying, making Deidara extremely uneasy. She drew out a scroll and kuchios, summoning, Ed 3 sacred tools. A red gourd went on her back, a white rope coiled around her left hand, and a fan-like sword into her right, imposing and divine. What's with that trick now? Whatever it is, it's nothing compared to my explosive art. Deidara felt invincible. He was Edo Tensei, why fear exploding tag, heretic art. Even 100 million tags were no threat. So he didn't care about whatever Tenten was doing. Tenten chuckled. You'll regret it very soon. She brushed her left hand over the iron sand, planting a Hiraishin no jutsu, flying thunder god technique, formula, then hurled the iron sand toward Deidara. Deidara didn't even dodge, getting hit meant nothing, right? The very next instant, Tenten warped beside him via Hiraishin, flying thunder god. The rope in her hand, Kokinjo, golden canopy rope, snapped out, brushing Deidara's body. Just as Deidara opened his mouth to speak, he felt something spill out, formless and weightless, visible yet intangible. At that precise moment, Tenten's Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, slashed down, severing that something, and the red gourd, Benihiseigo, crimson gourd, sucked it right in. What was that? Deidara grew uneasy. Tenten had already flickered back via Hiraishin. She reversed the blade to hide the character etched on it, art. It was a cursed Kodadama, the moment Deidara uttered the keyword, he'd be swallowed by the crimson gourd. Tenten baited him with words at once. By the way, what was that crap you call clay explosion again? Deidara exploded with fury. Don't you dare. My clay explosions are the ultimate art. IHNG. Somethings. Before he could finish, the force of the Benihiseigo, crimson gourd, yanked him in and sealed him completely. This time, nobody's Edo Tensei ing that guy again. Heh, done. Tenten, the big red gourd on her back, Kokinjo, golden canopy rope, in one hand and Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, in the other, looked every inch a descended goddess. Looks like I'm a perfect counter to Edo Tensei bodies. In that case, time to go help the others. She darted away, thrilled. The group of Edo bodies surrounding the Jinchuriki suddenly shivered out of nowhere, as if something terrifying had just set its sights on them. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 283, Chapter. New fanfic poll start. These are the contestants. One Piece, since I can't be a celestial dragon, then a villain it is. Shokyuchi, starting with the Dark Cooking Society legacy. Yu-Gi-Oh!, undefeated and ultrameta. How to make your favorite fanfic win. Most power stones equals 1 point. Most reviews equals 1 point. Most votes on poll equals 1 point. The poll is on P at TR3 on. For free to everybody. And it will only last a few days. On the other side, Natsuki was locked in a fierce battle with Tendo Pain. His lightning-swift body flicker, Shunshin, body flicker technique, flashed non-stop, his white fang blade style flowed to perfection. Paired with the eerie, overpowering demon blade Thousand Blades, even the wielder of the Rinnegan, Pain, struggled to keep up. Tendo tried to parry with black receivers. He could match Natsuki's speed, but he was outclassed in technique. Whenever he couldn't stop the demon blade's slicing shards, he'd blast them away with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. But that opened a window for Natsuki. Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown. 5 seconds sounds short, yet to someone truly fast, it's an eternity. Here. Natsuki seized a chance, suddenly accelerating as the demon blade's edge streaked straight for Pain's heart. Tendo had just used Shinra Tensei, with the technique on cooldown. He knew black receivers couldn't block that blade. He looked finished. Right then, a figure barreled in from the side at shocking speed, slamming toward Natsuki. Natsuki had no choice but to abort the strike and flicker away with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Taking a closer look, the burly face studded with black rods belonged to none other than the Jigakudo, Naraka path. This one could summon the Hell King to interrogate and rip out tongues from liars, and more importantly, use Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to have the King of Hell swallow damaged Pain bodies and restore them. In the original tale, it was Jigakudo's handiwork that repaired multiple defeated Pains, turning Konoha's hard-won efforts into nothing. Natsuki hadn't expected Jigakudo to stay close instead of withdrawing. It was sticking to Tendo like a shadow. Why not take out Jigakudo first? With no Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, let's see how they keep playing God. You've got some skill, Pain intoned. To fight a god to this degree, you're remarkable. But stop struggling. Mortals cannot defeat gods. Hand over the Jinchuriki now, and I'll spare you. His tone dripped with hauteur, the posture, the cadence, pure menace and gravitas. Natsuki just laughed. So this god can't finish me for half a day, was nearly killed just now, and needed help to escape. If that's a god, that god's too weak. At this rate, I might as well become a god myself. Humph. Ingrate. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Spitting threats, Tendo grew even more cautious. He'd heard Natsuki was formidable but hadn't cared. Before the Rinnegan, all things are paper. Only by fighting him personally did he realize how wrong he'd been. This Natsuki was terrifying. With only the white fang blade style and the demon blade Thousand Blades, he'd tangled evenly with Pain for ages. His battle sense was razor sharp. He nearly landed a killing blow just now. Yes, these were puppets, damage could be undone by Jigakudo. But losing composure would shatter the mystique. He was Tendo Pain, the head of Akatsuki, a god. How could a leaf upstart drive him to disgrace? Unacceptable. Given Natsuki's strength, perhaps only the might of Shinra Tensei, Super Almighty Push, could end this. He was thinking that when Natsuki suddenly sheathed the demon blade, clapped his hands, and started weaving signs. Mokutan, Jukai Koten, would release, Deep Forest Emergence. Ah. Mokutan. This kid can use would release. The ground erupted in frenzied growth, titanic trunks surging up and expanding into a miniature forest in a heartbeat. A storm of branches lashed out and wrapped Jigakudo tight. This was Natsuki's chance. Speed is power. Ever been kicked at the speed of light? Before the words finished, he was already in front of Jigakudo. His Ranton, storm release, amp flicker was faster than expected. Light lanced from his foot as he swept a laser kick toward Jigakudo's forehead. Tendo reacted in a panic. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Boom, crushing repulsion ripped through the grove, clearing trees in a sweep and tearing Jigakudo free. But Natsuki was nowhere to be seen. The blast hadn't touched him. A bad feeling jolted Pain. The next second, he sensed someone behind him. But Shinra Tensei was still in its 5-second read time. He couldn't repel it. He whipped a black receiver backward with a snap. Natsuki didn't attack. Instead, he pressed a Hiraishin formula onto Pain's back and flashed away. When he reappeared, he stood facing Pain again. That aggressive rush at Jigakudo, and the certainty that Pain would intervene, had never been meant to land a killing blow. Forcing Shinra Tensei was the goal. During those 5 seconds, he blinked in with Ranton Shunshin, storm-style body flicker, to tag Pain with a Hiraishin marker. That's tactics. With a Hiraishin seal in place, the fight just got a whole lot easier. No surprise, Tendo Pain, quite the flashy coat over hollow insides. Smiling, Natsuki vanished mid-sentence, then reappeared, another light-speed kick, faster than before, the laser edge promising to shred anything it touched. Pain didn't hesitate. Shinra Tensei. Repulsion detonated outward, blasting everything away, yet Natsuki had already flickered out with Hiraishin, only to reappear behind Pain the instant Shinra Tensei ended. Another light-speed kick, this time it landed. Thud. Pain was sent flying, Rantan's laser boring straight through his side, blowing open a savage hole at his waist. I underestimated you. Jigakudo's face twisted, he moved to summon the Hell King at once. Natsuki was already there with another light-speed kick, launching Jigakudo as well, laser impact severing one arm and hurling him through the air. Crash. Like Tendo, he smashed through a building. Natsuki grimaced. The battlefields inside the village. Collateral damages inevitable. I hope my wife's family properties are intact. And my cheap father-in-law's ninja tool shop. Still standing. Maybe, fight near Ichiraku's instead. Surely I won't wreck the ramen shop, right? Even as he muttered, Jigakudo frantically summoned the Hell King, having Tendo swallowed for repairs. Jigakudo scooped up his own severed arm, waiting his turn to be fixed. Natsuki wasn't going to wait. He clapped again, Mokutan surged as countless wooden spikes thrust from the ground, all aiming at Jigakudo. Take down Jigakudo first, and no one can cast Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Jigakudo understood that perfectly, but even more clearly, he couldn't beat Natsuki right now. Just as the spikes were about to tear him apart, a gigantic rhino crashed through the houses, charging in to shield Jigakudo and absorbing the storm of wooden lances. On the rhino's back stood Chikishoto, Animal Path. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 284, Chapter. Backup arrived fast, huh? Natsuki muttered, watching Animal Path without making a rash move. The thick-skinned, iron-bodied giant rhino had tanked the wooden spikes and was still hopping around. Clearly, those summons were ridiculously tough. Before long, Tendo Pain was spat back out by the Hell King, and then Naraka Path, along with his severed arm, was swallowed to undergo repairs. Fast repair speed, that. But the Hiraishin mark on Tendo's back was still there. A Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula can't be removed by anything short of 6 paths tier power, so if Tendo kept fighting like this, he wouldn't be Natsuki's match, unless he gambled everything on Cho Shinra Tensei, Super Almighty Push, to level Konoha. That, however, would drain Nagato's life. We'd see what he chose. Just then, several shinobi from the torture and interrogation force rushed over. Seeing Natsuki, their eyes lit up. Jonin Natsuki. So you're here. You guys from interrogation were chasing Animal Path? Natsuki asked, surprised. Yes, one of them answered quickly. We planned to deal with the summons, but they were too strong. So we figured we had to defeat Animal Path. Captain Ibiki led us to pin her down. We'd already trapped her, but she was too capable. Captain Ibiki got injured. Ibiki-senpai's hurt? How badly? Natsuki pressed. He's okay, we already sent him to medical. He told us to keep Animal Path tied down, stop her from spamming summons. But she suddenly rode off on the rhino, and we tailed her here. Jonin Natsuki, what's the situation? Oh, I just wrecked 2 of the Pains, almost tore one apart, then Animal Path barged in on that rhino to block me. Natsuki said it casually, but the interrogation shinobi lit up with joy. Of course someone like Jonin Natsuki would pull this off, suppressing 2 Pains. As expected of Konoha's legendary demon blade. At that moment, the Hell King spat Naraka Path back out as well, his severed arm already restored. Natsuki warned, that's Naraka Path's ability, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, he can restore damaged Pain bodies. So even after you beat a Pain, don't drop your guard. It can restore them. Hard enough already, and it still has that. What a headache. The interrogation team swallowed hard and nodded, spreading out to screen for Natsuki. Natsuki didn't waste time. He vaulted high, and laser motes rained down like a storm. Yasakani no Magatama, 8-fold Magatama. Shum. 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 Boom. 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 A tight chain of explosions engulfed the 3 Pains and the rhino entirely, no way to tell if they were still standing. Yeah, the collateral would be rough, but better to erase them first. Otherwise, if they got mad and fired off Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, would Konoha even still be here? A heartbeat later, bang, everything blasted away. Tendo fired Shinra Tensei again, and the 3 Pains scattered in different directions, while the rhino charged straight at the interrogation squad. You're real annoying, you know that. Watch me make yakiniku out of you. From midair, Natsuki dropped a light-speed kick, Ranton, storm release, lancing from his heel, and blew the rhino's head apart. The summon collapsed instantly. But the beast was studded with black receivers. If they didn't pull them out, Naraka Path would just bring it back. And Natsuki couldn't exactly attack the Hell King itself, that thing was a summoned effect, weird rules applied, and it was smarter not to test them. Taking out Naraka Path was the practical play. Jonin Natsuki is incredible. One kick to down a giant rhino, the interrogation shinobi cheered. Don't just celebrate. Team up and yank the black receivers from its body, that's the chakra receiver array, the key to pain controlling the rhino. Natsuki barked quick orders. Leave it to us. Natsuki Dano, fight without worry. When did it become Natsuki Dano? Ignoring that, Natsuki's gaze tracked Animal Path, Naraka Path, and Tendo. The three stood apart, but within mutual support range, far enough to avoid being group bombed, tight enough to cross cover. Obviously, they were wary of his Yasukani no Magatama. Even so, Natsuki's fighting spirit surged. 1 versus 3 pains. Light work. For the first time, Tendo's face tightened. I hadn't expected such strength. You're the greatest obstacle to our plan. We have no choice but to remove you. Elsewhere in the village, Tsum and Kiba rode their respective hounds, tearing into the multi-segment split dog. They held the advantage, but bringing it down fast was tough, and every hit made it split again, multiplying and swarming them. Huge hassle. Thankfully, Kiba's sister Hana arrived, taking the pressure off. Choza and Choji, meanwhile, had already wrecked the ox with Baika, expansion, driven power and were now charging the giant centipede. Aoba's squad was still tied up with the hell crab. Earlier, Yakumo had pinned it down with drawn counterweights, while Aoba and Rinya barraged it with Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, not very effective, and the crab eventually broke free. Good thing Yakumo was fast, she sketched several massive spikes to nail its claws to the ground, then drew a colossal lightning bolt that zapped the crab to a crispy, and that finally ended it. Yakumo, beautiful work. Aoba and Rinya gave thumbs up, then asked, worried, you okay? Sorry, your body's the friendliest, and yet we only won thanks to you. Yakumo shook her head. I'm fine. I'm a lot healthier after training these 2 years. Let's go help the others, everyone else is probably having a rough time too. As she said it, the Yatagarasu, that big summoned bird, wheeled overhead, dropping eggs that kept exploding. Yakumo said at once, nobody's free to deal with a flying summon now. Sensei Aoba, Rinya, cover me. I'm going to strike that bird. Aoba and Rinya flanked her immediately. Yakumo's brush flew, she slashed a titanic lightning stroke across the sky. Crack! It nailed Yatagarasu squarely. No time to celebrate, Yatagarasu tanked it, spotted their position, and came screaming their way. Yakumo didn't flinch, she drew another bolt. She'd fry that rotten bird if it took all day. As for the enemy's chameleon, Asuma had a team on it, so no worries there. Konoha was chaos, buildings shattered everywhere, but everyone was fighting in concert, each enemy had a squad on them. At this rate, it was only a matter of time. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 285, Chapter. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi's fight with Shirato, Azura Path, had reached a fever pitch. Both moved at blistering speed, circling for angles and striking for openings, any ordinary jonin would have been face down already. But Azura Path was no slouch. After trying a salvo of arm cannons and failing to pin them, he instantly shifted tactics. His head twitched, and then 2 more faces unfolded at the sides. He shrugged off his outer shell to reveal 6 arms. 3 faces and 6 arms, no, 3 faces, 6 arms indeed. A long serrated saw blade jutted from his back, gleaming, vicious. Sasuke didn't flinch and darted in again, only for 6 mechanical fists to hammer out in a flurry, keeping him at bay. Kakashi tried to slip behind for a backstab, but the huge back saw swept across, cutting him off cold. Sasuke, careful, that saw is nasty. Kakashi called the warning, then sprinted wide again, peppering shuriken to harass while his mind raced for a plan. Sasuke wasn't in the mood to overthink. He snapped into Shunshin Genii, body flicker after image, 7 mirages ringed Azura Path and rushed in. Azura Path smashed a fist through one charging Sasuke, straight through an afterimage. He instantly rotated the back saw in a wide sweep, clipping 3 more Sasukes, still illusions. As he hesitated, the Sasuke he'd just punched blurred into the real one. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kusanagi sword, flashed, one of Azura Path's arms clattered to the ground. But Azura Path pounced on the opening, one forearm popped free from its socket, ignited, and rocketed forward like a flaming fist. It blasted the unprepared Sasuke and hurled him back. The other afterimages winked out. Kakashi slid in front to catch him. You okay, Sasuke? He's tougher than he looks, don't rush it. Sasuke rose with a dust pat, voice edged with urgency. Natsuki's definitely holding down the strongest pains, maybe multiple at once. I can't waste time here. I'm taking this one down and going to help. To Sasuke, Natsuki had helped him too much already. The only way to repay the debt was to get there fast, even if it meant helping Tenten or Shino instead, it was still paying Natsuki back. Kakashi understood, he wanted the enemy dropped quickly too. What's your play? I'll cover. No more thinking, I'm going straight in. Sasuke surged at Azura Path, white fang blade style snapping like lightning as he traded blow for blow with those piston fists. Kakashi didn't ask questions, he shadowed the rhythm, striking whenever an opening showed. Teacher and student in full sync actually pressed Azura Path back, victory looked inches away. Azura Path's patience snapped, his skull split open. A brutal charge built in the blooming cranium, one shot to take them both with him. Boom. A swath of buildings vanished, Azura Path's head-mounted laser was monstrous. He froze. Sasuke and Kakashi still stood before him, sheltered inside a towering, blue skeletal guardian, untouched. Susanoo, avatar of the tempestuous god. Sasuke opened his mouth to gloat, then saw fractures spidering across his Susanoo's ribs. His face went dark. He hadn't expected the cranial laser to be that strong. It had nearly shattered Susanoo, if not for the guard, he and Kakashi would have been boxed and bagged. He'd gotten cocky, awaken Mangekyo Sharingan and suddenly think you're invincible. Reality begged to differ. Bastard, try this. Sasuke drove Susanoo's massive fist down. The blow mangled Azura Path's body, twisting metal and bone into scrap. Azura Path hit the ground and stopped moving. Just as Sasuke and Kakashi advanced to finish it, a puff vanished. Summoned away. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Animal Path must have pulled him out. We find them, now. If Naraka Path repairs him, we just wasted all of that. He'll be where Natsuki is. Sasuke felt it in his bones, Natsuki was trading with multiple pains. They had to move, immediately. They didn't run around blind. They checked with the battlefield intel team and quickly got the lay of the land. Learning that Natsuki was soloing Tendo, Deva Path, Jigakudo, Naraka Path, and Chikashoto, Animal Path, both of them just nodded, figures. They got the coordinates and sprinted. They knew Animal Path had likely warped Azura Path over to be patched by Naraka Path, pure hassle. Elsewhere, Genma, Rado, and Iwashi were still dancing with Ninjendo, Human Path. The trio weren't the strongest individually, but their teamwork kept them alive this long against a nightmare opponent, that alone was impressive. The real danger was Tamashii Chakashutsu, soul extraction, Ninjendo could rip your soul out and read your memories. Get your head grabbed and it's game over. Where's the Jinchuriki? Talk. Or I'll rip it out of you. Ninjendo snarled, making the three swallow hard. They didn't flinch, still holding the line. Suddenly the ground swelled, massive trees erupted and whipped toward Ninjendo, forcing him to hop back. Yamato. Support's here, the three cheered. Yamato arrived with 3 ANBU and helped box the Human Path in. Yamato, status on everyone else? Genma asked. Relax, Yamato had fresh updates. Every enemy's engaged by strong allies. No one's won decisively yet, but the enemy hasn't broken through either. Good. Rado exhaled. What about Natsuki? If there's ever a time for him to go big, it's now. Yamato's tone turned weighty. Natsuki's alone against Deva, Naraka, and Animal Path's word is, the Azura Path that Kakashi-senpai and Sasuke just dropped was summoned over by Animal Path and will likely be repaired by Naraka, meaning Natsuki may be facing 4 pains. 1 man versus 4 pains. Even for a show stealer, that's pushing it. Genma didn't know whether to worry or feel proud. That kid, shouldering the heaviest load all by himself. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 286, Chapter. Rado chuckled. Genma, relax. Natsuki's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, came from the 2 of us. He learned it perfectly, no worse than the 4th back then. He'll be fine, and he'll beat his opponent. You're right. Genma nodded in agreement. That kid was his top pick, after all. Iwashi grumbled, hey, you taught him Hiraishin without even asking me. Am I not your partner? No way. Next time you've gotta set up a meeting with Natsuki. I barely know him. Genma and Rado burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. No problem. But you're paying for the meal. Yamato added, no need to worry. Kakashi-senpai and Sasuke have already headed over as support. It'll be fine. You could have said that earlier. The 3 almost couldn't hold back their complaints, but they all sighed in relief. Support was on the way, much less to worry about. In that case, let's finish this guy fast and go help too. On the other side, after Tenten withdrew, Guy's squad continued to maneuver against the Gekido, Path. Because they feared Gekido's chakra-absorbing ability, the three close combat fighters were at a clear disadvantage. Guy and Lee drew nunchaku and launched a barrage with their superb nunchaku technique. Niji, from time to time, fired Hakusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, for ranged pressure. But Gekido's defense was truly hard to crack, and both sides fell into a stalemate. Just then, a Hyuga shinobi came sprinting their way, with a Bunretsu Inu, multiplying hound, chasing him. Apparently, the hound that the Inuzuka trio had been stalling had split into many bodies. One of them had chased this Hyuga all the way here. The Hyuga was clearly average in strength and couldn't beat the hound. All he could do was run. Spotting Niji, he yelled, "Hyuga Niji! Protect me, now. I'm going to be torn apart by this dog." Niji frowned. "I'm fighting pain right now. I don't have time." "Nani? You dare defy an order from the main house? Do you have a death wish?" The Hyuga tore off his forehead protector, revealing a clean brow with no caged bird seal, indeed, a main house member. Niji didn't even look his way. The main house uses the hack, 8 trigrams, better than the branch, and they have Hakusho Kaiten, rotation. You're far stronger than a branch member like me. I doubt a main house lord needs my protection. He couldn't care less about the threat. He didn't even remember this main house member's name, something like Hyuga, Steelplate, or Iron Gate, whatever. A petty bully with little skill who liked to throw his main house status around, acting like he was some heavenly king. If you're weak and you fear death, why not stay in the compound? Why run around putting on airs in a real battle? Now he's being chased by a dog and demanding a branch member drop everything to save him, interrupting an important fight. Shameless. You're really something, the main houseman raged. While running, he formed hand seals. If you refuse to protect the main house, then let the caged bird punish you to death. Guy and Lee tensed. Niji, maybe you should go help. Niji smiled lightly. No need. The caged bird can't bind me anymore. I've already gained my freedom. In my eyes, the so-called main house no longer matters. Guy and Lee blinked, then broke into grins at Niji's confident smile. Looks like Niji has seized his own destiny. The main houseman froze. Why isn't it working? Why aren't you affected by the caged bird? What are you? Niji ignored him. The fool even forgot to keep running. He got chomped by the multiplying hound, which ripped an arm clean off on the spot. Ah. My arm. My arm. Yes, your royal power is gone. Luckily for him, he wasn't bitten in the head. And just then, Hiraishin arrived and blasted the hound away. The wounded main houseman immediately complained, "Clan head. Niji has rebelled. He refused to save me, and he's not affected by the caged bird seal. I clearly activated it and nothing happened." Hiraishi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Niji. The other branch escorts were stunned too. An electric, hopeful thought flashed through their minds. Did Niji fly out of the cage? Niji, why you? Hiraishi's voice trembled, unsure whether to feel joy or dread. Maybe both. Niji was his nephew, seizing his fate was good. But breaking the main branch order, escaping the caged bird, that might spark upheaval. Niji glanced at Hiraishin, then removed his forehead protector and wiped away the deliberately drawn caged bird mark. His brow was smooth and unmarked, he truly no longer bore the seal. He looped the protector around his neck, no longer hiding his forehead, and said coolly, "Clan head, Aji-san. Since it's been discovered, I won't hide it. I've become a Tennin. My Byakugan has evolved." Niji's Byakugan turned azure, soul-stirring, leaving Hiraishin and the others dumbstruck. Hiraishin trembled even harder. Tennin. Our Hyuga have birthed a Tennin again. Heaven has eyes. Hisashi, do you see this? Niji has become a Tennin. In that moment, he was genuinely happy. Even if Niji had been branch, he could now lead the clan to glory. Tennin signified absolute power among the Hyuga, the most qualified to lead. Even he, the current clan head, would have to step aside for such a talent. The main houseman was horrified. He'd heard the legends of Tennin, but it had been so long since one appeared that many treated it as a myth. Who would have thought that branch member Niji would actually evolve the Byakugan and become a Tennin? Didn't that mean he had just tried to force a Tennin to protect him? He even attempted to use the caged bird to threaten a Tennin. He'd tried to kill a Tennin. He's finished. At that moment, Niji slowly rose, floating fully into the air. His voice carried unbidden authority. The evolution after Byakugan is the Tensigan, the eyes of a Sennin, sage. It holds overwhelming power. That is a Tenin. He raised a hand toward Gakido. Bansho Tenin, universal pull, erupted, yanking the Path into the air. Then Shinra Tensei, almighty push, detonated point blank. Gakido's body twisted under the force and slammed into the ground, motionless. He hadn't had the Tensigen for long and hadn't fully developed its powers. For now, he could only use attraction and repulsion, but that was already more than enough. He believed that as he continued to train, he would only grow stronger. Well done, Niji. Congrats on flying free. Guy and Lee beamed from ear to ear, truly happy for Niji. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 287, Chapter. Hiraishin saw Niji's Tensigen, reincarnated eye, unleash overwhelming might and, face alight with fervor, drop to his knees. We pay respects to the Tenin. The branch guardians followed suit. We pay respects to the Tenin. Only the main houseman, Steelplate, stood there dumbfounded, forgetting even the pain of his missing arm. Niji's power was so terrifying that it matched the legends of the Tenin. Niji was just about to speak when, pop, Gakido, Path, vanished. Not good. He was reverse summoned. Guy's expression tightened. Bet he's headed to Natsuki's side. Niji locked onto a direction, the noisiest front. Guy-sensei, Lee, I'm going to help Natsuki. Please find Tenten and the others, don't let Natsuki worry about her safety. Guy and Lee flashed thumbs up. Go. Natsuki's side is in your hands, Niji. Niji nodded once and, without sparing his uncle a glance, flew straight toward the target front. Guy and Lee didn't waste time either. They sprinted for the next hotspot, reducing casualties mattered most right now. Hiraishin snapped out of it and barked orders, you, come with me. Protect the Tenin with your lives if you must. He's the hope of the Hyuga's rise. The branch guards answered as one, yes. We'll protect the Tenin to the death. Their usually unfocused Byakugan seemed to shine, the hope Niji had brought them. They all knew Niji well. As the son of the former branch head, Hisashi, he'd loathed the main branch system most of all. His father died under main house coercion, and his genius had been stifled. Now that Niji had become a Tenin, he would surely overturn that system for good. The branch would no longer be slaves to the main house, they could finally fly free. So even if they had to burn everything, they would ensure Niji's safety. As for Steelplate, everyone forgot him entirely. Even gravely wounded, he drew no eyes, Hiraishin didn't spare him a glance, and the branch guards didn't even bother to sneer. The world itself had tossed him aside. He had offended a Tenin. He was finished. On another front. After a bout of trading blows without results, Fu and Gaara swapped opponents. Fu immediately entered Bijuka, tailed beast transformation, a colossal seven-tailed insect, roaring in with a terrifying swarm toward Kisame. Even Kisame, bold as they come, felt his scalp prickle. He badly wanted to trade with Kakuzu. Kakuzu's Katan, fire release, was perfect for swarms. Compared to that, Kisame's Suetun, water release, felt a bit underwhelming. Beast-shaped Fu opened her maw and spewed paralyzing scale powder, but Kisame blasted a torrent of Suetun to wash it away. Then the swarm wrapped him up. The bugs, already head-sized, swelled even larger, each as big as a millstone. A single look would make a faint-hearted girl swoon. More importantly, they were monsters, highly resistant to chakra nature changes, tough against physical strikes, with brutal bite force, and even capable of absorbing chakra. Their buffs were stacked to the heavens. Even Pain would think twice. Kisame had no choice but to slip into the waters he'd just created. But the bugs didn't fear water, they followed him in. Thankfully, once submerged they couldn't fly, and their swimming wasn't so fast. Kisame finally exhaled, right before he saw the water space packed end-to-end with bugs. Oh, we're doing this, huh? He grit his teeth and pumped out Suikoden no Jutsu, water shark bullet technique, after Suikoden, unleashing schools of sharks to brawl with the swarm. On the other side, Gaara surged yellow sand in waves toward Kakuzu and Sasori. When he fought Kisame earlier, Suetun hard countered his sand work, forcing him to lean on Futon, wind release. Now, after swapping, he could return to his specialty. Sabaku Q, sand binding coffin. Sabaku Soso, sand waterfall funeral. Sand filled the sky, dunes crashed like tides. Kakuzu and Sasori barely dodged. They simply tanked it, knowing they wouldn't truly die. Truth be told, neither wanted to obey Kabuto, so they were fighting without zeal. Otherwise, Gaara wouldn't have it this easy. The ANBU, however, were in real danger. The Otonin 5 were no joke, especially Kimimaro, now free from illness, who displayed the terrifying heights of Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse. In short order, A and BU were scattered, armor cracked and formation broken. Meanwhile, Naruto's fight with Haku and Zabuza raged on. Say what you will, Naruto had grown. Even if he'd started at a disadvantage, he was now leveling things out, even showing signs of turning the tide. Using Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, he hid among his clones and rushed Haku and Zabuza again. Haku instantly loosed Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 flying water needles of death, a storm of needles shredding the entire clone cloud. But Naruto had already palmed a sphere, timed just right. He flashed to Zabuza's face and shoved it into his chest, blasting Zabuza spinning through the air. Phew. You two are tough. Breathing hard, his first time soloing two Jonin-level fighters, Naruto clearly lacked experience and polish. But his battle sense was good. One sneak attack had worked, in his head, that meant the next would too. Haku smiled, genuinely relieved. You've gotten stronger, Naruto. Looks like you've found something to protect. In that case, defeat us. Yeah. I'll beat you, Databeo. Naruto puffed up with confidence after launching Zabuza, only to scowl a second later as Zabuza's ruptured torso slowly stitched itself back together. Right, Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, couldn't be killed. They weren't truly alive to begin with. That was Edo's biggest headache. Damn it. Don't block me, I've gotta help everyone. But the two couldn't not block him, they weren't in control of themselves. If they were, they wouldn't be here. Just as the situation worsened, Tenten descended from above with a huge crimson gourd on her back. The Kokinjo, golden canopy rope, snapped out, lashing around Haku and Zabuza and forcing them to speak their Kodadama, word spirit. In the next instant, she swung the Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, and severed the cursed words, then the Benihiseigo, crimson gourd, sucked those Kodadama inside. Flipping the Shikisaiken, Tenten read the cursed phrases etched there, Haku and Zabuza-san. So their most used words were calling each other's names. No wonder Natsuki said the two shared a tragic, beautiful love. Even if they were both men, she could support that. Naruto. Why are you running off like that? And what's with you, Tenten, what is that loadout? Naruto was overjoyed. Tenten. You're here. Naruto, stop running around. Tenten snapped, fuming. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 288, Chapter. Everyone was fighting tooth and nail to protect the Jinchuriki, tailed beast host. Yet this guy Naruto had run out on his own. If he ran into pain and got captured, wouldn't everyone's effort go up in smoke? Naruto looked a bit sheepish, but what he said sounded noble enough. How could I hide indoors and just watch everyone fight without doing anything? I want to help too. Tenten didn't bother arguing with him and instead looked at the two opponents. You're Haku, right? And the one next to you is? Naruto started to introduce them, but Tenten's glare shut him up. Haku spoke politely. This is Zabuza-san. A pull of suction yanked Haku straight into the gourd. The sudden turn made Naruto and Zabuza's faces change, and they shouted in unison, Haku. An instant later, Zabuza was also swallowed by the crimson gourd. Naruto stumbled back several steps, eyes locked on Tenten's loadout. Tenten, what kind of treasure is that? Just the Rikudo Ningu, 6 paths tools, she said offhandedly, then added, so behave, or I'll suck you into the gourd, seal you for 300 years, and let you out later. Sealed for 300 years. Naruto shook his head frantically and kept his mouth shut. Tenten suddenly seemed terrifying. Still, she knew sending him home right now wasn't realistic. Go help the ANBU with the Otonin Geninshu, Sound 5. Be careful, those guys aren't simple. I'll go help Gaara. With that, she flickered with Shunshin, body flicker, to Gaara's side, only to blink when she saw Kakuzu and Sasori. She remembered Sasori had been taken away by Chiyoba, and Kakuzu's corpse had gone to Intel for study. How had Kabuto gotten body tissue to use Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation? Sasori noticed her puzzlement and, for once, answered first. We have someone who's good at stealing. Tissue samples are nothing, even the rings you people hid were stolen long ago. He meant Black Zetsu, that thing could slip through the earth without a sound, pull tricks anywhere, and was impossible to guard against. Tenten realized it. So that's why Intel had gone quiet about the rings, because they'd already been stolen. Whatever. It didn't matter anymore. The Akatsuki intel was already public. By now, Kakuzu had split off 4 heart mask monsters and was firing off combined jutsu with them, ferocious power. Gaara alone was having trouble holding them back. Tenten recalled what Natsuki had said, one swing of the Bashozen, banana palm fan, could blow apart Kakuzu's heart mask monsters. She immediately Kuchios, summoned, the fan, swung up a storm, and popped a lightning nature mask beast in a single blast. Kakuzu's face changed, he recognized it. Rikudo Ningu. How is that in your hands? Heh. Tenten kept fanning. 2 more mask beasts shattered like paper. Gaara was floored. So that's the 6 paths tools. No wonder they're so powerful, 1 swing, 1 mask. Terrifying. They say these tools were left by the Rikudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths, and ordinary people can't use them. No wonder you're so strong, Tenten, you're basically a legend. Tenten was very satisfied with that line. Becoming a legendary kunoichi was exactly her goal. Kakuzu actually chuckled. I remember now, you're the one who posted those jobs at the exchange. Collecting the smithing ninja village 4-piece set, the kiba, fong, thunder blades, and even the contract scroll for the high mountain giant eagles, right? Tenten's expression flickered. How do you know that? Of course I know. I took those contracts. I even wanted your 6 paths tools job, but I found no leads and had to give up. Shame about the 10 billion Rio. Yes, Tenten had raised the bounty on the 6 paths tools from 100 million to 10 billion Rio, causing a storm on the black market. For a man who worshipped money like Kakuzu, it was irresistible. He'd searched a while, but with no intel and time wasting away, he dropped it. And now he could only think of how much he'd lost. Tenten couldn't help but laugh. So all her tools and summons had been sourced by Kakuzu. How convenient. The others were speechless, no one knew what to say. For the first time, Sasori truly understood speechless. Kakuzu, you realize you were working for the enemy? Kakuzu protested, she paid too well. I was making money for the organization. Simple, high-paying jobs, why wouldn't I take them? Too late to say anything now. Thanks, Kakuzu. Tenten finished with 10 quick swings, blowing apart the last of the masked beasts. Then she flicked out the Kokinjo, golden canopy rope, to force out Kakuzu's Kodadama, word spirit, sliced it with the Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, and sealed it with the Beneiseigo, crimson gourd, a smooth, long-practiced routine. Kakuzu's word was money. And into the gourd he went. Kisame finally cracked. Hey. Isn't this a bit much? Even the 6 paths tools. The remaining Edo Tensei bodies turned to Tenten's smile and involuntarily shivered. This double bun girl was terrifying. A little earlier. On the main battlefield, Natsuki was alone against Tendo, Deva Path, Jigakudo, Hell Path, and Chikashoto, Animal Path. He clapped his hands. Mokutan, Senju Cannon, would release, 1,000-armed cannon. A heartbeat later, branches burst from the ground and rapidly formed a 10-meter-tall cannon statue, ringed with a forest of hands, each forming different Buddha mudra, like a bodhisattva descending to punish evildoers. He clapped again. Doton, Ishigorimu, Earth Release, Stone Golem. Crack, crack, crack. A 10-meter stone giant rose from the earth and glared down at the 3 panes. Faces hardened on the paths, nearby shinobi stared wide-eyed. Natsuki's control was just too slick. Truth was, he could have made the giant much bigger, but there was no need. 1 step too large and he'd flatten Konoha. What a waste that would be. 10 meters was perfect, it marked the main battlefield for allies, exerted absolute pressure on Pain, and cleanly handled any mega summon Chikashoto might bring out. Sure enough, a moment later Animal Path performed Kuchios, summoning, a colossal centipede lunged in. The stone golem slapped it down, grinding the giant insect across the ground, it couldn't move at all. Then the Senju cannon went to work. A deluge of fists and palms hammered the 3 panes. For a time they could only dodge. Even Tendo had nothing but evasion. If he used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blow away 1 wave, another sea of strikes immediately followed. Wasting a big move with cast time only opened windows for Natsuki to exploit. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 289, Chapter. At that moment, Chikashoto, Animal Path, whoever this lieutenant was, he was gutsy, had actually managed to get one of the paths knocked down. Even so, Natsuki didn't hesitate. He drove the Senju cannon, 1,000-armed cannon, to rain blows down, but Chikashoto was nimble, grabbed Shirato, Azura Path, and flashed away, handing him off to Jigakudo, Hell Path, in an instant. Not a chance. The cannon moved to intercept, but Tendo, Deva Path, appeared and used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, bouncing the dense barrage back. Azura Path was safely shoved into the Jigaku no King of Hell's mouth. Natsuki clicked his tongue, then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to blink behind Deva Path. He swept in with a Kasoka Kiku, light speed kick, this time Deva caught it on a black rod. The Kuwabwa, black receiver, shattered under the blow and Deva was hurled away, but he wasn't badly hurt. Looked like he'd gotten used to that light-speed kick. Thinking fast, Natsuki focused the cannon's full assault on Animal Path. That one would surely Kuchios, summon more paths to be repaired, better to crush him first. Chikashoto sprang and dodged, and when a hit was inevitable he summoned a Ishi Panda, Stone Panda, to tank the strike. Natsuki seized the opening, flashed behind Animal Path with Rantun Shunshin, Storm-style body flicker, and condensed a blade in his hand, Rantun Raiza Ken, laser sword, poised to run him through. But Azura Path, fresh from the King of Hell's Maw, dashed in, shoved Animal Path aside, and lost one of his 6 arms to the laser cut. No matter, he still had 5. Animal Path, knocked toward the King of Hell, immediately used Kuchios again and pulled in Gakido, Preta Path, as well. Preta looked even worse off than Azura had, but Jigakudo stuffed him into the King of Hell's mouth just as fast. Give me a break. Natsuki cursed, and the cannon's Buddha palm hammered the King of Hell's head. It didn't even flinch, ignoring everything but restoring Preta. He forced a long breath, tamping down his irritation. He was strong, no doubt, but a single fighter against a well-oiled formation of multiple pains was tight, even for him. Natsuki thought it wasn't enough, the watching shinobi did not agree. To them he was overwhelming, Senju Cannon and the Stone Golem were already jaw-dropping, and he was pressing 3, no, 4, actually 5 pains at once and still dictating the pace. Unreal. Even that nightmarish giant centipede had been pinned like a bug under a hand, absurd. No wonder he's our Konoha Demon Blade. Too strong. He's using Mokuton, would release, like the first. Not just Mokuton, he's got the 4th Hiraishin too. And Rantun, Storm release. He's busted. Wah. I wanna have Natsuki-sama's babies. You hush, Oba-san. Natsuki-sama's girlfriend is Tenten Jonin, young, gorgeous, and deadly. Not your turn. They gossiped and bickered at the sidelines. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, they couldn't. Rushing in now meant dying, and tripping Natsuki up. At least they remembered to run in and yank the black receivers from the giant centipede, that was Pain's chakra controller, remove it and the summon would stop being controlled. Natsuki now stood off against 4 paths. Correction, 5, the Gakido, Preta path, had just been spat back out. Thankfully the Jigaku no Wa, King of Hell, was retracted by Hell path, maybe due to a time limit, or maybe because, at 5-on-1, they felt it was in the bag. Both sides held fire, tension tightening like a wire. Anyone with eyes could see it, Pain was wary of Natsuki's solo power. 2 figures flickered in beside Natsuki. Hey, lively spot. 5 pains already, huh? Sasuke actually smiled, excited. Natsuki, you're greedy, aren't you? 15 sounds fun, share a few with me. Kakashi glanced over Natsuki, found no wounds, and exhaled. We aren't late, are we? Natsuki let out a breath too. About time, you had me juggling alone. Sasuke, it's not like I want to fight this many pains. Take as many as you like. Then I won't be shy. Sasuke's Tomo spun, Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed, and a blue skeletal giant wrapped around him. Susanoo reared up, menacing. Take note, Sasuke has entered cool mode. Boom. Susanoo's fist crashed down, Deva chose to dodge. He wasn't truly afraid of Susanoo, he was wary of Natsuki sneaking in with Hiraishin. After all, Deva still had a marked formula at his back. Sasuke, bold as ever, had gone straight for Deva, the strongest target. Was he getting cocky again? Boom. 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 Susanoo's barrage chased Deva into evasions. Azura slammed in and tried to ram Susanoo, only to crack his own body on the construct. Natsuki immediately sent the cannon into another storm, fists and palms pounding down in a torrential squall, giving the Pains no option but to scramble. Deva warped to Animal Path's side and fired Shinra Tensei, clearing all incoming strikes. Animal Path seized the window, Kuchios flaring, Ninjendo, Human Path, and the remaining summons blinked back onto the field. Most of the beasts were done for, only the chameleon and the multiplying hound were still lively. Ah, and Conan reappeared as well. Across the village, the Inuzuka trio who had been locked with the splitting hound froze. Tsum barked a laugh. Ha! Knew it, afraid of the Inuzuka, so it ran. Hana and Kiba sighed. Ka-san is amazing. Sure. The whole family suffered from glorious overconfidence. Where exactly did that hound look afraid? Elsewhere, Asuma finally breathed easier. The chameleon had been a pain, especially with a squad of Chunin in tow. With it gone, the fight had been hard, better that it disappeared. Unlike Tsum, though, he guessed the real reason, the fight elsewhere had escalated and they needed the summons back. Which meant, support was urgent. Get the wounded to the medical corps, now. I'll head over alone. Asuma gave the order and sprinted toward the loudest front. Soon, he found the giants. Only 10 meters tall, but plenty eye-catching. Yamato, Genma, Rado, and Iwashi arrived right behind him. Asuma, you okay? Rado asked quickly. I'm fine. But the chameleon I was fighting got reverse summoned. They need backup there, Asuma said, lighting a cigarette to steady himself. The Ninjendo, human path, we were fighting got summoned away too, Yamato said gravely. That has to be the main battlefield. Let's move, we can only hope everyone's still okay. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 290, Chapter. Check out the new fanfic. Yu-Gi-Oh! Undefeated / Ultrameta. In a back alley, Shino's face was pitch dark. Moments ago, his dominant swarm had been endlessly suppressing Konan, and he was about to secure the win when Konan was reverse summoned away. That put him in a foul mood. Shibi patted his head with a laugh. Don't make that face, Shino. Your strength has already caught up to mine, you should be proud. Shino still bristled. I was about to defeat her. Hey, don't rush it. She's probably still around, maybe where your friend is. You're worried about Natsuki too, right? Then hurry. You can track him, can't you? Yes. I left a Mezumushi, female tracker bug, on Natsuki long ago. I know where he is. With that, Shino sprinted in the direction the female bug indicated. He wasn't the strongest yet, but he could at least pin down one Akatsuki member. Hopefully, he could help once he got there. On the main battlefield, Natsuki, Sasuke, and Kakashi stood off against the 6 Paths of Pain plus Konan plus 2 giant summons. The tension tightened another notch. Konan asked urgently, Pain, what's going on? Have you found the Jinchuriki, tailed beast host? Tendo, Deva Path, shook his head. The Jinchuriki hasn't been found yet. But the opponent is formidable, we must go all out. Konan's expression hardened at that. Her gaze toward the trio grew heavier, tinged with caution. She hadn't expected even Pain to be unable to crush the enemy, and to need reinforcements. It seemed this invasion of Konoha was not going smoothly at all. They hadn't even seen a hair of the Jinchuriki yet. Kakashi whispered, Where's Jiraiya-sama? Still no sign. Jiraiya hadn't appeared because he was searching for Nagato. The 6 Paths of Pain were controlled remotely by Nagato, even so, the range couldn't be too far, he had to be nearby. Rather than slug it out with Pain, Jiraiya preferred to find Nagato, show him the truth, and wake him up. He knew telling Pain directly wouldn't work, even with the truth, Pain wouldn't listen. So he'd go for the source, if Nagato wouldn't listen, subdue him first and the paths would fall with him. A clean strike at the root, if it worked. But judging from the situation, Jiraiya hadn't found him yet. Natsuki and Sasuke both shook their heads. They wouldn't pin their hopes on Jiraiya. Better to beat Pain themselves, then the village would be safe. Mokutan, Makuro no Jutsu, would release, would cage technique. Natsuki moved first. Trees burst from the ground, heaving the Bunretsu Inu, multiplying hound, into the air as a lattice rapidly wove into a wooden cage, trapping the hound completely. It gnawed madly, but it wouldn't be breaking free anytime soon. One less headache. Seeing that, Sasuke bit his thumb and formed seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Bang. A purple serpent resembling Manda coiled into being and immediately wrapped the chameleon. Manda too had arrived. Good. With the summons handled, it was time to fight. Natsuki drove the Senju cannon, 1,000-armed cannon, into a furious barrage, while the stone golem also freed its hands to join the pounding. The 6 Paths and Konan scrambled to evade. Sasuke swept with Susanoo, and Kakashi pressed in for openings, leaving Pain and Konan on the back foot. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Boom, stone golem's fist and the cannon strikes were blasted away. Natsuki flashed behind Deva with Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, light gathered into Amatsukimo no Tsurugi, heaven cloud sword, and he hewed down hard. In the next instant, Shirato, Azura Path, body checked Deva clear and took the slash instead, bisected on the spot. Deva's cooldown ended at that precise moment, and he fired Shinra Tensei again, but Natsuki had already flickered away with Hiraishin. What speed, Hiraishin? Konan scowled, clearly not having expected Natsuki to move that fast. Jigakudo, Hell Path, prepared to summon the Jigaku no Wa, King of Hell, again to rebuild Azura, but before he could move, he suddenly drifted up, weightless. The other paths froze, this sensation was very familiar. Die. With that single word, a crushing Shinra-level repulsion slammed Hell Path into the ground, leaving a deep crater. He didn't get back up, the King of Hell never even appeared. There would be no more repairs for the 6 Paths. Konan stared, shocked. Pain. That technique just now. Deva shook his head. Impossible. I alone wield the Rinnegan, Samsara I. Only I command Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull, and Shinra Tensei. Whose power is that? His eyes lifted, locking onto Niji drifting down through the air. Those azure pupils glowed, the power felt related to his own, but it was not the Rinnegan. Who are you? Why do you possess power similar to mine? Deva's tone wasn't steady. You mean that last attack? Niji descended, graceful and calm. What I awakened is the Tensigan, reincarnated I. Like your Rinnegan, it's a Sennin, sage, I. It's not surprising our powers overlap. Tensigan. Wasn't Niji a Byakugan user? The Six Paths and Konan weren't the only ones puzzled, the onlookers were buzzing even more. Hayashi arrived with several branch members and, overcome with emotion, announced, Niji's Byakugan has evolved into the Tensigan, he is the Hyuga's sole Tennin, heavenly ninja. His power is no less than any Rinnegan. So that's it, the Byakugan could evolve. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Natsuki and Sasuke didn't react, they'd already learned the truth about the sage eyes. Kakashi, however, was quietly impressed, Niji had advanced far without a sound. No wonder Natsuki had kept Niji around when discussing the truth. You two okay? Niji asked. We're fine. And now you can show your strength openly, Natsuki said, genuinely pleased. Landing the first big blow, too, the Hell Path's King of Hell could constantly repair the others. Taking him out makes the rest much easier. Niji nodded. In that case, let's split them up. I'll take Tendo, Deva Path, our abilities are similar. Sasuke opened his mouth, he'd been about to call dibs, but Niji had a point, mirrored abilities made for a cleaner matchup. Fine. Then he'd just take two. He moved first. A thrust of Chidori Iso, Chidori Sharp Spear, carved a line between Chikishoto, Animal Path, and Ninjendo, Human Path, and Sasuke engaged both at once. Natsuki sent the Stone Golem and the Senju Cannon to pin Gakido, Preta Path, and Konan. Niji stepped forward to face Deva, a battle of sage eyes. As for Kakashi, he'd watch the flanks, for now. He swept his gaze around, searching for someone, and there, in the shadows, he spotted a spiral maskman peeping from a corner. Raitun Shunshin, lightning-style body flicker, in a flash, Kakashi was on him, driving him out with a thrust of Chidori, 1000 birds. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on, P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 291, Chapter. Kakashi's sudden movement drew everyone's attention, and the masked-man was forced to keep hiding in the shadows. He ghosted to Tendo, Deva Path. Pain sighed and said with a teasing lilt, Pain, looks like your invasion isn't going so smoothly. Tendo Pain's voice was curt. Toby, no, Madara Uchiha. Since you're here, why aren't you taking action? Do you enjoy watching us get pushed back? Or, do you not want to complete the plan? The plan will be completed, of course. The masked man sounded completely in control. I've been recruiting muscle everywhere. Didn't find much, so I rushed over. I just arrived when Kakashi noticed me. Anyone could tell that was a lie. He hadn't recruited anyone. Oh right, he was wearing a mask, no wonder he lied so smoothly. At that moment Kakashi returned to Natsuki's side. His gaze on the masked man held a tangle of feelings that couldn't be hidden. Obito, is that you? The masked man's body trembled. He quickly convinced himself Natsuki must have told Kakashi. But he couldn't admit it. Madara's mask was still too useful to drop. He had to keep up the act. Hatake Kakashi, you've got the wrong person, he snapped back, stiff as iron. I am Madara Uchiha. Heh. A clown who hides his head and shows his tail. Sasuke cut in before Kakashi could answer, voice like a knife. The real Madara wouldn't wear a mask. If you've got the guts, take it off. SHFF. Every gaze locked on the masked man. For a heartbeat he was dragged back to his academy days, surrounded, stared at, unbearably embarrassed. Back then, there was always a girl smiling gently at him. Now, that girl was gone. Yes, now that his identity was being cornered, only removing the mask could prove he was Madara. But he wasn't. Whether he took it off or not, no one would believe him. So, slowly, he lifted the mask away, revealing a scarred face. Kakashi stared, motionless. 1,000 words clogged his throat, finally he forced out just one line, Obito, you really are alive. Obito gave a thin laugh. Yeah. I'm alive. But she's dead. One sentence. Kakashi froze like stone. In an instant he was dragged back to that memory, the gentle, kind girl, and his lightning blade piercing her heart. Yes. She died. She really died. Obito. I'm sorry. Kakashi's guilt was plain. Sorry is useless, Kakashi. Obito's tone twisted, then went wild. I will bring her back. I'll create a brand new world. So don't stand in my way, or I'll kill you too. Obito. Grief lined Kakashi's face, his eyes lowered. He knew what he had to do. He stepped toward Obito and said, steady and clear, Obito, I failed to protect Rin back then. That's my fault. But the road you're on is wrong. You've been deceived. Wake up. Shut up. Obito roared. No one will stop me. No one. On the front lines, several shinobi traded glances, shock and realization spreading like a wave. So the fake Madara had been stringing them along all this time. Talking about peace for the world, and it turned out it was all for a single woman. They'd been fooled for a long while, hadn't they? This man's vision was only so high, the obsession only so narrow. For a woman, was it worth this? Luckily, they'd never truly trusted him. So, whatever. Shino, Yamato, Asuma, and Genma's squad arrived to watch the show, their faces full of question marks. Obito's not dead. Kakashi's Sharingan, copy wheel eye, was supposed to be Obito's dying gift, but he isn't dead. And he's the spiral mask guy, the fake Madara, the one who caused the Nine-Tails rampage, he's the culprit behind the fourth's death. But the fourth and his wife were Obito's sensei and sensei's wife, the fourth treated him well while alive. He's gone that mad. At the mention of the fourth couple's deaths, Genma's team could barely contain their fury. This guy had gone off the rails, he'd even gotten his own teacher and teacher's wife killed. Even if it was revenge for Rin, what did that have to do with the fourth couple? What next, kill Kakashi too? Sasuke fell silent, eyes flicking to Kakashi. He remembered the bell test. Kakashi had once spoken, just a little, about a comrade. He wondered if Kakashi's heart was shattering now. Can I say something? Natsuki raised a hand at the worst possible moment. Obito, don't tell me you don't know that the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, can revive the dead. Why didn't you make Pain use the Rinnegan to bring Rin no Era back? Did you really not know, or did you just not want to revive her, and now you're using this to justify your crimes? Obito exploded. You shut up. Even if she were revived, she'd only suffer the world's pain again. Why would I let that happen? He didn't know anything, and yet he dared to flap his mouth. Truth was, Obito had always known Rin loved Kakashi. If Rin returned to this world, she would still only love Kakashi, marry Kakashi, and have children with Kakashi. There would be no place for him. I see, Natsuki said, suddenly enlightened. So you do know what the Rinnegan can do. Looks like he wanted Rin back, but he wanted Rin to love him. Seeing Rin run right into Kakashi's arms at first sight. That would tear him apart. Pathetic. Such a humble love. Natsuki went on, calm as still water. But Rin loves Kakashi. If she didn't love Kakashi, would she still be Rin? Obito's defenses crumbled in an instant. Shut up. You damn, loudmouth. Everyone else kept watching, first Kakashi's helpless face, then Obito's total meltdown, then, inevitably, all eyes slid to Natsuki, and the crowd's mouths twitched. This guy is fearless. He aims straight for the heart and twists. Couldn't he just be a normal bystander for once? Even Kakashi almost couldn't hold it together. He hadn't expected Natsuki to needle Obito like this and make an already awkward scene worse. But he also knew Obito wouldn't be talked down by words alone. He stepped forward, voice firm. Obito, I didn't protect Rin, that's my sin. But you're walking the wrong path. If you try to kill, I will stop you. Then I'll kill you, Kakashi. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 292, Chapter. Obito's outburst lit the fuse, Kakashi surged forward as well. Their movements weren't pretty, just fists and feet colliding in a flurry, like they'd slipped back to their academy days. But even though Obito had received elite tutelage from Madara, his taijutsu still lagged behind Kakashi's. He promptly changed tactics. As Kakashi's punch came in, Obito turned intangible with Kamui, space-time distortion, letting the blow pass through, then rematerialized and smashed a counterpunch into Kakashi's guard. Kamui intangibility, huh? Kakashi noted the minute distortion in space. On his next strike he spun up his own Kamui, space-time distortion, timing it to cancel Obito's intangibility the instant it would have saved him. He'd understood the hint Natsuki had dropped earlier, the key to beating Obito was the timing of Kamui. With that, Kakashi had the confidence to win, and to drag Obito back from the brink. Since blows were already flying, Natsuki and Sasuke weren't about to spectate. They attacked at once. Sasuke's Susanoo, pounded away with colossal fists at Kikido, Path, and Ninjendo, human path, forcing the two bodies to keep dodging. Sasuke's defense was outrageous, until they found a way to crack it. Evasion was their only sane choice. Natsuki moved to strike, only for Sasuke to slide in front of him with a swift cut. Natsuki, we finally get to fight side by side. Leave this woman to me, I've been pinning her down already. Oh. Then I'm counting on you. Natsuki answered without a shred of hesitation, then directed his stone colossus and the Senju cannon, thousand-armed cannon, to hammer Kikido, Path. Path could absorb chakra and swallow ninjutsu, sure, but these were physical blows. Taking them head-on was suicide, and against two hulking constructs, he didn't dare try. Shino unleashed his Kikeichu, a dense black tide surging toward Konan. He couldn't finish her quickly, but he could pin her down. Seeing the opening, Niji rose into the air, lifting a hand to summon gravity. Tendo Pain floated up as well, answering with Bancho Tenin, universal pull. Gravity against gravity, two invisible oceans colliding in the sky. Space between them warped visibly under the strain. A few stones, flung astray by other clashes, drifted between the two and were powdered by the twisting space before they could fall. Throats bobbed across the watching ranks. A true sage's battle, no thunderous roars, just quiet, terrifying force. When Niji's pull didn't budge his opponent, he flipped polarity to repulsion. Tendo responded instantly with Shinra Tensei, almighty push. The twin waves of force met and detonated, an airburst that rolled out as a concussive shock front. Natsuki blinked. Yeah. That's some power. Spectators staggered back, more rattled than ever. Elsewhere, the brawls were just as heated. Sasuke quit playing whack-a-mole and, with a casual sweep of Katan, fire release, threw up a rolling sea of flame that drove Chikishoto, animal path, and Ninjendo, human path, into panic leaps. That was when Sasuke struck. Chikudo Kusanagi flashed, Chidori Iso, Chidori sharp spear, lanced out and drilled through Animal Path's torso. With a backhand rip, he tore open its shoulder, tendons snapping like twine. Animal Path stumbled, then cratered under a thunderous punch, out cold, out of the fight. Got one. Sasuke couldn't help a little grin, and then glanced Natsuki's way. Natsuki was already at Kikido's side, tapping the fallen body with his boot. He'd finished that one first. Honestly, it made sense. Natsuki could boot Tendo across a plaza, Path had no Shinra Tensei, almighty push, to bail him out. Against Natsuki's raw physicality, a chakra sponge was just a sandbag. Yeah, Tatakoi. Natsuki dusted off his hands, picked a comfortable perch, and popped sunflower seeds, spectating while the battlefield churned. Sasuke, moving even faster now, dispelled Susanoo for mobility, flickered with Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker, and put Ninjendo down hard. Without Jigakudo, Naraka Path, to summon the King of Hell, broken paths stayed broken. Even if Nagato strained himself, these bodies weren't coming back. Thinking of that, Natsuki fished out several bound Kuro Zetsu clones that Pain had netted earlier. These were Nagato's media, his scouts and levers in the dark. Natsuki yanked them out like weeds. Others rushed over to help, 7 Kuro Zetsu clones were mass hypnotized and trussed in short order. Conan's paper clones struggled under Shino's evolved insects, their carapaces shrugged off most cutting and their numbers smothered defense. But paper style was Conan's hallmark, she wasn't easy prey. And the real Conan never left Nagato's side, which meant this was just a disposable Shikigami. If it died, it died. What really rattled her was watching the paths fall one by one and Kuro Zetsu get collared. For the first time, she felt lost. Konoha was this strong. Even the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, couldn't tip the scales. First, that immovable wall named Natsuki. How were they supposed to pass him? Then Hyuga Niji, wielding twin sage eyes and the Tensigan, reincarnation eye, she'd never even heard of. And the others were monsters too, Sasuke, the Aburame, and more. How were they ever going to seize a Jinchuriki from this lot? Back on the Obito, Kakashi front, with Kamui intangibility being countertimed, Obito started eating a straight beating. Still, years in the shadows hadn't been for nothing, his ninjutsu was slick, his tricks plentiful. Kakashi, for his part, pulled his punches. He wasn't afraid of hurting Obito, but he had to stop him. The conflict tore at his hands, and without meaning to, he kept shaving power off his blows. Against an Obito going all out, that dropped the exchange to a true 50-50. Some habits die hard, Kakashi always finds the 50-50. Seeing Natsuki's reckless intensity out of the corner of his eye only made Kakashi's chest ache worse. How was he supposed to go for the throat? Overhead, the clash of sages went from breathtaking to unfair. Gravity and repulsion tugged and slammed, warping space and kicking off blast after blast, enough to make even Natsuki watch that duel first. Hayashi frowned. Niji's Tensigan, reincarnation eye, is newly awakened, while the opponent is long seasoned in the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. He's at a disadvantage. Let him be safe. Tendo Pain seized the instant between Niji's pull and push, where polarity flips and the flow stutters, and exploded with power. The shock smashed Niji from the sky. Hiraishin and several branch members leapt to catch him, fear spiking, only for Natsuki to arrive first, bracing Niji as he dropped. He had him. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 293, Chapter. Elsewhere. Tenten finally pulled the last impure world reincarnation, Edo Tensei, body into the Benihiseigo, crimson gourd, and let out a long breath. With Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, she could easily snatch a target's kodadama, word tag either wait for them to utter their cursed phrase, or, if they kept silent long enough, the gourd would naturally draw them in. So while this 6 paths, 3-piece set looked fussy to use, it was basically unstoppable. Compared with the simpler Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, the 3-piece combo was nastier by far. Still, she really had to thank her chakra battery. Without it, her own reserves would have been drained after only a few swings of the 6 paths tools. So yeah, my darling husband is the best. Tenten thought of Natsuki with a soft smile, then worry bit at her. She locked onto the last enemy, Kisame. Better finish that one off and then hurry to Natsuki's side. Naruto, Gaara, and Fu were already tangling with Kisame when Tenten flicked a marked kunai, flashed in with Hiraishin, and whipped the Kokinjo, golden canopy rope, straight at the shark's head. Kisame reacted fast, bringing Samahata up to block. Then something no one expected happened, Samahata convulsed and spat out its own kodadama. Tenten reflexively drew Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, and sliced the kodadama clean. The severed word was instantly sealed into the Benihiseigo. Kisame's face changed. Oi, oi. Even Samahata's kodadama got taken. Don't tell me you can seal Samahata too. Probably. It's a living thing, right? Tenten wasn't totally sure. She eyed the garbled script glowing along the 7-star sword, likely Samahata's habitual phrase. A beat later, Samahata's maw opened by itself and muttered something, probably its catchphrase, and then whoosh, the Benihiseigo dragged it in and sealed it. Kisame stared at his suddenly empty hands, then at the not-so-friendly faces surrounding him. He knew he was done. A scream tore the air, futon, raisin shuriken, wind release, raisin shuriken, from Naruto, Gaara's Renkuden, drilling air bullets, and Fu's devouring insect swarms hit like a storm. Kisame wasn't walking away from that. Phew. All wrapped up. Tenten stretched lazily and stowed the 6 paths tools. Naruto whistled in awe. Tenten, those 6 paths tools are insane. Tenten planted fists on her hips, smug. But of course. These were left by the Rikudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths. Normal folks can't even use them. Only a ninja tools master like me knows how to wield them. So cool. Fu's eyes sparkled with stars. She was already head over heels after watching Tenten fan 4 of Kakuzu's heart monsters to bits with the Bashozen, banana palm fan, and then seal him like it was nothing. For someone from Taki, where Kakuzu was still a whispered nightmare who once fought the first Hokage and butchered people like a reaper, it was unreal to see such a legend beaten so easily, even as an Edo Tensei. Gaara, though, kept to business. Where's Kabuto? Naruto snapped back to it. Right. I gotta pound that snakehead flat. Where is he? Tenten spread her hands. No idea. But the fighting's easing up, we should have plenty of people free now. Let's fan out and hunt him down. That creep inherited Orochimaru's will, he's dangerous. Just his Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, makes him the biggest threat. We must find him and end him. All nodded at once. Just then, Hinata, Sakura, and Megumi hurried over. Tenten-Nisan. Everyone. You're okay, right? Megumi called. Tenten asked, curious, why'd you come? I thought Med Ninja weren't supposed to approach the front lines. The battle's in its final phase, Sakura explained, scanning the wreckage around them, scars everywhere, proof of how fierce it had been. The main battlefield's that way. Other zones are mostly secure, and the medical corps barely has any patients now. Tsunade-sama sent us to find you. Sighting Kisame's mangled corpse, Sakura finally exhaled. Looked like this area was handled. Perfect timing, Tenten said. Help us look for Kabuto's trail. He slipped away. We have to snuff that snake out, fast. Hinata gathered her courage. I'll help. I was assigned to guard the med corps and barely did anything. It's my turn to contribute. She clearly felt guilty. It wasn't her fault, Tsunade had to staff the medical and intel corps, and Ino was with her father on intel. Hinata wasn't the strongest in raw combat, but with the Byakugan, White Eye, she was ideal at the med camp. Still, she wanted to do what she could. Okay then, Tenten said briskly. We split into teams, no solo runs. Kabuto's stronger than you think. If he grabs you, you're either a lab rat or an Edo Tensei sacrifice. Don't play hero, got it? Her tone turned sharp as she swept her gaze over everyone. Only after they all nodded did she relax. Her going alone doesn't count, though. If Kabuto shows his face, she'll break him. Back on the main battlefield. Natsuki set Niji down and glanced at Hiraishin. Niji, let me take it from here. Your Tensigan, reincarnation eye, needs more development. Don't force it. Hiraishin chimed in, right, Niji. Your Tensigan is crucial. Don't push yourself. If someone old has to go, I will. You're done fighting for now. Branch house guards added their voices, and Niji's Byakugan all but rolled. He wasn't stupid. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't keep swinging, especially with Natsuki here. No need to grandstand. Natsuki looked up at Tendo Pain floating stubbornly above. If he wouldn't come down, fine. He unrolled a scroll, Kuchios, summoning, roared, and a storm of iron sand poured forth. Jiten, magnet release, chakra flared as he forged the sand into a vast black greatsword. He stepped onto the blade and rose, cool as the night, drawing every eye on the field. Only now did everyone realize Natsuki also wielded magnet release. Sasuke muttered, lightning plus water is Rantan, storm release, water plus earth is Mokutan, wood release, lightning plus earth is Jiten, magnet release. You've basically checked every box. Wouldn't even be shocked if you whipped out Kekkei Tota, bloodline selection, next. He was wrong, no Kekkei Tota, not yet. But this much was more than enough to handle Pain. Natsuki rose until he leveled with Tendo, and then a head higher. Pain, stop. You can't beat me. You won't capture any Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's plan is finished. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 294, Chapter. Pain, Tendo, fell silent, lowering his gaze to the already destroyed bodies of the other 5 paths. The summoned beasts were the same, gone. Only Conan was still barely holding on. And he himself now faced an absolute monster of an opponent. He hadn't been a match even at his peak. In this state, defeating Natsuki was even less likely. But he had an ideal, their ideal, his, Conan's, and Yahiko's. He wouldn't abandon it just because a stronger enemy stood in his way. Once, he had been confident because of the Rinnegan, now, he was confident for the same reason. So what if he gambled everything one last time? He only needed everyone to know, to understand why he would do it. So he spoke. Natsuki, have you felt pain? Have you felt extreme pain? In this cursed and twisted world, just being alive is agony. People fight endlessly for profit, mutual understanding is forever out of reach. Hunger, disputes, slaughter, war, this world can never achieve true peace. But we have a dream, to realize peace. The only way is to make this world taste terror and pain. So we will gather all the tailed beasts, forge a weapon that can annihilate a nation in a single strike, and make the world feel fear and pain. Only by truly knowing pain, only by truly grasping the preciousness of peace, will people choose to walk toward true peace. Natsuki said nothing, he wouldn't be swayed. This was terror ruling the world, forcing it to march to a single beat. It sounded reasonable, but what if the tailed beast weapon fell into a villain's hands one day? Peace wouldn't be up to the people, it would be up to whoever controlled the weapon. The world would face cataclysm. Perhaps only after countless lives were spent destroying that weapon would salvation come. But there was no point arguing. The tailed beast collection was a lie from the start. Beat Tendo Pain, and the plan would shatter. Seeing Natsuki unmoved, Pain let out a low laugh. Heh. I shouldn't have wasted my breath. You who were born in a great nation will never understand the suffering of the small ones. The great nation's splendor is always built on the pain of the small. Perhaps Konoha parades its justice, but every shinobi world where you started turned the small nations into battlefields. How many innocent lives did your wars take? How many were displaced, starved, and froze to death? I'll tell you this, I won't lose to you because my pain far surpasses yours. His expression twisted as he shouted the last words. Chakra erupted from his body, and Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blasted forth. Natsuki didn't dodge. With Jiten, magnet release, he drove iron sand into layered buffer shields and forcibly absorbed the force of Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Then the iron sand morphed, condensing into a storm of black lances that howled toward Tendo Pain. Pain spun his black receiver rods to parry, but the lances multiplied, too many to block. He detonated another Shinra Tensei, almighty push, sweeping every lance away. That was exactly what Natsuki had waited for. Ranton, storm style, flared from both hands, several light beam blasts ripped through the air, arriving just under the 4-second cooldown before Pain could finish charging. Boom boom boom. The beam struck Pain head-on. His body, however, was absurdly tough. There weren't many visible breaks, only a tumbling silhouette cartwheeling through the air. Shun. Natsuki flickered with Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Thunder God technique, above Pain's head and snapped down a Kasoka Jerry, a light-speed kick. But Pain twisted hard at the last instant, barely slipping past. Black receiver rods burst into his hands as he slashed in a frenzy, each strike faster than the last, as if he were venting every ounce of anguish. Too bad Natsuki's speed was nothing to scoff at. He flashed with Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Thunder God technique, behind Pain again, like condensing into the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, sword of the gathering clouds of heaven, from Ranton, storm style, thrusting to pierce him. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Bang. The sword of light shattered. Natsuki was blown apart, into splintered timber. Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique. Bang. The sword of light shattered. Natsuki was blown apart, into splintered timber. Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique. Swoosh. Natsuki again flickered behind Pain with Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Thunder God technique. Catching the cooldown window, he slammed a palm onto Pain's back, Ranton, storm style, detonated point blank, punching 10 gaping holes clean through Pain's chest. But Pain's cast finished in the same heartbeat. A full force Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blasted out, this time truly hurling Natsuki a great distance. And Pain didn't waste the moment. He clutched at his back, ripped away a slab of flesh and torn cloth, and flung it far aside. On that skin. Natsuki's Hiraishin formula. Ordinarily, only 6 paths power could erase a Hiraishin seal. Pain did it the hard way, by carving the seal right out of his body. Now your Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Thunder God technique, won't be pestering me. Even so, Pain felt a rising dread. Natsuki's light blasts hadn't merely mangled his body, they'd loosened the black receiver rods embedded within. Those were chakra conduits. If they dislodged, controlling the path would become unstable. He thought of Natsuki's overwhelming power, of the mission teetering on failure, and bitterness flooded his chest. If you insist on standing in my way, then I'll make you taste true pain. Resolute, Pain called down, Conan, withdraw. I'm using that. Conan froze. She didn't agree, but there was no other option. Even if the plan failed, she would have staked her life to make Konoha suffer 10 unforgettable lessons. How could she stop him now? Poof. Conan vanished on the spot. Shino sighed. He'd been pinning Conan down and never asked for help, certain he could win. He hadn't expected Conan to hold out this long, he couldn't help but respect it. But Shino's focus snapped back to Pain's words, that move. He wasn't the only one. Unease rippled through every onlooker, they could feel it. Whatever Pain would do next, it would be terrifying. Down on the ground, Kakashi and Obito had been gone. Apparently they'd slipped into the Kamui space to brawl. The scene there was probably something like this. Kakashi, Obito. Obito, Kakashi. Rin, in the Pure Land, stop. Please, both of you. They fought their fight, oblivious to what was unfolding outside. High above, Pain began to rise, higher and higher, chanting words that drifted into every ear. 1 sack of rice, how many floors to carry? 1 sack of rice, carry to the 2nd floor, 1 sack of rice, I've given plenty, 1 sack of rice, I wash and wash, so much mud to rinse, and that pile of black tiles and clods. Natsuki stood below. He'd been blasted far away moments ago, and he hadn't expected Pain to rip out the Hiraishin mark that decisively, then start carrying rice. This time, there was no choice but to block. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this very day. He planted his feet atop a roiling platform of iron sand. Lightning and magnetism hulled together, weaving into a colossal electromagnetic domain, a vast barrier forged of Raiton, lightning style, and Jigen, magnet release, ready to meet the incoming Cho Shinra Tensei, super almighty push, head on. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 295, Chapter. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. It felt like everyone could only hear the beating of their own hearts, their breaths caught in their throats. Pain, Tendo, kept rising, higher and higher, as if he meant to shoulder the sun itself. The higher he went, the heavier the dread pressing over everyone below. And Natsuki had already taken his stance. An unseen power unfurled from him and draped over most of the village, a guardian posture, through and through. It was like he was bracing for Pain's ultimate move. That feeling was very, very bad. VMMM. A sheet of white swallowed the world. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, making every scalp prickle in unison. The instant that force fell, it slammed into the electromagnetic domain. Normally, an electromagnetic field is abstract, something that doesn't directly shove matter around. But when it met a force just as abstract as repulsion, the reaction turned violent. In a blink, the entire Ryoiki was struck, like a giant spring mattress being crushed down by mad hands. The mattress fought to hold, while the pressure was monstrous. There were only two outcomes, either the spring shattered, or the pressure bounced away. But this domain wasn't a spring. It was a highly plastic, unified construct, tug one part and the whole responds. The totality of repulsion raining down was dispersed across the domain and borne together. As long as Natsuki's chakra didn't run dry, the field would not break, and its rebound would only grow more fearsome. Pain. The pain you want to inflict, Fuse. Natsuki roared. Chakra surged. The Denji Ryoiki, electromagnetic domain, held and, with brute inevitability, reflected the force of Shinra Tensei, super almighty push. Maybe a little too well. The power was so huge Natsuki's grip slipped a hair. Instead of hurling it straight back at Pain, the rebound skidded off axis and shot more than 100 kilometers away. A heartbeat later, a doomsday bloom flared on the horizon, mushroom cloud clawing the sky, the shock front tearing across a vast swath of land. A gale rolled toward Konoha and ripped the village gates clean off their hinges. The scale of it was obscene. Even without seeing the impact site, everyone could imagine it. Napes went cold. Sweat ran down spines. No one had expected Pain to hold a move that apocalyptic. Thank the gods Natsuki had been there. If that strike had hit Konoha, there would be no Konoha. Not a soul would have survived. Just the thought of it was terror enough. Tendo Pain was that frightening. And yet, Pain himself was numb. He hadn't believed his Shinra Tensei, super almighty push, could be batted away. Ridiculous. What kind of monster was Natsuki? Natsuki, for his part, exhaled. His whole body ached, sweat dripped like he'd just been hauled out of a river. Sustaining a domain that massive had chewed through a lot of chakra. Even so, he wasn't actually worse off than Pain. At this point Pain was floating by sheer will, and by Nagato burning down his life. He couldn't last. This wasn't like the original timeline. There, Pain's expenditures weren't crippling, even after that rice carry, he'd had strength to spare for Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. Here, after brutal, multi-front combat, the six paths were bled nearly dry. Tendo had been mauled by Natsuki over and over. Managing to cast Shinra Tensei had already been the limit. Which meant this was the perfect moment for Natsuki to finish it. He popped the chakra battery on his forearm, drew out the bulk of its reserves, and set his hands in a classic Kamehameha stance. Since the six paths had been worn down and Tendo was at his limit, this was the ideal time to end him once and for all. Natsuki opened the battery on his arm, pulled a huge swell of chakra, and settled deeper into the stance. Pain, your gift was awful, so I bounced it back. Now, it's your turn to accept mine. Let's see if your Shinra Tensei, almighty push, has anything left to deflect this. Lightning and magnetism coiled and bound together again, iron sand spiraling into his palms. Power stacked on power, shaping what looked like a condensed sphere, truly the intersection of raging Denji and Jiden, with iron sand serving as the projectile. This was a hand-forged Denji Ho, electromagnetic cannon. And he'd fire it like a Kamehameha to stack his own momentum. So yes, he called the name for the buff. Ha. Natsuki thrust both palms forward. The Denji Ho, electromagnetic cannon, cracked the air and vanished, reappearing at Pain's chest in a blink. Pain, still in cooldown lag, reflexively tried Shinra Tensei, almighty push, but the effect was a whisper. The next instant, the roaring lance of electromagnetism punched a smoking hole straight through him. And kept going, up, as if it meant to pop the sun. Fortunately, the higher it sped, the more it bled away. At last it fizzled into nothing, only a few flecks of iron sand drifting in the blue. A gaping cavity yawned across Pain's abdomen. A few broken black receivers tumbled free of his body. With the rods out, the puppet was beyond control. That was the end. Natsuki sagged onto his iron sand platform and guided it down toward the village. Tendo Pain's body also began to fall, sure to smash to pulp on impact. A white-scaled serpent lunged from below, jaws yawning wide to swallow Tendo whole. Then it whipped around and bolted for the horizon at top speed. Natsuki blinked, stunned. Kabuto, you opportunistic snake. Of course, Kabuto had been lurking for the snipe and clam to ruin each other so the fisherman could profit. And he really had snatched the falling prize. Only he didn't realize this pain was just a puppet. The Rinnegan wasn't in it. For all his scheming, that fisherman had nabbed a bait fish. Ridiculous. As Natsuki touched down, everyone rushed over. Natsuki, just now, was that? Shino asked. Kabuto, Natsuki said, and couldn't help laughing. He wanted to steal the Rinnegan, but he probably doesn't know this pain is just a body. That set off a round of chuckles. So that was what he'd been hiding for, to snag that. They could already imagine his face cracking when he opened those eyes and found out they weren't the real thing. Shino, however, frowned. Kabuto is still dangerous. We should eliminate him. Asuma chimed in at once. Shino's right. Kabuto can use Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. He already stormed the village with a bunch of resurrected shinobi. If we don't take him out, who knows who he'll summon next? If he dredges up the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, then we're done for. He was half joking, but not wrong. Imagine Kabuto actually digging up the sage's remains and Edo summoning him. That would be nightmare fuel. Even setting the sage aside as legend, there were plenty of other monsters Kabuto could exploit, and that was dangerous enough. So, priority 4, eliminate Kabuto. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 296, Chapter. Genma's trio immediately said, "You guys have worked hard. Leave the next part to us, we'll definitely find Kabuto and kill him." The other shinobi all chimed in, yeah. You fought just now, so it's our turn to shine. Move out. Under Asuma and Genma's lead, the village shinobi began a manhunt for Kabuto. Yamato went to report to Tsunade-sama. As for the one controlling pain, and Konan who left earlier, no need to worry about them. Jiraiya is going after them. If even Jiraiya can't find them, no one else will. Either way, the defensive battle against Akatsuki's invasion was finally over. At that moment, Tenten guided her iron sand over and immediately locked onto Natsuki, dropping down beside him. "Natsuki, are you okay?" She hurriedly looked him over from head to toe. Thankfully, it seemed like only minor injuries, though he was drenched in sweat and clearly exhausted, probably from burning through a massive amount of chakra. For a moment, Tenten couldn't help feeling distressed. She knew Natsuki was strong. The fearsome opponents that gave others nightmares were no big deal for him most of the time. But this time was different, the first time she'd seen him spend so much. The enemy must have been terrifying. Just thinking about it scared her. Thank goodness he was safe. Shino said, "Don't worry, Tenten. Natsuki defeated the strongest one, the Deva Path Pain." Tenten didn't care about that. As long as Natsuki is safe, nothing else matters. Everyone froze. It felt like a mouthful of dog food was being shoveled into their faces, awkward to eat, awkward not to eat, and thoroughly uncomfortable. Natsuki didn't stand on ceremony and simply leaned into Tenten's arms. "Tenten, I'm gonna rest a bit. Oh, and give me some water. I've been thirsty for ages." Smiling with crescent eyes, Tenten summoned water with Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, and personally helped him drink. Everyone silently rolled their eyes and looked away, done with the dog food. Fortunately, Natsuki still remembered business. "Where are Kakashi-senpai and Obito?" Sasuke pointed. "They were fighting over there, then both vanished. Must have slipped into that Kamui space to keep going. Old friends, and old love rivals, won't finish in a hurry. We'd help, but we can't enter that space." Tenten listened with a blank face. Friends. Love rivals. Space. What were they even talking about? Natsuki wasn't worried. Inside Kamui space, there's no Kamui intangibility. Kakashi shouldn't lose easily to Obito, and Obito probably wouldn't go for the kill against Kakashi. For all his harsh words, Obito still cared on the inside. If he truly wanted revenge, he would have killed Kakashi long ago. In any case, those tangled grudges and complicated emotions weren't something Natsuki could, or needed to, understand. He wasn't going to encounter that kind of situation. Just then, thud, Kakashi suddenly tumbled out. He shouted, "Obito. I won't give up stopping you. I won't let you keep going down the wrong path." No one answered. Obviously, Obito had used the chance to throw Kakashi out of Kamui space and then fled. No one knew exactly how Kakashi had tried to persuade him, but judging from Kakashi's miserable state, the two of them must have fought hard inside that space. Who knew who actually had the upper hand? Sasuke spoke up. "Kakashi, you didn't keep him." Kakashi shook his head. "Obito's far stronger than before. Even without intangibility, I still took a big beating. I tried my best to stop him and told him everything I know, but in the end he ejected me. I don't know if he'll stick to his original choice. Ha. I'm so useless. Everyone was silent, unsure what to say. If you haven't lived it, don't talk about how to fix it. Kakashi would handle his own business. If he needed help, everyone would help, that was enough. Right, what's the situation outside? Oh, it's like this. Shino gave a brief rundown for Kakashi, and also so Tenten could catch up. When they finished, Kakashi and Tenten both looked incredulous, their eyes lingering on Natsuki like he was a monster. It was just too outrageous. They hadn't expected that kind of battle to break out while they were away. What kind of crater had that blast left? They'd have to go check later, pretty sure it'd be shocking. As for Kabuto snatching the Deva Path's body, no one really cared. The Rinnegan wasn't on Pain's body anyway. Now there was only one remaining worry, the last and most important one: did Jiraiya find Nagato? At that moment, Jiraiya, who was on everyone's mind, finally discovered a massive tree in the forest made of paper. He tore open a gap with his hands and slipped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw an exhausted Conan and a red-haired man as thin as a rake. Conan. Long time no see, you've grown into an excellent young woman. Jiraiya offered the casual praise, then looked at the redhead. So, you're Nagato. What happened to you? Nagato was skin and bone, with black receivers stuck all over his back and some kind of device beneath him. He looked like a dying cripple, no one would ever guess he was the mastermind behind Akatsuki. Jiraiya's heart ached. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you here for now? To kill us. Conan's tone was stiff. Conan, how could I kill my own students? I came to talk. Jiraiya shook his head. Jiraiya-sensei, I understand everything Obito said. Nagato's voice was low. We won't abandon the plan to create a tailed beast weapon. Only by making the world feel pain, understand pain, will people cherish peace and yearn for true peace. Once they truly know the same pain, even if they can't understand one another, they will still maintain peace. That's why collecting the tailed beasts is imperative. Jiraiya still shook his head. Nagato, only by mutual understanding and tolerance between people can the world know true peace. What you're doing won't work. Nagato replied, Jiraiya-sensei, under Yahiko's leadership, we tried that for so long. Reality answered us with betrayal. Your words are too idealistic, the real world is cruel. Precisely because people can't easily understand each other or truly reach peace, we must make them comprehend pain. Once they do, even without mutual understanding, peace can still be achieved. So gathering the tailed beasts is non-negotiable. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 297, Chapter. Jiraiya just felt a headache coming on. He wasn't good at long arguments, and he could tell he wasn't going to convince Nagato. He knew Nagato and Conan had become extreme after Yahiko's tragic death. No matter what he said, it would be hard to shake their resolve. But for the sake of his students, he still wanted to try. Jiraiya unrolled a large scroll. The truth of this world is all in here. I'm going to show you. Nagato, Conan, you've been deceived. That Uchiha Madara isn't Uchiha Madara, he's Uchiha Obito. Nagato and Conan finished the line for him. Collecting the tailed beasts is a scam. Once a tailed beast weapon is born, something terrible will happen. Jiraiya pressed on. As long as the tailed beasts are under our control, even a scam will be shattered. Madara, Obito, when the time comes, we'll wipe them all out, Nagato said with utter confidence. Even after being defeated by Natsuki, he was still confident. His, Rinnegan were the sage's eyes. He could keep growing stronger, create even stronger 6 paths, and someday defeat Natsuki and take the Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts. The only regret was not reclaiming Yahiko's body, meaning it could never be revived in the future. Jiraiya paced anxiously, at a loss for how to persuade them. He looked at Conan, then at Nagato, scratching his head in frustration, until his gaze fell on the Rinnegan. He slapped his thigh as he remembered. Right. Nagato, those Rinnegan aren't yours. Madara had them implanted in you on purpose, to raise them. You're being used by Madara. Don't stay fixated on this. The Rinnegan have always been mine, Jiraiya-sensei. What nonsense are you talking about? Nagato didn't believe it. I awakened these eyes when I was a child. I had never even met Madara back then. Why would he use a powerless kid like me? No matter what you say, I won't believe it. Jiraiya grew more anxious and thrust the huge scroll toward them. Then read this. Once you see it, you'll understand. Nagato and Conan both shook their heads. Jiraiya-sensei, don't waste your effort. We won't waver. If you want to stop us, then come at us. Arg. Why won't they listen? These two blockhead disciples. In truth, after suffering such bitter losses, Nagato and Konan had chosen their path. Their willpower was anything but fragile, their conviction was rock solid, not something a few words could shake. That's why, Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Kogeisha no Jutsu. Talk no Jutsu from Naruto is so ridiculously mythical. With Jiraiya trying it now, it basically had no effect. At last, Jiraiya grit his teeth. In that case, I'll beat you first, then make you sit and listen. But Konan moved first. She swiftly opened a slit at the back, carried Nagato out of the paper tree, sealed the opening, and detonated it. Seeing the mountain of Bakufuta explosive tags inside, Jiraiya's face changed. He instantly used Kuchiyos, Gamaguchi Shirbari, summoning Toad Mouth Bind, to protect himself with a toad's stomach wall. Outside, a chain of thunderous explosions erupted. Even the toad's stomach wall shuddered. Fortunately, the toads of Mount Myaboku were formidable, the stomach lining was incredibly tough and wouldn't be blown apart easily. What Jiraiya didn't know was that outside, Nagato and Konan had encountered Obito and been taken into Kamui space. When Jiraiya dissolved the stomach wall and stepped out, the outside was a blasted wasteland. Nagato and Konan were long gone. This is bad. I failed. Jiraiya felt crushed. He stared at the big scroll in his hands, too heartsick even to cry. He had brought the truth with him, yet his two students wouldn't even look at it, wouldn't even listen. And even if they read the scroll, Jiraiya suspected they still wouldn't believe it. Their convictions were ironclad, once decided, they wouldn't change easily. So, his spoiler truth operation had failed. Sigh, forget it. I'll head back to the village and think of another way. I hope the village is okay. Jiraiya packed away the scroll and hurried toward the village at top speed, wanting to learn its status as soon as possible. On the way, he ran into Genma's trio, who were scouring the area for Kabuto. Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? Are you searching for the one behind the 6 paths of pain? Genma asked quickly. That's right, but unfortunately, he got away. Jiraiya wouldn't tell the whole truth, and immediately asked, how's the village? Were there heavy casualties? Serious destruction? Tell me everything. Genma's team rushed to summarize the raid from Pain's invasion to its end. Of course, the final showdown had to be recounted in detail. Sasuke, Neji, Shino, Kakashi, and Natsuki's spectacular battles had to be shared. After listening, Jiraiya finally let out a long breath of relief. His own operation had failed, but the youngsters had done splendidly, defending the village well. If the village had been flattened by Pain's ultimate technique, if villagers and shinobi had died in droves, if even Tsunade had fallen, Jiraiya would have regretted it to death. The young ones of the village, every last one of them is outstanding, Jiraiya said with feeling. No kidding. Today's victory was all thanks to them. Other than Kakashi, just look at Natsuki, Sasuke, Neji, Shino, each one a standout among the new generation. Natsuki's a once-in-an-era prodigy. With a genius like that in Konoha, the future is absolutely going to flourish. After their praise, Genma's trio remembered their mission and quickly took their leave. Jiraiya didn't dare waste time either, and sped up on his way back to the village. Meanwhile, in the Foundation's base, Danzo was a little dumbfounded. He had called former Foundation members back, instructing them not to act rashly during Pain's invasion and to preserve Root's fighting strength, leave the enemy to Tsunade. He knew this enemy wasn't simple. The village would suffer severe losses, shinobi casualties would be heavy. Then he could jump out and lambaste Tsunade for being unfit for the role, claim that it was because she was an unqualified Hokage that Konoha suffered such devastation. At that time, he would smoothly oust Tsunade and take the Hokage's seat himself. Because only a hardliner like him could truly protect Konoha, truly protect the Land of Fire. Everyone would surely support him. But the intel now said, Akatsuki's invasion had failed, the 6 paths of pain were annihilated, the village had only lost a number of buildings, thanks to early evacuation, not a single villager had died, shinobi casualties were minimal. In short, under Tsunade's leadership, the defensive battle against Akatsuki had been fought beautifully. What's more, several young prodigies had emerged, the very heroes who defeated Pain. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading.